Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to day 2 of the group stage here at MPLI 2023. We have 12 upcoming matches ahead of us that will signal who will be able to make it to the playoffs, because unfortunately we do have to send 8 teams home.
2 teams from every single groups will be knocked out today. It was crazy that we did not get a single team knocked out yesterday, despite some of the teams already fighting. All the way 2 matches, we did not get to see any team go back-to-back losses. They were able to make it competitive all the way till the very end, late at night. We ended out at what, like 12 midnight? And the teams were still full of power.
Before we continue though, we'd like to introduce ourselves. My name is Eterna, and alongside with me today is...
Gani.
Gani, alright. Hi Gani. I thought you were upstairs earlier on.
Mirko. Nice to meet you guys. Welcome to MPLI 2023. It has been a show, man. Because honestly, I was expecting a different level of competitiveness, obviously, after seeing every other competition throughout the year of 2023. But I just didn't expect this level of competition. We didn't get to see a single team knocked out in day number 1, despite so many missteps, so many problems for the teams. The way that they were able to play has just been phenomenal.
Exactly. And we also get a little bit of a taste as to how the meta has actually formed over the course of the few weeks. I mean, the last time competitively, maybe we saw in our respective regions, in our respective MPL regions, but between that and now, there was a patch that hit. Some call it minor, some call it major, but for sure, there have been changes, especially to the draft. So I'm excited to see if there are going to be new things that we should be experiencing today, especially in terms of draft picks and even maybe strategies. So without further ado, we'll get into it. For the first match of the day, we are going to have the TheOhioBrothers taking on Nova.
The Chinese team taking on the North American team, and you guys, while waiting, can maybe check out Omni by FWD. If you want to see the journey, to motivate yourself, to inspire yourself, go and watch the journey of Captain Vin.
Because I felt motivated after I watched that. It was really great, and you guys can actually take a sneak peek into it as well. Don't forget, it's an exclusive content on Omni by FWD. You guys can actually download it for free on Google Play as well as the Apple App Store. So check it out right now. Meanwhile we're waiting.
Take the easy route. Don't listen to Eterna. Just go and scan the QR code
Harder is
there.
better.
Well, not
Harder ways, it makes you learn more, man.
Well, technically, right? I got a pretty, I don't know how to mix harder and Hello Panda because it's just so easy to consume here. Meiji, Hello Panda, you know how it tastes. Eterna, we've been eating this a bit too much, honestly.
I think so.
A bit too much. Every day, almost like, 6 packs? Everything that we have here will be gone by the day.
We still have more.
By the second shift, but we always have more. W Meiji. If you guys want to rise above the pang of hunger and unlock the full flavor of MPLI 2023, there's only one way to do that. Hello Panda, Meiji.
And say goodbye to sadness. Look at that.
Is this your favorite one or the chocolate panda?
No, that's also really good as well.
You like the double chocolate one.
There you go. That's a double chocolate. There's the cookies and cream. There's the strawberry. There's the normal chocolate with biscuit. And what he's holding right now is the double chocolate. He's gonna try it right now. Do a ASMR.
We just got here, so...
Oh, so good.
Yeah.
Oh my god, thank you. Never thought you'd offer. Because I wouldn't share.
That's how good it is. Eterna, who's usually normally very nice, wouldn't share Hello Panda. Even though we've got a bunch of it here, she wants to keep it all to herself.
So
but
good.
I can't blame you, man. After tasting the double chocolate one, you're right. This might be the best flavor for me.
Ayo, we on the taste buds, man. And then instantly, my hand's clean.
Yeah.
So it's so perfect for all of you gamers out there who, want to grab a snack while you're watching or even playing the game. It's super simple. It doesn't leave any oil residue. Best snack in the world. Thank you, Meiji. We love you, Hello Panda.
We love them. We love them so much that we eat a bit too much, even on desk while casting. Maybe we should stop while casting, right?
All right.
For all you guys back at home, there's another thing you guys can unlock, and Eterna has that for you.
The schedule?
The schedule.
The schedule. All right, let's get into it because you guys might be curious. Eterna, you said 12 matches today. What are we going to be looking out for? So to start it off of Group stage, day 2, we have Nova Esports going against the TheOhioBrothers. It will then be followed by AP Bren once again, and we'll see Nova play back-to-back. Afterwards, the TheOhioBrothers will have to face off against Dewa United, and these matches are going to be very important because these are the last and final matches that they have, the final opportunities for them to grab the points and make it at least top 2 of each group.
It'll literally determine where they slot into the standings, right? Number 1 goes to upper brackets, just to remind all of you guys back at home in the group stages. Number 2 will be going to the knockout stage, but into the lower brackets. Then the last 2 teams in the group will be completely knocked out of MPLI 2023. That's how we'll see eliminations, and that could still happen for both Blacklist and Geek Fam. Geek Fam right now 0-1, Blacklist 1-1. You lose 2 times and you're done.
That's it. And it's all gonna go... We'll see how it goes, right? Especially for Falcons right now, who has yet to grab a point, if I'm not mistaken, and Homebois just really leading that particular group. Afterwards, we move on to Group C. We have EVOS going against Bigetron Alpha, followed with Echo and EVOS Legends.
The group of death, Eterna. I think it really showed that it was the group of death.
Yes.
None of the games were shorter than 20 minutes. Everything went the distance. Even in the best of 1, it really felt like it was a best of 3.
It was very different to the first 6 matches that actually we were casting over.
Average game time went from 12 to 20.
Yeah, real quick. So Bigetron Alpha will then have to go head-to-head against Rebellion Zion, and then we move on to Group D. Ooh. RRQ versus Flash. See you soon, and RRQ. And the last game that we'll see is Flash versus RSGPH. Now, what about Group D? How do you feel about Group D? Yesterday you casted it. What was your experience with that group like?
See, I would say if Group C is the group of death, I'd say Group D is the group of life.
Oh, how so?
Because it's kind of the same. Everybody has an equal chance to qualify to the next stage. It's kind of like a mini group of death, but we'll just call it the group of life because it's so interesting as well. The different styles clashing, every game also being quite close. RSGPH against the new RRQ. A lot of teams expected RSG to just stomp over the new RRQ, but hey, despite them having 3 new rookies, they were able to make it competitive all the way to mid-game. But then RSG, with their experience, with their advantages, were able to just take control.
Speaking of experience, right? AP Bren and Homebois, surprisingly, right, will be leading that particular group respectively. AP Bren, I'm not too...
I was about to say.
Right? Not surprising, but for Homebois, really taking this stage by storm, really wanting to prove themselves and their region as top contenders on the international MLBB stage. And you can even see it, right? Games played to game win-loss 2-0. So Blacklist and Geek, they gotta fight for their lives here. And even Falcons right at the bottom as well.
There's a lot of fighting that has to happen here for that top spot. And I think if Homebois just take the double over Falcons, it's over for that top spot. Blacklist and Geek Fan can only be fighting for one thing. That's knockout stage. They can't even fight for upper brackets anymore. It's lower brackets for them. Second place that they'll be fighting for if Homebois manage to get a 3-0, which is quite possible. They've beaten the top 2 favorites in that group, Blacklist and Geek Fam, back to back.
And the thing is, even if you get a slot into the playoffs, if you get number 2, you only have 1 life. You fail your first match of the day, and then that's over for the tournament life. So that your journey ends there. Like, the pressure must be paramount right now. I can't even imagine what the players are feeling right now, but what I can imagine is the information and the knowledge that they might actually be sharing on a few articles, maybe.
Well, hey, Eterna, if you're actually curious as to how they're feeling, we have exclusive interviews for you guys, and even Eterna back at home. Just download the One Esports app, exclusive on Samsung. Get it on Google Play or Samsung Galaxy Store right now, because you're missing out on a whole lot of things, not just exclusive interviews with the athletes here who are competing for the MPLI trophy, but also breaking news, hero guides, and all the goodness that can help you in your MLBB adventure.
Are you telling me if I want to be a Joy main today, I can check out the builds?
Hey, Eterna, if you want to know what's a build, if you want to know after the patch how Joy does, we can get you all that information. Whether you'll be good or not, that relies on you.
All right. So I get the app, and I also follow One Esports on social media, right?
Wait, You haven't followed One Esports on social media? Is that what
Not
you're telling
all.
me? Not
Because
all?
I didn't know that they were available on YouTube.
Well, just go on YouTube. You're probably already on YouTube, One Esports. Go and click that subscribe button because there's going to be a lot of exclusive content on One Esports' channel. But aside from YouTube, right, if you want to just get into the zone with any esports related news, MLBB in particular, go and follow us on any of your choices. Maybe you're more on Discord, you don't really like to use TikTok that much, all good. Maybe it's vice versa, you want to use TikTok more. So go ahead and check out One Esports on all the platforms that you see down below.
Don't forget. Now. Right now. Right now.
Now?
Right now.
What are we going to see right now?
Right now, we're going to see Name That Hero.
Name that hero?
So, when you were continuing casting for the next 6 matches yesterday, yes, I was in the live chat and I was arguing with the viewers about who this hero was.
I was arguing with Gani.
All right. Wait. All of the viewers that were there agreed with me. Well, not all, but most agreed that it's Diggy. So I'm going to tell you again, it's Diggy. What does Gani think it is?
Balman.
Balman? Oh, I see it actually. Actually, it might be Balman.
And this just
Guys,
goes to show
Balman?
that you guys have a big chance to actually win the 4,000 diamonds. We have people like Eterna and Gani who think that right there is either Balman or Diggy. I have no idea how they got to that conclusion, but it just shows you that the 4,000 diamonds, it's still easy to get for most of you guys who have, I wouldn't even say Leslie Vision, who have vision.
Kadira. It could be Kadira.
More
and I
diamonds
think
for
I'm
you
going to get
guys.
4,000 diamonds.
Yes, you will, but not for naming that hero, Eterna, for registering for updates. Because I know you're pretty active on the One Esports updates already. You know exactly what to follow. And if you guys can join Eterna by scanning the QR code down below here, you can register for updates, get breaking news, exclusive interviews, in-game guides, plus the 4,000 diamonds.
Oh, I love that. 8,000 diamonds in my pocket right now.
How'd you get 8?
Because it's Balman.
No, 4 plus 4. It's like
It's 9, right? Isn't
7
it?
or
I think it's 9.
or 50, right?
50? Could be. 55?
We don't math here. We just talk.
Are you sure it's not 55? Anyway, we are going straight into the first match of the day to open up Group A. It's Group A, right? Yeah. Group A, Day 2 of MPLI 2023. And with that, let's welcome the official team lineup of Nova Esports.
Good call. After a disappointing performance yesterday, they're coming in guns banging, looking for a comeback victory into the knockout stage. Nova Esports.
They want to come here and they want to prove that they are no longer just participants. Despite being a new region, they have the determination, the perseverance to push through, adapt on their toes, and find themselves and find their place here at MPLI 2023.
It's been a while. I mean, that we've heard of China, right? China's coming to MLBB. I wonder how their performance is going to be. And in their debut, honestly, it's kind of what I expected as well. I didn't expect them to be such a powerhouse in their first international tournament, but with this, they can certainly take a few good learning experiences.
And I hope they did, right? Because their upcoming opponent right now is no longer backing down as we are entering day number 2. And with that, let's pull their official team lineup.
Made in Ohio, the Ohio Brothers.
All the way from North America, ladies and gentlemen. This team, again, in the international stage, they want to push forward. They want to push through all the obstacles, being the underdog here of Group A. Let's see what they have, and do they have what it takes?
I think they do, man. Yesterday in the loss, a lot of people were already bashing TOB, despite the fact that maybe a lot of people forgot they were up against the tournament favorites. It was AP Bren that TOB lost to. It wasn't a random team that we don't know of at all in MPLI 2023. The TheOhioBrothers with the help of Dave. What do you think about their draft? I've seen mixed opinions about the draft yesterday coming into the match against AP Bren. The one with Fovius against the Nolan.
I think I spoke about it a little bit yesterday, right? I think Fovius is a really good pick. We've seen it actually working out in a different setting of drafting phase, but earlier on, I think it's a little too easy to draft around the Fovius. But if it's a Fovius last pick, then the enemy doesn't have enough time to retaliate against it. So upcoming, I understand the fundamentals. They know the fundamentals. They do have the knowledge and they do have what it takes. But in terms of execution, I think in the drafting phase, they need to play it a little bit smarter.
I think on top of that, they just need to fix a lot of the micro mistakes that happen in lane and outside of it. Team fights as well for TOB. I don't know if it's nerves getting to them. I don't know if they're still trying to get rid of the jitters, but it's something that they need to deal with ASAP. Now, in the first pick up against Nova, it seems like the Fairness will be the first ban. One of the heroes that will definitely halt a lot of their composition's strengths. TOB is a team fighting composition. You give a hero like a Fairness over to their opponent, someone who can actually give utility an extra HP bar, and it halts TOB significantly.
Definitely ruins the game plan that they initially want to go for. This hero has surprisingly really risen in popularity along with the Baxia. The Fanny, I think we saw only once yesterday.
Yep.
It was in the hands of Rebellion Zion.
Yeah, Vincent.
Vincent.
Was pretty good in that pick. The way that the new, I don't know if it's just Rebellion style of Fanny, but or maybe it's just the new Fanny in general, but the way he was able to play it wasn't the one-shot kill kind of Fanny that we all expect him to be. It's more of a, as strange as it sounds, a DPS Fanny. He comes back and forth in these team fights, just looking to poke his opponents, while the rest of the team obviously does the same thing. But they're kiting always, trying to bait in resources until the final point where all the resources have been depleted from the opposing team. Then, only then will they go for the all-in.
And I think that's just a reflection of the development of Vincent as a jungle as well. But coming back into the drafting phase here, we do see an Angela being taken out of the board. That does leave a few things open, like the Joy. So even after the patch, I had huge questions yesterday about how versatile the Joy still really is and how effective it is as a jungle. And it turns out it still does work in certain scenarios. But this time around, that's going to be a Lancelot banned out away from Best Player 1. As we all know, Best Player 1, one of
Time
the...
to drop the beat of
This time the Joy has been left open. We know Best Player 1 loves to get his hands on those assassins. TOB love to go for skirmishes around the map as well. That Joy, will it be picked up? It will be first pick for TOB. That's how much prio and how much trust they have for Best Player 1 here with Nova. Instant response, no hesitation. It's a Valentina pickup.
That's interesting. A Valentina very early on. You would assume that the Valentina would be utilized maybe in the second stage of the drafts now. Not too much prio because of the nerfs, especially towards her ultimate, but maybe they're looking for a fast clear. Maybe they're looking for a hero that's a little bit more versatile, a little bit more flexible.
We can win the race against
We'll see with the
time.
Arlet pickup as well.
Always
It's still a
on the way.
flex for certain
Your team is picking.
teams as well. We've seen it being placed in the roaming position. We've also seen it being placed as an EXP laner. But for the TheOhioBrothers, they have a certain game plan in store for us here with the Bruno as well as the Matilda. And I would say that's really strong early game.
It's pretty strong, man. They have killing pressure in the jungle, very good ganking pressure with the amount of mobility that the Joy has in her kit.
Yeah.
On top of that, a good lane on the Bruno. You're already setting up perfectly for this Bruno. And we do know what Gogo was, how Gogo was done yesterday. He was done absolutely dirty, right? Nova was not given a chance to lane properly in the gold lane. When Gogo doesn't get activated, it's almost seems like Nova can't really find another way to carry the game.
Pain.
And that's why I
It's
think
the proof
Nova are
that I'm still
underlying
alive.
the importance of holding that down as their anchor, right? With the Charizla being taken out, I think that gives Guogo a little bit more room to maneuver, especially during these team fights. The Ohio brothers, however, understand the importance of him and will actually take out the Brody. A good matchup considering against the Bruno at the moment, but there are still a few options. We've seen the Beatrix being utilized. It's not as great. Even the Irithel could work.
It could work after the nerfs though, you know, the Irithel has lost quite a bit of power. Pretty significant nerf, I would say, especially in the laning phase against Bruno. It used to be so close, but the Irithel would be able to just slightly win that matchup. Now, because of the small nerfs that happen, it seems like Bruno is just the best gold laner there is.
Yeah.
With
Me?
Your
another
team
pick,
is picking.
Wanwan.
Oh,
I'd say for the
Wanwan.
Wanwan, Wolf actually said this yesterday, but the best gold laner in MLBB right now, he said it was Wanwan.
What's her win rate though?
The better question is, what's her ban rate? She hasn't been left open for quite a while. Now it has, and the 1-1 gets picked up by Guoguo.
There you go. The 1-1 gets picked up here by Nova Esports. And one of the main questions that I wanted to ask is, why do we still see a Kaja in response to a Joy?
I think it's more so to just set up for the 1-1 as well. It's a good counter already for the Joy. Still, despite, yes, the changes of the
Exorcist of the
stoppable
dragon
dash
spirit
now, you can
here.
go for something like a Kufra, more reliable with just the bouncing ball. But I think when it comes to just efficiency, it's still that target, on target, very easy to use Divine Judgment. And it's a good lockdown for the rest of the team. But now, that's the problem, right? When you have someone helping the Joy dive into the back, who are you going to target with the Divine Judgment?
Let's play together.
See?
Your
Chang'e?
team is picking.
Even you were surprised, and you play the hero.
Wow, okay. This is the debut of Chang'e here at MPLI. I don't remember the last time I actually saw a pickup from Chang'e. I think it was even in our region, right? MPLID, I think we saw it way back when, and that was only once.
I only remember it in another tournament, not MPLID. It was a tournament before MPLID, a preseason tournament, and Bigetron were the ones using it. Vin flexed as a mid laner. He played that Chang'e, and Key went as the roamer.
I think I recall it being Bigetron as well
Yeah.
in MPLID, but it was like 3-4 maybe seasons ago. Like, it's been so
Yeah,
long
yeah.
since we've seen a Chang'e on the competitive
Back
stage.
in the day, it was Renbo, who loves to play these crazy heroes that play front to back, but this time it's Hoon, a player that a lot of people say is a mechanically gifted mid laner. For Chang'e, I don't think we're going to get to see a lot of that flashy plays that we are used to seeing from Hoon, but hey, that's a different color from Hoon, I guess. It's the Chang'e.
And I'm wondering if it'll actually work. Chang'e has really good wave clear,
I think it
especially
will.
with her ultimate. And apparently I do too.
Rashi looking kind of different today. With his hair slipped back all the way as
He
well.
has a new haircut.
An absolute Chad. He looks
No
like a Chad
glasses?
there. No glasses as well.
Huh.
Man, Rashi glue. Was that a glow up? What's the past tense of glow up? He glue up?
I think it's just a different identity.
He
So
glowed
weird.
up?
I'm not used to seeing Arashi this way. I'm pretty sure the viewers aren't as well.
Rashi with the Aaron drip.
The Aaron drip. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. The drafting phase has elapsed of the first match of the day that will signal the
5 seconds till
destiny,
the enemy reaches
the
the
future of the Ohio
Smash
Brothers
them.
and Nova Esports, the representative of North America as well as China, respectively, in this tournament. With a Chang'e being picked up as well from the Ohio Brothers. I'm actually quite curious as to see the effect and the idea of bringing this duo up.
We'll see how it works out for TOB. It's a very interesting choice to go for here. The Chang'e, yes, it has been buffed. We have seen a significant, difference, even in the ranked games myself, when I'm up against the Chang'e, but in pro play, it's completely different as well. Let's see, though. Against Nova, May is already opening up the map very aggressively. May's getting chunked quite low, but he does do quite well in this invade, getting a reset, but Supershock jumps in, and Hood should be able to pick up first blood here. One more hit is all he needs. First blood in the mid lane.
Well, there you go, right? That answers our question. The reason why they wanted to go for this particular lineup or this particular composition is the fact that they wanted to play early. Chang'e level 1, level 2, using skill 1 and skill 2, will be able to maneuver the map really quickly. Along with the Matilda, we see the effect of the maneuverability, plus the fact that the damage is already there too. And at some point, the slows are going to be a big nuisance. But my big concern is what happens if Victor goes for a snowball. Because without any escape from Chang'e, that's a really juicy target in my opinion.
I think so. Most of the members here for the side of TOB are pretty juicy targets, but that's exactly why they already have a Matilda, right? Someone to get everyone back in place, into the right position with that guiding wind. And that's why maybe TOB were so comfortable picking up a hero as immobile, as vulnerable as a Chang'e. You have a guiding wind, you basically have an extra dash on top of the flicker or sprint that you go for. And this time, by the way, I won't take this slander. Everybody in the comment section is spamming Mirror Curse. No, today will be Mirror Bless. Yesterday was 90% Mirror Curse, but I kind of forged that myself by voting for the teams that I think who will lose. This time, it's Mirror Bless. Trust me, TOB will win this. That's my prediction, sir.
Okay.
Sir.
So the TheOhioBrothers will win this. The question is, what makes you think that?
The Chang'e.
The Chang'e?
Uh-huh.
You believe in the Chang'e?
I believe in Hoon.
You believe in Hoon?
I believe in the Hoon Chang'e. The Hang'e. No.
No.
The Chun. He should have picked a better hero that rhymes with his name. I'm just saying.
Is Chun not good?
The Chun.
You don't like it?
That's actually the best. Yeah. Chang'e and Hoon.
Chun.
The Chun combo. We'll see if the Chun can work this time around. I actually really, really like that name. Chun. They turned us creative with their names.
But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are experiencing some troubleshooting. Give us some time. Stay patient with us. We want to make sure that both Nova Esports and the TheOhioBrothers can play as maximally as they can. We also want to give you guys the best viewing experience. So we'll let them clear their thing while you listen to the English podcast.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the MPLI 2023 English podcast with Mirko
and Arashi.
What's up, Arashi?
Hey, man.
Did you just try to make your voice deeper? That sounded so weird. No,
hey,
no,
man.
it didn't.
Hey, man. No?
Nice try, nice try. Oh my god, Eterna trying to make a deep voice.
You gotta commit.
Is that how you commit? Is that the level of commitment you have? Because that was pretty bad.
By making like a deep voice.
Stop.
Okay,
Stop.
stop.
It's not working. But Arashi, I do have a question for you actually. Nova, do you think they're going to be able to actually learn and change, adapt that fast into the meta? One loss, it was a pretty bad loss as well. Yesterday against Dewa United, against COB, do you think they can make those changes happen instantly in a day? Or do you think it's done for them?
Oh, you're talking to me.
You're Arashi.
I thought you were talking to Arashi.
Wasn't the gimmick?
I thought it was over.
Wasn't the gimmick like you were gonna make a deep voice just to try to become Arashi
Oh, I'm
or
sorry.
something?
I thought it was over. Here, let me try.
Well, according to me, I think that Nova has a chance to improve, but it depends on who's guiding them. And the issue is, against the TheOhioBrothers, they're just so good at taking advantage of teams that have lack of experience.
Wait, Eterna, that was pretty good.
Yeah?
Wait.
You like my impression?
That impression was spot on.
Thank you.
It's almost like you are Arashi.
You said I needed to commit, so I wanted to commit to the bit.
Even the analysis was good.
Thank you. I listen to Arashi a lot.
Props to you, man. Wait, I did not expect the impression to be that good. Now, W Eterna for that impression, 100%. Definitely nothing fishy going on backstage, like giving a mic over to another guy. Nah. That's not how we do things here.
But what do you think? To answer your own question, do you think they have what it takes?
I've been saying this for a long time, but unfortunately, I feel like it's 3 months just not enough for a team to be able to just pick up a game and instantly be able to become powerhouses in that game. In the esport title, where a lot of different countries have had so much more time, so much more experiences as well. This is their first international tournaments, and on top of that, 3 months.
I agree. I think they do need a little bit of time. I completely agree with everything you said. But the great thing is they have a lot of examples of powerhouses. They have a lot of things to watch, a lot of VODs to watch. They have a lot of things that they can take from the Philippines as one of the largest, or I could even say the largest powerhouse right now, as well as Indonesia. So there are a lot of examples, and I think that sure, it will take time, but at some point they will be able to get there. And that's what I love about new regions joining. I'm excited to see their potential.
I think the potential is something we can definitely look forward to, but unfortunately it just takes a bit longer, right? You cannot argue that, oh, it's just that simple. Of course, Nova Esports are tenacious, but every single team in MPLI right now, they're also struggling. They're also hungry for victory. So there's no way that with tenacity alone, you can achieve the same level of success.
Wait, huh? What was that voice? What was that? What?
That was my impression of Arashi.
That was really good too.
We do really good Arashi impressions
but
here
wait
on
a
the
minute.
English desk. Seems like Nova wants to go in though. Mielo gets out just barely with a guiding win. Ladies and gentlemen, we've resumed back into the game. 2-0 start for TOB. They're gonna go straight for the turtle. That's a good furious time to read out where May is. Even a Black Dragon for committed in, but Zia, or Ziri rather, goes in with a circling eagle and Toon! Getting the turtle with the meteor shower. My goodness! What did you call it? Chun!
Chun! It's Chun! And that actually will propel the TheOhioBrothers forward here in the early game, just like their game plan. They wanted to rush the early game. They wanted to be able to gain that momentum and prevent Victor, who I think they had an idea of who he was going to be picking up, the Martis, who relies heavily on Snowball. The fact is now the TheOhioBrothers are standing at a almost 2k gold lead in the first 3 minutes of the game. And now it's Nova Esports. It's now up to Nova Esports to, create their own story here. What do they want to go for? Do they want to stay a little bit more patient? Do they need to wait for that mid-game power spike? What's their game plan?
Well, right now for TOB, their game plan is just utilize Chun in this mid lane through clearing waves, to even going for neutral objectives. That's something that's super underrated about the Chang'e, right? You're able to clear waves so fast that basically guarantees that you'll have mid control. Against a lot of teams who want to look for mid control through trades, you can just do this and rotate across the map so fast that Nova really doesn't have any way to react to it in time, and Zia just picks up the entirety of the turret with the rest of the team. That's turret number 1. Up top, taken, blitzed.
They're rotating as 4 now. That's how quick this rotation is, and they're looking for more. Ziri actually forced to retreat a little, but a cute thing that you can utilize with the Chang'e is not just pressure on the neutral objectives, but at some point you can utilize that meteor shower to steal some buffs. So I'm not really sure if that's something that they want to go for, but that definitely is a possibility. And Nova Esports, they need to be very wary of it. The fact that you can blitz something so quick, so fast, without anyone knowing is definitely something that they have in their sleeves right now.
And that's the beauty of the Bruno. So oppressive early on. The Divine Judgment only locking super shot down, but it's a good Decimate to take him out. Now re-engage from the side of TOB, but they're not able to find a lockdown onto anyone just yet. Down below, though, we do see that Zia's having a good time just eating up those turret plates.
I actually want to throw in a question for Arashi that he could maybe answer later on. Ziri picked up a Clock of Destiny, and I'm considering whether or not it's an efficient choice of itemization for a Valentina here, and I think that was first. Whoa!
Mielo used the Petrify earlier, and now he's going to lose out on it. Best player 1 still saving the play for the team, getting the Retribution down, and even a kill on top of it. Best player 1 diving in, double kill, picked up by BP1.
Oh, okay. So it does look there are going to be some trades here. A 2-for-1 still in favor of the TheOhioBrothers. However, it is the TheOhioBrothers that win out in the neutral objectives. A 2-for-1, but you can say that the TheOhioBrothers still win that trade out, especially now that Zia has managed to get yet another turret in that bottom side.
And he's not stopping. He'll continue to go for more and more, stacking these turrets up, just collecting it like he's a collector. And there's nothing Nova can really do about it except sending the 1-1 up top to look for some farm, because TOB, the way that they've been sieging with the Bruno, hasn't been just the Bruno getting lane damage. No, it's been mid-control wave clear from Chun with that meteor shower instantly to a rotation in the other lanes, mainly the Bruno lane, to get him that much pressure.
And therefore, Nova Esports, they're kind of caught in their own minds right now. They need to adapt quick, and this is the ultimate test for them.
Black Dragon form used up. Ziri gonna be the target here, but a suppression there locks him down for a bit. Divine Judgment delays the inevitable, but Ziri will still fall. It's still gonna be Sad Boy who jumps in with a vengeance. May recalling just in time. Barely gets out. That's 3 for 0, though, still for the North American representatives.
Oh, Milo, he's looking very aggressive. Put some damage onto Victor, but only to flex onto him right now. Victor, I don't think he can take this.
I don't think so. He has to back off on top of everything the TOP are throwing at him. There's a meteor shower as well that can actually be used to steal this purple buff away. Final Slash Flicker, though. That's a good combo. Zia still able to dash out as the Circling Eagle comes in as well. And that's why TOB's composition is so dynamic. They're vulnerable, but they have so much utility to get these vulnerable targets out.
They have range. They have range. That's the thing, right? The Meteor Shower is such a good zoning tool, and now to make things worse, Hoon has already picked up the Ice Queen Wand. So with the range, with the additional slows coming in from the Ice Queen Wand, Nova needs to think fast. They need to think quick. May actually opted for an Athena shield, which is quite curious to me.
It's quite interesting.
Very.
I mean, the fact that he is up against Chun and Joy, right? There's so much magic damage. There's technically basically burst damage from these two. We usually expect a Radiant armor being built up here. You're up against a Joy and even a Chang'e that maybe just wants to get in and get out ASAP. Victor's got the right idea, wants to stay in at this Meteor Shower and soak it in for the rest of the team with that Radiant armor.
Well, that makes sense, right? I mean, that's the kind of the entire game plan of Akaja. You want to get in, get your Divine Judgment on the most important member or whoever you're targeting at the moment and dive right out. So hopefully he can get the maximum defense out of that item, but maybe later on Arashi can actually dive into it a little bit more in detail. But here we go, the TheOhioBrothers.
That's a Black Dragon form looking to just dive into the back, and Homebois disappears. It's a Final Slash. Mielo still able to get the Furious Dive back as well, but Zia just melts down the members of Nova like they're nothing. Sad Boy disappeared.
See ya later.
That was pretty good.
Thank you.
See ya later. Walks back up, or slides back in, I would say, on that Bruno. Looking for a good chunk down. One basic attack in the help of Chun gets Victor and May down low. That's a Flicker Divine Judgment now connecting on towards the side of Hoon. And that's even a Circling Eagle to the back with Ziri chasing him down. Hoon's gonna be falling, and they are trying to still dive in. It's a 1-for-1 in the end with a base turret taken by TOB.
So that's exactly the mission of the TheOhioBrothers. All they wanted to was get a little bit of an opening onto the base turret of Nova Esports, and they were able to do that, but with the price of Hoon's life. Either or, the TheOhioBrothers still has the control, especially with this 8k gold lead. You can see them continuously putting forward pressure onto Nova Esports, denying them any source of vision or information, and they're going to be able to blitz this Lord, no problem. The TheOhioBrothers, 9 minutes in, almost 10 minutes in, complete control.
It's very chaotic despite the fact that they have a 9,000 gold lead, but that's how the TheOhioBrothers like to do it, right? They love chaotic team fights, love chaotic skirmishes, and their composition is also built for those chaotic skirmishes. So as long as they are able to find these mechanical duels, they should come out on top.
We'll see. Nova Esports, is there a certain way? Are we waiting for a certain thing here? Because you mentioned the Wan. Does she not... Will she not be able to do something later on, or is it just too late? Looking at the pressure coming from the TheOhioBrothers.
It might be too late with a Meteor Shower coming crashing down into the mid lane with Best Player 1 just zoning everyone away with the help of the Black Dragon form from Mielo as well. That's a free base turret. They used 1 minion wave. Usually expect a few waves crashing down to force a big siege to happen. Even in the bottom lane, just 1 cannon minion gets them the base turret, and now it's Sad Boy. He uses the Final Slash. That's going to be the Circling Eagle to the back by Super Shark, all the zone, and give Chun all the damage necessary to end the game in 10 minutes. TOB with a dominant win over Nova Esports.
A big victory for the North American representatives, the TheOhioBrothers, proving that they are a team that has what it takes to stay in their tournament, to stay in their journey towards the playoffs, and to prove that their region has something to offer. Here it is, Nova Esports losing yet another point, which means that their classmate in their group has fallen to 4th. It's a challenging time for this new region. How many more games do they have? Do they have
They have one more.
one more game?
One more. They're going to have to hope for a tiebreaker of some sorts, but I don't think that's even possible now with AP Bren being that dominant.
They're at 2-0, AP Bren.
If AP Bren go 3-0, there's no chance of a tiebreaker for Nova and they'll be knocked out.
It's a big road ahead. It's a steep road ahead for the Chinese region here, Nova Esports. And with that, let's break it down. Arashi, take it away.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the real Arashi segment, finally. That was great impressions from our casters, and what a great game for the TheOhioBrothers. Unfortunately, for Nova Esports, they're just forced to admit defeat, just forced to face the difference in experience, the difference in skill to a degree as well. But of course, it all begins in the drafting phase, in the game plan. From the drafting phase, you can tell that Nova Esports, they were going to go for a very assassin-heavy ban. So they're trying to go for a strong backline, probably setting up for the 1-1, like Mirko mentioned. Wolf did say it is one of the stronger gold laners right now. So they seem to be tunneling more onto that. But then, there's still the Joy Open, first of all. And afterwards, there's that Chun hype train, man. Chun. Bad joke. But I think that the mid lane was just so well orchestrated because it's a bit underrated. It's going to be a Chang'e and a Mathilda. So in a 2v2, not exactly a skirmish, but in trades, when they're contesting the wave clear, it's so difficult to actually come out on top against Mathilda and Chang'e because they both do good amounts of damage, but at the same time, they also have a great amount of shielding. So when you go 2v2 against that, you don't usually come out on top, and with both of them going with the Wilderness Blessing, they just end up roaming a lot faster and a lot more frequently compared to the laners of Nova Esports, and that just results in a very heavy snowballing effect because now your mid lane and jungle essentially are always free to make plays around the map, and then once that spills over to the EXP lanes and the gold lanes, man, that's a lot of pressure because those laners are also very aggressive. But of course, let's take a look at the MVP, man. Who could it be? I think it's most likely the Chun, but it's gonna be best player 1 on the Joy again and again, finding ways to actually save plays that look a bit bleak, a bit disastrous for the TheOhioBrothers. The Joy was just so aggressive, so good. And unfortunately, despite going up against a Kaja, it really just was not enough crowd control to really deter best player 1 from just going in, getting kills, getting objectives. And even though he's being all that aggressive, he has 0 deaths. If you look at his emblems, it is going to be the lethal ignition for that extra bit of damage that might catch you off guard. But the in-game equipment is where the real terror comes. It's a Starlium Scythe for a bit of true damage, a bit of burst-heavy true damage, in line with the hero's kit, but afterwards a Holy Crystal, and then a Blood Feather. It's a combination of a high amount of magical power, I think 175 from the Blood Feather, and then a percentage increase with the Holy Crystal that just allows for a huge amount of damage, and with everyone just scrambling, everyone from Nova Esports was still scrambling to get their core items, their damage items. They don't really have the right amount of gold to really try and itemize defensively against both Best Player 1 and Zia on the Bruno, which results in a very devastating combination of everyone standing in the front line just not lasting long enough to make a difference. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here, because it was a bit chaotic, but I think at the end of the day, you can see that there's some formula. There is a method to the madness of the TheOhioBrothers. Of course, it all starts with a very heavy roam, going to the side lanes, and despite having the Kaja and the Martis on the hands of Victor, Nova Esports just could not find the right advantage, the right control. And with the Yuzong, that also means that the Turtle take very heavily sides towards the TheOhioBrothers. Even though here, turns out it's Hoon on the Chang'e who actually secures that Turtle. So, of course, there are rough edges that needs to be sanded out, but look at this. Once Nova Esports commit, it's very difficult for the TheOhioBrothers to find something as reliable But when there's an objective that they can use to really bait Nova Esports to commit towards them, they have so many slows, so much shielding, so much mobility that they can pick and choose what time do they really want to go in or just step out. And that's the problem here. Whenever Nova can't really dictate when they want to take the fight, the TheOhioBrothers just find a very easy flank, a very easy maneuver around, and it's very, very difficult. You can make the argument that Nova Esports maybe should give up some of these objectives in order to avoid being cut off from their base, but at this point there's just not enough control, and like I mentioned, the damage is insane. Chang'e isn't exactly a burst hero, but when you're this far ahead, or actually when you're this far behind as Nova Esports, it really feels like a burst hero doesn't really matter. Same thing can be said for the Bruno, because as we take into the item builds, there's still the mana boots for Bruno on for Xia on the Bruno, knowing that he's gonna need a bit more mana to actually get all the resources that he requires. For Super Shark, it's pretty straightforward. Getting more cooldown, getting more mana generation, and then straight for the Flask of the Oasis. Yes, it has been nerfed, but when you can apply it to so many people, I think the value is still very much there. Itina posed the question earlier about the Athena shield on the Kaja. I do feel like in the situation, knowing that you are a pick-off facilitator, going for the Athena might have some value, because even though eventually, with the damage piling up from the Chang'e, from the Matilda, you do get taken out easier, when you can survive for the initial burst, then maybe you can have a bit more survivability when you're trying to scout out in the bushes, when they're trying to jump on you, and perhaps go for a bit of a lockdown with the Divine Judgment before getting taken out anyways. So you can make an argument for the Radiant Armor, but in this case, I think it's still a very difficult choice regardless, because you are 10k gold behind, and if you look at the kill stats, it's only on Ziri on the Valentina. The Clock of Destiny, like you mentioned, like Itana mentioned, it's not really a core item anymore. But if you want to go for a bit more HP, right, when you want to have some more survivability, being close range, you can go for that option. And maybe here, with how behind they were, with how risky they are forced to play, maybe it's an okay pick. I think only time will tell when we see the other teams, the other players, play their own versions of their Valentina. But for now, that's Nova Esports just falling further down in the standings, and that's the TheOhioBrothers showing how they are made in Ohio. Of course, it's just not the end of the day just yet, so soon we're gonna throw you guys back to Mirko and Eterna, because we've only just started, so let's go straight into game number 2.
I mean, that was great. It's great analysis for both of these teams, especially how TOB got that victory. But I just have one question to Arashi, to you, Eterna, to Trex, who's restreaming, and to all the North American fans. If Best Player 1 is so good, why isn't there a Best Player 2 yet?
I don't get it.
You guys get it, right?
Can someone DM me? Because
Someone DM her. Try to explain. I don't want to explain it on broadcast.
I don't get it, but please DM me. But like Arashi mentioned earlier on, we are going straight into the second match of the day. It's going to be AP Bren, the Filipino representative, going back-to-back with Nova Esports, who has to go... Wow, that's... I mean, after that loss, and you got to reset that quick, being inexperienced, I would say, in the league, and then you have to go against the tournament favorites, the powerhouse currently of the Philippines. Let's give them a little bit of time.
I literally just mentioned that AP Bren can go 3-0, but if they go 3-0, then Nova has zero chance. I completely forgot that we have AP Bren versus Nova next.
Yep.
Oh man, that's a decider of Group A, guys.
Things can happen. Miracles do happen. So we'll see. We'll give them some time to recalibrate themselves, especially for Nova Esports, as they just did lose against the TheOhioBrothers. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight to a break. It won't be long, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll see you after.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that short break as we are about to dive in straight into game number 2 between AP Bren and Nova Esports. Here on the caster stand, it's going to be with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko over here, who, I gotta say, does an impeccable Arashi impression. I'm still impressed.
You do one that's very, very good as well.
Thank you.
We just have really good Arashi impressions here on the English stand.
We've
but
known him for so long.
We have. We have known him for so long, and I also have known Ogwen for so long. And that's why when I walked out earlier, I saw Coach Ducky, I saw Ogwen. The first thing I had to ask to Ogwen, the man with the most kills on AP Bren despite being a roamer, was, Ogwen, you know you're a roamer, right? And he said, yeah. So he does.
So he knows.
It's not a mistake. It was a calculated play.
But what do you think about that? Giving kills over to the roamer? Because that's not something that we commonly see. And is it fruitful to the end game of their plan?
I think especially on the Arlet, it's honestly pretty good, right? You get to those item power spikes much earlier into the game compared to other roamers. And with the damage that you already have in the base stat, getting more levels as you go, more kills, will in turn make you just more powerful.
I get that, but what about the roam boots?
Still, I mean, you get the kills, right? Overall, with the kills, you get XP, you get gold, so it still helps you level up. And
it doesn't hinder it.
It doesn't really do it, no.
Okay. I just needed to make sure. Like, I needed to make sure about, Vin's impeccable journey too. I love that word right now, impeccable.
Impeccable, and it truly was impeccable because I watched it as well, man. His journey from RRQ to Bigetron Alpha to all the teams that he's been, man. I was really inspired and motivated by...
How inspired?
Super, impeccably motivated by his mini documentary on Omni by FWD.
So that's why he casted for 12 hours straight and still woke up today.
Exactly. It's all because of the mini documentaries. Not actually, it's more of EVOS brand ambassador Una.
Ooh.
Her mini documentary.
Hers was good too.
Because it's more relatable, right? Because as talents, we can relate more to brand ambassadors over players who our 12-hour shifts are normal for them.
That's true. But what's not normal is how I still can't stop thinking about Meiji.
You know what?
I'm going to open a new one. I'll open the non-double choco one.
What flavor is that?
This is the choco biscuit with filled chocolate. So it's not a chocolate biscuit like the double choco. This is like a normal biscuit, but with the chocolate inside.
So it's a normal chocolate. Go ahead and check it out, guys, because I have to be honest with you guys, too. Yeah, I can relate to Eterna. It's so unnatural, right? Because most of the times when we have snacks in the talent room, we usually just ignore it for the most part. We get the drinks and stuff, but
yeah,
Hello Panda is personally in our talent room, it's always finished. And they have to start restocking this, man, because we're about to finish a whole batch of Hello Panda from all the different flavors. We've tried them all, and I don't know if this is fortunate or unfortunate, but everything tastes so good. So unfortunately, they're gonna have to restock. But fortunately, Hello Panda is good. That good. This is it. This is the ad. Just Eterna, ASMR, Hello Panda. While you're doing that, Eterna, I'll take over. Enjoy your snacks. You guys on the Samsung phones, go and get the exclusive One Esports app on the Google Play Store or the Samsung Galaxy Store. Notice how I had to, crouch a little to reach to this dwarf's height. Anyway, stay on top of trending news and exclusives with the One Esports app.
I don't see it.
See what?
The dwarf.
You don't need to see the dwarf, Eterna. It's fine. Maybe you can try to look for the dwarf later on. The viewers definitely see the dwarf. But we also have, aside from the app, that's only Samsung exclusive, Miracle, Eterna, where do I find more One Esports goodness aside from that?
Don't worry. Okay, because we're on TikTok, we're on Instagram, we're on X, we're on Discord, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, and we're also on Twitch. So whichever you're most active on, don't worry, we got you covered. You can still stay, in the zone.
In the One Esports space.
In the One Esports space, wherever you are.
In the environment. The
Wherever
One
you are.
Esports environment. The One environment.
Rise above.
Rise above. That's the tagline for MPLI 2023. And Name That Hero is the event that Eterna is horrible at.
Why do you say that?
'Cause you
Because
guessed-
you don't know who it is.
I do, but if I say it, then
He
I'll
doesn't
be in
know.
trouble.
He's pretending like he knows, but he doesn't know.
Bro, it's so easy.
Okay, then name it.
It's Mia.
It's literally not.
What is it then?
I
Eterna, what is that? What is
I
that?
asked the production team.
You didn't.
I
What do you
did.
mean you no? That
What did you think I was doing in the 10-minute break? I was asking, hey,
Sit
it's
next to
Diggy,
Momo-chan.
right? And then they're like,
Momo-chan is
yeah, it's
production.
Diggy.
no. Eterna, stop. All right. We gotta give it. Maybe
Who do you
we,
trust?
Who do you trust? Diggy
Trust
or
me
Mia?
or Mirko?
Diggy or Mia? Or do you trust Gani?
We'll wait for your answers in the comments. And I will memorize your names.
Most of them are saying Mia right there.
No,
Most
they're
of them
saying-
will
they're
get
saying
4,000
Diggy.
diamonds. The guys who say Diggy will not get diamonds.
We'll get 4,000 diamonds from me.
They'll get 4,000 diamonds. Oh, sure. Yes, go ahead and contact Eterna for the 4,000 diamonds and then also register for updates for an extra 4,000 diamonds on top of the diamonds that she's already giving you guys. So 4 plus 4, quick maths, that's 8.
It's 9.
Close enough.
You know, someone DM'd me yesterday.
What did
They're
they
like,
say?
Eterna, you do know that 4 plus 4 is 8, right? Not 9.
And then what
And I
did you
was
say?
like, really? Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we always get our the correct answers here in the desk, right? I mean, we calculate instantly and
Yeah,
we make,
it's like 10 plus 5 is 16.
now I know why we became casters. It's because we're super smart. You know who else is super smart though? The team who is right now undefeated, Eterna.
It's AP Bren.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring out their official team lineup. Paso.
Still undefeated, looking to make their mark here with an undefeated group stage run, just like they did at ISF. It's AP Bren, the Hive.
The Hive, all the way from the Philippines. The current powerhouse of the Philippines. Being able to make it all through the regular season up until the playoffs to get that #1 position. They're looking as the strongest, the favorites in MPLI, and oh, they're looking really chill as well.
They gotta stay composed, as they gotta also stay very, very calm. The momentum of the first 2 wins should not get to their heads. Meanwhile, for Nova, it's a complete reset.
It's a different scenario, different situation for them right now. And on that flip side, we are going to take a look at their official team lineup.
Will they be able to get their first win at MPLI 2023, their first ever international tournament? 0-2 in the group stages right now in Group A, bottom last, 4th place. Nova Esports, they need to get 1 win here to show the haters that they're in it to win it.
Our representatives from China, they are praying to the MLBB gods right now to shine some light onto them. They need to break it to make it if they still want to continue during MPLI 2023.
At this point, up against the tournament favorites, I'd much rather have them go for something crazy, right? They've been going for very standard, very good draft, by the way. Nova, despite them losing both their matches, I feel like their drafts were okay. They got the 1-1, they knew their prio, they got the Arlet as well. They know the meta, but it just like, it feels the 3 months just wasn't enough for the players to really adapt to the game, to start playing in that high level. And if we're talking about high level, maybe we can just say the last 2 teams that they faced off was high level. This matchup for them, they're not up against high level, they're up against peak level.
For me personally, it's one thing to understand the meta and to understand what's usable and to make it your own. And I think that's something that I've seen from several teams from the Philippines where they understand the meta, but they can make it into their own. They find the loopholes of the meta to be 1 or 2 steps ahead. And I think that is what Nova Esports is lacking right now. We'll see if in the past few minutes, 10, 15 minutes, that they've been able to make some minor changes towards this. It's a long shot, honestly, we gotta say, but let's head into the drafting phase to see what it's all about. Again, very similar to what we've seen before, the Fairmist does get taken away here by AP Bren. Meanwhile, Nova will still secure that ban on to Nolan.
I will choose
Fairmist ban, Nolan ban, still, well, that's the Arlet respect towards the side of Victor. Despite the fact that Arlet was a hero that they used earlier, they lost on, it's still respected over by AP Bren, knowing that it's still a hero with amazing playmaking, amazing CC. That final slash reverted back to almost its prime state, and obviously the base damage adjustments as well. Despite the fact that AP Bren, I thought, were the ones who maybe wanted to go for the Arlet pick here, reflects it to the final stage as they did yesterday.
Maybe they know that a lot of people are aware of that already. Maybe they want to see Ogun on his, signature hero. Maybe we'll see a Minotaur here come through for AP Bren. Definitely still up in the air. Baxia going to be taken out, reducing that high mobility hero that can carry through in that early game. And a similar hero as well, the Fanny, is also eliminated.
Still got to respect it from Cal Teasy, one of the best assassin junglers in the game right now. We've seen that he's a very multidimensional jungler. Despite the fact he's been known basically for the assassin jungles, he plays a very, very mean utility jungle as well. Fanny, Joy, Nolan. It's 3 bans onto Cal Teasy. Nova has a lot of respect towards Cal Teasy, and for AP Bren, will they try to pick Kyle Teasy's pick early on? Nope. They'll secure Super Marco's pick with a Bruno. A very tough laner to go up against. If whatever you pick, right? Even the 1-1 just earlier, we saw that Nova wasn't able to withstand the power of Zia on that Bruno.
I mean, you cut one hero down and another grows in its place. So you target Kyle Teasy here from the side of AP Bren, but Super Marco gets a comfortable hero in that Bruno. And I think that's something that they still need to be aware about. Nova Esports, however, they are going to go with the Matilda this time around and the Terizla, so a little bit more control in these team fights. And obviously, perhaps they saw the versatility and the utility coming in from the Matilda in the game that they lost earlier on against the TheOhioBrothers, and they actually pick up the Matilda for themselves.
Again, for the drafts, I don't think Nova's problem has been draft at all. I think their drafts have always been very, very good, very, very solid. It's just the fact that the execution doesn't match the draft. And for AP Bren, they're trying to break that curse as well for the Guinevere. Abysmal win rate here at MPLI 2023, but with the Guinevere picked up by AP Bren, a team who has yet to lose, they're trying to raise that percentage to an okay level.
And we finally get to see the Edith being picked up again here.
Finally.
0% win rate though. 3 times picked, 0% win rate.
They want to change the win rates, man.
No.
They want to try to break the pattern.
Like Blacklist did yesterday
on the
Guinevere. So we'll see if that actually does come through. Edith, however, is still a flex. Will it be in the roam position or will it be in the EXP lane? Because for sure we know exactly where the heroes from Nova are going. Valentina mid, Matilda roam, Terizla and the EXP. There's not much room for any surprise that we honestly were expecting from them here in this game.
With the Valentina pick, they ban out Novaria. They just take it away from AP Bren, knowing that AP Bren, with this kind of composition, getting something like a Novaria will be great for them to just read out a lot of the ambush plays that Nova will be looking to go for with that Terizla, with these initiations. Meanwhile, for the side of AP Bren, they can just take out the gold laners, right? Just like we saw from TOB earlier, they can take out the Brody, heroes that have a decent lane against the Bruno.
Is that the only hero that is decent in lane against the Bruno? Brody?
Brody's the only one who can really like have a say as to how this matchup is played. The second one, the 1-1. Like we said earlier, and the 1-1's the one that's going to be banned out by AP Bren. Guoguo might find himself in a tough spot here with Bruno, Wan, and possibly the Brody coming next.
So Brody, Wan, possible bans out from AP Bren. Nova, meanwhile, they put their respects onto the mid lane, right? With the Novaria, with the Lilia. They're taking away the control, the mid lane control away, understanding that they already picked up a Valentina. They lost heavily because of that mid-game rotation that OhioBrothers actually was able to put onto them, and they're learning from their mistakes. Is Chang'e an option for AP Bren? I mean, there are other heroes that are still available.
Oh man.
Possibility of maybe a Farsa.
You're right. I mean, they can go for something crazy. They can go for the Chang'e in the mid lane for few. A veteran of the game as well knows exactly how to utilize that hero. It might be a bit too...
Risky?
No, not risky. Weird for AP Bren. I've never seen few play the Chang'e. It's a bit too predictable.
Ooh.
Few likes it crazy.
Alright.
Phovius mid. He's played a lot of crazy picks in the mid lane. Yeah, I think it was AP Bren that started the Fredrin mid meta as well back in ISF. So we'll see. For AP Bren, maybe they want to go for the normal choices here against the Brody like we mentioned earlier. It's going to be picked up. Farsa will be really, really good. Just outrange the Brody, poke him down from afar, make him a non-factor, or go for a crazy pick in the mid lane. Few's known for it.
I think Farsa's a little bit...
Lancelot.
I understand the advantage of it, the benefit of having the Farsa, but I think it's just too vulnerable. There you go.
It's a bit too predictable to go for the Chang'e. If you're Few, if you know Few, he likes to go for crazy picks, and it's the Gusion in the mid lane against Nova. For AP Bren, they want to get their third win. They're undefeated run in group stage, but they want to do it in style.
The first time we've seen the Gusion in so long, and it comes back as a mid laner in the hands of AP Bren. Meanwhile, the Chinese rep Nova Esports will pick up the Xborg. Does that mean that's an Xborg jungle?
Yes,
it should be. Because there's a Terizla, should be for the EXP lane. There's a unanimous talent prediction today. It's a mere bless today. Yeah. What did you predict for the first match?
TOB.
TOB, and they won.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see.
Very hard prediction that I made there. You know, it was a hot take. But this time around, I don't think it's a hot take. I think a lot of people agree with AP Bren. But we'll see, man. Nova could definitely pull off a big upset here. 0-2. Nothing's on the line for them. No pressure at all. Few playing that Gusion in the mid lane. For AP Bren, they have a good mix of dive as well.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome you to the second match of the day. Welcome to MPLI 2023, match 14, day number 2. We're going to see Nova Esports from China go head-to-head against the MPLI Giants from the Philippines, AP Bren. All the odds are stacked against them. Let's see if they can pull in a miracle.
It's not just the Gusion in the mid lane, but they've also flexed the Guinevere to the roam. It's not going to be the jungle. We'll see what Ogwen can do with this. And it's also the Edith flex into the XP. A whole lot of flexing from AP Bren this game.
Why do they always do this to us?
They got to make us think, man. They really got to do it.
We expect one thing and we get another. The genius that is AP Bren right now.
It's been masterful for them in MPLI 2023. Again, 2-0. Looking to get the first 3-0 in MPLI group stage.
It's looking good for them as well. For here in the first few minutes of this match, we do see things be quite passive. Both teams just getting a feel out of one another. But Ogwen, is he going on a pick here? Or is he just... Okay, he's just posturing here.
He's just posturing, trying to get some vision on the map to see what Nova are actually trying to do. Because with the Xborg in the jungle, it's some super fast clear that he has to play with. Meanwhile, even in the bottom lane, despite the Brody, well, this is the reason the Brody is a good matchup, or you know, a matchup that can go even against the Bruno. You have a lot of range, a lot of all-in pressure as well, and good trades. Meanwhile, Caltizi just picks up a little invade there in the enemy jungle. Victor doing the same, trying to go for that top side, but will only find the gold buff.
And I want to know what's the idea with Few here on the Gusion. Is he looking for pressure? trying to look for fast clear in the mid lane, trying to pressure the side lanes, to look for picks, to look for pressure, to get that winning matchup. What's the idea here? Because now it looks like he's rotated up top.
Is to get that level 4, Ogwen sent into the mid lane as well. They need this level 4 to contest for the neutral objective, and Few is already doing it, has level 4, it's an onward and an Earth Shatter, but Sad Boy gets out with a flicker. Few has to respect the damage reduction, the fact that he cannot one-shot Terizla. But Nova, this might be the first neutral objective win that they can get. Ogwen jumps into the safe zone migration and the Violet Requiem, and it's going to be Victor who secures the first turtle of the game and even first blood against the tournament favorites.
That's it, Ogwen getting taken out in the first few minutes, but meanwhile, Guo
The bottom lane, the torn apart memory gets him out. A good laning phase for him. Even View looking for the play down below. One more shot and Super Marco gets the last hit.
The instant clapback coming in from AP Bren, a trade for kills, but Nova still was able to secure that neutral objective earlier on in that turtle. But by taking Guo, I think that's quite worth. Victor though.
Whoa, Ogwen is the one who actually secures it for AP Bren. And at this point of the game, AP Bren only holding a 200 gold lead. Definitely not something we are used to seeing from the AP Bren and MPLI 2023 from their match against TOB and even their match against Dewa. Violet Requiem with a spatial migration. Siri taken out.
It's only been 3 minutes though. Maybe it requires a little bit more time for AP Bren to start doing AP Bren things. Does anything stand out in terms of emblems? It looks like Few is looking for a lot more damage as well in his choices.
Not really, yeah. It's just the standard choices for both these teams right now. The only thing that I can mention is, yeah, the Lethal Ignition, that is the choice for Few. He's going to be able to dish out a lot of damage with his burst, but if he misses that or if he doesn't get it, it's going to be quite tough. Heck, even if he gets shut down early, it's going to be a problem, a big hurdle for AP Bren. Doesn't look like they're going to stop anytime soon, though. It's going to be a cancel with that onward by Flap TZ on that penalty zone, and even a Thorn Rose to dodge away from that penalty zone to get the kill over. 3-1 with a turtle spawning in 13 seconds.
In the gold lane, we do see that Super Marco has a little bit of an edge, especially with the kill that was put onto Guogo earlier on by AP Bren's gank. The fact that Super Marco already has a Haas clause will also give him a little bit more sustainability in that trade when they do go for that 1v1. But Matilda will actually be rotating downwards as they're setting up for the next neutral objective.
Spatial migration from Ogwen gets 2 and Caltizi gets the retry. They're gonna go all in into the back, and May and Victor falls victim to the dash. The penalty zone though. From the side of Sad Boy, Guogo has the free hit, gets the torn apart memory. Oh no! It's out of range. The spatial migration knocks Sad Boy back up. This game, he truly is a Sad Boy. He gets the penalty zone, he gets the setup, but the follow-up was just not there.
3-4-0 trade in favor of AP Bren. We were talking about that small lead that AP Bren were able to amount for themselves. No way, Guo.
It's another dive attempt for the side of AP Bren onto Guo, but it's a guiding win from May to provide Guo with some safety under that turret.
Either way, it's still a 4K gold lead being created by AP Bren in the first 5 minutes of the game. And we finally get to see the value of the Gushin pick in that team fight earlier on, as everyone was wreaking havoc, dealing the damage. Oh, gotta wait, Victor.
That's an onward and Earth Shatter. Victor taken out, assassinated by the Edith and the Lancelot together. Few still here, just roaming around the map looking for a play. Meanwhile, Ogwen hiding in that bush, getting the position of 3 of Nova's members. Heck, add 1 in with Ziri rotating over. Caltizi jumps through the Phantom Execution to help with the Violet Requiem. Locks Sad Boy down for them to free hit and take a kill. Ogwen, the roamer, with his first kill this game.
The ball is rolling. The ball is rolling for AP Bren like we see in the previous matches as well, and it's starting to hurt Nova Esports dearly. The fact that they've lost a lot of turrets in the mid and the top side means that they don't have much spatial control over the map, especially now that the next neutral objective is about to spawn. 12 seconds. And back to the point of Gushin. When the team fight elapsed, when they were going for a front-to-back team fight, Gushin was able to dive into the backline, deal some damage onto Ziri and May. And that actually was able to give them a little bit of an edge.
And now they're just chaining objectives together. Ogwen in the bottom lane, drops into Valor Requiem to actually cancel out the penalty zone, and now is able to walk out of it. But with a 4-man collapsing onto him, it's a bit too tough to let go, to get out. AP Bren just look for a trade elsewhere. They get the jungler and trade a roamer.
That's not good.
Well, it is good if you're looking at it with AP Bren's perspective. And hey, Flap TZ just onwarding everywhere, just advancing on Nova.
But now we do see a little bit of a difference from Ogwen. What? Kyle TZ? Was that a solo kill?
It was. It was an assassination on Guoguo. Up top, I'm really curious to see what items Kyle TZ has this game, because honestly, with a 7,000 gold lead, I'd expect him to go full damage. Maybe a Heptaseas, a Hunter Strike. No, he's... Oh yeah, Hunter Strike. There you go. War Axe, Hunter Strike already to the Endless Battle. So it's a utility to start things off. And then he says, you know what? We're dominating a bit too bad. We're dominating a bit too much. Let's just go for more damage.
And that makes sense. That makes sense. That solo kill does make sense onto Guoguo. And I cannot stress enough how frustrating it must be for him. Ogwen!
Another spatial migration finds its mark. The Requiem knocks him up. And it's Sad Boy again and again. 1-4-1. Fourth time this game that he's been picked off. And AP Bren, there are no signs of them stopping.
A 10,000 gold lead for AP Bren here against the China region Nova Esports, as they have yet to find an answer to the aggression being given onto them. They look left and right. They're looking for opportunities left and right. We do see Sad Boy looking in for some pickup, that one ground-breaking move. But it still doesn't work. Ogwen, the outplay's coming in from him.
And the fact that there's no real follow-up again is actually turned around by Ogwen with a spatial migration view. Jumps in, the burst is enough. He actually takes Guoguo down before he even finds the dash. And Super Marco just gets a double out of nowhere. The members of Nova falling down one by one. It's just Sad Boy and Victor left to defend. Victor has a Faraga armor, not for long though. Kyle TZ just jumps in and melts it off of him. Victor walks back away. Guoguo, Ziri, and Mei both, or all three, are respawning back into the Land of Dawn, trying to defend this from being another 10-minute end against them.
3 versus the world right now. You can see Victor trying all that he can, but Ogwen goes in again! What is this man made of? How is he always able to find these opportunities onto Nova Esports, catching them off guard time and time again? And remember, Guoguo, this Brody, he has the Purify.
He does. He has the Purify, he has the counterplay, but when you're that accurate on the spatial migration, I guess the counterplay is... take it. There's no counterplay when someone's this accurate on the spatial migration for Nova. They're overwhelmed with a lot of CC. The thing is, if they dodge a spatial migration, there's going to be Kyle TZ who jumps in and picks Guoguo up with a puncture and a Thorn Rose. 2 skills were necessary to take him down. Even Victor falls next. The spatial migration with the Battle Requiem as well. Kyle TZ going ham in the back. One more hit. Victor going to fall in the back line. Aziri here is just going to be munched down by the Phantom Execution of Kyle TZ, who picks up a triple kill. 1 hit away, a few hits away from a Maniac. He picks it up. And AP Bren, there is no better emote after a 3-0 Maniac win than woo.
The second Maniac that we've seen here, ladies and gentlemen, at MPLI 2023, and it falls into the hands of none other than Kyle TZ.
My goodness.
Kyrie who?
They're on a roll. I don't know if we want to say that right now in a game against Nova. But Kyle TZ definitely has that potential, man, to reach to greatness. What an absolutely stunning performance by AP Bren with an unorthodox draft, a weird one at that, but they can make it work.
Destruction, just complete annihilation. We love to see it, but do we understand what we're seeing? Arashi?
Man, AP Bren. I mean, destructive. You can call it tactical, man. What a great draft from AP Bren. Nova Esports, they were so concerned about the assassins, they banned out 3, but this time, instead of banning the Lancelot, they banned the Joy, and AP Bren immediately capitalized and secured even one more, going double assassin. Almost like they understood, like, oh, you fear the assassins. Cool. Now that we know that, let's use it against you. It's such a great composition as well because there's a lot of setup. They let go of the Matilda, right? Nova Esports has the Matilda to try and outplay, try and save their teammates. But at the same time, when the crowd control is hard CC, like a knock-up, you know, like the onwards, Earth Shadow combo as well, the setup is just so long that the assassins can do their work before your allies can even escape with the guiding wind. It's what we see again and again. And we always talk about AP Bren, they always manage to find a great combination between magic damage and physical damage. Usually the magic, it's between the mid lane and the gold lane, but now even the 2 assassins in the game, well, technically one is a mid lane, but they're 2 assassins, and they're both different kinds of damage. So it's so difficult if you're in Nova Esports' shoes to try and find some solution here that really works overall. Not to mention the amount of times they can just engage. It's so confusing because there's so many options, right? The Edith is already a very dangerous engage tool, and we saw that in the early game. But towards the mid game, it's all about Ogren. But the MVP here still is Kaltizi on that Lancelot. As Mirko mentioned, going for a bit of utility, but halfway realizes, you know what? There's no need for this. Let's just go all in, and even in the end, just flexing again, going for that maniac. I think attempting a savage, unfortunately not getting it just yet, with above 1,000 GPM, man. That is insane. Lancelot, it's a great jungler. It clears well, but it's not a hard clear, power farming hero. But 1,000 GPM nonetheless. He was farming the jungle, he was farming the heroes from Nova Esports, and he's gonna be that MVP on the Impure Rage still. Trying to just get that extra bit of spammable damage. I mean, Kaltizi, man, what can you say about this man? He was great, but the amount of times his teammates can follow up on him is what makes his run look so dominant. Every time there's a mutual objective contest, it just seems like they're always in the right place at the right time. And Kaltizi, there's no urgency, man. There's no moment here where he is just forced to make a play, forced to make a split-second decision. It seems like everything is just planned out, calculated, and just like that, a dominant showing. And I think Nova Esports, you gotta feel bad for them, man. They lost to the TheOhioBrothers earlier, and you said that there's a chance, miracles do happen. But just like that, they go up against the favorites. And once again, that difference in experience, that difference in knowledge and skill is highlighted again and again. So we're going to see some of the highlights, and I think the bulk of it is going to be that spatial migration from Ogren. This man is crazy. We thought it's only about that aggressive hero, but even on the utility, he just finds a way to be as annoying as possible, and he always finds the right target. And if it's not the right target, then he will make sure that he gets multiple targets again and again. And that is what makes it so difficult for Nova Esports. Look at this, a 2-man knockup with all the follow-up. You can see that Nova Esports were just thrown into chaos. They have no idea what to do once that moment happens. And I think you can always critique their performance. I feel like they could really space out a bit more, knowing that there's so much AoE engage potential that's spammable from the side of AP Bren. But of course, that kind of improvement takes time, and in the heat of the moment, when the pressure is on from AP Bren, it's easy for us to say that it's a simple adjustment, but in the Land of Dawn, it's a whole different story. Of course, let's not forget to give a honorable mention to Super Marco as well. A very solid amount of damage. If the burst doesn't get it, then the balls will. And on this Bruno, in the lane, he was so dominant because he was also very well happy to use his Worldy as a basic attack reset to try and match out in the lane dominance. So you can say that in this game, every single lane from AP Bren just won in quite the dominant fashion. As a result, it's a 10-minute game with a 10k gold lead. It's definitely a heartbreaking moment for Nova Esports, but it is what it is. Taking a look at some of the items right here, Flapteezy, perfectly happy to go for full tankiness, knowing that the Edith's passive, the way this hero's kit works, he will be able to output a good amount of damage in a different way that Sadboy can't really compare with the Terizla. He's also forced to go full in defensive, They're going for the radiant armor right here to try and make sure that the multiple instances of damage coming in from few on the Gusion can be mitigated. But at this point, they're just way too behind. Not a single tower taken. What's the gold difference here? 16,000. And even the buffs, right? They were able to actually get some kills on the board, but at what cost? They're forced to use multiple ultimates, and even then, it wasn't really on prio heroes. If you look at Caltizi, at Few, Super Marco, they're standing on very low amounts of deaths. So they spend so much time and effort to get those kills, and as a result, they let go of control. They let go of turrets on the other side of the map. And looking at the buffs, 7 buff difference in the purple buff department. And in the ammo department is just standard from AP Bren. Brave Smites to ensure that they can stay in the front. They can have great setup. It's always reliable. And then for the damage dealers, it's all about that extra bit of damage. For Super Marco, it's a bit of that chase potential as well with the Quantum Charge. So for Nova, well, it is what it is. It was a valiant attempt, and they even made adjustments in their banning phase. But in the end, I think they just need a lot more time. It's just not fair to pit them up against the best of the best that the world has to offer right now. So that will be it for this game, and soon, you know, the day is still so long, guys. There's still, 4 games left. So I think we're gonna head it, throw you guys straight back to Mirko and Eterna. They're gonna maybe give you a bit of a teaser, a bit of a sneak peek on what we can expect from the rest of the day. But that's it from me on the analyst segment.
Thank you, Arashi. There's 10 more matches. Not 4. 10 more
4
matches.
for us.
4 for us.
10 for the
But
entire
there's
stream.
10. There's 10 more. So we're going to get 10 more amazing matches ahead of us. But I like that he mentioned Nova Esports' journey. I think I do agree with him. I don't think that it is fair to pit up a newcomer against the best of the best. I couldn't say it better than he said it. And that's just it. So hopefully, despite them losing 2 times in a row, they did lose that game yesterday as well, right? They will come
0-3.
back.
I have no doubt that they'll come back. As a region and as, you know, the team, the organization, Nova Esports, we have only seen the beginning of this region's development in MLBB, and I'm really, really excited to see what's in store in the future. 3 months and you can play like that. You were able to get a kill off of AP Bren. That in itself is already impressive, winning for the turtle fight as well.
And you even mentioned, right, even the drafting phase, it looks like
solid.
everything was solid. So it just needs a little bit more refining. So we're excited to see them in the future as well. And thank you so much for, you know, participating here at MPLI 2023. And with that being said, there is going to be a next match ahead of us.
Sir.
I'm quite excited to see the outcome of this one. So without further ado, we are going to throw to a short break before we get into it. Don't go anywhere.
down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat.
down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
We're back here at MPLI 2023 for the third match of the day. Back here on the caster stand with me, Eternal, alongside Mirko, where looks like the Ohio brothers all the way from North America will finally be head-to-head against our very own in Indonesia, Dewa United. After their performance so far, I think this might be the closest matchup that we're going to be seeing in Group A.
The closest matchup in Group A for sure. And I mean, in terms of skill, I think you can actually draw some similarities between the two teams. Best player one being an assassin jungler, trying to carry the team through assassin picks. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lanaya, more of a utility jungler, more focused on farming, pathing around the map to get an XP advantage and then translating over to either team fights, but mainly neutral objective control. Dewa United as well, with their XP lane that has a huge emphasis on not caring about the lane, actually ignoring the lane for the most part and helping the team. We'll see how that style compares to Mielo, who really likes to win in lane.
That's just it, right? The clash of styles and the similarities in styles, that's exactly what we are going to be observing in this next matchup. But can we get a little bit of a sneak peek as to how you're feeling about these two? Prediction.
There's going to be a time and a place for my prediction, so we won't get into that yet.
Man,
You'll
I wanna
see
know,
it later.
though.
That's why you
I
gotta.
don't know if this is a bless or a curse.
So far, 2 games, 2 correct predictions. We'll see if we can get another correct prediction here for game number 3, but Eterna. For predictions, I can be wrong, I can be correct. For Omni, you can only be correct when you're watching the shows, mini documentaries that is exclusive to Omni by FWD, especially for me, the BTR Van one.
For me, I think the EVOS Ambassador one.
Ah,
I think Una has a very unique and interesting story that can motivate you in a different light.
I see.
So I think that's something that you guys should explore as well. And remember, this content for both of these people, they're exclusive only on Omni by FWD, and it's free to download on the Google Play Store as well as the App Store. So don't forget to check it out ASAP. But maybe just wait a bit. Maybe during the break, right? Because we do have a crazy and immense match ahead of us. But of course, we can't get through it without the best in the business. We can't get through it without Hello Panda.
We gotta recharge, get back to our full power during this cast because, like you mentioned, it's not just the most equal in terms of skill, the most similar, but also it's basically the match that decides who makes it to the lower brackets of the next knockout stage. Basically, from group stage to knockout stage here. The winner will have 2 wins and 1 loss. The loser will be 1 and 2. So we're gonna get the answer to who goes to the knockout stage in Group A. Bren has already answered that, securing number 1. No beating them there. Just like you can't beat the taste of
Hello Panda.
Do the song.
By Meiji. Hello Panda, Hello Panda. And I don't remember after that.
Same.
Because it's in Indonesian. And we're English casters. Oh, it's so crunchy. It's so good. Like this app, honestly, right? Don't forget to download this right now. Stay on top of trending news and exclusive content with the One Esports app. Remember to download it for free now on the Google Play and on the Samsung Galaxy stores, which again will be exclusive to Samsung. So, use your Samsung phone, the ones that you should already have by this point, right? And you download the app and you enjoy the content inside.
There's a lot of content, right? Exclusive interviews with the MPLI players, the athletes, but it's
coaches,
okay if you miss out on
crew.
that. Exactly, everything in MPLI 2023. But if you miss out on that, it's fine because you can also follow our social media on Discord, on TikTok, on Instagram, Twitter, X, Facebook, YouTube, and also Twitch.
Definitely. Because, you guys are looking at things from the screen. Aren't you guys curious what's happening behind the screen?
I want to see a lot of the behind-the-scenes shots. And honestly, from One Esports, we've had a little bird take pictures of us while we were casting.
Is it Arashi?
No, unfortunately not.
Oh.
But just to show the BTS, the behind-the-scenes of what we're doing here behind the cast when we're sitting, play-by-playing, we're casting in-game, out-game, everything.
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 Even where Arashi is right now.
Where
guys
is
don't know.
Arashi?
Exactly, that's the question. Where is Arashi right now?
Where is he?
He should be here. But I have a lot of questions. Where and what? Like what that
name?
hero is?
Name?
That hero?
Yes. With a question mark. No question mark. Just win 4,000 diamonds, all right? If you guys can guess the hero, name that hero. This one right here. What is it? It's so obvious, guys.
It's so obvious. That's Diggy.
At this point, you have to be trolling Eterna.
I don't troll.
Okay, she just really wants to give you guys
honest.
a chance to win the 4,000 diamonds because she doesn't want the 4,000 diamonds. She doesn't need the 4,000 diamonds. She really has a lot to give away later. And if you guys think you're as bad as Eterna...
I heard that you're giving out free diamonds.
Not me, you. You said it last time.
No, you said it. Or was it Arashi?
You know who actually said it?
Who?
One Esports. They're going to give out 4,000 diamonds to random members to register for updates by scanning the QR code right below Eterna right there. But why do I need to register for updates, Eterna? What do I get aside from 4,000 diamonds?
So many things.
Like
all the content.
Okay.
All the updates.
Okay.
Stuff about Arashi.
Arashi.
Yeah.
I heard there's
interviews of Arashi. There's
Ah.
actually a cute thing
what is
that
it?
was filmed.
Content with
Yeah,
Wolf, the
yeah,
Riz.
Yeah.
You guys will see the Rizzler,
need to see
aka
it.
Wolf.
You need to see
his
him
magic.
in action. About action, we are going straight into the action, ladies and gentlemen. For the first team, let's bring up their first official team lineup. Let's go.
Made in Ohio. It's the Ohio Brothers.
All the way from North America, they are looking to find their place in the playoffs of MPLI 2023. They're looking to reform their name, especially after a lot of attempts on the international scene. You name it. You even see,
Hoon, wake up.
I was about to say Dave.
Oh.
Oh, we're looking at Hoon? Okay.
Wow.
Hoon?
Oh,
Wake
wow. Dave.
He's so chill that he's sleeping right now.
After playing the tune earlier, the Chang'e on Hoon, seems like Dave is super confident with his drafts, man. I mean, Trex has given this man a special nickname. He says, Miracle, it's not Coach Dave.
What is it?
It's Coach and then Mr. Mao.
Oh.
It's Coach Mr. Mao.
We'll see the opponents right now, how they're feeling. Let's bring up their official team lineup.
Looking to go for their chance all the way to the knockout stage, while also shutting the dreams of the Ohio Brothers. One win will secure a knockout stage position for Dewa United Esports.
Our representatives from Indonesia looking to claim the impossible. They have proven what they are worth, what they are made of back then at MPLID Season 12. Their debut season, making it all the way to the playoffs. That no other team has been able to do in MPLID history. And here they are again on the international scene, on the international stage, going against a completely new opponent, a completely new challenger, to challenge what they're made of.
You know what? I actually think, if you remember the early first leg of MPL Indonesia Season 12, when Dewa was still using their Leo Murphy, Ray, and that lineup,
Yep.
right?
Mm-hmm.
The way that they play is actually quite similar to how TOB plays. They really like to go for these skirmishes around the map over neutral objectives to look for that advantage. So far in MPLI 2023, that's been TOB's strat. Even against Nova, they look for skirmishes and then only after the skirmish do they go for the neutral objectives. Meanwhile, for this new Dewa United, they've actually changed quite a bit. They're more disciplined in the neutral objective setups. They're better at picking heroes as well that are more in line with what is comfortable to their players. We used to see a lot of forced picks, I would say, on Dixon. Not anymore. Now, even meta heroes or non-meta heroes like the Lapu Lapu, it will still be given to him as long as he's able to play a playmaking hero. Doesn't matter what it is. As long as he's comfortable on it, it's fine.
Is that not the horror of it though?
True.
Sure, it's one thing to get your comfort, and it's really great to go back to that route. But the problem with doing so is that it's really easy to read by opponents.
Yes.
And it looks like, what's his name again? Mr. Mao?
Coach Mr.
Coach
Mao.
Mr. Mao.
Don't get it wrong.
Okay,
It's
Coach Mr. Mao. Coach Mr. Mao looked ready for that. It looks like he's done his homework. I'm not really sure what he's written on that, piece of paper right there, but it looks like it's all the secrets of Dewa United.
Hey man, I've known Dave for like a solid year. I know what's written in that notebook.
What?
Win.
Win.
That's all. Sometimes you don't need to write your strategies. You only write what you need. You conceive, you achieve. No, wait. You believe. Wait. You believe, you conceive, then you achieve.
Nice.
That's the way of the Mao.
Class. And that's exactly what it looks like they're doing. They look very confident right now. I really want to know what the players are looking like, the condition, the mentality, the head state that they're in. Even from Dewa United, it looks like they're praying. So they're trying to look for some sense of clarity in this upcoming match because, like you mentioned earlier on, this is going to completely define their fate, whether they continue on or they have to say goodbye to the MPLI championship position.
I'll have to say though, Eterna, there's been some banter.
Oh.
Not between Dewa, but technically between Mielo and Indonesian XP laners. I've seen a clip on YouTube somewhere where Mielo in an interview said that he's better than all the Indonesian XP laners, right? And so far, he hasn't met an Indonesian team. He's only met Nova and AP Bren. Now, this is where he can actually prove that statement, or it could go all wrong for him, right? So, against Dixon, 6th place in MPL Indonesia, one of the top 6 XP laners in Indonesia. Let's see what he can do against him.
Ooh, that's interesting. I did not know that story. So there's a little bit of rivalry brewing here from him, from Milo, from the EXP laner of the TheOhioBrothers. And I don't know, what do you think about this? Because we had a little bit of a discussion about Dewa United, and in terms of anchors, who do you think holds like the largest role in the outcome of their matches? And so far here at MPLI, I think it's Dixon. But like you mentioned, it all depends on the hero that he's given. So this drafting phase is going to be ever as important to be able to make or break that statement coming in from Milo. So we see Dewa United here with first pick, the TheOhioBrothers with the second. With the Bruno being taken out of the board, Nolan also gets taken away. Joy from the other side is also not usable. I'm wondering if the TheOhioBrothers are going to leave out the Terizla for Dixon to pick up, or they're going to force him on something that he might not be as comfortable on.
It's a good strat to go for, right? If you want to just limit Dixon's pick all the way from the get-go, get Mielo a good matchup in. He's a very good laner in from what we've seen in NACT. So far, I would say Mielo, the reason maybe a lot of people say he is underperforming in MPLI is the fact that I think it's just the jitters, right? It's still his first international tournament where he's played. He's been in the Valley at M4, but he was a sub player. He was in the stands for the most part supporting the team. So now that he is actually on the player's seat, it's a different game. 2 games should be enough for him to get rid of the jitters, understand his environment, and that's why I'm super excited to see this matchup, Dixon versus Mielo.
Like, I hope so. I hope the 2 matches are enough, because I do really want to see what he's made of. A lot of people have really hyped him up as well from the TheOhioBrothers. So far, it's been, for me personally, Best Player 1 and Zia that have really just outshined everyone, excluding the Chang'e moves coming in from Chun, right? So that's it. That's the layer of surprise that I feel that the TheOhioBrothers actually have over Dewa United. Sure, Dewa United, they're a little bit more informed with, wait a second, it's Ray.
Oh,
it's not Lanaya.
Change.
I just realized.
Me too. Didn't realize it up to now. And hey, when we were talking about the utility jungler versus the assassin, Ray is the complete opposite. He's an assassin player himself. You leave the Fanny out here and it should actually be picked up by Dewa. It's one of his strong suits, his most comfortable hero, his signature pick is that Fanny.
I understand that, but I don't know if this is the best choice that I would personally make. I would say that Lanaya is a little bit more versatile. Maybe Ray has a little bit more mentality.
More of a carry role.
I think he's a more confident player.
I would agree. Playing those assassins in the international stage is definitely something very, very hard to do, but they go for the safe pick first. I thought maybe Fanny instantly first pick with it being open, but they go for Arlet. Instead, they secure a hero that is technically flex. We've seen Shaq go on it.
That's the thing. And now, that's a huge curveball, I would say, to the TheOhioBrothers, not really understanding, or maybe they're not too aware of the playstyle coming from Ray, or maybe his hero pool. And like you mentioned, that Fanny could definitely pop up. So it's a really good flex here in from Dewa. It's going to keep the TheOhioBrothers from guessing just a little bit, and they're going to respond that Arlet pick with a Guinevere and a Matilda of their own. So they're looking to really just go havoc onto the neutral objectives. But remember, is this a Guinevere roam or is this a Guinevere jungle?
I think it's a Guinevere jungle. I think
For
the
sure.
Matilda has already removed the flex potential of the pick going to the roam position.
Matilda not be a mid laner?
Maybe back in the previous patch, you could still actually fit Matilda into the mid lane. Technically, now you can still force it in, but it's kind of like sending an Angela mid too. Maybe a bit better in terms of damage, but it's kind of the same idea, right? It's a utility, it's a support that you are forcing into the mid lane, especially on a person like Hoon being one of the pillars for TOB. They need a damage-dealing mid laner. They need someone with some burst, some magic damage. You know, for Dewa, they actually go for the Akai pick. You expect Ray to step in and to go on with his comfort picks, an assassin. He goes the complete opposite of an assassin, a tank jungle.
No possibility for flex?
Very small.
I know it's not Onyx. I know it's not Aura Fire. But there is a small
Akai
chance
XP.
that could be utilized.
I mean, we've seen Akai XP with an arrival by Fluffy. It's kind of a signature pick, a
I guess
cheese
now
pick.
it's an EVOS thing.
Well, now it's an EVOS thing, you're right, because Fluffy is, but he's not even playing for EVOS.
He was a bit.
It's
for a bit.
Veldora now, but yeah, we get it, right? It's a Fluffy thing.
It's a fluffy thing.
It's a Fluffy thing. Whatever.
So, Martis to respond,
Makes sense.
but they don't do that. They go for the Novaria instead here.
They need some information, right? When you're up against an ambush kind of composition like Dewa right now with an Akai and an Arlet, they can look for a lot of the surprise initiations with Flicker Final Slashes. So with the Novaria, it can already neutralize a lot of that catch potential that Dewa has. Plus the range is going to be an advantage to utilize against an Arlet, against an Akai, mainly Akai. You need to poke him down, force out the heavy spin before the neutral objective gets contested.
But remember, that requires some time. So sure, level 4, you get that vision, like you mentioned, the utility that the Novaria offers, but that damage, that range that is needed from the Novaria takes a little bit of time. So they need a way to answer that. I guess it's answered kind of with the Matilda for that early game presence for the TheOhioBrothers. But let's take a look at the bans here now. Dewa United uniquely actually opt for the Terizla ban. We would have thought that maybe the TheOhioBrothers would want to go for the Respect ban against Dixon, but it's Dewa United themselves who actually take it away. For the TheOhioBrothers, they take away Claude and they also take away Kufra. With these two bans, is it signaling something here? Are you getting a spidey sense about something?
It's more of just deny. They just want to deny a good pick over from Mielo, who can dominate in the lane, right? Against the Arlet, sure, the Arlet has been buffed, but it's still quite vulnerable in lane. If you are able to play the matchup properly and shut the Arlet down from the get-go, it's going to be tough for him to look for those plays around the map, which he's best at. So taking the Terizla out, a lane bully, away from Mielo, I think is a good choice. Even a Brody here to respect the pressure that Zia can put into that gold lane. As you can see, 3 gold lane bans in total for the side of Dewa United. Meanwhile, for TOB, Coach Mr. Mao is only given 1 respect ban over, and it's the Claude. Knowing what, we know that he has a lot of heroes that he can play, marksmans in the gold lane, and maybe that's where they're trying to get a win over Zia. Zia may be good, but in terms of hero pool, Watt may have a bit of an advantage. And it forces Zia on a pick like an Irithel here. What's Watt gonna play?
What are the options? Irithel? Beatrix. I would say Leslie's an option, but against the composition of the TheOhioBrothers, I don't think it's a safe pick.
Against a Novaria as well?
Yeah, that's just too much catch, too much AoE CC. It's too risky. I think the safest bet that they can go for is Beatrix. Who else can pick up Purify though? Carry? But in this patch?
it should still be okay at the carry. We did see Benny Cutie as well successfully pull off a carry yesterday. With an Akai, proper cover as well. They'll go for the Paquito and a Beatrix. But this leaves... Whoa! Arlet Rome, Paquito XP.
My fight goes
that should be it. That should be the combination that Dewa United are trying to utilize here. But with a Beatrix pickup.
Martis.
You think Martis? I think Guinevere is going to go to the jungle.
Oh, true.
And I think the Yu Zhong might be picked up here by Mielo. Against the Arlet, okay matchup, and he can dive into the Beatrix really, really well. And he does go for that Yu Zhong to end off the draft.
Huh. Dewa United, I think we mentioned that the TheOhioBrothers have a lot of catch, but Dewa United, they also do have that, right? They have the Arlet for the final slash. They have the Engage coming in from the Akai as well. There's just a lot of CC coming through. And I think it might be a difficult time in these team fights for the TheOhioBrothers.
We'll see. Both of them have a proper win con, right? They have win con set in stone here. For the side of TOB, they can utilize their heavy advantage in mobility. The fact that they have a Mathilda, the fact that they have so much survivability and range, they can constantly just poke out Dewa United. Meanwhile, for Dewa, they can kind of do the same, but it's not from range. It's from looking for small trades through skirmishes, a little bit back and forth for both these teams.
So let's just get straight into it, ladies and gentlemen, for match 15, game number 1 between the Indonesian representative Dewa United and the representative from North America, the TheOhioBrothers. Earlier on, right now, we already see some trades of damage being put onto one another in the mid side of both teams. It looks like they're going to go for an aggressive stance. Best player 1 already clearing a lot quicker than the Akai, however.
It's really time for all of you guys watching back at home to comment in the comment section down below. Use the live chat to pop in hashtag DewaWin or hashtag TOBWin. Show your support. One of these teams will be going home with a loss here, and the other will be going to the knockout stages, qualifying to the lower brackets.
I'm thinking here. Does Keys really want to engage onto this?
Wow, that's a flicker burnt out very early on by Hoon. Has to respect the damage, I get it. But that's an advantage that TOB can look to, or Dewa can look to punish even more. Dixon has been more active so far, but he hasn't actually sacrificed any farm. He's still at the same level completely as Mielo. He could jump over with a Valor Requiem as well. First blood taken away by TOB as Hoon gets a snipe from downtown over to Shaco.
Beautiful start for the TheOhioBrothers. Despite getting triggered into losing a few resources in the early stage of the game, they're still able to make it back into their own with Milo now in a 1v1 against Dixon. They should know where he is, but best player 1 goes in for that engage, looks to take away this from Ray.
Good win. Small wins that'll build up, and TOB are getting a lot of small wins on the board. Even this Iritho winning in lane against a legend in Watts. Meanwhile, what happened up top? Shaco was able to equalize the kill here with a kill onto Shark.
Whew. Now it looks like Dewa United are going to be the first ones to set up for the neutral objective. But look at Hoon come, and so does Best Player.
It's a Requiem there, but a heavy spin as well. Ray forced back a great Astral Spear, and that should be a turtle secured, but it's secured by Mielo. A furious dive as well. Dixon diving in deep, going for a few good shots. Mielo gets out, and TOB walks out with a win.
That damage combination and that follow-up coming in from Mielo was just the cherry on top to a really good engage coming in from Best Player 1. And all the while, he was still able to gain that neutral objective. And Dewa United, they're falling far behind. 1k gold lead difference already for the TheOhioBrothers in the first 3 minutes of the game. And for the most part, Watt and Zia, it looks like they've been trading in favor of Zia. Your Iritha already level 5. Is he leading in the lane?
He should be. In this matchup, it should be the Iritha who has an advantage over. But remember, when it comes down to this Beatrix, I would say it's more of a team fighting pick. They will need to try to utilize Watt outside of that lane. If TOB constantly push Watt into this lane, shove him back with the pressure they have in mid, TOB will be able to actually get into the mid game with a big advantage.
Let's hope that they allow it to happen, right? Or let's hope that Dewa United are able to stave off the pressure. Wow, best player one
Hey.
again. Being able to find that opportunity and just give a lot of pressure, force that recall onto Keys. That's going to deny that rotation. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Zia.
Doing a good job. 1v3 now pinned down. And that should be the Vengeance picking up a free kill. But Zia, oh wait! He gets some of the guiding win! Followed through though by Shaco. A Violent Requiem by best player one. Now pinning down Ray, knocking him up. He still is able to get out with a headbutt, but Super Shark takes him down. Now it's Shaco flickering out to safety under the turret. Who's it worth for Eterna? It's a gold lane, traded in for a jungle. They get Shaco. It'll be worth it for TOB for sure. Watts now dodging away from the spatial migration. Now it's best player one who's tanking, soaking up the damage from the turret. But it's a good clear over from Watts. Meanwhile up top, Milo popping into Black Dragon form, looking to turn it around onto Kaze. He knows he doesn't have a Purify. A good play by Milo. But Kaze is forced to use that BDF, stealing it away from Milo as well.
Whew, wow, what a long engage there from both of these teams. Both teams understand the stakes right now as they go for more!
A good pin down from Ray, and even Dixon with the help of the final slash from Shaco. Zones Hoon and Shark away. BP1 looking for retribution, spatial migration coming in, a good stun, but wow!
What?
Best player one secures the second turtle for TOB.
That must feel so horrible for Dewa United after that long and a drawn engage from Dewa United. The first team to actually set up for that neutral objective. All best player one needed to do was come over, drive by, use that retribution, and take away that entire setup away from Dewa United. Earlier on, I would have thought that that engage in the bottom side would be worth it for Dewa United. I think losing Zia is a little bit more expensive, especially that there were no neutral objectives on the board. But even with Ray spawning in at the right time for that neutral objective take, he still lost it towards the TheOhioBrothers. And look at them go for more!
The pickoff has been phenomenal. Best player one has been phenomenal. What an amazing initiation. And now Watts forced to play it real safe. Nibiru Passion just to clear out the wave in the bottom lane.
Technically, Dewa United already gave Watt a little bit of time to try and catch up with the, I would assume, a gold deficit between these two gold laners, especially with the pickoff onto Zia. But still, he's still unable to catch up. And remember, Watt is a veteran in this lane, and he's losing to Zia.
And that's an Astral Echo that reveals Watt, gets that hitbox enlarged, and Watt will be connected over onto that Astral Sphere. But for Dewa, they'll be able to still minimize their losses through clearing these waves and cutting as well. Dixon up top cutting with Mielo. Kaze trying to hit Mielo back. Getting some good poke onto him, and Dixon might be able to push the tempo even more by getting a good jab in with a knockout strike. And that's exactly what they do. Dewa trying to delay, trying to slow down the tempo of the game that TOB is bringing to them.
At this point, who holds the kills in for Dewa? 1 on Ray, 2 on Shaco. So the heroes, the players that you would naturally see as the carries, haven't been able to acquire the resources that are needed. Kay's still sitting at 0-0-1, an assist to his name. And being so far behind, it looks like the TheOhioBrothers will have a better time in setting up for this turtle. You can already see Dixon.
Still able to get out, doesn't use a sprint just yet. Ray has a heavy spin. The Black Dragon form going to be committed by Mielo right now as the heavy spin comes down by Ray, and it's best player one who wins another retry battle despite the heavy spin committed down. Dewa will just look for a trade in the bottom lane instead of committing down here. Sia going to be engaged on by Dixon. Some good damage, but it's not enough to take him down. A spatial migration not connecting, and Dixon will be able to still clear out the wave. Dewa maneuvering up top. No heavy spin to pin anyone down, but it's all just to buy some space for the X factor of Dewa, Watt, to farm up.
They need to. Oh no, Super Shark! He gets taken down really early on there. A small win for Dewa United here as they look to put a little bit more pressure in this top lane. He needs to be careful though. Best player one is lurking. He's looking for that opening, giving some support over on to Zia. There you go.
It's a good spatial migration. It's a good bait out of the Purify. 90 seconds, it's going to be down, so TOB will try to look for a play in that window.
Meanwhile, Milo and Dixon just going at it, looking to get more pressure onto those side lanes. In this 1v1 of the Paquito and the Yuzong, What do we think?
If it's just a quick trade, it should be the Paquito who wins it. But if Mielo can force an all-in by landing a Furious Dive, a Petrify, it's the Yuzong.
All right. So that's what we're going to be expecting. And I think perhaps Dixon has a little different idea elsewhere. He looks like he's rotating towards his top side. The TheOhioBrothers looking for a setup onto Watt. Hasn't been able to find it just yet. So both teams are actually posturing right now. The one thing that I'm really worried about is Best Player 1 is a level ahead of Ray. So even if Dewa United want to go and commit onto this next neutral objective that is spawning in 15 seconds, I would say that Best Player 1 has more of an advantage with the level lead.
I'd say so too, right? I mean, the level lead gets you a little bit more damage on your Retribution. But the thing is, if you're against an Akai, the level lead doesn't really matter that much. It's about how you can bait out the heavy spin. The heavy spin effectively creates almost not a contest. Best Player 1 though! He wants to just jump in, no neutral objective control. What a beautiful spatial migration, Astral Echo play. You can see that BP1 just jumped into the middle, but because the hitbox was enlarged and already multiplied, he got all two. But Ray, oh no, Mielo, he's gonna be caught by the heavy spin, pinning him down. Mielo gets picked off. Oh, the guiding wind from Super Shock saves Mielo. They've used the heavy spin, they baited it out, and now it just comes down to the retry battle of Ray and Best Player 1. Another spatial migration, jumping in. Ray looking for the retribution onto the Lord. It's a contest that Best Player 1 wins. 4-0 in retry battles.
The TheOhioBrothers, the representatives from North America. Their flag raises high here in this match as they have completely destroyed Dewa United in that team fight. Being able to take the Lord, being able to take two members down from Dewa United. Dewa unable to find a single trade whatsoever. It looks like Watt should be able to deal some damage onto the Lord. But that tower is definitely going down in favor of the TheOhioBrothers.
Dixon though down or up top trying to go for the defense, but he might actually be caught off. He jumps in with two shots, but Zia is able to just walk him down with the rest of the team, helping him out, backing him up in the XP lane.
With being so far behind, you understand Dixon's sentiment. He's looking for some trades over the board. He was looking for that tower in the top side, a little bit of a window of trade for Dewa United, despite being 6,000 gold behind. And unfortunately, the TheOhioBrothers, with, like we mentioned from the drafts, right, the mobility buff that they have with the composition is so quick to follow that up. Dewa United, what's their plan B? They couldn't go for what they were trying to do in the early game. Now we're resorting to the mid game. That unfortunately, they're kind of behind.
The composition was built around neutral objectives. That's the reason you go for the Akai. Unless you want to go for big team fights as well, I guess it's a good combo, but mainly it's neutral objective control. All four of those neutral objectives that has been the main goal of Dewa has gone to TOB. The team with the better poke range and for right now, team fighting. That's what TOB has been able to force out every single time, if you guys notice. In the mid lane, the Lord spawns bottom, they go for a big fight. They use that Astral Echo and Best Player 1's spatial migration to just look for a big engage. And now, they're doing the same thing, using the poke, zoning Dewa away, and picking up freebies around the map.
Looking at the items here from the side of Beatrix, already with the BOD and the Malefic Roar, the damage is there for Watt. The problem is, every time they go for a team fight, Best Player 1 in combination with Hoon is always very quick to deny that damage away from the team fight. So sure, they have a really good team fight composition with the DHS as well now being secured in by Watt. But the problem is, how do you sustain him? How do you protect him long enough to deal the damage that he was built for?
I don't know, man. At this point, right, like for Dewa, they're really lacking, I wouldn't say damage, because if they are able to gap close against TOB, they'll have that damage. But they're really getting outclassed in that mobility department. You can see the guiding wind, the sprint, the maneuvers from every single member from TOB being the pain of Dewa's composition. Every time Dewa wants to initiate, there's always going to be something that gets them out of it. So Dewa has no way to pin anyone down.
Technically, Dixon.
Not
technically, Shaco. Can't they go for, you know, a flank? Try and find those members in the back line?
They can, but it's very easily dodged away from. Remember, they have a sprint, they have Hoon who can just use the Astral Recall to maneuver around walls to make it really hard for Dewa to follow. Even this backline, it looks vulnerable on paper, but then you see how they play with these heroes, and it's not. It's a free Lord. Just from TOB, clearing waves, setting up, they get a free Lord, and it's a 7,000 gold lead that has been built up by the TheOhioBrothers.
You're right, even the guiding wind can take you out of nasty spots.
Exactly.
We've seen it time and time again. Super Shark being able to protect Blessed Player 1 with, what, 1 HP? Even Zia, time and time again, gets protected. Not to mention with the Flask of the Oasis, that also helps negate and causes miscalculations. Blessed Player 1, Shaco.
All alone as a roamer. If he just sacrificed himself for the Lord to be cleared out, it should still be worth it for Dewa United.
Dixon.
But TOB are looking for more, not just that top side with the Lord. Ray trying to defend it right now, pops in Retribution, finds Zia with a heavy spin! That's a disaster for TOB, gets knocked up and shut down. A good engage by Mielo, going out the cage, but he might lose his life to the turret. One more shot and he will be saved by Super Shark. It turns out to be a win for TOB. A slight win, but my goodness, that Flask of the Oasis saving Mielo in that dive.
That was such good cover. Again, right? The Flask of the Oasis. Literally, we were talking about that right before that whole battle occurred in that mid lane. The fact that it causes so many miscalculations. Initially, it was a really good play by Keys. They lost the inhibitor turret, however, and Keys eventually had to lose his life as well. 5,600 gold lead still in favor of the TheOhioBrothers. Let's take a look at that replay. What exactly occurred back then? This is it.
Zia mispositioning, man. That headbutt into the heavy spin. Super Shark was ready with a guiding win earlier, but unfortunately he wasn't able to tap it because of all the cancels. Then the clutch healing. Super Shark saving the team. How many times have we seen a guiding win to save the team this game?
So many times that if I asked you to do every one with a push-up, I don't think you could do it.
I think I can still do it. That's
like more than 100.
Okay, I don't think the game has gone on for 15 minutes, Eterna. I think it's definitely not 100, maybe 10. Oh, Poon pops in that Astral Echo. Doesn't reveal anyone. And Dewa just clears out the wave still. The longer this game goes, by the way, the riskier it gets, the harder it gets for TOB. They have some solid scaling, but so does Dewa. That Valentina, the Paquito as well, to control the side waves. TOB are going to have a bit of trouble. The Yuzong is more of a team-fighting hero, not a split-pushing one, and if Dixon can continue the split push, he might be able to take away the spearhead for initiations. But it's out of TOB. Best Player 1 jumps in onto Ray, but his heavy spin comes down as well. Shaco. Final slash begins to back, but Shaco's the one who gets deleted. The TOB collapse. That's a good petrify. Kaze forced to use the Winter Truncheon right now. The burst damage comes through with BEF from the side of Kaze is not enough to get him out. TOB get a massive 2-for-0 right as the Lord spawns back in the game. Enhanced Lord should be taken for free by the TheOhioBrothers.
That 4v5 team fight doesn't really go according to plan here for Dewa United. Sure, Dixon was able to push one turret in the top side, but not even the inhibitor turret was touched. And that was in trade for 2 members from their own side taken down, and the TheOhioBrothers securing yet another free Lord of the game.
Intelligent
that's
initiation.
That's the third Lord.
And it's intelligent initiation, Eterna, from the side of TOB. The way that they have been able to just force fight so that the side lane control won't be of any use for the side of Dewa United. Look at the way they're now marching down into the mid lane. They might actually force a complete end with the Paquito being in the bottom lane. It's an enhanced Lord. Ray still holding out in the mid lane, not letting it crash into the base. Zia has now returned into the team. The heavy spin now is going to be used up by Ray to start and delay a team fight from TOB. A siege onto the base. Dixon positioning in the flanks, looking for a position, looking for an angle to get a good knockout strike to bring TOB back to the team. But for Dewa, they will be able to defend in the mid lane and even up top in that base turret. A good Astral Echo reveals 4, gets 4. Black Dragon formed by Mielo, but he gets chunked quite low. Good zoning for TOB. They get a free base turret, and now it's going to be a Furious Dive as well, knocking him up. It might be an all-in, but Ray's still able to survive. Shaco with a Vengeance, Dixon jumping into the back, Lemon knockout strike, and Hoon picks up a kill from downtown. Dewa still in it to try to defend. DOB, 3 HP bars low, gets a spatial migration. Best player 1 disengages one more time. And DOB with 3 waves, with 3 base turrets, is a good Astral Spear. Onto Watt. 4v5, Mielo with a Furious Dive. That's another good Astral Echo. Best player 1 with an engage that might have just sealed the deal. Ray gets a pin down onto Zia, but Case is not able to follow it up just yet. Now the base wide open. A few minute waves crashing down, but Bixen's still able to do a little bit of a defense here with a minute wave. It's just 1 cannon minute that Ray's trying to deal with. DOB doesn't care. They don't want a team fight. They want the win, and they'll qualify to the knockout stages of MPLI 2023.
Congratulations to the North American representatives. That was an amazing performance by the Ohio Brothers. Best player 1, Hoon, Super Shark, Zia. They performed out of their minds today. And unfortunately, this means the first Indonesian representative has to say goodbye to MPLI 2023, Dewa United.
Dewa has just been knocked out of MPLI 2023. The 6th seed of Indonesia will have to go back home.
And we'll also have to break down that game with the best of the best. Arashi, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, back at home, welcome back to the Tactical Analyst segment. Man, congratulations for the Ohio Brothers, and that's an unfortunate conclusion for Dewa United. A lot of people were thinking that they were gonna outmatch the Ohio Brothers. They've been doing great, but we thought against a team in the stronger region that Dewa United were gonna get it done. But unfortunately, it just did not go as planned. All began with the Akai jungle. Miko mentioned it best. They're going to go for the neutral objectives, but they have no control. They have no ways to really threaten the members of the Ohio Brothers. And with the mobility, especially with that guiding wind on top of all the dashes they have available, it's so easy for them to just bait out these very important long cooldown engage tools from Dewa United. And once the heavy spin was gone, once the other ultimates were used up in the back and forth, in the Lord dance, technically, in the neutral objective dance, that's where the Ohio Brothers can just, try and move around and attempt engages. And if it doesn't work, there's a guiding wind. They can back away. There's crowd control to peel off their members away from Dewa United. The opposite is not the same at all, especially with our roaming Arlet. It is strong. It has damage. We've seen it work before, but not in this scenario, right? If their idea is to just focus on the neutral objective, I feel they should have executed a bit more differently, because the damage is definitely there, but we did not see a lot of high-value final slashes, for instance, because Ray just wasn't able to actually get an opportunity or a window to do it in the right moment. He always goes in, he gets chunked too low and is forced to use it defensively. He gets picked up even before the contest even begins, and that just does not work out. The MVP for this game, though, I think it's no question, it's Best Player 1 on the Guinevere. 0 deaths, 1 kill, but it doesn't matter. His impact on this game is undeniable. From the spatial migrations, getting the right target at the right time again and again, to having this solid retribution, even though he's up against an Akai, even though you can critique Ray's performance on the Akai not being good enough, quote-unquote losing retributions, there were times where he used the heavy spin reliably, properly, and Best Player 1 still comes out on top. Full tank Guinevere, absolutely annoying. He goes for the special migration to get pickups, but sometimes just for zoning, just for distractions, for his team to also find moments of success on their own. That is the kind of impact that you want your jungler to have, man. It's not only about their main job, it's what they can do to really help and build onto the team synergy for everyone to find success. Well, his performance in the jungle definitely just threw a wrench in the plans of Dewa United. No neutral objective contest, losing out in the engage as well. That's the main problem here. The spatial migration is not an ultimate. It can be spammed out again and again, and it's also a great mobility tool. You thought the Guinevere is in the bottom lane. Before you know it, with quote-unquote 2 dashes from the spatial migration, you can cover a lot of distance and reach the other side of the map before you can even expect it. We're gonna take a look at some of the highlights of this game, and we're gonna see a lot of best plays from best player one. In the early game, you can see both teams are trying to be aggressive, but you're seeing inklings of what will happen in the late game. Dewa will go for a pickoff, get them low, but unless the deal is sealed, there's still the get out of jail free card with the guiding wind. And that's the problem. Shaco has damage, Keys has damage, Watt has damage, but how can they output this damage when they're severely outranged, when the threat of crowd control is always looming around the corner? This one moment here was made by Ray when he notices that there's a mispositioning done by Zaya, but unless something like that happens, look at the situation here. Even when the TheOhioBrothers just go in aggressively, just barrel through, there's no punish available. At best, maybe a heavy spin, but even when you use that very expensive resource, what can you get from it? Can you really go for an AoE combo? Can you go for reliable burst damage onto one member to supplement a pick-off playstyle? I think the answer is no on all counts. So this composition from Dewa, I feel like is a bit of a jack of all trades, but absolutely a master of none. Not to mention, they were really not so respectful of the pick-up potential, and the best player was able to actually get a lot of just value moments right there that put his team so far ahead in gold that even in the base defense, it seems so one-sided. Looking at the items, like we mentioned, Watt already with 4 items, he has damage output, but against the shielding, against the tankiness that the TheOhioBrothers have been able to build up, it just wasn't enough. On top of already the zoning that every single person, Super Shark, Zaya, best player can do, Milo as well on the Yuzong, every single one of these heroes can be an absolute threat to Watt on the D-Tricks. His impact in this game was almost non-existent. He is usually the tip of the spear for Dewa United, and yet now he was just forced to wait in the background, just twiddle his thumbs, watching his teammates getting taken down one by one. Not the game plan that they want, and the neutral objective dominance, man, showing again against an Akai. A complete sweep in the turtle and lord take. And you gotta wonder for Dewa, man, what was the idea here? They even went for the Paquito. They surprised us by putting the Arlet in the roam position. But what was this Paquito able to do? He wasn't able to get a lot of advantage in the laning phase. He wasn't able to get a lot of pickoffs or roams. And he wasn't used in the macro game either. He wasn't rotating and pulling apart the TheOhioBrothers, maybe making more windows of opportunity for Dewa United. So I think even from the drafts, there are mistakes right here, and it's a costly lesson, but it's a lesson nonetheless. We expect Dewa United to completely improve from this lesson. It's definitely a big blow to their confidence as well. So we'll look forward to their improvements, but for now, it's all congratulations for the TheOhioBrothers. But enough from me. I'm gonna throw you guys back to Mirko and Eterna. Take it away.
And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That marks the end of Group A. So we already know the entire result of it, right? AP Bren at number 1 will be able to make it to upper brackets. We're going to see the TheOhioBrothers in the lower brackets as number 2 in the group. And we got to say goodbye to Nova Esports from China, as well as Dewa United from Indonesia. Thank you so much to Nova Esports and Dewa United for your participation here at MPLI. And hopefully we'll get to see you in other international tournaments ahead.
For sure. I don't doubt that. I think for both these teams, we've only seen the beginning for them, right?
Yeah.
For Dewa United, their first ever season in MPL Indonesia, making it to the playoffs in what is kind of a miracle run, but their run in MPLI 2023 will have to end here with Nova as well, the beginning of the development of MLBB in China. Can't wait to see the progress, and maybe in a year, how much of a powerhouse they can be in the future. But we'll be only looking at the near future now. Geek Fam taking on Team Falcons.
Yep, we're moving on to Group B, so we'll see how that actually pans out. But we gotta head, unfortunately, to a short break. Don't worry, it's only
10 minutes.
10 minutes feels like 2 minutes, right? You won't miss Miracle that much.
It's okay if you do.
You'll see him
just chill.
soon.
10 minutes is fine, right?
10 minutes is fine. It's pretty average. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll throw over to the break. Stay tuned. See you after.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The flying swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Welcome to Group C of MPLI 2023. We are still in the group stage, day number 2, to see who is going to be qualifying from Group B for the playoffs.
It can be a lot of different teams. Group B has been a pseudo group of death, like Eterna mentioned yesterday, with Homebois actually coming out of the shadows, right? For Malaysia, in international events, even Gideon and Lavelle, they said that they're kind of used to just seeing the Malaysian teams fall off and lose in international events. Homebois are turning a new leaf for Malaysia, for the future of Malaysian international success. 2-0 in the groups against the first runners-up of both MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines.
And they could be the second team behind AP Bren to be able to go through the group stage undefeated. And I don't think anyone expected this coming out of the Homebois, but here we are, and all the other teams must just be jittering, shaking in their seats right now.
Especially Geek Fam and Team Falcons, the matchup we have literally right now, because Geek Fam and Team Falcons both suffered a loss, 0-1, 0-1. Whoever loses this will be knocked out of the knockout stages. They will not be able to qualify to the next stage, and they'll be having to say goodbye in the group stage.
They will. And that's unfortunate. But you know what's not unfortunate?
What?
Omni. Right?
That's fortunate.
That's fortunate.
That we have the mini documentaries.
Exactly. For everyone, for those of you who are watching in your, wherever you are, you're in your room, you're in your living room.
Watching together with your
maybe
friends.
Maybe in your office.
In a cafe, maybe even.
Even the office.
Maybe the office, yeah.
That's fine. I don't judge.
You know what? I actually know a lot of people, a lot of my fans watch from the office when their boss isn't looking.
You have a lot of fans. I don't know which one.
Arashi.
Arashi is actually watching in the office.
In the office.
Technically, he's working here, so that makes sense. But what we do judge is if you don't get your hands on these contents that are made exclusively for you guys and exclusively on Omni by FWD, that is available to download on Google Play and, of course, the Apple App Store. And you can do that while snacking on your favorite treat, on my favorite treat, that even Momo-chan just stole from us.
You seem a little cranky, Eterna.
She stole the entire box, Miracle. How would you not be cranky? I'm upset.
Just take one. Just take one. Just take one.
So mad.
Just take one. Just take one, all right?
That's good.
Yeah, feeling better?
Yeah.
That's all you need, guys. If you want to help your friend who's right now dealing with maybe some anger as well because someone just stole a full pack of Hello Panda,
I think you need one too.
then you should just eat Hello Panda. And then,
I feel better. I feel better. I feel ready. And
You
I
know
hope
what?
you guys are ready as
we
well.
still have another box. She can have it.
No, she took the entire box. Oh.
She can have it.
You're right, we do.
And
We
we
need
also
to
have the One
share.
Esports app here because we both have Samsung phones, Eterna.
We do. Why do you have one?
Why do I have the Samsung phone? Well, for the One Esports app, so I can honestly just scroll through all the memes, the news, exclusive interviews as well with all the MPLI athletes.
I thought you were going to say because you won the award.
True, true. We both got it.
Yeah,
Did
Samsung.
you also get the same one?
I think
We
so.
got the same one.
Yeah, we did.
W.
But either way, that means we are actually able to access the exclusive Samsung
all
app.
right, where did you download One Esports on? Was it Google Play Store?
No.
Oh, so
The
you use the
Samsung
Samsung
Galaxy
Galaxy Store.
Store,
All right,
yeah.
so both are okay because I went with the Google Play Store. She went for the Samsung Galaxy Store.
Oh, cool. I'm actually excited to open it up tonight.
Just tonight.
Yeah. Because I have to cast first.
You're right. I
But maybe
forgot that we
after.
were casting.
Exactly.
Maybe
if
the
you-
Hello Panda did that,
I'm
right?
scared if you forget, and I'm scared that you might miss out on things if you forget things.
I like to forget things, especially like, because, all right, I have the app, I open it from time to
Okay.
time, but I'm on social media more often, right?
That's okay. One Esports has got you covered because they're available on almost every single social media platform
but you don't
that you can
understand.
imagine.
I use a very niche platform.
What do you use?
It's called X.
Oh, they're on X too.
All right, I mean TikTok.
Also on TikTok.
There's no way out of it.
There's no excuse.
I have to go and follow them then. I mean, I have been following them. They are inevitable. Whether you like it or not, you're going to see a post come out and it's going to be One Esports. I didn't follow them in 2020 and I was just scrolling. I saw One Esports post about something and I just had to follow. It was a good meme, actually. I can't remember the meme exactly, or I can't actually reference the meme here.
Maybe you can actually refresh his memory by opening it up yourselves and actually DMing him the meme. Like, you could forward it to him, right?
Yeah.
One esports, inevitable, rise above, and what else is inevitable? 2 teams will have to say goodbye to MPLI 2023 from Group B.
But 2
the question
teams will
is,
also
move
qualify.
forward. The question is who it is.
Name that team. Or name that hero for a prize.
4,000 diamonds! Ladies and gentlemen, do you know how many things you can buy with 4,000 diamonds?
How many what? How many skins you can buy?
Yeah.
Because you said things.
Because you can get more than skins with diamonds. You can get the tas
You're
recall.
right. I actually got it. My friend got it with 100 diamonds.
So cheap.
I got it with a lot more.
I think I got it with 1,000.
That's way... You got it way cheaper than I got it.
How much did you
I don't
spend?
know. I just kept on rolling and I didn't get it.
That's how rich he is.
No, that's how I abuse the system. I use the knowledge that I have of MLBB heroes to name that hero. And if you're good at that, you can abuse the system as well. Use your knowledge to name that hero. 4,000 diamonds. Use the extra knowledge that will give you as well to do what? To register for updates on the One Esports website. Another 4K. I'm just looking at the screen to see what you're doing.
Oh,
What is that?
I was doing your... I was
okay.
like... What is it called? Dubbing?
No, I'm dubbing.
Oh.
You're acting.
Yeah, that. The other guy. What's the term called for the other guy?
Acting. No, it's just like...
Is it... Oh, it's just acting?
I don't know, man.
I knew that.
Yeah, you knew that.
I
but
knew that.
Maybe you could know more about heroes in MLBB, about
Maybe.
exclusive interviews, about just breaking news in general in the esports scene, especially the MLBB esports scene. And hey, are you running low on diamonds, Eterna?
Yes.
Well, abuse the system.
Abuse the
4,000
system.
diamonds.
I couldn't see what you were doing.
Sometimes you just...
I'm sorry. The caster chemistry is off. Just a little. It's fine. I think I should take another one.
No more emotions. You know what? Since she's eating, we're going to throw it over to the match. First match of the day for group number B, or letter B. The first runner-up of Indonesia, looking to qualify to the knockout stages with a win over Team Falcons here, but they have a massive hurdle. Team Falcons with Maro. It's Geek fam.
One of the tournament favorites from Indonesia. One of the teams that a lot of Indonesians expected to do well here at MPLI, considering their history. Being able to make it all the way to the grand finals last time around, they have yet to secure a victory here in the group stage. And with that, let's pull up their hurdle. Let's pull up the official team lineup of Falcons.
TF. Team Falcons.
Yeah.
Welcome Team Falcons to MPLI 2023 group stage day number 2. Maro has literally just arrived yesterday to be a replacement for the roamer who unfortunately could not fly to Indonesia. And with a day now of practice, of experience, Maro should have a bit more synergy and chemistry to build with the team.
Wow, he came in really last minute then. That's all right. Let's
I saw
hope.
his story, right?
Okay.
He he posted a story on Instagram saying, on the way Indo. So I just asked him, what are you doing in Indo? Because I don't remember his team qualifying. So, and he said, no, I'm going to be replacing the roamer for Team Falcons. So it was literally, he made it on time though.
Yeah, just in time. And like, I guess you could also see that update on
But who's
the
Justin?
One Esports app.
Who's Justin?
Justin?
You said Justin, time? Who's Justin?
He's not playing.
Ah,
He's not here.
that's a cool name though.
We miss Justin.
Justin Time. He's cool parents. It's
You know
a
who's also
good
cool?
surname.
Geek Fam.
Time.
And
Well-
Falcons.
Geek Fam have gone through an amazing journey though. We have to talk about that, right? In MPL Indonesia, 7 seasons. They weren't able to make it to the playoffs, and then in season 11, finally making it to the playoffs, but then falling short on the first day, losing in a reverse sweep against EVOS Legends, but here in season 12, qualifying all the way to first runners-up with the meta shifting to their comfort picks, Beloyski's comfort picks.
It's also an uncanny presence coming in from Falcons, a team that we didn't expect would be able to be here, is here looking to make a name for themselves as well. So both teams in Geek Fam as well as Team Falcons, they are here for a reason. They have a long journey behind them, and they also have a long journey ahead, especially now that both teams are fighting for that point to secure the playoff spot here at MPLI 2023. And with that being said, let's welcome you to the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 1. Geek first pick, Falcon with the second. We already see a Guinevere being taken out, as well as the Edith and the Faramis. You can expect a Nolan next here from the side of Team Falcons, and there it is.
The Faramis has been banned out 100% today. Yesterday was left open a couple of times, but this time, maybe because of the patch, because of yesterday, they were adjusting to the patch, trying to read out what a lot of the other teams would pick. The Faramis turned out to be a massive pick. They got a lot of success. Meanwhile, for the Guinevere as well, we finally saw victory 2 times today as well. It's a complete opposite from yesterday, Eterna, where the Guinevere was horrible in terms of win rate. It won 2 out of the 12 matches that we saw yesterday. But today, 2 out of 2.
Players are adjusting, teams are adjusting, coaches are adjusting as well. And I think back in the day when Faramis was such a hot ban or pick, it was still okay to leave open because you could kind of swap it around with the Valentina. But because the Valentina was nerfed, the cooldown on the ultimate, on the IMU, doesn't negate the presence of the Netherrealm, because the cooldown of the Netherrealm is much shorter as compared to IMU. So the same presence is not really there, and therefore there's not really much to counter it head on head. And so that warrants the Faramis ban here in the first phase for the first few matches that we've seen today. And with the Matilda and the Bruno taken out from the board, we do see that Geek Fam have very early secured a Fredrin.
First pick, something we don't usually see in this meta right now. I mean, with the Guinevere banned down, with the Matilda and the Faramis as well, and the Bruno even, those are the usual first picks we see in the new patch. But for Geek Fam, this is a bit of a positive flashback for them, right? Every single time in MPL Indonesia, if the Fredrin is open, it will be secured. Niall, this is one of his comfort picks in the jungle. But there's also a fun fact about Geek Fam and Fredrin. Luke can play the Fredrin as well. Can be flexed over to the XP. And if we take a look at the win rate, wow, 100% still from day 1 all the way to day 2, with his first time being picked in day 2.
MLBB just continuously shines on this hero, man. Shines that light on that hero, that blessing on this hero.
Right? It's been 4 or like 6 months, I think, even more.
Versatility. I'm waiting on this Esmeralda, honestly. I thought that the Esmeralda would actually pop in to the meta that we're currently in right now. We saw it being banned out, I think, once yesterday, and I thought that was kind of a hint as to maybe we're gonna see the Esmeralda in that EXP lane, but so far we haven't seen it. What we're seeing right now is the Boxia and the Valentina being picked up, but Geek respond with their best. Angela and Terizla.
Angeloyski making its appearance here in day 2 of group stages for MPLI 2023. 75% win rate. We did see you soon utilize the Angela as a mid laner, and that's also something that we have seen multiple times from Geek Fam. giving the Angela, flexing it over towards a boy in the mid lane, and then picking up something like a Ruby, even a Kaja for Beloyski to get a bit more lockdown and CC.
Quick QQ. Quick QQ. Question.
To me,
Did the Angela mid work?
all that matters.
Did Seosoon win that game?
1 win, 1 loss.
With the Angela mid?
Yeah.
Interesting.
They were
I thought
able-
it wouldn't work.
They were able to win against Team Flash with Angela mid, but then they lost against RSGPH with Angela mid. But it was
I
a close
see.
game in game 2 as well against RSGPH.
All right, okay. Because I was curious because a lot of people have said, a lot of analysts have said that, maybe Angela mid doesn't work anymore, especially because of the nerf to her first skill. But now we're gonna see a 1-1 being picked up, and an Irithel ban coming in from Falcon. So is Irithel still considered the counter towards the 1-1?
Has to be, man. The best laner against the 1-1 is still the Irithel because of the maneuverability, right? It's all about the movement speed. As a 1-1, you want to get the back weakness point as much as possible in the trades and especially in the team fights. And Irithel, when you pick it up, it's basically almost impossible, right? You have to make a mistake for the 1-1 to be able to get that weakness point in the back, or maybe the 1-1's just like Kelra or something.
I will choose my own.
That does make sense. Arlet here gets taken away from Geek Fam. And what does that leave for Chadera to utilize in the gold lane? Seeing as his signature Irithel has been taken out, you mentioned earlier on as well that it's still a good counter towards the 1-1. Is he left to pick up something like the Beatrix or even a Brody? Against the 1-1 though, would a Claude work better?
The Claude would be a pretty good choice to go for, honestly. Against a 1-1 in the lane, it's not a bully per se, but you are able to scale pretty well into that late game, similar to the 1-1, but it's going to be banned down just as we say it. Probably the last good matchup into that 1-1. Irithel and Claude both banned out now. The Bruno as well, taken away by Geek Fam themselves. And it just leaves the Brody, the Beatrix. I would say out of the two, I'll have to say Beatrix over the Brody. Brody kind of struggles in the lane against the 1-1, mainly because of, number one, the maneuverability, and secondly, the built-in Purifying, that second skill of the 1-1 that can remove all the stacks of the Brody.
Your team is picking.
But it seems
Uranus?
like they're going to go for it. Like, they're setting up for a Brody more
With the Uranus?
with the Uranus ban. They struggle against sustainable heroes with a burst type, like Brody.
What else does Chadera play?
Carry, but against a 1-1,
Technically, there's Purify for carry.
then they'll have to flex the Angela into the mid and maybe pick up another lockdown type hero, a Franco, a Kaja, a BBB special. You know what
I
BBB
think-
is?
Big Boy Beloy.
Big Brain Beloy.
Big Brain Beloy. Close enough. Meanwhile, we're still waiting on this next pick coming in from Falcons, the representative from Saudi Arabia.
Time to drop the
And it's
beat
going
of
to
the
be
flesh.
a Joy. The Joy has actually been left open up until the second phase. Falcons see it and they're going to utilize that. But the question is, where is this Joy going? We already have a Baxia, and now we have a Joy.
We have a Joy and a 1-1. Two dash heroes. And Geek Fam have already used up their flex potential.
Paquito
Unless...
mid.
Paquito?
No, Fovius mid.
No, okay. Fovius mid, I agree. That's what I was going to get at as well.
I've been
They can try to
waiting
flex
for
it. The
too long.
carry's picked up. And let's see, the final pick. Will it be a flex into the mid lane? No, it will not. The carry into a 1-1 and a Joy. An immobile gold laner against a super mobile assassin and marksman. Even the far side, this backline for Geek Fam is very, very easy to pick off. And Falcon go for their last pick, a roamer. And it's the Franco for Maro.
So who's going where? Where is Joy going? Is it a Joy jungle, Baxia jungle, XP?
Joy XP. Leo bringing the Baxia into the jungle.
Oh, wow.
It's been
Have
a
we
while.
seen a Joy EXP so far?
Nope, not an MPLI 2023.
So this is the first time.
First time in the XP for Team Falcons. Let's see if they can make it work against Geek Fam.
We were wrong last time.
We were-
All three of us were wrong last time. So with a unanimous vote here for Geek Fam, will it be a curse or a English desk bless?
We'll see in the game. Both these teams have a composition that has solid win conditions, right? But I think for Team Falcons, they have a bit more of an advantage when it comes to ease of execution.
It's tricky, it's challenging, and it's the final hurdle for both of these teams. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn for the next match between the Indonesian representative Geek Fam and the Saudi Arabian representative Team Falcons, as they're looking to stay in the tournament, looking to get another point to make it into the playoffs of MPLI 2023.
So this is the question I've been asking, right? With the change on the door, you deal a little bit more damage, but you are very easy to stop now. With any sort of CC, that dash can be stopped. Do you want to utilize the Joy more in the XP instead to bring the Vengeance to give you a bit more survivability? Thing is, when you're up against a bully laner like Terizla, you're going to have to respect that a bit more early game. Meanwhile, Beloy doing a good job at getting Chidera some lane priority already. Very early on against some good matchup against that carry, the 1-1.
That lasted for a minute. Hulk already taken super low. You can even see the disparity in the positions coming in that EXP lane. And I would say that Falcons actually had 1-1 as their winning lane that they could actually utilize as their winning condition. But Beloyski is going to say otherwise. With a Franco 1-1 versus a carry and an Angela, who has the upper hand in a 2v2?
It really depends if the Franco can actually connect on that Iron Hook, because if he lands just one, it should be enough for the 1-1 to go for an all-in with that Inspire. Meanwhile, if it doesn't connect, Falcons will be in a whole world of trouble. Meanwhile, Niall here, trying to go for an invade, gets chunked to half HP. It is a Fredrin, however, can go for the regen and then sustain back up as well with that passive.
You can see now that both of these teams are rotating around, opening up vision, looking for the next neutral objective take. Luke has yet to reach that level 4. He should be able to get it maybe after the clear, but meanwhile...
In the mid lane, it's a pick-off. First blood over to Leo. Beloyski. Well, I was like, okay, a boy getting picked off there, quite weird. But then I saw the name, it's Beloyski. Early on, we like to see that happen for Beloy. Is another Iron Hook, though, connecting onto Luke, bringing it back from the penalty zone. Will be used up by Luke to lock Maro down. Even Hulk committing down the Vengeance, going back in with electrifying beats as Luke is now pinned down against 2 members, but he wins it out and picks up a double kill in the back. Now with Team Falcons and Leo still hovering over the turtle, it's Geek Fam 4v1. Leo should be zoned away from this and he should not be able to contest. Geek Fam, Snile picks up the Appraiser's Wrath and he doesn't use the Retribution for the turtle. He goes straight for the purple buff to invade very early on.
Doesn't look like Leo has much to say about this next engage, seeing as that it's already been actually picked up here by Niall. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Geek Fam with that play coming in from Luke, that double kill. That was a huge move by Geek, giving them a 1k gold lead.
A solid start to the first runners-up of MPL Indonesia. Getting a good turtle in, some neutral objective control, and pressure down below in the winning lane, winning matchup for the team.
How are you feeling about this gold lane right now? Chaderas looks like he's actually leading.
Yeah.
That's exactly not what Falcons was perhaps expecting here.
Definitely not what they were expecting for Locktrick in this gold lane. They were expecting the 1-1 to have a bit more pressure, but this is kind of what you can expect when you have an Angela constantly giving you HP, also putting some damage down in the early game. And notice as well, it's an Impure Rage, so he'll be able to actually dish out quite a bit of damage, but also stay sustainable enough with the mana as long as he hits these skills in that lane. So as long as he stays in that lane for a while, he'll be able to facilitate Chidera's farming very easily.
Do they want to go for this, Niall? Alright, they're just posturing at the moment, but you can even see that Luke actually opted to go for the Radiant Armor here to have more pressure in that 1v1 lane. If the Joy decides to go in for the far lane push, Maro!
A beautiful Iron Hook from Maro. Blind into the bush, finds Beloyski, the Angela. And that's a free pick off for now. Maro, though, has to be careful. There's a big chunk of damage from Luke, and it seems like both the side laners will be swapping it out very early on in the game. Still with the gold minions, it doesn't matter. Iron Hook connecting as a shield unity was able to facilitate a good hook. The hard guard comes in as well with the crossbow attack. Will be popped in with an Inspire. Luke still able to survive, but now he's going to be translated over to the back line where Niall is able to pop in that Appraiser's Wrath. Not enough damage, however, to connect onto the rest of Team Falcons. And Falcons will just be able to walk out with a solid win. Now walking back in front. Now the back line going to be targeted down. A penalty zone by Goodnight is used up to try to zone Geek Fam away. Meanwhile, Chidera in the bottom lane just goes for the turret, goes for the trade. Geek Fam's Niall versus Leo. The Iron Hook not connecting Niall. Looking for retribution, but look at Hulk jumping in. A boy forced to flicker out. Retry battle with Niall. It's a good bloody hunt by Maro to facilitate a free turtle retry for Leo. And Niall now is forced back. Pops in her Praiser's Wrath defensively. And Geek Fam will choose to disengage.
The Falcons, they're not going down without a fight, and we completely forgot to mention Maro on his signature hero, the Franco. The Franco, the hero that he was so known for back in M4, the hero that put his name in everyone's mind, and there you go.
Maro's clean with it, gets Goodnight, a good kill, but not for now. Beloy's able to sustain very, very well. But they've gone enough pressure for Lawtrick to just go for the free hits onto this turret. Heck, Chidera might be in trouble right now. The weakness point should be taken away. Goodnight picks up a kill with a stolen feathered airstrike with an IMU. And Leo zones Chidera and a boy away. Hulk looking for the flank. Chidera dashing into the base, but look at the electrifying beats and the vengeance. Taking Chidera out of the play. Team Falcons gets a massive win down below.
This entire situation that Falcons had built up towards, that we're seeing right now, was cascaded by that hook earlier on by Maro, and now Luke is not having a good time.
It's a bloody hunt to lock Luke down, and Lawtrick won't even commit a crossbow of Tang. He doesn't need to. Just backs away. Meanwhile, Niall in the bottom lane trying to chase Hulk down. Dashing forward, getting a good hit, but it's not enough to take the joy.
2-0 trade in for the Falcons, and now they're actually leading in economy, 1.6 to their name, and the pressure is building. There were several moments when they went in for team fights, but Luke actually opted to go for side lane pressure instead. So I don't know if there's going to be an adjustment to his playstyle, or that's exactly the idea that they're going for. They're trying to wait for that late game, perhaps, to wait for a boy and Chidera to eventually dish out the damage that they were meant to deal.
Let's see.
Maro, so annoying.
I think annoying is an understatement at this point, but look at Lawtrick. If Franco is annoying, the Wan is, what's the word for more annoying? But he is. With just the split push pressure. That's the thing about Wan, right? The team can go for a fight. Maro, what the heck? An Iron Hook connecting onto the best possible target. He finds a boy. And Hulk now is going to be caught. He's still able to evade despite the penalty zone connecting. And Falcons still come out on top. They take a tier 2 up top for free. And Goodnight gets out. Chidera though with a flicker forward as well. Gets a good shutdown there. A good meltdown, I would say. Aside, except not the shutdown.
And all the while, Lawtrick was just busy getting that tower in that top side, pushing it in favor of Falcons. It's going to be instantly traded back with his mid-side turret from Geek Fam. But ultimately, Falcons still hold on to their dominance in the first 8 minutes of the game. We can already feel that Chidera is dealing the damage. You can see that he already has the golden staff as well, so a little bit more attack speed on his side. And finally, it's starting to show. Is it enough though? Is it... Can they push through? Maro has just been so impeccable on the hooks.
That's a feather airstrike, and that's enough damage. Wow. They took down Leo, melted him so fast. I guess that's the W for them in the mid game, right? Once they get that their item power spikes, a boy and Chidera, they're online, they're active now. They're starting to really melt down even the tankiest of frontliners. Leo, that fast.
And that's why I do believe that Maro is going to be that X factor before they even commit onto the team fight. Without any purifies on the side of Geek, that's definitely something that they can go for. And there you go, Maro!
Another bloody hunt secures a kill, and Lawtrick is the one who picks up a killing spree. Not the target you want to be giving the kills away to. Team Falcon still holding on to the gold lead despite it being already a bit lower than it was before. As long as Lawtrick is able to keep this lead, it should still be Team Falcons who are able to walk out on top of these skirmishes. Maro again with an Iron Hook, baiting and bringing Luke back to the team. The penalty zone was used up a little bit in panic, and he was only able to find one. Not enough at all. And with Luke being that low, Falcons will just go straight for the Lord right now, super fast. Maro though, gonna be tied up, flickers out of the feather airstrike. It's a big resource burnt out for Geek Fam.
And it's so unfortunate, but wait a minute, Maro goes in again. Niall!
Leaves the retribution, Bloody Hunt locks him down, and the crossbow tank there was ready. Lotric decides to hold it back, and it's a mega kill. 3,000 gold lead for the first runner-up of MPL, Mina.
The instant shift in economy. Earlier on, we mentioned from that 1.8, it turned to a 1.4, but Falcons are saying, no, all right, you want more? We'll give you more. Let's give you a 4K gold deficit. And we're seeing the disparity between the players from both of the teams. The carry, already with the Corrosion Scythe and the Golden Staff, is still waiting on that third item, being that DHS. If and only if they're able to get that momentum down, then the damage should be enough to shred down. But the problem is, if Maro makes it a 4v5, without a boy, without Chidera, that's when the team fights start to go in favor of Falcons, who are now sitting at 5K.
In case you guys forgot, people watching back at home, the audience, if Geek Fam lose here, they'll be knocked out. And again, it's Maro with an iron hook. This time to the frontliner. Hulk diving deep. A boy forces a flick around. Hulk chasing. And he finds a boy in the base. Now with the taunt, locking Maro down. Lotric able to get the crossbow attack. Ready on the now right now, but the hard guard is not in time. 3 for 0. 3 for 1. Just Hulk. What are the XP lane? What are the members? A cannon minion. Gonna be used up by Team Falcons. Not enough to end the game. But Falcons have cracked Geek Fam's base wide open.
Completely. In the top side, all it takes for is just a little push. Another forced error. Another amazing iron hook coming out from Maro. And that is why I was questioning why Geek Fam didn't opt for a little bit more Purify. Sure, a boy has a little bit more damage maneuverability, especially that's the common combo that we like to see, right? Feather Airstrike and the Flicker gives it a little bit of more defense in sticky scenarios, but this is Maro's Franco we're talking about. This is a... There you go again! Maro!
An Iron Hook, a Bloody Hunt as well. The crossbow tag! Lotric! Now translating over to Chidera. Luke goes over the penalty zone, but Lotric's a bit too mobile. Maro! With another Iron Hook! And Goodnight finds a penalty zone on the 3. Plays after plays, Team Falcons. The name and another! Maro is a monster!
This is what we were talking about all the way from the early game. We completely forgot to hype this train. Maro on the Franco is a Franco that everyone has respected on the international scene. We saw it at M4. We're seeing it now. There's a reason why he was flown last minute here all the way to Indonesia from wherever he was, right? That's the reason. That's what we're seeing. The momentum that has been built by Falcons on the back of beautiful, beautiful pickoffs and opportunities from that Iron Hook.
The last time I saw an individual display of Franco prowess was also from a team with a very similar name, and it was a roamer as well. It was Team Falcon at M4 with Naomi. Now it's Team Falcons with Maro on the Franco.
Man, like you would expect that Geek Fam are ready to go. Oh no, Maro's coming.
The conceal play into the back, doesn't find the Iron Hook this time and gets caught instead. Hulk jumping back into the back line with a vengeance as well. A boy and Chidera still able to kite away, but the crossbow tang will be translated over. 2 of the main frontliners have been taken out. Lotric still chasing, Shield Unity onto the back as well. Not enough to take anyone down. Chidera now jumping out of the penalty zone, flickering out to safety. No many ways for Team Falcons for now, but they're looking for the Lord instead. They're not going to try to bank on the end.
A boy and a Chidera, those are the only players from the side of Geek Fam ID that are left. They have the damage, but they don't have the utility nor the sustain enough to be able to try and go for a contest over this. They're gonna let it go. They're gonna go for the defense instead. But Chidera, 1v1, Hulk? All right, it's fine. He gets out. That nearly was a disaster for Geek Fam if they had to lose Chidera in the final moments before the Lord actually spawns for Team Falcons.
Usually on a Franco, you'd expect to find a moment. He's been finding all the moments. Every single Iron Hook, well, maybe not every single one, not the last one, but most of the Iron Hooks have basically given Team Falcons an advantage. With a lockdown on top of a 1-1. We mentioned the combo earlier today. It was a Divine Judgment 1-1, but it wasn't as effective as it is here by Team Falcons.
7,300 gold lead already for Team Falcons. You can even see that Lotric sitting at an 804 KDA, by the way, has already secured that. Oh no, Maro!
Another Iron Hook and a bloody hunt. It's a 4-man penalty zone by Luke, but it's not going to be enough right now as Lotric just jumps into the bag and help from Goodnight. It's a winner truncheon as well. Geek Fam, the first runner-up of MPL Indonesia, have been bullied all the way. They've been knocked out of MPLI 2023 by Team Falcons.
Without Onyx ID here at MPL ID, this was the save and grace for Indonesia. This was the light for Indonesia. The lighthouse. Everyone banked on the success of Geek Fam. With the success we've seen all throughout MPL ID and success we saw last time around back in MPLI 2022. But Maro comes in. The Falcons soar high today as they are going to be able to take this match and take the dreams of Geek Fam away.
The fact that the final play was made by a player named Goodnight. Goodnight as they send Geek Fam home. It won't be too far as we are in Indonesia, but it's a bitter pill to swallow if you're a Geek Fam or an Indonesian fan. Just goes to show you the level of competitiveness outside of Southeast Asia growing. TOB with a win earlier against Dewa, and now Team Falcons with a win over Geek Fam.
We saw what happened. We were there for every second and every minute of it. But let's allow Arashi now to break down that match, because that was an incredibly insane one.
I mean, what can you say, man? Maro. This man, whenever he gets that Franco, just seems like he doesn't hook only the opposing team, he hooks the whole game and takes full control. We saw that yesterday. There's a bit of a disconnect in Team Falcons. They don't seem to be having the same idea in mind when they're maneuvering around the map. Today, it's a completely different story. It seems like Maro on that Franco just gets full control. His team always positions to back him up, and as a result, every single time the hooks lands, first of all, the hooks are already crazy, but every time the hooks land, the follow-up is impeccable, and even the counter-engage. Because if in theory, right? In theory, Geek Fam has the Terizla. So if someone gets hooked in, they can just counter-engage. But this is where that Valentina comes in so clutch. It was picked in earlier in the drafting phase, but now when a penalty zone is used to engage, especially towards the later stages of the game, Goodnight just comes in with that counter penalty zone and just equalizes. So now it's a completely different situation, especially for a boy who's just left in such a difficult spot. Anything thrown at him from the side of Falcons is going to take him out. If he gets hooked, he's gone. If he gets hit with a penalty zone, he's pretty much gone on the Farsa, unless he has battle spells. And if the 1-1 gets to him, same story. So he is always in constant danger, and this is the problem, right? For Geek Fam, a boy has always been one of the main pillars. He's always consistent. He's always been able to clear the mid lane and always give that impact to the side laners through that mid lane rotation. But now, with Boloyski just outmatched in the pressure due to the Franco-Angela differential, and a boy just constantly zoned away from these big fights, it was just a difficult spot. And it's not just a boy that was suffering from this situation, man. Chodera, usually always finding success despite the adversities posed to him inside the game. On this carry, he was almost zero impact. Even in the big team fights, when all the ultimates was used, there's just a chance that something somewhere is gonna just get thrown out, and if it lands onto him, he is also gone. So there's no security for the backline to actually make any plays happen. And the opposite is completely true for the side of Falcons. Maro on the Franco is your MVP, and I do not have to waste time to tell you why. He just enables the whole team, and even when when his teammates maybe misposition, the fact that he has so much pressure, the fact that he has so much control, just means that they can get away with doing some things that are not exactly textbook for Team Falcon. And even Nile, we've always talked about how Nile is a great player, great retributions, always winning in the contest. But with the pressure here, it seems it's just a bit too much And Team Falcons were able to get that neutral objective win again and again. So you have to wonder what the plan was, man, because for Geek Fam, they just did not have enough crowd control. Not enough spammable crowd control, I might say. Because they did have the Terizla, but okay, what is Luke's job here? Is it to engage on multiple members? Because he did that in this game, but it just wasn't enough. Is it to stop the Franco engage? Is it to stop the Bloody Hunt? And if he does that, then everyone else just moves in, and there's no real way for Geek Fam to deter the full-on onslaught from all the dive that Team Falcons have in their hands. Especially with the focusing mark, I think this Franco was just a bit too lethal to leave open, with the very on-point usage of the flicker as well. It's always the right moment, right target, and sometimes he just walks up predicting the movements of Geek Fam, and he gets those very valuable picks. Like it's trying to mention in the middle of the game, I think Purifies definitely could be used by Geek Fam. They really should have respected this man, because his reputation precedes him. This is one of the only players that got such a huge highlight moment as back in M4. But now let's take a look at the highlights and see what was Team Falcons able to do off the back of Marrow. Of course, here, Geek Fam, in the mid game, they feel like they need to strike back, get some control back, so they go for it. But afterwards, maybe this is something that they are just not used to. They go back to their lanes, but then they get caught off guard. It's almost like Team Falcons have their movements read out. And Marrow, man, he is so good at just positioning too. He doesn't make all these hooks happen by being crazy, by flickering in, by doing anything unexpected. He just moves around the fog of war and makes sure that Geek Fam just never knows where he is, and before you know it, you get hooked. And there, it's not only the engage, but even the counter engage, the follow-up hooks, you might say, from Marrow, really makes it very difficult for Geek Fam to do anything. And here, once everyone gets behind Geek Fam, once there are no more turrets to fall back to, once the Baxia and the Valentina, the 1-1 and the Joy, when they come at you from multiple angles, what can you do? What is there to actually stop them from pushing forward? The only real big stun comes from the Terizla, and maybe some small crowd control tools are available to the Brethren, but it's just not nearly enough, especially when there's so many members jumping at the same time. This situation right here looks kind of sketchy because everyone's low HP, but that's just how confident Falcons are with all the success they've been able to get in the mid game. And it really seems like on the opposite side, Geek Fam were a bit trigger shy towards the late stage of the game, just failing again and again to get big moments. They have combos available to them, and by all means, there is damage in the hands of Homebois and Chidera. But it really seems like they were just too concerned at that point to go for any meaningful pickoff. We've seen that with the carry pick, even the Baxia can be shredded down before the teams can follow up, but Geek Fam did not attempt it at all in the late game, and that is partially because Falcons have just adjusted with the counter penalty zones, with Law Trick, by the way, honorable mention here, doing a lot of damage, going with the Sea Halberd as well to ensure that Baloyski cannot mess with the damage calculations, even though he has the Flask of the Oasis. Logic was just doing a lot of damage, and without anyone available to really zone him out, it was just difficult. Once he gets the crossbow of Tang, everyone is forced to back away, and generally, when you do so, you lose out on 1 or 2 members, and for Geek Fam, it's usually the tanks. Usually, the tanks are more disposable, more sacrificial, but in this situation, against so much dive, the tanks become that much more important, and Geek Fam just could not match up to the overall pressure. Looking at the stats right here, a 10k gold difference for the favorites from Indonesia, it's definitely an unexpected conclusion. But even Nile on the Fredrin, 0 kills. Baloyski and Angela only 4 assists. It's just not what we're used to seeing, man. Baloyski below 7 deaths and only 4 assists. What a world we live in right now, and what a day for Team Falcons. But right now, with their advantage, they must find other ways to get success, because now everyone's eyes are definitely on Marrow and that Franco. It will not be let go without a fight in the drafting phases in the next games for Team Falcons. So we'll look forward to seeing what they can do to try and find a winning solution the next time they're on the stage. But enough from me, we're gonna throw you guys straight back to Mirko and Eterna.
It's a day for the underdog story as Team Falcons was able to completely dismantle Geek Fam ID. And that means for Indonesia's hopes and dreams, I gotta say it relies on your team, Mirko. That's pressure.
I don't think it's pressure. I think it's good motivation.
Did you hear
for-
somebody say something?
No.
Like he mentioned a team?
What?
Someone mentioned a team. It's so funny.
Oh, Rashi.
No, not Arashi.
Oh.
I'll tell you later.
Okay, I didn't hear it earlier.
It's
What I
okay.
heard was, Indonesia. 2 teams technically have been knocked out, but technically on paper, Geek Fam haven't been knocked out yet. Why? Because there's a chance of a full 1-2 tiebreaker in the bottom 3.
Oh, all right.
So if Falcons lose their next matchup, they'll be 1-2. Blacklist, if they lose their next one against Geek, they'll be 1-2, and Geek Fam will be 1-2 as well. So it'll all lie here. If Geek Fam can get a win over Blacklist International, there's a chance of that happening. The chance of that goes up. 1-2,
Wait.
1-2, 1-2. 3
So-
teams in the bottom, 1-2.
If Blacklist wins this, there's no tiebreaker.
No tiebreaker, Geek Fam out.
If they lose,
Then Geek Fam will be
Three-way.
1-2, just like
because there's one more match in
yeah.
Group B after
Homebois
this.
Falcons. So for the scenario
Oh.
to work, it'll be Geek Fam wins against Blacklist
Okay.
here, and then Falcons lose against Homebois. That way, all 3 teams here who are in the bottom will be 1-2, 1-2, and 1-2.
Interesting. All right. We're
So-
moments away of our first tie.
There's a chance of that happening.
Okay. So with that, we're gonna get on to a little break. We're not gonna be too long, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned because we'll see you after. You're Mirko. Bye bye.
Tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to MPLI 2023. Back again on the caster stand with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, to bring you another 2 more matches of the decider of Group B. So, I guess we closed it on the wrong foot when we closed it earlier on, because there is still a chance for a Geek Fam Indonesia to still make it to the playoffs.
You're right.
Small chance, but there's a chance.
Very small chance. There's a tiebreaker scenario, ladies and gentlemen. So for Geek Fam, they are not completely knocked out just yet, because for all the teams, this is the tiebreaker scenario. Geek Fam winning against Blacklist in this matchup. That'll make their score 1-2. That'll make Blacklist score 1-2 as well. And then if Falcons lose against Homebois later in the match after this, that'll mean that Falcons will also be sitting at 1-2. That means Falcons, Blacklist, and Geek Fam will all be tied at 1-2.
Which is why this next upcoming match is going to decide the fate of a lot of teams, right?
Basically.
For Blacklist themselves and also for Geek Fam ID, whether or not they're going to continue here at MPL 2023, it's all going to come down to this. Blacklist International, the saving grace from the Philippines, as well as Geek Fam from Indonesia. Yesterday, Blacklist was the first Filipino representative to lose a match. And so we'll see. But afterwards, do we talk about afterwards? What happened?
RGPH 2-0. AP Bren with another 2-0. Echo.
Do we talk about Echo?
Well, it
not
depends,
talk
right?
about Echo. I'm not second shift. I don't want to talk about Echo.
Yeah, you didn't watch the second game. I mean, I watched the Echo BTR one.
I watched it too.
Well, I also watched mini documentaries on Omni by FWD.
Cool.
You didn't watch it, right?
What did you watch on Omni by FWD?
Firstly, when I opened it up just 2 days ago, I actually watched the BTR Vin journey first. Like Vin's journey from Bigetron Alpha, from even before Bigetron Alpha in Arakura, his journey as a pro player. What did he do? How did he conquer a lot of the different hurdles that was sent his way in life? And then I also watched the brand ambassador story for EVOS' brand ambassador, Una, and more of like the struggles of being a brand ambassador and just overall the journey of being a brand ambassador.
And I'm hearing that all these things we can actually watch exclusively, right? On Omni.
On Omni by FWD. Exclusive. That means it's only on Omni by FWD.
It is, so don't forget to download it on Google Play. Or if you're
Free.
an Apple user, you guys can check out the App Store as well. It's there. It's free. No one will take money away from you. So, you know, go ahead and check that out. Or there's another option.
Code. Just scan the QR code right below Eterna.
I keep forgetting that there's a QR code.
Exactly.
Why do I make my life just so difficult?
Just eat.
Let's make things
easier. Right? If you're, you know, sometimes you get cranky, right? Especially when you don't get your naps. It's all right, because we've got you covered with Hello Panda. Rise above the pang of hunger and unlock the full flavor of MPLI with Hello Panda, Hello Panda. That's it. That's all we know. That's all we know.
Something, 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 something.
Is that how the song goes?
I think so, yeah. It's like the melody of it. But I don't remember the lyrics.
We only remember the taste of Hello Panda because
yeah.
it's so good. And you know what's crazy? We've tasted all of the flavors. We literally have, well, all the flavors for display. This is for display. We also have all the flavors for us to eat during breaks. No cap. We are left to just the final. This is the final stash. Everything else is... We still have a few boxes, I think, outside, but we really like it. We really love it.
Stole a box. That's why we're limited. We need to go next door and steal it back.
We'll do that. We'll do that after this, all right? And then we'll be able to show our massive stacks.
Our massive stacks. And this massive, I would say, app. Does that rhyme? App and stack? No.
I don't know how that would rhyme. You're really not a rapper.
I'm sorry.
But
One
Esports is also not a rap app. It's a news app, technically. Well, news, guides, everything that you can really find. It's One Esports.
It's One Esports as a rise above everyone else with this wonderful exclusive app that is only available to Samsung on the Samsung Galaxy Store, but you can also access it on Google Play.
Or you can also just follow our social media at One Esports on any one of the social medias that you guys prefer.
I'm a Discord man. I'm gonna go on Discord. I'm a TikTok man. It's all right. You can go on TikTok.
I'm more of an Instagram girl.
Then you can go on X.
I said Instagram.
And I said X.
Okay, I'll take YouTube then.
That's fine, but I'll go Twitch.
Yeah, you can take it.
Okay.
I'll take Facebook though.
I'm trying to TikTok.
Oh, did you not? You said TikTok already.
I thought I could.
That was yours already from the start.
It's not fair. Look, there's 7.
So I took more.
It's not even.
Did I take
the number.
more?
Yeah, you did.
Yes.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
1-0 for Eterna. Will it be 1-0 for Blacklist or for Geek Fam? That's going to be the question here. Because we are going to have a 1-0 in the naming department. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Diggy.
Mia, 1-1. There you go. We got it. 1-1, Eterna. You're
Did
bad at
one
this game.
esports say that it was Mia?
No,
Did you
but
get confirmation?
This is
all right?
clearly... Wait.
Okay.
This is clearly Mia.
If one esports has not confirmed that it's Mia, then
Look,
you're still wrong.
look at the
You don't
pose.
get the point.
She's even just doing... She's doing the bow thing with the leg.
Look,
like that.
you need to look at it with creativity. All right? You're thinking about it too literal. In an abstract sense, I feel like with the long hair, it could be a Diggy.
It's name that hero, not create a hero out of your imagination.
Yeah, but it's a silhouette, so you gotta be creative.
So you see a silhouette of a tiger, you can say that's
It could be a
human.
panda. Because it's like the mind plays games on you.
Sure.
You think it's one thing, but it's actually a different thing.
That's good. That's amazing, Eterna. I support you with that because I can abuse the system even more. You can keep on imagining things while I'll look and
copium.
point out.
It's copium.
It's copium?
It's copium. Because he's wrong.
Unfortunate, man. Hopefully we get the diamonds. Well, you can clearly see that Eterna is not too good at this game. So if you guys want to win 4,000 diamonds, just name it. Better than Eterna. If you have eyes... Heck, the thing says if you have eyes as good as Leslie. At this point, as long as you don't have Eterna's eyes, you should be good.
It's copium.
Or, you know what, Eterna? You're so bad at naming that hero, but you're not going to be bad at registering for updates. That's easy.
I can't do that either because I can't see barcodes. You remember that, right?
What?
Because I don't... Like, this has been like an ongoing thing for so
Scan the
many
QR
seasons.
code right below you. You look down and you should be able to see it right there,
now?
Right there.
Do I look at it now?
Yes.
What do I get? 4,000 diamonds?
4,000 diamonds.
For just updating.
Exclusive interviews with the MPLI teams here competing.
Okay.
Also, you get guides. You know how you didn't know how Joy worked mechanically?
Yeah.
You can learn that just with a simple tap.
Wow, that's so easy. That's so easy. I should do that.
You should. Then maybe you can perform like Hulk just earlier.
Oh, that was a really good Joy EXP. Okay, I'll scan the QR code.
It's gone now.
See? It's not there. You're a liar.
I'm not a liar.
It's not there. Guys, am I hallucinating? There's no QR code?
You know what? Maybe you are. Maybe you're hallucinating.
All right. I mean, either or, I'm gonna have to go look for the QR code. But meanwhile, let's take a look at the official team lineup for Blacklist International.
Blacklist International with their new lineup coming into MPLI 2023. One win against Geek Fam here will secure them a bigger chance at making it to the knockout stage. Then they'll have to be hoping for Falcons to also lose against Homebois in their next match. And with Blacklist International coming into this matchup, we saw two different sides of Blacklist. Yesterday, a win against Falcons, and then a loss against Homebois. Let's see if they can reset and come back today with another win.
Let's hope and let's see who are going to be playing from the opposing side. Let's welcome Geek Fam Indonesia.
The team that needs a win desperately. 0-2 at the start of the group stages for Group B. Geek fam, one last hope, one last chance at knockout stage glory.
The knight in shining armor for Indonesia. Our second place at MPL ID, our first runner-ups at MPL ID. Without Onyx, so much hope lays on their shoulder. So much pressure lays on their shoulder. But it looks like Beloyski is still smiling from ear to ear, so we can say that that's a good thing, right? You'd expect that they need to reset from that previous loss against Falcons earlier on, especially a back-to-back. They definitely don't have the momentum with them, and mentality is surely going to be a huge factor.
That's the thing, right? The mentality for both these teams. Will they be able to completely reset after 2 back-to-back losses? For Geek fam, for Blacklist, I think it's a bit easier. The last time they lost was all the way yesterday. So they surely have resetted again, but hey, we do have a player change here. We saw Chidera earlier in the lineup for Geek fam for the last 2 matches. Now it's back to the Marquee, the solution. We call them that when they were down 2-0 against RRQ. I don't think I have to tell you what happened next.
I'll tell you.
What?
They came back! They came back. That was one of the only roster swaps that was successful. That was Marquee swapped in for Chidera. So with Marquee stepping back into the lineup here for Geek Fam ID, this is the Hail Mary play that Geek Fam are currently going for as we take into the drafting phase of this upcoming match. Right now, we see that Blacklist with first pick, Geek with the second, the Fanny and the Joy taken out of the board, and meanwhile, Geek Fam have taken out the Guinevere and Nolan. With Valentina also banned out by Blacklist International, are they going to leave the Faramis open, or are they going to ban it out here and now?
The Faramis has been a very contested ban, or contested pick so far in day number 2 of the group stages. Very interesting changes happening just in a matter of a day, right? From it being left open almost always now to it being banned out completely. And for Geek Fam, their choice, their decision is to let it go. They'll ban out the Mathilda instead from Blacklist International's Kim Poi for the Fanny and the Joy ban here for Blacklist. That means they'll go for a first pick Lilia. Huh. That's something we haven't seen contested in a while now, especially first pick for Blacklist International. Quite an odd pick, but maybe it might just be a reactive kind of route they're going for here against Geek Fam. They want to see what Geek Fam want to go for, and certainly enough, when we know a boy, if you take a look at the games from a boy in MPL Indonesia Season 12, his main hero has been that Faramis, with an Edith locked in as well. Flex, either Beloyski or Luke.
I'm wondering why Blacklist didn't actually opt for the Faramis first. Are they saying that they're prioritizing wave control a bit better than the utility that, of course, and the damage that, of course, the Faramis can offer? But either or, we can say that Blacklist really want to play around these neutral objectives and the early game. With the Lilia fast clear, Bruno does exceptionally well in the gold lane, doesn't need too much of support, as well as Akai. We saw that earlier on, the fact that the Akai was picked up for more neutral objective contests, so we already do have a slight idea as to what Blacklist is looking for, but now Geek Fam will respond with an Iritel for Marquee.
It's a pick that got them a lot of victories in MPL Indonesia Season 12 playoffs, but so far in MPLI 2023, you can see from the stats earlier, 25% win rate for this Irithel. The Bruno is definitely a better pick right now for the meta, as we have seen in MPLI 2023, but with the Akai pick. Like you mentioned, Eterna, they already built up solid mid-control with the Lilia. On top of that, the neutral objective control from the Akai as well, but we do see some respect given over to Blacklist International, the first Thames ban in MPLI 2023. We know that Dominic was able to use Thames 2 times in their games, in their matches yesterday. 1 win, 1 loss, but it definitely seems like it is a comfort pick for Dominic.
All right, and here we are, Lancelot and Thamus banned out of the board here in the second phase. But I think, knowing a boy, this Faramis should be for him. So there is a possibility that they could go for a Diggy. That's what I wanted to mention. But instead, Geek Fam have actually opted to themselves ban it out. I thought that would be a really viable option. I know it's not necessarily Beloyski's style, but against what Blacklist is currently trying to do with the Akai and the heavy spin and so on and so forth, I thought the Akai would be a viable option for them to take. With that out of the board, Angela is actually still left open. Or do they want to go for something else? A little bit more crowd control, maybe a Ruby? But there you go, Angela, banned out by Blacklist.
Yeah, not anymore. Taken out by Blacklist International. And for Geek Fam now, Roamer, right? I would honestly think right now, the fact that they've already banned Angela, maybe they can still utilize this flex all the way to the very end. So if that's the case, they'll pick up a jungler first here. With no Lancelot, that means there's not a hero there who can actually go for a little bit of the untargetableness there against the Akai. Maybe they'll go for anti-CC. Instead of the Thorn Rose and the Phantom Execution, they go for anti-CC here. Say a Mortal Coil. Or if they want to go for something risky, a Benedetta jungle. Haven't seen that in a while, but if they do pick up a Benedetta, they flex into the... They go for Frederick. Wow.
Huh?
Against the Akai, I guess they're still very confident in the Fredrin, despite also losing just earlier. Niall still wants at it on this Fredrin. Interesting choice.
I would have for sure thought that it would be a Martis pickup here for Niall.
I must break the code.
It could also level head-to-head in the early... Oh, what? Blacklist International and Estes? No V, but we still see Estes coming through to Rizla as well to round it all out. That's sustain. That's a lot of clump, but a lot of sustain and heal. There's engage, there's CC to it, there's good wave clear. I think the only thing that I would be a little bit worried about is range. I understand that they do have the Lilia, but for Geek Fam, how are they going to respond to this? They're fighting healing with healing, Feramis and Estes.
Technically, yeah, an additional health bar there. And a Lapu becomes the choice for Luke in that XP lane. A hero that we haven't seen in MPLI 2023 so far. And we'll have a battle of the debuts, I would say, right? Estes versus Lapu. For Blacklist, though, this man is definitely no stranger to the Estes pickup. Bonchan, going back to his roots, M3. He was able to win M3 World Championship with V-Wise, Edward, Oheb, and Haji, using very similar lineup. Let's see if they can make it happen here with a win. They will be knocking out Geek Fam from MPLI 2023, and they'll also be securing a safer spot into the knockout stage.
Let him cook. Let Coach Bonchan cook, because sure, my talent prediction was for Geek Fam earlier on, but in terms of draft, I think I'm leaning a little bit towards Blacklist International, not to mention that we've been wrong 2 times in a row.
Make it 3 question mark?
We'll see. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome you into the land of dawn. The Filipino Blacklist International against the Indonesian Geek Fam ID. The final stand for Geek Fam here. All pressure, all eyes are on them to keep the flag, keep the Indonesian flag flying high.
3 purifies here for the side of Blacklist International, respecting already the heavy CC combination that Geek Fam can force onto them. I think the purify is especially important for Kim Poi as the Estes wants to try to position himself in the right spot as always, but also if he does get caught, if Geek Fam go for the dive, that purify will always come in handy to get out of these sticky situations.
And you need that level of respect, right? And I feel like that was a level of respect that was really lacking from Geek Fam ID in their previous game. With Blacklist, full respect on this. It's a question as to how Geek Fam will posture themselves. How will they utilize and how will they bait out these resources in time? Because definitely they need the engage. Beloyski needs to have that moment. So does Luke. But with so many purifies on the board, it's looking very difficult in those team fights later on that happens. But in the early game, in the laning phase, what do you think about the matchups on the side lanes?
Looking at the matchup, let's see the gold lane first, honestly. Irithel versus Bruno. I think we've mentioned this many times, but wait a minute, Niall wants to go in for a bit of a gank here. Getting a good chunk of damage onto Dominic, but you should be able to regen that back up with the regeneration. looking at the matchups, honestly, it's kind of 50-50. Both matchups here are a bit skill matchup, but for the bottom side, XP lane, I have to say that the Terizla should have a bit of an advantage in a pure 1v1. If it's a 2v2 or if it's a 3v2, where a boy rotates over, it's not really that good for the Terizla, obviously. Meanwhile, up top, Marky actually going to lose out on that trade, but Geek Fam will trade into the bottom lane with some pressure down here. Bloisky walking up, getting the Earth Shatter onto Dominic, but Dominic goes in with the penalty zone. Luke trying to follow him as well. Keep Poi taken very low with the help of the Purify. Gets up for a bit, but the Brave Spider connects onto the back. Luke gets a good kill. The heavy spin used up by Rindo. Right now he's going to be changed CC'd by Bloisky, and even another comes down. Dominic with a flicker. Luke still able to survive, dodging away from one last hit, and Niall secures the turtle for Geek Fam. One last hit was enough. Meanwhile, up top, there's another fight as well. A chaotic game to start this matchup for knockout stage. Glory, Appraiser's Wrath connecting, but Kim Poi gets a blessing of the Moon Goddess on time. Niall has to respect it, but he doesn't respect it in time, and Haji, the Kada machine, takes him out.
There you go, already 3-1 here in the first 3 minutes of the game. Blacklist slightly leading in economy, but that entire thing was on the back foot of the fast clear coming in from the Lapu Lapu earlier on. There was support from the other Geek Fam members, but that allowed them to set up for the neutral objective first. And therefore, despite the economy lead, it was Geek Fam that was able to get the turtle away from Blacklist. Meanwhile, you see that Al already securing his item. Already the has clause in his pocket. With Marky struggling there in this gold lane, Bloisky forced to give some support, give some pressure over back onto Al, but Kim Poi always at the right time, at the right place. Always knows where he needs to go, and so far Blacklist is still standing strong.
He's still got to be very careful of the damage that can come through though, from mainly the Lapu Lapu. Luke, on this Lapu Lapu, he's going to be able to gap close so easily, and with the lack of a flicker, that's a very vulnerable Estes. Sure, you have the Purify, but when damage is coming your way, it's a bit tough to evade from it.
Needs setup though, right? Oh no, top side.
Heavy crossbow, a lockdown onto Owl, but with the blessing of the Moon Goddess, with the healing, they're able to out-sustain and even force Marky back all the way, even forcing a sprint. So it started off as a Purify burnt for nothing, but it ended up with a 1-for-1 sprint for Purify trade, where Marky has actually lost the trade because of the resources that has been burnt away from him. That health bar, not too good, but he's still able to farm quite well. And it should still be Geek Fam who has more pressure around a turtle here as Marky has rejoined the team. Blacklist have already used the blessing of the Moon Goddess. Penalty zone coming down, but Niall goes in. An amazing retribution. Luke now jumping with the Bravest Spider, going on to Dominic with that Bravest Spider. Slashes as the boy pulls Dominic back. Not enough to take him down just yet, but Niall's able to steal away the purple buff from Rindo as he now looks for another engage. Haji goes and pops the black shoes. Geek Fam get a win in the 5th minute of the game.
A slight win here for Geek Fam, being able to equalize the economy now in the 5th minute of the game. And that's what I really wanted to talk about, right? Marky. It looks bad for Marky. I think I've seen a lot of moments where it looks bad for Marky in the laning phase, but somehow he's always able to make it work, right? Because I thought that earlier on, looking at how things work, but the minimap, Kim Poi though.
Blessing of the Moon Goddess still helping him out. Good disengage from Rindo as well. But it's a massive resource that has been used up. Bloisky almost falling to the grooves. Haji's following him down. Baits out the Primal Wrath. Bloisky now trying to recall. Gets read out in that bush. Goes back to the robot form. And Rindo will be able to stop that recall. I think he's been stopped 3 times there in terms of the recalls.
Poor guy.
Poor guy.
Poor guy.
Recall, man.
Exactly, right? But yeah, I would have pictured that Marky would be behind 500 gold, but he was actually earlier on only behind 100 to 200. So close your eyes in a little bit. Marky was still able to make it work, but here they go for the defense. I think, oh no, Owl's actually not able to get that last basic attack onto the tower, and it still is going to stand for quite a bit. It looks like Blacklist still want to force it though.
They gotta be careful though. If they use their resources in a way where Geek Fam can punish for just this turret, it'll be very, very costly. But they stay safe. They choose to go back instead. It's a bit too greedy to just, double down on that play. Dominic
Knocked up by that Earth Shatter, and Bloisky will use the onward, backward.
Onward, backward. Ironic. Geek fam gonna force the push here in the mid lane in order for them to start setting up for the turtle. So far, it's been a perfect turtle for Geek fam so far, so let's see if Rindo is gonna be able to get this. He is a level behind though. But generally, like you mentioned earlier on, Luke goes very aggressive.
Right onto Kimboy, the damage there. Just placed down by Luke, but the Blessing of the Moon Goddess will be used up, and Luke should fall here. He buys a lot of time. Flicker out of the gloom as well, but it's still going to be Haji who picks up the killing spree. Rindo still has a heavy spin. Now it's going to be the contested. Rindo finds it. A good angle with the heavy spin to look for that red tree. Niall zoned away from it. And that's a win for Blacklist International. Even up top in the gold lane, we are seeing that Owl is winning in the trades against Marky.
That was a weird turn of events, right? Sure, I understand Luke goes into the backline, causes some distraction for the team in order for Geek fam to be able to focus on securing the turtle, but as soon as he went for the engage, it looked like kind of like a back and forth situation for Geek fam. And they didn't commit onto the turtle that should have been theirs. And then it was Blacklist to just pick up and take under the nose of the setup coming in from Geek. Now, Blacklist, they're rotating towards his top side, gonna give Bloisky here a bit of a difficult time.
No penalty zone on Dominic though. That's a primal ramp used up. Luke looking for an angle of flank. Whoa, what happened? Beloy lost his life up top to some poke from the glooms. And to that skill 1 of Dominic. A good pick off by Blacklist International, though it might have been unintentional. A kill is a kill.
Kill is a kill. 5-1 in 8 minutes. A 2K gold lead here for Blacklist. Taking a look at Haji so far as well, his performance has been very reliable. 302 KDA has not been able to be picked up once. And the beautiful thing about the Lilia, other than the fact that she has really good wave clear, is the fact that she can use the glooms to open up the map, create vision for the team and information without solely relying on Rindo, Kimboy of all people, and of course Dominic to give that information for him. And so Haji's having a good time.
Haji's back to the Kada machine. Look at that, 3-0-2. He's Kadaing very well this game.
Kadaing.
Kadaing.
I keep forgetting the correct pronunciation.
It's Kada.
It's Kada.
That's how you pronounce KDA. For Haji specifically. For everyone else, it's just KDA. But for him, it's Kada.
Noted.
LaFell made that happen.
Rindo, level 11. As compared to Niall, who's level 12, so he is still far behind. Well, not far, he's 1 level behind of Niall at the moment. And I'm wondering what the call for Blacklist is. Do they want to go for a 50-50 despite the level difference? Do they want to bank on the fact that he can utilize his heavy spin to negate Niall's pressure in the Retribution battle? But meanwhile, what?
Bloisky going to lose out all the NetherRealm HP, and my goodness, Owl just takes him out of the Land of Dawn. With a few good shots, Luke now jumps in with the Bravest Fighter, goes on to Haji. He's still able to survive with the help of the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, and Haji survives all throughout, baits the team. Niall's down, Luke flickers forward, gets the stun, but it's not enough damage to really threaten anyone from Blacklist. They'll simply sustain back up. A boy able to dodge away from a few of the skills with a good flicker and a Stampede. Or actually, just a Stampede. What the heck, Blacklist? Dominating in this game, 8-1 now.
So that was the call. They didn't go for the 50-50. They looked for the pickoff instead. They were able to take Bloisky off first and then proceed with 2 more kills in order for them to completely gain control over the neutral objective take. And that was very, I would say, disciplined from Blacklist, despite them knowing that they could still utilize the resources coming in from Rindo. They still didn't want to make that costly decision. Blacklist now with a 5K gold lead. The Lord marching down in the bottom side. Rindo trying to find an opening to maybe take away Niall's purple buff away. Kimboy's there to back him up, but it still will be Niall securing it. But look at the towers falling 1 by 1.
It should fall just like this. I mean, they have the Lord, they have a good siege composition to go with it. Good clear from Haji, good damage on turrets from the Bruno of Owl, the SEA Games gold medalist alongside Dominic. And now they're looking for more around the map. Haji doing some damage. Bloisky trapped in the penalty zone right now. That's going to be the NetherRealm from a boy to save the team in their own base turret. They're the ones struggling this hard. Blacklist are really pushing Geek Fam to their limits, and it certainly will be their limit here if Geek Fam lose. Geek Fam have one last shot at making it a tiebreaker. If they win here, they can have a chance to still make it to the knockout stages, but if they lose, it's all but over.
Is this not deja vu for both Beloyski and Marky? Their
like
fates in the hands of Blacklist International.
Oh,
surely
man.
a different team in Geek Fam and surely a different lineup from Blacklist, but this is a very similar scenario, and I'm pretty sure that Beloyski and Marky want what's theirs. They want vengeance here. But so far, they've literally only been able to take one kill, and that's on to Kimpoi, the roamer, as we take a look at this replay.
It just felt really organized by Blacklist International, messy by Geek Fam. On paper, that's what both these compositions are supposed to do. Blacklist should stay very, very organized with their front to back and heal back up, out-sustain Geek Fam. Geek Fam tried to make it as chaotic as they could, but it simply just wasn't enough. They were not able to melt down the HP bars fast enough. There's too much healing for the side of Blacklist International, and you're right, Eterna. This certainly would give all of the veterans who always had Blacklist as their last hurdle some PTSD for sure. Beloyski and Marky was part of that Onyx PH lineup, possibly the best team in the world, but just losing out to one very special team that dominated in that year of MLBB almost completely. Blacklist International, a different lineup, but it seems the curse for Beloy and Marky is still true. They just cannot get past Blacklist.
13 minutes in, and like you mentioned, it's not looking good for Geek at all. Sure, they were able to get a small win. They were able to get a turret there in the top side, but Rindo's catched up. He's caught up. Niall, level 15, there certainly is still a level difference. That's something that we can actually appreciate from Niall, right? Because even through hell and high water, everything that he goes for and goes against, the obstacles that he faces, Niall somehow, some ways, always able to stay in the game with that level lead.
Oh, good read by Kimpoi.
Nice.
It was a concealed play from Beloy. That was one of the BBBs that we usually see in MPL Indonesia, the big brain Beloy plays. But this time around, Blacklist are a bit too intelligent for that to work out. Geek Fam still in desperation, looking for an angle, a way back into this game, slowly but surely trying to just crawl themselves out of this tough spot.
Chariza's not there.
Not yet.
Geek Fam have received information that he was pushing in the bottom lane. There was a small opportunity for them to go for it, but they didn't, and now Dominic is back, and he's looking for his target right now. They know where Beloyski is. Haji is still able to open up vision. Window.
He just goes in right now. Gets the flicker out as well. That's a big ultimate, big resource already used up. Dominic jumps in with the penalty zone onto the back, but another realm saves him for a bit. Niall jumps in with the Appraiser's Brand down with the taunt as well. That's going to be Rindo. Secures the Lord for the team. And a boy, one last hit. Oh, it's Owl with a shot down, fade away. And Rindo takes Luke out of the land of Dawn in the 15th minute of the game. A boy can come back instantly, but Luke cannot. That's 30 seconds on the death timers.
Oh no, with the waves crashing like this, it looks like Blacklist are looking for the turret in this mid side. Haji picks up a Holy Crystal out of pure destruction, pure damage now in his arsenal, and they're looking to push more. Look at that tower fall again in the bottom lane, and the Lord hasn't even come yet.
Nope. This has all been minions. Just with minions, Blacklist were able to crack the base open, and maybe just with minions, they might be able to end the game. Dominic with the penalty zone onto the side, not onto the base. Geek Fam still able to defend for now. Niall in the midst of it all right now,
Niall.
healing, forgetting, soaking so much damage as the Lord finally has arrived. Rindo brings Beloyski back to the team with a good heavy spin right now as another round comes through, but it's a bit too late now. Luke jumps in with the Bravest Fighter, but a blessing of the Moon Goddess out-sustains the entire team. It's out with a triple kill. The first Maniac, the first Savage might happen. It's a Maniac. One last hit. Is it a Savage? Of course it's not. Of course it's the SS who steals it.
Kimpoi!
Blacklist have knocked Geek Fam out. This time it's official. It's only a Maniac, but it's all good. A 1-0 saves the rest of the group from a tiebreaker.
Another Indonesian representative officially goes home today. Is this a hint to the end of the Indo era here at MPLI? With the performance from Blacklist, with the performance from AP Bren, who are looking like strong contenders to make it all the way to the grand finals.
What a performance by, remember, the second team of Blacklist International. The second lineup up against Geek Fam's main lineup with the Ube strat. Back to the basics of Blacklist.
This shows that Blacklist is even more flexible now than ever, being able to play two different lineups that are as strong. And with that, let's break down that game, the end of the Geek Fam dream, with Arashi Hoshi.
A sad day for the Geek Fam unity. What a performance by Blacklist International. Like Mirko mentioned, it's not the quote-unquote main roster, and yet they are able to do what we have just witnessed. Take down the favorite, the main guy from Indonesia, the main team that everyone has their hopes riding on, has now been sent home. Man, that was crazy. It seemed like initially in the drafting phase, there is a good chance that Geek Fam has the tools, right? Has a chance to outplay. They have the Netherrealm. They have ways to try and maybe outmaneuver. And we saw a bit of that in the beginning of the game. The Lapu Lapu going in the back line, zoning, right? Performing almost like a youth song, but a bit more direct. No longer needing to wait for the Black Dragon form to end before going in and dishing out damage, perhaps forcing out the blessing of the Moon Goddess. Initially, it looked quite promising, and especially later on in the first turtle fight, in the first or second turtle fight, Geek Fam has been consistently able to just burn away a lot of the ultimates before the fight even begins. Especially, I believe in the second turtle, we saw that the Blessing of the Moon Goddess was used up in a gank in the gold lane, in the top side. And that was what allowed them to really get a guaranteed neutral objective. But however, after that exact fight, the next neutral objective fight, we saw Luke do the same thing, but then we saw a bit more of a, I don't know what you can call it, like miscommunication, miscoordination, because Luke goes in the back line, but everyone else, it seems like they're trying to secure the turtle, but also get involved in the fight. And when you try and focus on two things at once, you kind of like chase two rabbits and catch none. But before we continue with the analysis, let's take a look at the MVP right here for this game. It is going to be Dominic on the Terizla. Pressure in the EXP lane, bringing it over. And man, 100% teamfight participation. This man was everywhere. And again, this Terizla was just so annoying. Build full tank, you don't need to really build any more sustenance items due to your emblems. And man, in this game in particular, against the Lapu Lapu, a signature pick from Luke, he's still able to hold his own and even outclass him in some scenarios. His penalty zone is part of the reason why it's so difficult for Geek Fam to do their usual, right? They always go for this very high mobility play. That's why they do have Marky on the Irithel, and usually it's all about kiting in and out. But now with a penalty zone to really stop everyone in their tracks, it's going to be a bit too difficult, and he is able to match in the macro pressure despite being the less mobile hero compared to Lapu Lapu. Of course, that's due to the planning and setup from Blacklist as well, but I think it's important to not understate his impact right here, especially because in the fight, the counter mobility is definitely a big problem, especially for a boy. We see him usually being a bit more risky, a bit more bold in aggressing with the Shadow Stampede. But against this Terizla right here, with Dominic always watching, always waiting for the right moment, it seems like Geek Fam were slowly but surely losing confidence in how they're able to move around. Surprisingly, instead of flanking around and surprising Blacklist, Geek Fam were the ones constantly being surprised, being pressured away from objectives. And with the heavy spin, they can't even really go for a guaranteed 50-50. It all hinges in a fight before the neutral objective, because otherwise, man, the Akai pick from Blacklist came in so clutch in ensuring that Nile had no success at all when it comes down to a 50-50. Soon, we're going to take a look at the highlights. And I think there's a lot of small moments here we can really take a look at for both teams, but especially with the Purifies on 3 members for the side of Blacklist. That's why it's so difficult. This is one of the more successful fights for Geek Fan, and it's all because of the initial engagement. Blacklist composition is great when they're counter-engaging, when they're prepared. But now when they're caught off guard, when they lost 1 member and we're already out of position before the neutral objective is even contested, that's where they find the greatest success. But here, at 8 minutes, we see everything come apart. The fights don't go as planned. Beloyski getting taken out of nowhere, and the Netherrealm coming out just a bit too late. From that point on, it seems like Geek Fan just have no control, and they're just trying their best to survive against the full onslaught of Blacklist International. And here, it seems like a bit of a gamble. They all go in, they try and commit to try and get something, but it's just too much healing in the hands of Kimpoi, who, aside from being able to heal up his team, was great at spotting out a lot of these engagements, a lot of these hidden plays from Beloyski, what Mirko usually refers to as the big brain Beloyski moments. With the second skill of Estes, it also is an AoE slow, and against this composition of Geek Fam, it was just too much for them to deal with. With the Lord coming in, with the sustain still very much available, it's only a matter of time, man, because Owl, 6-0 and 3, he wasn't pressured at all in this game, despite the switch hitter, the solution Marky making his way into this game. It just was not enough. Looking at the item builds and the post-game stats, showing again yet another 10k plus gold lead, and only 1 turret conceded by Blacklist International. Rindo on the Akai was just way too tanky. He knows that's not his job. This is the composition here, the pseudo Ube strat we come to expect from Blacklist. 3 members really tanky, really sustainable, and 2 members always comfortably in the backlines, protected technically due to the healing, due to the displacement that the heavy spin can bring, as well as the penalty zone, and with Purifies as well. It's all about positioning, and I think the only way Geek Fam was gonna get an opportunity is if they outmaneuver and outflank Blacklist to a point where they have no front line. But unfortunately, they were unable to do so. Owl, of course, has a lot of damage already at this point. No surprise. No mana boots, because he's a bit more economical with his usage, but the Sea Halberd right there is what does a lot of damage, and he combines that with the Demon Hunter Sword, so there's a lot of percentage HP damage right here. I guess the intention is to shred through the tankier frontline members of Geek Fam, and then let Haji deal with the bulk of the DPS to the squishier members, with the quote-unquote instant dark energy regeneration due to the new Lilia passive. He was just doing a lot of damage, and he's back on shape, like our casters mentioned, to the KDA Kuda form that we have expected from Haji. 1 kill is the only thing they were able to get, and it's in the hands of Luke, and that is definitely not enough. They needed to get a bit more pressure. They need to shut down a lot of these late game heroes from Blacklist before it gets to that point. But as we saw in that game, every single time a gank was attempted, Blacklist just seems ready. It seems like they were just all prepared with multiple plan Bs, plan Cs, and plan Ds. That is the problem for Blacklist. Teams need to try and find out a way to really force them into making those mistakes. But for now, we're going to throw you guys back to our casters, Mirko and Eterna, to close out this game.
Huh! Caught it.
What was that?
He threw it over. He threw them over to us. So I got
That's
you.
how small they
caught
are?
you.
I think there are a lot of like thousands of people
You know how
watching.
things can like reduce in size to be like portable?
Yeah, but not people.
Like a Pokemon?
But they're not people.
They're people.
Sure. Sure, Eterna.
Huh. You're right. That's weird.
Right? I mean, I think he was
Sorry,
throwing...
I was thinking about like a different thing. What's Blacklist's score now? 2-1.
2-1.
Okay. Falcon. 1-1.
1-1.
1-1.
1-1. Homeboys. 2-0. There's a chance of a 3-way tie happening anyways.
See? That's what I was talking about.
So if Team Falcons win this, it's going to be 2-1, 2-1, and 2-1 across the board. Falcons, Homeboys, and Blacklist, and then we don't know who goes to the next stage.
Because Blacklist
It's
would
gonna
be
be a
2-1,
tiebreaker.
right? Homeboys is 3. No, 2-0.
2-0.
Could be 2-1
Exactly.
if they lose against Falcons. But it still doesn't. Oh, but that's still. There's still no chance for Geek Fam, right?
No chance for Geek Fam. Geek Fam have been knocked out. 0-3. Same placement as Nova in Group A.
Okay. I was just making sure because earlier on I was like thinking about the placements and I was like, all right. So this next upcoming game, the last match of Group B, will decide whether or not we're going to still have a tie. Quite excited to see the outcome of it, especially seeing the performance by Falcons earlier. If we see a Franco being banned out, can they still perform to that same level? That question will be answered after the short break, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya.
sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
Welcome back to. Sorry.
We did the same thing the Indonesian casters were doing.
We can hear the.
Welcome back to MPL Indo. Or no, sorry, MPL Invitational.
Yeah.
See, because I was talking about MPL Indo casters.
That's why.
I see the problem here, Eterna. You know what? We didn't have enough Hello Pandas.
We didn't. We
We
didn't.
really didn't during the break.
But ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPLI
way.
2023 for the last match of Group B. That after we checked the scoreboard again, there is still a possibility of another tie, 2-1, if Falcons win this.
You're right.
Yes.
If Falcons win this, Homebois will be 2-1.
One.
Falcons will be 2-1, and Blacklist are already 2-1. But if Homebois wins this, then it is going to be set in stone. Homebois to the upper brackets of the knockout stage here at MPLI 2023, and Blacklist International following to the knockout stage. However, they will be placed into the lower brackets due to their second standing placement.
Yeah, that works. That works. And back on the caster stand, back with me, Eterna, alongside here with Mirko. The final match of the day. There's going to be
For
a
us, not
rotation
for
in
them.
shift. Who will be accompanying you to the last 6 matches of the day in Group C and Group D. So we'll see later on. I think it's going to be very interesting. Because yesterday, like, all the games went so much longer than Group A and Group B. I'm wondering whether or not the deciding factor of later on will be even longer, maybe. Will it be even closer, maybe, later?
I think so, right? I mean, with the teams, yesterday they were fighting for points. Today they're going to be fighting for their tournament lives. So you better expect some banger games that will go all the way to, what, 30 minutes? I'm hoping so, looking at the stakes here. And I'm also hoping for our next match here.
Make it 40.
Make it 40, make it 60. Gani said yesterday,
Aww.
80 minutes.
When I said 40, it reminded me of Sanford. 40.
But he's still in it. He's
Yes,
1-1,
yes,
so if he
yes.
wins his next one, his final match, he can still make it to the MPLI knockouts.
Someone isn't.
Someone, few people are, not just someone, right? There are going to be another 4 teams that will be knocked out alongside Geek Fam, Nova, and Dewa. We're still going to see who gets knocked out next. But if you guys want some motivation, some inspiration, maybe to watch MPLI even after your team got knocked out, you can always find that motivation and inspiration through Omni by FWD, through watching the journey of a pro player, Vin, and also a journey of the brand ambassador of EVOS, Una.
Oh, I just got it.
What?
It says get inspired by process.
Process.
Do you
yes,
get it? Like
professional.
process, but
Yeah.
process?
That's been the thing the whole...
I just got it.
Sometimes she just doesn't function when she doesn't have enough Hello Panda. That's why we just gotta give her enough Hello Panda every single time, right? Earlier, you saw that the opening... We were trying to copy the ones, our friends in the Indonesian broadcast, they had enough Hello Panda. Eterna and me, we did not have enough Hello Panda. But don't worry, we'll catch up on Hello Panda, and you guys can too. If you want to watch and rise above the pang of hunger, then unlock the full flavor of MPLI with Meiji's Hello Panda. Look at that. Look at that.
You
Don't
guys
throw-
want one? Just kidding.
that was rude, man. Why you gotta do the
You
viewers
want
like
one?
that?
Just kidding. Alright, for serious now. You have one.
It's finished. Still have a stash. It's fine. I can just open another one. As easy as that, my guy. I can just take another and then eat. Look, this one is the what flavor is this? I don't. You
I
shouldn't-
understand.
They understand. You guys understand. No one?
No. Thank you. You're not gonna get
See,
me.
once she eats Hello Panda, she becomes intelligent. I shouldn't have given her Hello Panda.
It's gonna get me. I don't
Well-
want it. I don't want it. But you know what I do want?
What?
I want this app, man. I want to stay on top of trending news, get the latest meta info, knowledge on plays, builds, even building rivalries that are actually happening. I think you mentioned one earlier on. Now, if I had the app, I would have known it, right? So you guys need to get this app because you can download it for free on the Google Play, and for Samsung users only, you guys can download it on the Samsung Galaxy Store. So what are you waiting for? Go grab your phone and download it now.
And while you're on your phone, while it's downloading, right, you're still waiting for it. You'll be on social media, probably just browsing. Don't browse randomly. Browse on One Esports. Follow us to get all the MLBB Esports goodness, whether it's news, whether it's exclusive interviews, or maybe even guides to help you rank up to Mythic Glory or Mythic Immortal. All your gaming needs.
There should be clips, right?
There are clips, there are exclusive interviews, there are memes even. I love the memes. One Esports, W memes.
W memes. So don't forget to follow us on all our social media available, because one of my personal favorites is, let's say I accidentally forgot to watch a match. I can always go on their social media, recap through the clips, and hear like Mirko screaming on top of his lungs for like this amazing play that, let's say, Zorn did, you know? I love it. I live for it.
Wait, are you foreshadowing what Zorn is going to do in the next one? Is that what you're saying? Try to name that hero, though, right? If you can actually foreshadow, if you can actually guess that Zorn's going to be making a good... Then Zorn's not going to make a big play then.
I mean, changed my mind. I think it isn't Diggy. You're right. It was too out of the box. But Balman, possibility.
Name that hero right here if you guys want to 4,000 diamonds, or you can also just guess Balman if you don't want diamonds.
I got you guys. All right. You just still have a little bit of time though. It ends on the 19th, so you guys will have a few more days to get it right. But what you don't have to wait for is to register for updates. Mirko is distracting me right now. That's completely fine. You guys can get a chance to win 4,000 diamonds, and all you need to do is scan the QR code right below here. I finally get to see the barcode. He's still copying me. You're annoying.
We are annoying, and you guys are not. That's why you guys can register for updates, win 4,000 diamonds, and on top of that, if you don't guess as bad as Eterna for Name That Hero, another 4,000 on top of it. 4 plus 4.
Ooh.
What? Where did that come from? I know where it came from. It came from the teams. The excitement you have for the teams who are going to be playing off 1v1 this 5v5.
So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the official team lineup of the first team. Let's go.
Team Falcons with another shot to make it to the knockout stages. This time we've seen what the Franco can do. Will we see it banned away from them, or will Morrow get another chance to display that? Oh, some smoothness as well. The dances. What is that dance called, Eterna?
It's called the QQ dance.
QQ. Where did you get QQ?
It's like
even Morrow doesn't agree. He's like QQ. What the heck?
No. Morrow's my friend. He's nice to me.
He's also nice to me. He's nice to us.
He's nicer
casters.
to me.
Well, I guess Homeboys are nice to me too.
All right, I'll give you that. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at their official team lineup.
Homeboys looking to continue their undefeatable run in MPLI 2023. 2-0. It's about to be 3-0 if they can make it work against Team Falcons. With Zorn. Zorn still has yet to reveal
are yet to play his comfort heroes. We expect him to play the Cho, the Kufra, the initiation heroes, but so far, he's been playing Minotaur. He's been playing the reactive one, so we haven't even seen the best of Zorn yet.
Safe strats.
Saving their strat, perhaps for the knockouts.
Right, it's a possibility. I mean, looking at their performance, they have been super on point, in form as well. Communication definitely is there. You can see the synergy among the players. Even the idea from the coach from the drafts, you can see it being displayed and executed well in the game. So I'm not counting that out just yet. I'm pretty sure they do still have a lot of things that they can fall back on. But I don't know if the same can be said for Falcons. They had a good ace card up their sleeve. They had Maro. And what better way to utilize Maro than utilize him for what he was really known for, what gave him a worldwide name. Everyone knew him after his plays on the Franco, and we saw that being shown. That actually knocked out a few teams. So the question is now, with that being that ace up their sleeve, do they have another one to fall onto? Especially now that we're entering the drafting phase, and I do believe that it should be respect band here and out.
We'll see. Maro and Franco. We made a name for Chang'e and Hoon. Chun. Maro and Franco should be what? Marco?
Fraro.
Fraro.
It sounds cute. Fraro.
I said Marco, but we already have a player named Marco
yeah, it's
here.
not
But
cool.
Marco without the super, right? The guy in Bren is Super Marco.
No, Fraro.
Super Marco Recitiano.
Fraro is more iconic.
You can't say it's. You can't make it up and just say it's iconic.
We'll see.
We'll see. Fraro or Marco for Maro's Franco. We'll have it to a vote. We'll have it decided to a vote in the comment section in the live chat, ladies and gentlemen. Falcons on the blue side, or on the red side with second pick of a Mathilda ban and also a Nolan ban. Meanwhile, for Homebois, they're not respecting the Franco just yet. They know that for Falcons, they actually picked the Franco up in their last pick, right? It was literally their last pick. So it's more of a strategy, a hero that it's not prio for them.
Do you think that a Franco pick can be negated by something? A counter towards the Franco? Do you think full-on AoE CC can be the answer, or it doesn't work that way?
I'm sorry, Eterna, I can't answer you now. It seems Zorn is just staring dead into all of our souls for a while. Now, okay, what was your question? The Franco counter?
Yeah.
I think it's definitely... Yeah, I think there are a lot of counters to Franco, honestly. Like the anti-CC from the Martis, we've seen that work really, really well in a few matches just yesterday, actually. But also on top of that, anyone who can dive, anyone who can have overwhelming CC, so when the Franco actually uses the Bloody Hunt, the difference between the Franco and say something like a Kaja is the fact that the Bloody Hunt is so easy to cancel.
Yeah.
You CC him, and that's it. The Bloody Hunt will be cancelled. Meanwhile, oh, Warlord! That right there was not a yawn, ladies and gentlemen. That right there was a roar. Someone edit that roar, that Eterna roar, into Warlord's roar.
Please do.
Funny.
I'd love that.
Maybe one Esports can do it.
Maybe.
They like to meme.
Faramis first pick for Homebois? That definitely could be an option here. Unless they want to go for something safer.
Drop the beat
like
of
the
the
Joy.
clock.
Okay. The Joy was left open. Joy is a good pick for now. Falcon, though, can respond with a Franco here and now if they want to.
I don't know. It might be too early for a Franco pick here. We can go for something different, honestly. Just securing maybe a Bruno even for Law Trick very early on. Heck, the Faramis that was always banned out. Remember, yeah. The Faramis has been banned out almost entirely today. 2 matches, the last 2 matches, we've seen Faramis left open, and it should be picked up here. This time, it's good night on the Faramis.
Do it. Okay, I understand the notion that you're going for. Early Franco pick might not be the best choice, but what if Homebois want to pick it up for themselves? I do think that that's still a possibility that they can utilize. Sure, it's not as easy, especially now that we see the Faramis on the side of Falcons. So we're going to see the Bruno first. They want to secure a good gold lane matchup, trying to win that lane out. And now the response from Homebois. This is like the deciding moment. Terizla?
Terizla would be a solid choice here against the Faramis.
Exactly.
Against the Bruno as well, and certainly enough, it will be picked up by Homebois. Another choice might be just to go for the gold lane, right? Before it gets shut down in the second phase, but they instead focus down on a hero for Zorn early on. Before it gets banned out or targeted, they might as well take it away first. That's the Grok. 2 times it's been picked up, and it's at 0% win rate. Zorn is looking to turn that win rate to, well, starting to turn it to a win.
Malaysian pride.
It's Malaysia Boleh.
Malaysia boleh.
Yeah, that's what the Malaysians use. Hashtag Malaysia Boleh if you guys are supporting Homebois. If you guys are supporting Falcons, I believe it's just Falcons win in the chat.
All right. Now, what do Falcons respond with? Because you can say that the fact that they have the Faramis kind of backfired on them with so much AoE CC that we see from Homebois, right? You got Terizla, you got Grok, both of which can create a team fight and own it. They go with the Fredrin, which is I would have, you know, gone for Martis, I think. Why do you think they picked up the Fredrin?
The Fredrin here is just for more sustain and honestly just a safer choice, right? Because for the Martis, we all know that, sure, you do have an amazing early game. I get the reason as to why you would think a Martis would pop up here against the Joy, but it'll be very one-dimensional in the early game, right? If you don't get the early game snowball, you fall off incredibly hard and you don't really provide a lot of backup plans for the team. Say if you fall off. If you are able to get 2 kills, 3 kills at the start, sure, it's a W for you. So Fredrin's just a safer option to go for. Though, you actually brought this topic earlier. What's going to be the counter to the Franco? Are Homebois going to deny it away? Are they going to ban it? The answer is just pick up the Grok. Power of nature, right? Anti-CC. We mentioned it earlier with a Martis. Grok's another good example of anti-CC with that power of nature. And now Falcons are already in a tough spot. You can definitely see that they are trying to brainstorm as to what they're going to pick next for Maro. With Franco, I wouldn't say completely out of the board, but partially out of the door already of this draft with that Grok.
Let's go. For me, I would say that all the 3 heroes that we see for Homebois might want to get Iron Hook.
Yeah.
It helps them close
Maybe
the
except
gap.
the Joy.
Maybe except the Joy. It helps them close the gap that they really need to do in order to pop on their, you know, ultimates, their skills onto Falcons, especially during team fights. So we'll see how this pans out. Iritel is going to be eliminated from this particular match. It won't be able to be utilized against the Bruno. Now, what's the decision here from Homebois? Do they want to leave the Franco? Do they want to go for that 50-50? Maybe even Mara won't even pick it up this game. We're not really sure. Or do they just want to ban it out right here? Don't go for the risk and secure this game completely. With a Hilda being banned out. That is peculiar. Usually with the Hilda ban, you usually are used to maybe an MM in the jungle or maybe even an assassin in the jungle. But we already have the Terizla, Grok, and the Joy. Does this not mean... Does Joy get pressured by a Hilda in the jungle?
If there's not enough backup, yes, right? And Team Falcons can still go for something as big as that. They can go, I was thinking more like a... By the way, this is a comfort pick for Hulk. This is what Falcons always go for to secure neutral objectives. It seems like they're finally going back to their roots. The research that I did on Team Falcons when I was doing research as well for Triple Esports was the fact that in the Grand Finals, despite Triple Esports winning an MPL MENA, the neutral objectives would often go towards the side of Falcons. Leo with the amazing retributions on utility junglers and the fact that Hulk gets Yuzong. If it's not banned away from him, whoa, an Ixia pick against the Yuzong. That's a risky choice to go for then. And then a Kadita as well. They have very good cover, very good maneuverability. Ixia, first time it's been picked up in MPLI 2023, and Falcons have a chance to pick up maybe another dive hero for the roam into the back.
I mean, technically, the ultimate from Ixia is an AoE. And technically, Falcons are going to be clumping up, but I agree with you. The fact that they have the Yuzong on their side, that's going to be a huge deterrent to when and how she's supposed to use her ultimate. with maximum capacity. And there you go, we don't even see the Franco, completely 180. We go for the Kufra instead. And I don't know what to feel about both of the drafts here.
I think it just lies on execution, man. The Kufra, I can understand it, right? You can dive into the back, you can find a good pickoff onto the Ixia, but mainly, maybe not mainly, secondarily, for the Kufra, it's a good counter to the Joy. We don't need a single stopper suppression anymore to stop the Joy from dashing. The bouncing ball is all that it takes now, right? So the Joy will be severely halted from jumping into the backline, and if Bruno is able to free hit, he should be able to find a very, very good front-to-back team fight. They already have an answer anyways for the Ixia in the Yuzong. If he's able to dive in with the help of the call, NetherRealm, my bad, it should be enough. Homebois, though, they also have a way to win this game. Both of these teams will have to rely on their execution.
What's the idea of the Kadita pick here, though? Because there are several moments when I see Kadita going for an all-in, and then NetherRealm just completely negates that damage. We'll see the interactions, we'll see the executions and the timings, but ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the last match of Group B. Homebois versus Falcons, the decider game, the decider match for how Group B is gonna go. Will we be seeing a tiebreaker, or will Homebois just completely eliminate everyone else and go for an undefeated streak? We'll see right now here as we enter the Land of Dawn.
To answer your question, wait, Maro went very aggressive early on onto Warlord, who's actually going to be on the Grok. It's Zorn who's on the Kadita. Interesting choice by Homebois to actually flex their roles in their third match in group stage. A match that they can utilize to get 3-0. That's a retribution by Chibi to get level 3 and to secure it from Maro's possible steal attempt. But yeah, to answer your question, why is the Kadita here? We've seen that the NetherRealm usually soaks all the damage from the burst, but I think it's a good thing for Homebois. They have 3 massive initiations with, well, actually 4 if you count the Grok as well, right? Wild Charge, Penalty Zone, Joy as well with the damage, Electrifying Beats, and the Rough Waves. If they're able to overwhelm Goodnight, Goodnight can only choose to use the NetherRealm on 1. If that's already used up, then the rest of Homebois can just collapse and give Falcons a bad time this game.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So abuse the timings available from Goodnight here.
And Warlord actually got that from a good steal with the Power of Nature on the Roamer Grok. Last time I saw a mid lane and a Roamer actually really fully swap was Bigetron Alpha with Key and Vin. So it's really interesting that Homebois are actually doing the same thing here with Zorn on the Kadita. What are your thoughts on this?
I like it. I don't like Kadita as a mid laner. It's so restricting.
But Zorn is using it as a mid laner. Drops the Roamer. Unless they're both double roam?
Well, it looks like Warlord has the roam boots.
Yeah.
So you're right. I think it's restricting though, but we'll see the setup now as they fight for the initial objective.
This is it. Penalty zone onto the back. Leo going to be chain CC, and wow, Chibi just walks in, drives past, and gets the retribution. It's an all-out fight in the Turtle Pit, with it being 2 for 2. In the end, still worth it for Homebois as they did pick up the neutral objective. But Falcons come out with the gold lead, and now it's going to be the full barrage in the bottom lane by Ryzel. Logic forced back, and this is why Ixia is such a lane bully. Range and sustain. Maybe staying a bit too far, though. Flickers forward, goes on to Logic, but now the Shadow Stampede brings him back. Ryzel's not able to sustain for a bit, but Logic jumps forward, and it's a wild charge! Goodnight, still not able to find Ryzel! What a double! In the bottom lane, Ryzel and Warlord finding an outplay.
The dynamic duo with beautiful, beautiful sidesteps and damage allocation. The timing was perfect, and Hulk seems to be having a tough time here in the top side. Will still be able to get out though. Meanwhile, Warlord, after that engage, giving Ryzel a 2-0-0 start, making it even a worser lane for Lotric, is going again very aggressively into the enemy jungle.
And now it's everything in the kitchen sink thrown at Warlord. Wow, he's taking a lot of punishment. Goodnight might actually fall as well. Good petrified by Zorn under the turret, but Goodnight pops into NetherRealm, and Zorn might have just overextended a bit. The Breath of the Ocean, not enough to knock these members up, and Falcons, Leo will be able to find a taunt. That's Maro diving deep as well, but Chibi gets a kill in the back, and it's another outplay. Mechanically, by Homebois.
What's going on, Homebois? They have been on fire from the very start of MPLI 2023. And here they are, completely outplaying Falcon in the first 4 minutes of the game. However, Rizal, 2v1.
That's a bouncing ball, locking him down. Full barrage, Rizal! Oh my god! 1v2, it doesn't matter! What a god!
What? 4-0-0 already, and look at this, wild charge happens as well. Doesn't necessarily have the damage just yet for a pickoff, but what? Homebois again with the setup onto the neutral objective, and Chibi actually gets it.
And now, it's Leo caught in the midst of the team fight. Hulk just running away with a furious dive defensively. I'm sorry, I'm still having flashbacks to that bottom lane play. That's a timer's rage, locking Chibi up. Hulk going in for Petrify as well, but Chibi is still able to walk away. The passive ticking and burns him down. Falcons with a trade finally in this game, but it's traded in by Rizal in the bottom lane, who took the turret down.
Whoa, Rizal, man, 4-0-0 already in the first 5 minutes of the game. Earlier on facilitated by Warlord's wild charge, but later on I thought it would have been good night for him.
Last time we saw Rizal in MPL Indonesia, he wasn't playing like this. They did something to him in Malaysia, man. I don't know what the Homebois are feeding him, but they're feeding him good.
Development, just character development, the new arc of Rizal. Finally get to see glimpses of that now. 3,000 gold lead for the Homebois in the first 6 minutes of the game. And look at this, Warlord already helping Rizal out there in the top lane. Rizal already has the DHS as well. What does Lotric do? Does he just swap lane to the bottom side now?
I mean, at this point, wherever he tries to swap, I don't think he's going to be able to find a win. In the bottom lane, there's a Joy that can solo kill him. Up top, it's a fed Rizal on an Ixia. I think even Hulk will struggle to burst Rizal down, knowing that, you just mentioned it, DHS is already built up. He's going to have so much attack speed to get that passive sustain down even faster.
You can even see it coming through. Like, Hulk doesn't even want to go for a 1v1 engage with Rizal at this point, and now he's forced to try and give a little bit more pressure in that top side for that proper setup. Was that a flicker committed?
Yep,
by Maro? Right before this? That's a good resource wasted.
It's a good read by Zorn. That was blind. Just went straight into the bush and used Petrify. The instincts of the veteran Zorn now brought back to the team by the Shadow Stampede. That's a penalty zone only on to the Turtle. The wild charge locking him down. Full barrage by Rizal. Free hitting in the back, getting rid of the Netherrealm HP, and now even Leo forced back. Zorn will fall. Hulk running away, getting a kill. Warlord getting brought back to the team, and even atop the Warlord still able to flick around. Maro's chasing him down, not enough. Meanwhile, a shutdown by Rizal onto Hulk.
40,000 gold lead for Homebois as of this second. That 1v1 trade, but that was a shutdown for Rizal. More gold, 5-0-0. You can expect how fed this Ixia is. A lot more pressure onto Falcon to figure out a loophole after this. So we'll see here a 2k gold difference between Rizal and Lotric.
If you have the Corrosion and DHS before the 5th minute, and that's what happened for Rizal because he got 4 kills at the start, that's a fed Ixia. Usually the goal for Ixia is survive in lane. If you're able to get that much of a gold lead, now it's just a slow roll for Homebois. They can start throwing bodies in front. As long as Rizal stays in the back untouched, it's still going to be a win in the team fights. And to add on to that, look at that. Wind of Nature. 3rd item. Whoa, Warlord. That was a literal wild charge.
I got that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Trigger discipline going to be very important here, especially for Hulk. I think he's the only person that can actually find a good opening to the back line to hinder Rizal's damage, but he uses it early, very early.
Penalty zone, locking him down. Look at the damage. My goodness, electrifying piece to the back. Lotric falling down with Leo as well. It's a combo in the front by Maro, but it's not enough to help him survive. Goodnight spawns back in, but now they're just charging at the front. The breath of the ocean, just a splash of water in front of Hulk's face. A barrier as well. Goodnight's going to be able to clear out this wave, but Homebois are feeling it.
Feeling it. They're on fire right now. 3-0 again, ladies and gentlemen. just the complete dismantling of everyone who dares to challenge the Malaysian pride. Malaysia Boleh. Homebois. They're coming back now here. They're utilizing the timers properly, getting a little bit more of a foothold for the next Lord to spawn. And it doesn't look like Falcons are anywhere near to try and contest this. Leo level 10. Chibi level 13. That's a 3-level deficit for Lotric.
I mean, Eterna, it must feel good right now to be a Malaysian fan, right? Malaysian teams in most of the international tournaments have not been able to have a run like this so far, and Homebois, they're about to take it one step further by securing an upper bracket slot. They're looking dominant. Obviously, anything can still happen. Team Falcons can maybe look for an opening, but again, the complete change that Homebois has done basically to the image of the Malaysian teams in international tournaments. I cannot wait to see what they have in store for us in the next few minutes.
Neither can I. We can already see that Chibi is also very excited to get more resources under his belt. With that turret already falling down in the top side, the Lord marching down in the bottom. They're manipulating these 3 lanes quite well.
They're doing it really well. In the bottom lane, in the mid lane, it's actually a slow push in the bottom lane with the Terizla sent to take the turret. They're actually going to take it real slow, letting the Lord deal the damage to the turret. Meanwhile, taking the tier 2 in the mid lane, simultaneously building another slow push for the bottom lane to try to crack the base open with the first Lord. Zorn going to be taunted up, not enough damage. Maro looking for the flank for the conceal as well. Chibi rotating as well. Look at Maro. Should be able to find Zorn, but Zorn finds it first, goes in for the Tyrant's Revenge. Not able to find the Tyrant's Rage just yet. That's a Petrify onto Maro with rough waves as well. Maro gonna be caught, has the Flicker, got the Rage, but it's not enough to full barrage! Oh, it's Ryzel with the Flicker forward! The Nether Realm saves Falcons, but what is that damage, my guy?
That was nearly a disaster for Team Falcons had the Netherrealm not been popped. But here it is, even despite losing Warlord, they're still looking for more.
Lotric gets deleted. He disappeared off the map. Oh my goodness. The buff damage of the Joy is really showing when there's no one to CC her.
So you have extremely intense magic damage, and you also have extremely intense physical damage. What do Falcons do here? What items do they go for? I think Fredrin goes for the Radiant, but is it enough physical defense to go for these team fights?
It's not about the items anymore for Falcons Eterna. It's completely down to how they can try to get to Ryzel. That's the name of the game for them. It's find Ryzel. If they're not able to find Ryzel, I do not think they're going to be able to win a team fight here. Maro's been looking for these crazy flanks, but Zorn, his spatial awareness has been phenomenal. And again, even if they go to the back, let's say the Yuzong is able to reach Ryzel, that Wind of Nature denies any sort of assassination attempt.
But does it not cancel her barrage?
No, it doesn't. The barrage cannot be cancelled except for a suppression. You can, displace her, but that's about it. The ultimate will still be there. She's going to be standing there menacingly, screaming.
Where's Franco when you need him, man?
To be honest, if the Franco was picked in this game, I don't think it'll work. Zorn going to be taken out, but my goodness, Electrifying Beast Hulks bursting down. He's in the skies, but he still gets shot down by the Electrifying Beats. What? My lord, walked down Warlord with a Flicker, baiting out the Purify. The Shadow Stampede brings Warlord back under the turret right now as the damage won't be enough. The Praise's Wrath dodged away from Chibi. Burst the backline down. Lotric is gone, so is Maro next, but Chibi might fall instead. Chibi's still able to run away. Ryzel free hitting. Leo taken low, but is still able to dash out. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Enhanced Lord already on the base. Sapana and Ryzel dealing with the final, or no, just the top base turret. Maro marching forward, soaking the damage. Not enough though, as that is still Maro surviving. Leo gonna be caught. Appraiser's Wrath, but over to nature from Ryzel. And a BOD in the 13th minute of the game. A flicker backwards. Hulk unable to find the Furious Dive offensively, and now he's using it defensively. The base is wide open. It's a massacre from Homebois. They deny Falcons an entry to the knockout stage, and they go undefeated in groups.
The second team to make it 3-0 in the group stage. Filipino AP Bren and Malaysian Homebois. What a fantastic performance by the Malaysian representatives, completely dismantling Falcons. What were we looking at? Zorn, Rizal, Warlord, everyone was popping off. And it's official, ladies and gentlemen, Homebois will make it to the playoffs of MPLI 2023.
And Blacklist as well, but through the lower brackets.
With that, let's break that game down with Arashi, the cute boy.
Arashi, the cute boy here, apparently. And man, that is the kind of game I love to see, man. That Malaysian style, some people critique it for being a bit too reckless, but Homebois performing it at an international level. That is what we were waiting to see. And my God, what was that? We saw that Rizal was going on the Ixia. We were worried about him being dove on, him being too low, in too much danger to output damage. Turns out, he's not in danger. He is the danger. He turns around all these fights on their heels. And man, overall, the strat of Homebois, it really seems like they're not really concerned about defense. They don't care that the opposing side wants to try and take them out. They feel like if we take them out first, then there's no danger at all. And that seems to be the story of this game. The best defense is a great offense. And in this game, not a single moment was given to Falcons. They're looking for moments to try and set a trap. They're looking for ganks in the lanes. And every single time, seems like Homebois just goes, you know, that's great and all, but we can do it even better. And man, people will have their eyes on Rizal. They have their eyes on Chibi as well. But Warlord on the Grok. Sure, there are some wild charges towards Natalia in this game, but overall, the fact that he was so reckless, so crazy, so aggressive, means that at every moment, the members of Falcons are always kept wondering, always concerned, hey, what's gonna happen here? Is he gonna go for it? Is he gonna just wait? And that hesitation, that concern is what opens up the window for all these plays from the rest of the members, from the Kadira, from the Joy, and even Maro, the key to victory in the previous game they played in, the leader of the aggression. He was on the Kufra, but again and again, he's forced to use his skills defensively. He's forced to flicker defensively. And when he cannot find the picks, when he cannot find or facilitate those plays, then Falcon, they just start losing steam. Let's take a look at the MVP for that game. Could be anyone, because Homebois, they were just pushing the aggression every single position, man. The roamer, the jungler, everyone is just going in, but the MVP is going to be Rizal on that Ixia. 0 deaths. Against the Yusong, no problem. And to make things worse for the side of Falcons, they were very heavily stacking on the physical damage components. Their only real magic damage hero was the Faramis. And there's no way at all that Faramis was gonna make his way towards the Ixia without getting stunned up, without getting bursted down. So he builds the physical defense boots, he gets the Wind of Nature, and for the most part, he is absolutely secure in the lane. The Quantum Charge on top of his passive just allows for such a dominant laning phase. We know that Ixia is a bit of a lane bully. We know that he can just hold his own in a 1v1 or 2v2 engagement, but not like that. I think we're gonna see a bit of that in the replays afterwards, but he just kept going in. And even if it doesn't seem like he knows how to move backwards, man, he just keeps bringing the fight to the opposing team. And even when he was 1 HP, he flickers, not backwards, sideways. He is just all in, trying to make the outplays happen. And you have to wonder, is it all calculated? Is it instincts? Or is he just crazy? He's just wild. It could be a component that some teams can take advantage of. But for now, for today, I think everyone's concern right now is how do you deal with this kind of aggression, with this kind of pace the Homebois push onto their opponents. For now, let's take a look at the highlights. As promised, we're gonna start in the earlier parts of the game where the jungler, man, Chibi, was just going in again and again. And without the spammable crowd control, without the Kufra available with the bouncing ball, it's just so difficult. And this is that play that gave Mirko flashbacks. The ultimate can't be cancelled. He just stayed there, destroyed everyone. And in the neutral objective contest, Look at this. They're low on HP. It doesn't matter. They keep going forward. They flicker last minute as if they have made the calculations. Are they just that good? The question remains to be answered. But every single time there is a neutral objective, it just seems like they're willing to take the coin flip. It's like they know that luck is going to be on their side. And there's just no solution for Rizal. There were some pickoffs being orchestrated by Maro, but those are very few. They're very far in between each other. And there's not enough steam for Falcons to get an advantage, to get control. And look at that. Even if they want to bank on the late game, how is Good not even supposed to try and time the Netherrealm when that is how fast the backline gets deleted? After all that, look at this. With the Rizal just healthy, without any real counter, he just stands there, outputs the damage. If you want to try and get it in his way, you get gunned down with due time. And that will be a dominant finish for Homebois. Just exerting dominance, surprising everyone who thought that, oh wow, Malaysia as a region, it's not so good. But they are just demolishing it. Looking at the stats right here, only one tower conceded. Seems to be a very familiar pattern. No neutral objectives given at all. And the goal difference, that is damage, mitigate the shielding and recoil, and it was just not enough. They have purifies, but at this point, when the fights are happening every other minute, you're bound to have a fight where your purify just ain't ready to be used. If you look at the stats, again, Chibi was just out of control, and so is Rizal. Only one death for Chibi, despite the fact that he was diving turrets, diving bases even, without a care in the world. I think Falcon was thinking that they were going to be the ones aggressing. They were going to be the ones using Maro on the Kufra to make the plays happen. But that is not the story of today's game. Homebois were the ones taking full control. And as of right now, I don't think there's a very clear weakness on who to target from Homebois to shut down the offense, to try and maybe stall out the game for a more reliable, more controlled late game. But that's it from me. We're gonna throw you guys straight back to Mirko and Eterna. She might just catch it on the way there.
I can't catch it! I can't catch it! He's having flashbacks!
Bro, that was literally Rizal.
It was!
That was a full barrage. That was, boom.
It was like a Hail Mary, like, you know what?
Every single time, man. We've only seen Ixia once, Eterna, but now we know how explosive it is. My God. Sure, vulnerable, but I guess it makes sense when you deal that much damage, right? She was just standing there, bro.
Twice the outplay happened.
I can't believe it.
How do you... Rizal.
He wasn't playing like that in Indonesia, man.
I'm not gonna forget that name.
Man, I want whatever Homebois is feeding Rizal.
Yeah, what is he eating?
Nasi lemak.
Oh,
Malaysian, right?
I missed that.
Me too, man. I hope we can get some nasi lemak as well later on.
Can Rose and LaFell bring it here? They're flying. Oh no, Rose. Can Rose come here? And she's flying out, right?
She's already here. It's okay, but we can always get nasi padang because we have a civil war here. EVOS Legends, an Indonesian team, taking on Bigetron Alpha, another Indonesian team. I can see your frustration. Indo versus Indo in Group C. And it's still the group of death. It could be all the way 1-1, 1-1, 1-1.
No, I just want nasi lemak.
Yeah.
Rose, can you like deliver it here somehow?
Gideon, LaFell, anyone?
So that's it. Group A, Group B, done and dusted. It's official as well as to the whatever was going on. So, because Falcons didn't win, there's no chance of a tiebreaker.
Nope, they're out as well.
They're out as well. And that brings us to Group C and Group D. But, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of our day. We will still have another set of casters to accompany you through Group C and Group D. So, on behalf of Arashi, on behalf of Mirko, and on behalf of myself, we would like to say thank you. And we'll see you tomorrow in the playoffs.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
Mobile Legends Professional League, the highest level of competition in every region that has it. Now, what would happen if we took them out in each other in a tournament in Indonesia here in Jakarta? Well, you're in luck because you're watching MPLI 2023 presented by One Esports. My name is Shafin. Also, here with me is Gani.
Thank you so much, Shafin. And this is the MPLI 2023. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are still continuing our group stage of the day, which we will see the first, well, not the first, but it will start with Group C now.
Yep.
Welcome to the second shift. It is me gonna be Goni and Shafin. And let's see here, what will Bigetron and the other Indo rep Shafin will give to us.
7th match of the day, Bigetron Alpha versus EVOS Legends. This team has some history, Gani. They've met in MPL Indonesia Grand Finals, I believe 2 years ago, to decide who's going to MSC 2021. Unfortunately, EVOS and Bigetron Alpha doesn't really confer to any championship in MSC, but still, this is a very consistent team in MPL ID. And I feel like we're gonna see some high-level Mobile Legends in this game.
Yes, we are going to see high Mobile Legends, and considering the performance of Bigetron Alpha yesterday, I think they are going to start things with a bang. Meanwhile, EVOS Legends, not a very strong performance yesterday. Let's see the adjustments that EVOS Legends bring to the table in this match.
Yeah, speaking of adjustments, Gani, EVOS's lineup. Now we're seeing Taz on the jungler instead of Sutsujin. A lot of people have been asking for EVOS to bring Taz back, especially this is one of the best junglers in Indonesia up there, probably with Super Ken also. And they're kind of similar, right? They play the assassins really, really well and also still can bring some value to the table with some utility jungler as well.
For sure. And of course, if you want more utility in life as well, check out Omni. If you want to learn what it takes to play Mobile Legends at the pro level, inspire more people, inspire communities through the gaming content, check Omni out. Because we can see here perhaps the struggles and uplifting journeys of the players such as Vin. And of course, we have our brand ambassadors, EVOS's brand ambassador, Una.
And you can also watch them now exclusively on Omni by FWD, free to download on Google Play and also Apple App Stores. And don't forget to grab a coffee or maybe some other caffeine intake because we're gonna have a long night. Or maybe if you're a psychopath like Gideon, just grab your pre-workout.
Grab your pre-workout, grab also Hello Panda, product from Meiji. Thank you so much. Rise above the pang here with Hello Panda.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite snacks out there. This is my favorite, vanilla. And it's crispy, it's sweet. You know, if you want to have a sugar rush and also a snack to accompany you guys throughout the matches today, this is the perfect one.
For me, I will always go for the classic, the chocolate here. I love this flavor. And of course, what's best is it leaves no mess.
Ooh, yeah, you're right. Like when you're eating a wafer or something, like you kind of, you know, some of the leftovers just drop to the table or like drop to your whatever you're sitting on. And this is like all of it just goes into your mouth and there's no leftovers whatsoever.
Indeed. And of course, with that being said, you check your Samsung phone with also download One Esports app if you want to stay relevant here, Shafin.
Yeah, with hero guides and updates that will keep you on track on your journey to Mythic or maybe Mythical Glory. Download it for free now on the Google Play and Samsung Galaxy stores exclusive to Samsung.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, so check it out, download it for free. It is very exclusive for Samsung. And if you want to stay relevant, following other social medias as well, check out our social media platform, One Esports, all across the board. We have it all.
Yeah, to stay updated with all things in MLBB, be sure to check it out on TikTok, Instagram, Discord, X, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So pretty much every social media out there to basically update you anything but MLBB.
And if you want to hear Shafin's hot takes, we have it all. We have it too.
Hot takes? I didn't really drop hot takes very often.
Why not? Why not drop it here right now? MPLI 2023.
I think Geek Fam will win this tournament.
Wow. That is one hot take. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, and just in case you need diamonds, of course we all need diamonds. Name that hero, Shafin.
Let's see. Long hair, okay, long hair, some ponytails out there. You can see he or she is grabbing a
It's
weapon.
Balman.
Yeah, it's Ballman for sure. As I said earlier, Gani, in the day, it's like the hips, man. The hips don't lie. It's Ballman's hips right there.
The hips don't lie, and the hair as well.
Yeah.
I think the hair is just it's pretty straightforward. You just guess Balman, insta 4,000 diamond.
Yeah, if your eyesight is as good as Leslie's, prove it by identifying these heroes and stand a chance to win 4,000 diamonds. Contest ends on November 19th. It's just guessing the hero and gets you 4,000 diamonds. Like, 4,000 diamonds can get you what, Gani, in the game? Like,
A lot of things.
Probably like, how many is it? Like 13 Starlight?
13 Starlights, and to add to that, add more 4,000. Because we have a total of, you guys get the chance of 8,000 diamonds here in store just by what's registering for updates.
Yeah, register for one esports update to get breaking news, exclusive interviews, and in-game guides to navigate the land of dawn. Stand a chance to win diamonds just by signing up. So there's no like hard work included or like that
Very
you have
simple.
to spend. It's very simple. Just sign up and get diamonds. So you get 8,000 right now.
Exactly. Got a chance to win 8,000 diamonds, and with that, we can shift our focus to match 7. EVOS Legends taking on BTR now. Any last words before we see the VT?
I think we're gonna see the standings first. AP Bren still stopping a Group A with a clean 3-0. Unfortunately, not the perfect debut for China region. Nova Esports 0-3, but they're still, they're still improving. It's like drafting Victor Wembanyama. You know they're gonna be good. You know he's gonna be good. But the question is, how long does it take to be good? On Group B, HB Homebois still very much dominant in the game. But wait a minute, Geek Fam, what? No, I didn't watch the matches earlier. 0-3. Oh, yeah. I'm out of words. But Group C, this is where we're gonna start the matches this night. BTR versus EVOS. Group D though, RSGPH also still dominating.
Man, you're right, RSGPH. They are going for that undefeated run. Let's see though, Bigetron will play 2 matches today. Can they also have a spotless record? EVOS Legends, again, they need a win to make this group more interesting.
And we're gonna see the lineup for both of these teams. Probably Bigetron first. Okay, apparently it's EVOS Legends first. We haven't seen who's gonna fill up that gold lane just yet. My guess is it's gonna be Brand because he has more experience against Bigetron Alpha because he is an ex-player of Bigetron. Bring them to MSC 2021. I think it's Doma? I haven't seen Brands.
We have to check the
Yeah,
live
it's
thread.
Doma.
It is still Doma.
Yeah.
Yesterday was Doma, and let's see the matchup. Bigetron, take it away.
And that is Bigetron Alpha's lineup, still Vin on the roaming area presumably, and Moreno with the name change. Moreno MJ might be Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, or maybe LeBron James.
LeBron James, I like it. And let's see here. Yesterday he was on the Novaria, so expect more fadeaway shots. Right from, it was a Michael Jordan Moreno. So again, let's see here the adjustments from both teams. execution-wise, it's still going to be second in that gold lane here. Not, okay, let's see. Not Sive, but EVOS Legends. What do they need here, Chefin, to somehow bring some new flavor in this match?
I think bringing new flavor isn't really the importance of EVOS. They just want to play safely, especially giving some very much safety picks for especially Vanstrong. He likes the Edith. He likes those kind of heroes that can pick off some of the frontliners of Bigetron Alpha, and maybe we can catch some super cans or some wins in the front line and getting EVOS the W in this match.
Okay, let's see. Again, we will start the draft soon, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Indo v Indo in this coming match, match number 19. And let's see the draft here. Taz, again, has been quite reliable still in this match, though team-wise, they desperately need the dub.
Definitely, man. This is a best of one in the group stages, so every match or every game becomes a match. And we're gonna see the draft pick in a second. Vildora, Tas, Doma, Vanstrong, Krite, and also Vin, Zaken, Moreno, MJ, Super Cannon, Soritzo with Joy and Edith on the first bans of both teams.
Yeah, it's funny you just touched on Edith, and in Bigetron Alpha, it seems like they can hear you. Edith banned out alongside Valentino. All very quick bans here from both teams, right? Edith, Valentina banned out. Nolan and Joy now from EVOS' side. Bigetron with the last ban. What will they go for here? And what will they prio? Novaria, again, I think it's an expensive pick here for Bigetron side for Moreno, MJ.
Ooh, I don't think Novaria is, that much of an importance in this patch. It's going to be War the 1-1 instead, limiting the options for Doma, but I really like the Valentina ban, Goni. In this match, Guinevere is buffed and pretty much one of the trio picks in the jungling area. And with Guinevere rising up in the ranks, Digi, Faramis, those kind of heroes also is rising up in the ranks. So, Valentina is also, the value increases because the ultimate is very, very reliable and very strong and can pretty much change the tide of the game.
Indeed, the alt IMU can be so reliable in this patch, right? And let's see here. This time EVOS Legends will offer a ban towards Angela. So there you go, open things up like what? Fredrin, Novaria, Guinevere as well. Let's see here. There you go. The answer is going to be Mathilda. A very straightforward hero as well. Can cover, can support, and also a high mobility hero.
Can also engage with the Guiding Wind combined with the Circling Eagle going into the preferred target. If you bring something along the lines of Beatrix or maybe some marksman that can use her or his lifesteal to be able to withstand the damage in the team fight, I think it's going to be lethal in the hands of Vin. Especially, we know that the synergy between Vin and Supercan or maybe Moreno is very much incredible.
And EVOS Legends, they will pick up Novaria and Fredrin, right? Nothing too crazy. Yeah, nothing too crazy here. Novaria will fail in the mid. Fredrin will surely fail the jungle. Bigetron, they will take their time here, it seems like, and they will definitely pick up the Terizla alongside the Bruno. Okay, I like this. Bigetron, they're going for the front to back.
Okay, so limiting some options in the goal lane too for Doma. But it's interesting that there's no importance whatsoever to that Guinevere, considering the buff is pretty much immense for this hero. Now, Guinevere is really hard for people to evade the ultimate, the special migration connected into the Violet Requiem. So maybe Guinevere can still be played in the EXP. I feel like earlier AP Bren played it against Nova Esports and it worked. It actually worked.
Okay, there you go. Let's see here. Will the Guinevere pick come through in this match? I don't think so. And EVOS Legends, they round things up in the first phase.
I forgot about this.
With the Arlet, right? Arlet can be flexed though.
Yeah.
XP and roam. Still, a reasonable win rate, 43%. Where this Arlet will go? My guess is, I think it will fall to the hands of the roamer.
Ooh, that's pretty interesting take on it. It's still kind of blue flex for sure, but I see the synergy between Arlet and Fredrin. It's kind of like Akai, right? Even though Akai with the heavy spin procs the Vengeance much faster and much more consistent compared to the Fredrins with the knock-up, with the taunt, with all the CCs that Fredrin has in TOS. I think it's still going to be a good synergy that EVOS has and can be exploited, especially with heroes like Bruno, which is pretty much... it's hard to play a marksman against Arlet, let's put it at that.
Indeed, the route control that Arlet has in his kit can be very, very hard for most marksmen. And Bigetron, again, they opt for a high. They ban the mobility from this Claude. Because again, Claude is a very annoying marksman. Very fast, very swift. And let's see here, how will they approach this? EVOS Legends, what hero will they give to Doma?
That's a big question, Connie. Especially, I think Fala will ban the second one, like the second phase. The second ban of the second phase is going to be another marksman or gold laner to be able to limit Doma's potential in these team fights. I'm expecting something along the lines of Irithel because it does good against Bruno in lane and also pretty good against the Terizla, even though it can't really, you know, melt the Terizla if it's needed, but it's one of the most one of the safest marksmen they can pick against those penalty zones, those CCs that's coming in. And it's also pretty good kiting against Mathilda's potential with that guiding wind and also circling eagle.
Okay, let's see here. Will that ban come through? Though I am more... I think they will ban towards the Irithel here. No, they ban out a hero that is very, very statue-like. It's dead.
Interesting, because like Super Ken can play the assassins and something along the lines of Ling or maybe Vanning is still open to take, and it is pretty much a headache for every Ixia user out there in the world. So they're not gonna... There you go, Irithel right away from EVOS. They're still hiding the cards whether this Arlet will be in the roaming area or the XP lane area. So good decision by Caleb, still hiding his cards, waiting for BTR to reveal them. And BTR right now, they don't have a jungler, they don't have a mid laner, presumably. Or maybe, if you want to flex something, Terizla mid was once used by Swaylo, even though we haven't seen it much anymore, but it is an option.
I don't really mind Bigetron picking up the Martzes here, right? They need a balance here between the jungler and the gold laner. Bruno needs some time to really have or hit his power spike. So I think Martis is a good pick here for Super Ken. Alongside that, perhaps they need a high...
Is that a Sicilian?
A Sicilian, so no, it's not going to be the Martis. It's going to be the Akai instead, alongside the Sicilian.
Okay, this is interesting, especially...
Let them come. They will only
that's a good pick. I really like that. Now, it can also respond to the some of the lane cutting that Sorizo does, and also does good against a Sicilian. Expect some flanks coming in from Veldora with this Benedetta, because I feel like Veldora is one of those players that's very aggressive. He really is comfortable playing those damage EXPs. He has played Joy EXP much later than other EXP laners in Indonesia, so I expect a good game from a Veldora.
Let's see, will he be able to pull off on this Benedetta? But it's a risk, right? Bringing Bruno and Sicilian in one composition, and there you go. The 10 heroes that will be sent off to the Land of Dawn.
Ooh. I think I have some questions about Bigetron Alpha right now. They want to drag this out into the late game, considering that Bruno and Sicilian need those items and stacks, but they also have some early game measurements in that Terizla can get you into the late game with the potential of that penalty shot. But we're going into game number 7 of day 2 of MPLI 2023. Bigetron Alpha versus EVOS Legends.
Let's see how it will unravel here. Doma, he is going to rock the Purify, not the Sprint. Considering the heavy spin, a lot of crowd control here. It seems like the Circling Eagle as well. And let's see, did he trigger the force, the retribution? And the answer is yes.
I like the decision here from Doma picking up the Purify. A lot of Irithel in the game, even in pro play, still very much use the Sprint in this kind of situation. But you have Veldora with the Petrify, you have Sorizo with the No, I mixed it up. But Vin in trouble. Might be a first blood. There you go. First blood for Veldora. Very early in the game. EVOS gets the first one.
EVOS gets it. Lethal Wanderer secured by the side of EVOS. That's Rizzo. He wants to trade here. Van Strong, chunk low, forced to recall. And yeah, very good rotation here from EVOS Legends. They were able to pick up Vin and force Vin to pop that flicker as well.
I mean, this is just Vin and Poloisky special. I don't know if it's a good strat or not. They tend to, some of the times in the early game, just give it away a first blood towards the opponent. Might be going for like a reverse psychology game, but in bottom lane, does Rizzo in trouble?
Oh, let's say Super Ken with a heavy spin, locking,
Wow.
pass down, and there you go. The equalizer from Bigetron. A very smart move. Veldora now might be next here. Good eye for an eye, but Super Ken claims the double.
Okay, there is a fine line between confidence and also disrespect, but I think that was disrespect coming in from Veldora. Yes, he does have some anti-CC to work with, but against Super Ken and Chorizo, which has a really good early game damage, you're just asking for it, man.
Oh, good. Stun as well from Moreno. Michael Jordan taking the top side. The pressure is still on. Saken chunking the turrets. Doma not even level 4 now in the turtle. Let's see. Oh, final blow has been popped. Chorizo quite low. PZ will be enough to take Van Strong down as well. Super Ken, though, will have a no HP to contest. Heavy spin! Oh my god, he missed it! Taz still claims the turtle.
Okay, Super Ken, that was incredibly ballsy coming from the jungler from Bigetron Alpha, but you know, Bigetron has some counterplay. They are up 2 kills in this game and also getting some good gold plating for Saken. And I think, okay, this might be a hot take, I think they won the trade at the time.
Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. 1,000 gold lead here for a Bigetron Alpha, right? So EVOS Legends, they need, even though they got the turtle, they still need to somehow seek for more compensations. And in-game emblem here, anything stands out?
I think I really like the both of the roaming decision here, going for the basic common emblem, just not building those enchanted talisman for Vayne, Mathilda, and also not building a Thunder Belt for Van Strong, because those items I think is pretty much not needed in this game. But it looks like Super Ken in trouble.
Oh, Super Ken, he lost his purple. Good steal by Taz. And EVOS Legends, they will not seek for more, though they are rotating in 5. Chorizo jumps in with the penalty zone, finding 2, but the damage will not come through as EVOS Legends still standing with 5.
Yeah, they escaped with the win at the time, but still, in terms of economy, they're still behind by 700 gold lead. It's not looking good, especially when you're up against Sicilian, which doesn't really offer you early game potential in terms of ganking and also in terms of damage. But Saken, once again, just dominating Doma in the lane, getting all the gold plate that he wanted.
And he has yet to waste his flicker. That's good, right? So, pressure-wise in that gold lane is non-existent for Doma, for rather Saken.
Meanwhile, Super Ken already eyeing for a sandwich here. There you go, a final slash.
Baited, and he escapes with the guiding win. Let's see here, Bigetron, will they go for more here as this turtle will go up now?
Obviously, Super Ken with the heavy spin has some advantage towards Taz, but Veldora has been doing a good job just chunking Super Ken and made him go away, or like chunking all of the HP away so that Super Ken will not be able to contest against Doma. Bit too close for comfort, but looks like it's gonna be another kill for EVOS' side.
Vin taken down. Heavy spin popped as well. Penalty zone. Oh! Right out of all people gets the turtle though. Taz will be the trade now. Veldora with the petrified finding Super Ken as well. Veldora looking to reposition. Saken here very low on mana, but he still deals damage, and it might be enough. Saken claiming another body.
I mean, it's still a W for EVOS, but you gotta realize, you know, take a look at the big picture, man. It's still Saken and Moreno in the lineup for Bigetron Alpha. I've said this over and over again, but EVOS, you don't want to lollygagging in this situation, because if you just want to wait, you're gonna lose in the late game.
This is very, very important thing. Another important thing to note is EVOS Legends, you're right, they need to somehow find a more efficient trades here. If they let Bigetron play this way, it's gonna be a very, very tough late game for them now. Top lane though, Veldora will claim the first structure of the game. top turret will be taken out.
Well, I said that in the late game, it's most likely going to be Bigetron Alpha winning out in a 5v5 team fight. But EVOS, I think, has some counterplay that they have, especially with Fildora. This is a Benedetta. And in terms of late game aspect, it's not just damage. But it looks like Fanstrong, with the final slash, will be able to cover Doma for a while.
He was able to deny the rotation, but the turret is practically 1 HP. So it will fall very soon. Though, again, Bigetron, they're really controlling the pressure here. They do not want to go crazy. They do not force fights, but they find the right fights.
Okay, back to my point earlier. Yes, late game, damage is one of the most important aspects of the game, but you have to realize lane clearing, rotation speed is also one thing to note in the late game, and Fildora has it all.
Exactly.
They can play the long lane really well. And there you go, right away, Gani.
Exactly. He cleared almost 2 lanes there as the turtle now has been poked by Taz and Superken. Take a look at the mid lane here. Let's see. Good angle, Sorizo, but good cover there. Sorizo now soaking damage. Will he survive? Oh, good circling eagle on towards Vanstrong to perhaps deny the movement. But Superken will pop the heavy spin to secure the turtle. Now Veldora in the mid side. Good! Final slash on towards 2, but the damage is not enough just yet. Vin now in trouble. He gets taken down. Now Sorizo again looking for Taz. Moreno will secure that kill.
Okay, that's a total and also a equal trade in terms of kill. It's definitely a W for Bigetron Alpha, especially with the late game composition that they have. But man, I thought it was gonna be a losing fight for Bigetron Alpha, considering that Sorizo. There you go, another missed penalty zone. I was gonna say that Irithel from Doma was able to evade the initial crowd control that Sorizo have, and that is a big W before the big team fight earlier in the objective fight. But
almost.
Bit too close for comfort.
A little bit too close for comfort indeed, and that was, yeah, you're right, a very great evasion by Doma to juke the penalty zone. Now bottom lane again, the structure very, very low, but Veldora, he is very ambitious here in the clear, but Saken with the basic attack, sacrificing his HP, will not be able to take him down just yet. Take that turret down, and Superken almost got caught.
So far, Bigetron Alpha is definitely winning in terms of economy and also pressure, but there's some, silver lining for EVOS, especially with the way they handle objective fights with Superken. Yes, in the earlier fight, they were not doing good, but in the earlier fights, Vanstrong, whether it's Fildora or even Kryde, has been doing a good job just pressuring Superken out of the objective fights and forcing out the heavy spin to be able to secure the objective much easier. But they're going to maybe take the top lane turret here.
Maybe, let's see. EVOS, they're eyeing that top lane. They're occupying, committing 4 members. But no, they will not find anything to fruition. Bigetron, they had a healthy amount of economy. Now it's all slightly diminishing. EVOS Legends, they did to equalize in this game.
And they did well to get Superken to half HP. But earlier though, Veldora actually building blade armor for the second item. So you know Veldora's job or Veldora's intent in this game, and that is to remove Saken out of the equation in the team fights, and he has the Petrify right now. Don't know if he'll make it out.
Oh, let's say Sorizo now, again, quite low. Penalty zone popped as well. Now, Sorizo will flicker out of the appraisals. Rather, EVOS, they want more.
Coming.
They're re-engaging. Final blow to the backside with the Petrify as well, finding the killing spree. Bigetron down a man, but will they force more? Vanstrong though, Chunks, very low. Circling Eagle committed on towards 3, but the damage isn't there. Veldora, the front side, looking for an angle. Does not get it. Still, EVOS Legends stands with 5.
A small W for EVOS, but Superken will have the advantage in terms of the Lord setup because they're not doing a good job in terms of fighting the whole team. They did get Sorizo, which is pretty much overextending or maybe just missing the penalty zone. Yes, Doma gets quote-unquote knocked up, but it gets disabled by the Purify, and there is no follow-up, a real follow-up for Bigetron Alpha. You have to consider you're playing with a Sicilian. You have to wait for this guy to be able to get there. deal damage. Meanwhile, Saken in trouble, maybe.
Oh, guiding win, perhaps not to save his life here. Doma, in a bit of a pickle, but Super Ken is there. Veldora finding the angle here, but Saken now in very much trouble. But Vin will fall first. Doma also low, but the damage, the range from Moreno isn't enough. Appraisal's Wrath, good juke, but Taz is still low. But no, he survives with practically 1 HP. And Bigetron Alpha, even though they stand with 4, but their pressure is very much evident.
How was the team fight that chaotic? And also, just one member for Bigetron Alpha taken down. Finn is pretty much still safe. Just 1 more second to respawn. Super Ken has the advantage.
Let's see, Retribution battle. Oh! It will fall for Taz and they will force the fight. Sorizo falls. Super Ken might be next. No, not enough resources as the final blow connects. And Super Ken falls as well.
Oh my goodness, cried more like Stephen Curry from downtown. But oh my goodness, Taz, talk about a comeback. Just making a name for yourself. Beautiful Retribution battle, even though they have the disadvantage against a Nakai. Super Ken goes down and didn't get the Lord. A big W for EVOS with 3k gold lead in their hand.
Oh my god. And Veldora, also a shout out here, right? He's been doing pretty much everything. Splitting lanes, controlling, managing far lanes, initiating with the final blow as well. And there you go, 4-1-2 to his name.
As we take a look at the replay earlier, Taz just, oh my goodness, beautiful Retribution. Also a good final slash, a really good actually, from Bigetron getting 2 and also getting 2 kills for EVOS Legends. And they just snowballed the heck out of that, getting some good pressure, getting some good golds, and getting maybe some turrets in the bottom lane.
Oh, let's see, good final slash. The burst damage though will not be enough to take any members of Bigetron down. And Bigetron will clear this Lord. Will they sacrifice a base turret? I don't think they need to. But EVOS, they're maintaining pressure on the bot side. Veldora now looking to intimidate the members of Bigetron there. And they will save the base turret top and bot.
Now the real game for Bigetron Alpha starts now. Yes, they are down 6k gold lead, but this is the perfect position for them. Moreno MJ with a Sicilian. And also Saken will just snowball and getting some golds from the minions that he has or like he killed in this period of time. And getting some stacks as well for Moreno. This is a question for EVOS Legends. How do they break through the wall?
How do they break it, right? EVOS Legends here. Is this necessary? Good! Final slash by Van Strong and Sorizo will be out. Now Super Veldora finding the angle. Final blow, Petrify connecting all towards you, but the damage will not come through just yet. EVOS Legends still maintaining pressure, but they are more than happy. They caught the main initiator, and that is Sorizo.
It's still 4v5 in the mid lane. Oh, correct! Once again with the snipe. And that is another kill for EVOS Legends. 6k gold lead. Taz getting a good taunt towards Vin. Doma with a heavy crossbow getting some good damage towards Vin. And Moreno still not getting anyone just yet. Van Strong. Saken with the guided win getting away from the team fight.
A very different EVOS Legends indeed. And now they look for the mid. EVOS Legends, can they close the game? Now, the answer is not yet. They will shift their focus on towards the Lord now. Bigetron, looking at the composition, they can still hold it off. They can still defend as long as Moreno is still in the game.
Oh my goodness gracious, what a masterclass of sniping from Krite. Pretty much critical throughout the whole game. And meanwhile, Vin and Saken will try to clear the lane in the top lane. Veldora, once again, this is the threat that I'm talking about. Moreno will be the sole defender of that bottom lane. Do they want to go for the 1v1 to give some advantage for Taz in the objective fights?
Veldora has the Petrify. That is one of the resource.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very hard for Sicilian to really give the clear. But no, EVOS Legends, they know they have the advantage and they will not rush this lore take. A very wise move here from EVOS.
A waiting game for EVOS. They will try to play the far lane, but you have to realize if you're waiting too long, Moreno MJ will stack up some good damage for them in terms of like high ground defense. And Veldora still staying in the bottom lane. I think they have to somehow do the previous maneuvers again, just getting Super Ken to very low HP and getting the Lord. It doesn't really matter if they try to contest this like 70-30. I think it's still a good chance to take. especially with Fildora being the X Factor. Meanwhile, Final Slash.
See? Just
Oh man.
towards Super Ken though. Super Ken now
Oh no!
a little bit too much here. Heavy spin popped as well, and no immortality. He gets taken down.
Saken!
Fildora with the Petrify, finding Saken as well. Now Vin with the circling eagle. And is that a sprint one? As he will fall as well, and that is just 2 members of Bigetron taken down.
And I like that they're not forcing to end the game, considering that still have 3 guys in Bigetron's Alpha side, especially with 2 guys dealing a lot of damage and also penalty zone from Sarito. They're going for more safer route, getting the Lord to their hands as TAS. Finally, an objective take that is no contest whatsoever.
Okay, 16 minutes in. All 5 members will stand for Bigetron here, just in the nick of time to defend. EVOS Legends, spell check, all active. So they will have more than enough, well, they will have more than enough resources to close the game.
And watch out for Vanstrong, considering that Indix... Oh, there you go!
My goodness, Super Ken low already. Will be able to escape for now, but the base swords will not survive now. EVOS Legends, they really look to close the game. Lord still healthy in the bottom side of the map. The damage, the AoE that Cry provides. Now, in the top side though, Sorizo looking to hold that one court. Now the mid coming in with the minions. EVOS Legends, can they close the game? The answer is oh! Final slash on towards forwards. The damage comes through and the penalty zone as well in the backside to distract. Appraisal's Wrath bombed as well. But the damage here will come through for Sak and he gets taken down. But the minions, they need to take care of this. It's a 5v4, but nobody from EVOS Legends can really hit the turret.
I mean, it's hard. Even though Saken is gone, one of the main damage dealer for Bigetron Alpha, they still have another quote-unquote late game potential in Moreno MJ with the Bat's Feast. And there you go, another siege coming in from EVOS.
Minion coming in, Vanstrong at the backside, looking for an angle. Super Ken soaking the damage, and Taz here will not find its mark, but Sorizo in the front side, delaying, finding time and sacrificing himself. Now, Fildora jumps in with the final blow, does not get it, and nobody from EVOS, oh! Right with the snipe, and this is EVOS Legends claiming against Bigetron Alpha.
Roaring in the first match of the second shift here, 7th match of the day, EVOS Legends just taking care of the robots with ease. There's no pressure, there's no, you know, like urgency that's too much from EVOS Legends. This has played that very, very patiently, and I like what I see, especially from Vanstrong and Krite, the mid trio, the mid duo of EVOS Legends, making work in this game.
They really did. My goodness, a very good performance, and I love the adjustment that EVOS Legends brings today. And with that, let's see here what Mr. Wolf has to say about this match.
I am absolutely stunned, especially how EVOS Legends were able to keep their composure, did not panic even after trailing behind in significant amount of gold, then eventually shut down this BTR late game. I am so amazed on how they did it. And I think that I'm going to be naming a lot of names here, but one particular player that really surprised me in this particular game was Vanstrong. I mean, you will eventually remember that 4-man final slash that he did during the base push, right? But everything he did in the early to the mid stages of the game was very important for the team. In fact, there was even a play that he managed to disrupt the ultimate of the Matilda, the circling eagle. Well, he did not cancel it, but he protected his teammates being an Ardent. And also, he was the problem for both the Sicilian as the Bruno as the mid game commenced. Now, maybe the main thing that I wanted to talk about in this particular game is that the composition of the side of BTR is mainly based on late game scaling. Surely they have the Brunos to supplement the damage in the early stages, but they have to rely on the Sicilian. And the Sicilian is not as impactful as the Novaria, for example, in the early stages. When it comes to their own damage output, we know for sure that both Novaria as well as Sicilian, they're quite the same. But if you think about it, the Novaria can supplement vision in the early stages of the game. What does that mean? It means that even if you don't have have the items, the ultimate of the Novaria itself is more than enough to have an impact in the early stages of the game, even when the Novaria is still not scaling yet. That is not true with Sicilian, for example. You need to hit all of your first skill, but you have to manage your mana. At the same time, you need a lot of items. And this is the guy that really made it so difficult for BTR to reach the Bigetron win condition. That's going to be Van Strong. And I really like the idea of getting into the immortality range as soon as possible after the Blade Armor, Athena Shield, and interestingly, this Sky Guardian helmet. Sky Guardian helmet on the XP lane Arlott is actually not that common. But if you think about it, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because they give you a lot of I guess ways to sustain. If you think about it, the Arlott is a hero that kind of wants to go in, get out, wait for the spells to cool down. You only need to wait for 20 to 30 more seconds, and then your ultimate is almost up again. Around the minute 40, about 40 seconds, that's another flurry of ultimates and spells of combos that you can land with this Arlott. So what does this tell us? The immortality allows you to be aggressive. The Blade Armor also punishes the Bruno, and at the same time you have the Athena Shield to defend against this Sicilian. So if you do jump onto the backlines, you have a lot of ways to support yourself, and then you have the Brave Smite to kind of sustain once again. All of these things piling up together meant that Van Strong was a nuisance for BTR, and we are definitely going to see that in the highlights. Okay, so again, we were talking about early game versus late game, and I think that when it comes to the late game, you have so much damage coming out from both Sakin as well as Moreno. That didn't happen because of this mid-game aggression. Now, the early stages of the game, it was all EVOS. There's all BTR. They have the advantage. They have the gold advantage. But come the mid-game, now you can see that as the members of EVOS group up, and then Van Strong is able to initiate for the team, now it is a lot more difficult for BTR to actually take care of business. In fact, Sorizo, even after having a great early game, still cannot supplement the team with enough damage. We're going to see 15 minutes in, they are able to take out Super Ken, and that's just the Earth. And look at that initiation coming out from the Benedetta. And then this Arlott that typically is played as the roam, that will be focused mainly on tankiness, and what he only needs to think about is the way to initiate, get out, sustain himself, then get back up again. Again, it's just 30 to 40 seconds for the final slash to be up once again. It looks even much faster than that, as he's able to land the 4-man final slash that eventually made it really flashy for EVOS. It was an easy game from the mid-game onwards for the side of EVOS because of them understanding that the ultimate or the power levels of Sicilian will be much, much, much later into this game. Again, I'm not saying that BTR did not have a chance to win this game against EVOS because of the draft, but BTR already got the early game. That's already part of their win condition. But in the mid-game, it was quite evident that they cannot teamfight against EVOS. And it's mainly because of the frugal composition coming out from EVOS. Meaning to say, they don't need a lot of items in the mid-game for them to be able to group up and teamfight. And that's mainly because of the Novaria ultimate, the Arlott roam that had a final slash, and of course all of the sustain that he needs. And obviously Irithel is such a strong hero in this metagame, but also because of how on point was Veldora. Imagine being Moreno in this game, as well as Sakin, both of the heroes that needs to supplement the damage from long distance. If somebody gets up close and personal, it's already difficult for them. They do have the Matilda though to save themselves, but imagine this, as you are the Sicilian, you're facing up against both Benedetta as well as the Arlott, two of the heroes that have a surefire way to initiate. Particularly this Benedetta, you have the Petrify, and for Moreno as well as Sakin, they don't have the Purify. So if there is someone initiating coming out from EVOS, be it the Benedetta, be it Taz, be it the Van Strong's Arlott, you have that Astral Sphere that can be the follow-up from the Novaria. So there's always a surefire way to land the damage or damage source coming out from EVOS. This wasn't a close. This wasn't a one-sided affair totally for EVOS, but come the mid-game, that's when you feel that, okay, BTR still does not have enough items yet for them to be able to constantly damage EVOS. That's very true for the Sicilian. In the mid-game, it's, you know, when you get a good early game for the Sicilian, you automatically assume that the mid-game will be good for you. But that's not always the case. In fact, in this particular game, because he is facing up against both the Benedetta as well as the Arla, there's so much dive coming out from EVOS and a lot of reach because of the Novaria that they were able to make it difficult for Moreno to even land the shot. So even after being farmed in the early game, you still cannot land your skill 1 and your skill 2 as this Sicilian, and that is a big problem because, right, even after farming so much, if you cannot land your first skill, second skill as the Sicilian, it's as if you're a non-impact hero. Whereas if you're looking at the Novaria, you only need to land your ultimate and you're already very impactful. That is the main difference here for the Sicilians whereas Novaria, and that is something that EVOS were able to solve in this case. They managed to shut down the win conditions coming out from BTR, and that's the reason why EVOS were able to win this game. Looking very strong for sure, and BTR will have to go back to the drawing board. A wonderful battle between two Indonesian teams, but that has been my analysis of this game between BTR and EVOS. Gonna be throwing it over back to the casters, Shevin and Gani. I don't know what they think about the game, but I did enjoy it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ulf, for the analysis, but man, oh man, Gani, EVOS was able to defuse the time bomb that Bigetron Alpha created. But you know what, Gani? We have this thing called Cocoklogi in Indonesia.
Cocoklogi, okay.
It means we're making stuff up for the sake of making stuff up.
Okay.
So, out of all the teams in MPLI that hasn't, that didn't qualify for the playoffs or a fire, they managed to win Piala President. Alter Ego, they managed to win a championship in Johor, Malaysia. And you know what? I'm not saying that EVOS will win this, okay? But, I'm getting my hopes up, man. Like, this is a clean performance.
A very clean performance, and that group of death, right? Group C. Wow, all share a point at this point. So let's see here. More action from Group C. Echo going up against EVOS Legends. After that dub, will they bring that momentum going up against the champions of M4 Echo? Sure, different roster, but with that grand name, the pressure, is it on EVOS or Echo?
A lot of history between these two teams. These two teams won M series, but we're gonna see King of the Jungle versus the Apex Predator of the Sea in a second. So do not go anywhere. Stay tuned for more action in the next game.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya, ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Meiji. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Meiji. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya.
down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The White Tigers get their first points in MPLI 2023 against the Robots. But the next opponent is the mighty Orcus, the apex predator of the sea, facing off the king of the jungle. It's going to be a fun match, Connie. And here I am, Shafin, will accompany you guys throughout this match too.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPLI 2023, and we are about to see more action from Group C, the group of death. It seems like, yeah, they all share a point as it stands. So let's see here. Will it be Echo or EVOS claiming that top spot after this match?
I mean, speaking about EVOS and Echo in MPLI, okay, there's some history in MPLI 2023 where EVOS wins out against Echo in the knockout stage 2-1 when Zace is still coaching, okay? So there's a bit of a beef between them. And I think at that time, even though Echo didn't win MPLI, they went on to win M4, so it doesn't really matter for Echo at that time, but this time around, it's different. It's a different game for Echo. This is the only tournament that they're in right now. They didn't qualify for M4, unfortunately. They didn't, right?
No.
Okay. I thought I misremembered, but yeah.
But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the entertainment, let's talk about Omni by FWD. Want to learn what it takes to play MLBB? Check out Omni by FWD. It's available on the Google Play and Apple App Store, so scan the QR code beside Vin to check it out.
Yeah, check out the journey of Una and Vin, the journey of them in esports. But talking about esports, we also have a good snack. I have a question, Connie. What does the bear say to its siblings when they met him?
No idea.
Hello, Panda. Hello, Panda, yeah.
There you go. Hello, Panda. Check it out. It leaves no mess, and it's such a great product. Thank you, Meiji.
Thank you so much, Meiji, for bringing out these beautiful snacks for us to enjoy to watch this match and also dive deeper into the meta, plays, builds, and rivalries of MPLI with the One Esports app. It's your one-stop destination for breaking news and exclusive interviews with the athletes fighting for the MPLI throne. There's also hero guides and much more, so download now in Google Play and also Samsung Galaxy Store. What are you waiting for?
What are you waiting for indeed? And with that, if you want to stay relevant, you should also follow our social media. We have our Discord, TikTok, Instagram, everything. YouTube, also follow us to stay relevant, and also follow Chefin as well if you want to stay relevant too.
And also follow Gani and also Mr. Wolf. He's sitting right there, but you cannot see him. But he is also one of the most important guys in One Esports. So what are you waiting for? Witches Caster, yeah. Follow One Esports for more info, especially on MPLI 2023 Rise Above. But Echo versus EVOS once again. This time with a bit of a different lineup compared to MPLI 22 and 22. Of course, the elephant in the room, JP, the rumor of Echo. There's been a lot of doubts, especially from the fans of Echo themselves, whether they should bring out Yawi or should they stick for JP, because at the regular season of MPLPH, they went on a 9-game win streak. But speaking of wins, Connie,
yes,
you can also get 4,000 diamonds with naming that hero. I'm gonna spoil you right now. That is Balman for sure.
That is Balman. You guessed that. Insta 4,000 diamond, perhaps on your account. So again, ladies and gentlemen, check that out. And if you, in case that wasn't Balman, there's also another chance. If you register this for updates here, just sign up to stand a chance to get also a 4,000
diamonds. But back again, JP and Yawi. I think JP in this meta does fit more. I think the hate is a bit too much. This guy is also one of the guys that is pretty consistent. I would say even in M4 when he subbed in for Yawi in the group stages, I've seen some brilliance that he can definitely replace Yawi. He's not a sub that is there just for the vibes. He is an actual sub that is going to change the game for you, and I think he's gonna perform in this match.
Let's see, right? A lot of pressure on Echo, a lot of pressure also from EVOS Legends, and let's see here again. The one team will come out on top. And will it be Echo or will it be EVOS, who just got a dub in their previous match, right? We got the lineup here. We can't really spoil it for you. Let's check out the VT first for Echo.
I mean, Echo, not the best start in MPLI 2023, but of course, still a lot of chance to qualify for the next stage, the knockout stage. Still with the main five, Call TC, Sanford, Benny QT, Sanji, and Sanford.
Still with their main five in this tournament. And seeing Benny's performance yesterday, they were on a roll. So let's see here again what EVOS Legends needs to do. Let's check out their VT.
Well, I'm not expecting a sub or anything because they just won against Bigetron Alpha. Or maybe if they want to play it a bit more surprisingly, they could bring out Brands just for those surprise attack for Echo to kind of throw them off a little bit. But I think I still expect Doma on that gold lane. Did they play in this game?
Yeah, let's see. I believe it's still Doma. No Brands. And shout out, I think their jacket is looking very, very cool here. And it is going to be Doma playing still. But man, I love EVOS jacket now. Oh, so cool.
It's really cool. I think most of the Force Elite jackets that MPL teams has brought. This is the cream of the crop, man. Like,
it's a classic.
Look, classic. Well, it is a classic because M4 days, but just the contrast between the cream and also the purple, just chef's kiss.
Ooh, chef's kiss, not chef's kiss.
Okay.
But man, you're right. I mean, let's see here with the cool outfit or the cool jackets that they bring to the stage. I expected also to see and witness cool performances, better than cool, awesome performances from both teams here as they are still discussing and expectations from the draft here. Chefin.
Why is he twitching his nose? Okay, never mind. But yeah, I think I believe Milo of the TheOhioBrothers said that he said that he's better than every Indo EXP laner.
Ooh.
And he did say that Sanford and a lot of PHEXP laners does plays that he cannot imagine himself doing it. So I think he has to EVOS has to watch out for Sanford, especially because we know that this guy on every hero, like Yuzhong, Lapu Lapu, he can play Arlet. Every hero that's in the game that can make plays, he is going to perform for sure.
He has been delivering the heroes that has been given by his coach. And let's see here, will he be able to see or bring that same intensity performance in this match? EVOS will ban out the 1-1 and Kadira, and Echo, they will ban out the Joy and the Novaria. Seems like Echo, they know that EVOS or Indo teams really like Novarias, and there you go, the ban. And EVOS, wow, that's a respect ban.
Nolan, it's gotta be Nolan. They wanna pick a safe Nolan for EVOS themselves if Echo didn't ban it, but let's see what Coach Trevor has in mind. I really like the ban from Coach Trevor though, that Joy, because it can still be flexed to EXP lane considering Feldora is playing, but this Katira ban, man. I think Katira in this latest patches, it's not really one of the most prio anymore, but in the hands of a mid laner like Sanji or for example Sans, like the synergy between JP and Sanji too, it is still pretty much a big threat.
I agree. They are a force to be reckoned with. And EVOS, what will they prio here? Redrin perhaps, or Valentina now is still on the board, or will they go for the Matilda Angela route? And it seems like no, they will not go for the support type of approach yet. EVOS though, they will secure themselves the Valentina Echo. A lot of approaches on the board. They can go for the Angela. Redrin is also available. Which one do you prefer? Matilda has been picked up and the Redrin, so they're going for more solid options here.
It is solid, it is standard though. That's what I'm seeing from Coach Trevor. So they don't want to reveal some cards yet in this early draft. And remember that this Fredrin can still be flexed towards EXP laner too, but unfortunately I think Sanford, he's not really the type to play those heroes like Fredrin, even though I believe he's going to play that. If he's going to play that, he's still going to perform for sure, but I don't think it really fits Sanford's agenda in this Echo lineup.
Yeah, very low percentage for this Fredrin to be flexed, but it is still a possibility. And EVOS Legends, they will pull out the Guinevere in this match alongside Arlet. Now they're going to play that Arlet, the flexibility card, Roam or EXP. And considering their percentages, the Arlet specifically, very good, right? 50%, very equal, very even. And Echo, to close out the first phase, they will opt for the Faramis. They want more sustainability. Matilda is not enough. The mobility is not enough, and they just want more HP.
I mean, I think EVOS can still go for a support here and put this Arlet towards the XP lane, because if you have Valentina with the Nether Realm and maybe have a healing support like, for example, Rafaela or maybe Estus or maybe by extension Diggy, you can have two big ultimates in your hand and you are for sure not gonna lose in a 5v5 team fight. That's what I'm guaranteeing. But this Guinevere against a Faramis, not the best matchup. Again, Valentina will neutralize that.
Okay, let's see here. To open things up in the second phase, Echo, they opt for a Claude ban. Will they commit to another marksman in that last ban here? As EVOS, they too can limit the option for marksman here, but it can backfire because EVOS Legends has yet to pick up a marksman as well. So, EVOS, they might choose another route and banning perhaps the EXP.
If we're talking about EXP, Yuzhong is the signature of Sanford, especially in this match. It's going to be that Ixia.
Okay.
Interesting, considering that when you're playing Arlet and Guinevere, it is a backline threat, right? Especially with the flicker that Vanstrong has. We've seen how he can perform with those flicker combo with the final slash, and that spatial migration connected into that Violet Requiem is still very lethal towards Ixia. So I'm a bit surprised seeing this, but EVOS Legends, already 3 marksmen banned for those two teams. Do they want to limit it more for Doma and Benny QT? That is the big question right now. I don't think so.
Yeah, me too. Let's see, EVOS Legends. Another hero comes to mind, Benedetta. Veldora really pops off earlier.
Oh, wow.
No, they will commit to another marksman ban here. Will this backfire for EVOS though?
I mean,
Echo. Let's see here. Will they go for the marksman instantly?
I mean,
it's Beatrix, perhaps?
Beatrix and
Irithel?
Beatrix. Irithel and Beatrix, right? That's the only one left. But I want to see, man, like, already 4 marksmen banned. Please be creative with those picks.
5 with the 1-1. 5. Yeah, Benedetta, exactly. Again, Sanford plays a mean Benedetta. And Echo, that's why they did not ban the Benedetta out. They saw what Veldora could do with the Benedetta, and it seems like it's a deny pick and also a comfort pick. 3 times 100%. Being picked up, still 100%. So proven very reliable in that EXP.
I mean, the safest one is Irithel, right? She can still move, getting chased by Sanford.
Against a Petrified Benedetta.
Yeah, there is a Petrify, but Doma still has Purify. That's what I want to say. But, like, what else is there? Like, do you want to flex for Harith? Yes, Doma plays a good Harith, but I think it's abundance, too abundance of magic damage for EVOS Legends. At this point, they still need more physical damage, so they cannot go for those, magical. There you go, Irithel. And it's going to be closed off by a Paquito to match that aggression from Sanford. If you want to cut, I can cut too. We're trading blows right here.
A lot of adjustments on this Paquito. Let's see how this one will pan out.
Oh, man.
But Echo will close out their draft with a carry pick. Wow.
Oh.
Again, carry was picked up by Benny yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. And we will see more action from Benny on this carry.
You know what I'm seeing? In terms of the difference between Indo and PH, PH teams tend to pick carry more than Indo. And I think that really signifies that Echo, or a lot of the PH team in terms of synergy, they're so good with it, so they trust the covers, they trust the guiding winds and also circling eagles that JP is going to use on Benny QT. Oh my goodness gracious. We're Indonesians, but I gotta say, I was going for more of a realistic route before this, but after seeing Bigetron versus EVOS, I think EVOS still has a chance in this match.
I mean, we were wrong in the previous match, right? We were unanimous as well. At the EVOS, they managed to beat Bigetron. So let's see here. Are we right or are we wrong again? So let's welcome the Land of Dawn.
Oh, apparently we have to pause the game to fix the issue that we have currently. Now, yeah, back to my point. Carry, man. In Indonesia, one of the big disadvantage of a carry is the range of this girl is very short compared to other marksmen out there. Yes, you have some dashes. Yes, you can melt down the frontliners really easily. But other than that, you are an easy picking for all of the roamers, all of the aggressors of the opposing team. But when you have Mathilda, when you have killer instinct combined with the safe place from Benny QD, I think you're A-okay. And Echo, they really like to play the carry, man. I don't know why.
They really like to play the carry. And with that, let's see here what type of execution, what can we expect here, right? Right off the bat, carry, of course, needs time. 3 items perhaps to really be active here for that carry, so I expect Echo to play more of a slow tempo in that early.
I think one of my main highlight that I want to see is the battle between Veldora and Sanford. In a way, these two guys really like to play those very aggressive EXP laners that can deal damage, that can take care of the backliners on their own, making a play out of their micro prowess. So with Paquito and Benedetta, these two heroes are kind of the same. They are very flashy, they are very fast, they can also deal some burst damage if the opponent doesn't build that physical defense items. And when you're a marksman, why would you build that? The only thing that you have is Wind of Nature, and let's see how Benny Cutie and Doma will respond to the opposing EXP laner's aggression.
Well, it seems like from the players, they are holding their devices. Oh, not yet. Benny here, not yet. So the game isn't ready, folks, but again, Benny going up against Doma is also an interesting lane to watch here, Shepin.
I think the fact that they banned 1-1 against Benny is it's kind of sad, Connie. Because if you know, Benny's daughter is named 1-1.
Oh.
I don't know if that's a real strat from Caleb, or maybe they just want to use the psychology attack towards Benny Kudu. Hey, I want to say I ban your daughter, but is that something that I can say here?
I will ban 1-1 out. And he did. A minute left here. And looking at the players, seems like they are already
in the game.
In the game. So let's just jump to it.
Game number 8 of the match. Sanji on the Faramis. We're looking at the spells right now. Doma going for that sprint. So a bit of a ballsy move here, especially with Call, TZ, and Sanford using that Petrify. Remember, this is very lethal Benedetta in the hands of Sanford.
3 Purifies as well here brought by Echo. So they really want to negate, they really want to be safe from the crowd control that is on the table from EVOS Legends' side. And of course, Sanford, Benedetta, no Purify for him. It will be that Petrify. So EVOS Legends here, they really need to communicate on the cooldowns of that Purify from Echo. If not, the crowd control that they have will be negated. Now top lane, take a look. JP, aggressive movement on towards Doma, and trade-wise, Benny is winning.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the gold lane will be kind of a dead lane in a sense where those two guys will just farm up and not trading blows to each other. But it looks like JP and Benny Cutie, they will just trading blows and trading some damage. And Benny Cutie, this is very safe, you know. Benny Cutie was like 75% HP, then he still recalls. This is a pretty interesting maneuver considering that in terms of time management, Benny is already there and all the cards, all the minions are there. So that might be the best play available for Benny. A good micro adjustment from this guy.
And you can see some action here, perhaps ensuing in the bottom side of the map. Sanford here holding on, waiting for info. And take a look at Arlet in the jungles here, already chunked. Van Strong, oh, not level 4 yet. Good cover, but Taz here will not have enough damage to take Call TZ down just yet. Now, with the HP, looking at the HP bars, Echo is winning the setup. Right now, looking for some angle. Seems like Echo will just win it. Final blow pops. Van Strong in the backside. Taz jumps in with another realm and Call TZ gets it. He finds the first newt and Appraiser's Rat pops as well. Oh, one man caught there. Veldora will be the sole casualty. Perhaps more Echo. Will they fight more here? They force it. Right? Call very low. Van Strong as well, but no. It will be just Veldora taken down. And as I said that, Echo finds another.
I mean, Mielo doesn't lie, man. I don't think Mielo would go for that deep. Sanford, just another beautiful micro adjustment, but man, oh man, Taz, kind of I think a mistake just putting that Violet Requiem very early in the fight, and you don't have that pressure in the objective take, and Call TZ in terms of retribution battle, he is inevitable, man. This guy 10-0'd Kyrie in MSC, you have to remember that.
Man, yeah, very reliable still, especially on a hero like the Fredrin. Very, just very reliable. Echo now 800 gold lead top lane. You can see here action from Gold and Rome. Just trading perhaps punches here, looking for an opening. You can see here, the junglers also rotate towards that top side, so we might see a 3v3 action perhaps, but no, Echo will rotate towards the mid side of the map.
Oh man, looking back at the emblems just now gone, Feldora going for weapons mastery and also a crit damage increase. That is very aggressive for a Paquito. Usually when we see Aran, he wants to go for more movement speed and also survivability, just to be that annoying far lane to be able to take care of by only 2 or more people. And this means that Feldora just want to go for Benny.
Okay, interesting. 4-man rotating top lane here for Echo. And then EVOS, they sniffed it out. They play deep under the turret here. Does not really want to show face. Taz in the mid bush. Got here perhaps, but has more than enough resources to get out from that situation. Oh, take a look at Benedetta already cutting towards the jungle here, looking for an opening, a flank perhaps, and he wants Guinevere. Take a look at that. He wants Guinevere, does not commit, does not want to gamble that play. He repositions Call TZ now on that turtle. Taz quite low, does not recall and gets it. Oh, perfect timing there. As Echo though, they will force the fight. Another ramp pop from each side here. Van Strong now in the front side of the map. Veldora as well, looking to gain more space. Has no casualties, but EVOS Legends, they equalize neutral objective-wise.
Jump in and jump out and let me take your box of lunch. My goodness, Taz with another beautiful retribution, continuing the momentum from the early game. Meanwhile, Sanji already popped that Purify to get away from the final slash from Van Strong.
Okay, 5 minutes in, it is very equal, I have to say. Level-wise, Doma and Benny also equal. So yeah, both marksmen here, they are okay. Farm in the farm department. But oh, take a look at the jungle. Sanford being such a nuisance, forcing Taz on that retry. Let's see here. Will that retribution not activated come in handy?
Look at that JP, very aggressive, just gonna spam that circling eagle to just poke down Van Strong and getting out in the process too. But we're looking at the XP laner matchup, right? In terms of pressure to the jungle, I think Sanford wins it out against Feldora. Not just because of the micro power and macro power of Sanford, but the hero matchup, it's Call TZ on the Fredrin against a Paquito. I don't think it really poses much trouble or much threat to Call TZ himself, but this one is a threat.
Oh, Taz jumps in, finds a knockup, but another realm here to save, give him more sustainability, and the burst damage does not come through. Echo trying to reposition. JP though committed the circling eagle for perhaps intimidation there, and EVOS Legends will not find more. Echo, good disengage.
And it's actually a good engage for EVOS as well, but the disengage is just much cleaner compared to EVOS. And that was a very good chance for EVOS to put some goals on their back, because there's a lot of, overextension, especially from Call TZ. And oh my goodness gracious, somehow, someway, Feldora finds Sanji, and that is a big W considering that the objective fight is in the process.
He has his passive though. He's still up now. Oh, good knockup though. The backside here. It's a taunt on towards Doma. The Nether Realm to save his life. Sanford though on the other side of the map gets taken out. Call TZ finds the Newt, and now they will fight more. Task quite low. The damage will come through, and as well as Benny finding a kill. Now Echo, they still have the Nether Realm, and Veldora now perhaps might be main target. Veldora taken out, and Echo again winning out on the trades.
Oh, I was proven wrong, Gani. As you said earlier, the passive from Veramis is just too much to handle for EVOS, especially getting back into the team fight that quickly and also putting that Nether Realm in time for all the members of Echo, as EVOS so far they have been out macroed in terms of like in the team fight.
Man, the Benedetta pick. Wow, it was really a hot pick for Veldora, but this time Echo good deny. Fourth picked it, and you can see the impact, right? And again, the first structure in the game will go to the hands of Echo. And item-wise here, anything stands out, Sheffin?
What stands out is not the item, Gani, but look at the gold. Oh my goodness, Veldora in trouble. Benny QD! Just melting Veldora down with the light wheels. Meanwhile, Call TZ in the mid lane, trying to put some pressure on Vanstrong, but back to what I said earlier, Sanji is up 1k gold against Kride, even though he lost in XP. That is very interesting.
That is very interesting, and again, good setup from Echo. Caught Veldora there. He snoozed a bit down the lane, and yeah, Sanford will claim the second structure top lane. So that's 2 inners already here taken out from EVOS' side. And economy-wise, man, Echo is healthy, 2,500 gold here. They look for a fight in the mid. EVOS Legends don't take unnecessary fights, man. And Echo, they understand that they can maintain that sort of pressure in that mid.
Oh man, how do you deal with this kid, man? Sanford just being the nuisance,
They're so
the main
good.
nuisance of EVOS Legends. Like, every time he has this hero, along the likes of Benedetta, along the likes of Yuzhong, who is really good in teamfight, and also who really good in terms of far lane. It's always an instant W for Echo. Meanwhile, they're up 2k gold lead. Sanji getting chunked real low, but still has that Nether Realm to play with. Toss has the advantage on the Lord fight.
Okay, Kride is also half HP here. Has the Nether Realm ult as well in play. So let's see Sanford.
Veldora.
An angle at the backside, the top side of the map though. JP, half HP Lord now on EVOS' side of the map. Let's see, can they utilize this? Oh, good opening. JP 1 HP practically, but EVOS Legends, they failed to exploit that.
Oh.
Take a look at the retreat battle. It's gonna be Taz this time. Nether Realm petrified though on towards 4, and Echo, they will force this fight. Vanstro taken down, and Taz will be able to escape as Veldora now in a no man's land, and it's a free kill. 2 kills for Echo, but they lost the Lord.
I mean, they lost the Lord, but they definitely won the team fight. What a beautiful... I thought it was like initially a cancel. It is a cancel on Sanford. I believe it would toss with the special migration stopping that initial... what's the ultimate for Benedetta?
Electro final blow.
Yeah, that was a game-saving play and from Toss, and also getting the Lord in the process, but it doesn't really mean much as Echo or like EVOS will not be able to translate to anything. Doma getting chased by 2 Call TZ. Pop the Retribution, still has the stunts.
Man, with the taunt as well, and Doma, will he be saved? The answer is no. Echo, they still force this one. But right very low, and Benny from the top side of the map finds the kill as well. He gets the double, looking for the triple, gets it as well. As Echo, they might put this nail in the coffin at 11 minutes of the game.
Is it? Wait, maybe is it? It is.
Veldora, can he clear is the question.
No.
Oh, with the passive here, surely EVOS will can fight another day, and Echo though, they will have to be satisfied with a base turret.
The plan was to match the aggression from Sanford with the Paquito pick for Veldora, but in terms of like team fight impact, it's just night and day from Sanford. Because Benedetta's Petrify and also Electro Final Blow is an AoE damage dealing skill. Meanwhile, Veldora can just lock one hero down, and so far he has not, he hasn't got like the opportunity that he needs to be able to burst down all those heroes. Like, what is the answer here for EVOS? Even Toss getting a special migration on to preferred targets is not enough because they have Netherrealm on the opposing side.
Man, Echo, they just want to contest this time. Taz will have his purple. And seeing their rotations here, they will take this slow. They will play it safe here. And EVOS Legends, what can they do here to neutralize this game here or just equalize economy and map control-wise? It's very, very hard to see the light of day here for EVOS. Seems like it's just an Echo game, but I mean, anything can happen in Mobile Legends, so let's see, folks.
I mean, look at the safety measures from Echo, man. They have free purifies, they have Netherrealm, they have also this Guiding Wind and Circling Eagle from JP to get them out of team fights. And not to mention that healing and initial shield that JP gives to the other teammates. And so far, Benicuri has not been touched 0 times. Considering this is a carry, a hero doesn't really have a lot of rage to work with. This is very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. And EVOS, will they let this Lord go? Or will they contest? Looking at their setup, I think they really want to contest here. Top lane will be managed by both respective EXP. Taz, though, catching one, just JP. He will not commit more, as both EXP laners will join the fray in the Lord Pit. Echo now looking to set up. Circling Eagle committed on towards Karai, but no, just a juke for info perhaps. And Echo, let's see, they will be able to get this Lord comfortably. EVOS Legends, they need to defend again.
Every time, man, the ball is always on Echo's court. They have the say on when we teamfight and when we take objectives. And so far, EVOS, in terms of looking for opportunities, it's very hard. Even Taz just now getting JP in the air. But the thing is, it's JP is the roamer, and he still has that Purify to work with. And he doesn't even pop it just now. So good recognition from JP, just saving up the spell for the near team fights for the siege that is going to be held in EVOS space.
And seeing the spells, right, from the side of Echo specifically, they it's all up. Sure, accept the Retribution, but the active spells, they're all up, they're ready. Full force with the Lord as well. Good manipulation as well now. The top and bot will crash almost simultaneously. And EVOS, let's see, can they defend? EVOS will take care of the Lord. Echo, though, have no minions to pressure the top and mid. Base turret, will they force this fight here? Carl TZ, soaking damage, has the Guiding Wind. And Echo repositions, they want the mid. Sanford looking for an angle. Final blow, cancel, but good knock-up here. Netherrealm from both teams bots as well. Echo does not get the turret, and EVOS Legends will be able to defend their mid-base turret.
You know why I think they are so ahead right now, Gani? Just now, Call TZ gets Final Slash into the base, and you didn't even react, right?
Okay.
You know, nothing is gonna be happening to Call TZ because the cover is just way too much. And this is Call TZ that is up about 1.5k gold against the opposing junglers of Taz. That's also building a full tank, by the way. This is a full utility Guinevere. So in terms of damage, it is very lacking. He has to rely on Krite and also Doma that is still building his items towards Wind of Nature, presumably. He has the Berserker's Fury and has Claws for the criticals, and also has that penetration with the DHS and also Malefic Roar. All that's left is that safety measure with that Wind of Nature.
Okay, so Marksman, carry full build. Irithel on his way to, Irithel on her way to a full build. Let's see, 7,000 gold lead here. Still very, very impactful gold-wise in this 16-minute game. But let's see here. EVOS Legends, they are rotating top side here. Sanford, is he able to sniff this out? Yeah, I think it's just clear and then rotate. So no, EVOS Legends will not commit on towards a gank top lane. And also JP, he opens the map perfectly timed there to give info.
So I think the plan for EVOS right now is to get a miraculous Final Slash or special migrations towards the preferred target. When I'm talking about preferred target, that means Benicuri and Sanji. And force them to bait out that Purify.
Go Express
in this particular game, they were predators. They were looking for answers to go to the back lines. And typically, you see that with this kind of signature hero for the teams. Sanford, for example, with the Petrify Benedetta, allowing for immediate and convertible kinds of initiations onto the backlines. Then you also have Carl TZ battling it out against Taz. In the first 3 turtles of the game, it was 2-4-1 in favor of Carl TZ, and they were all contested by both sides. Now, when going into the Lord Dance, what they do is to go for heroes first, and that is the turn. So turn was the solution now for the side of Echo. What they did was to look for good angles so that they'll be able to punish the heroes on the side of EVOS Legends. So it's more like dealing the damage to the heroes instead of the Lord, and they're doing it outside of the Lord pit so that they will have enough time to kind of sustain themselves as well. Now, everybody coming out from the side of EVOS Legends looks to be very comfortable with the heroes that they have. And the fact that they have Fredrin and Faramis, one of the classic combos that we can see in the metagame right now, utilizing the Nether Realm in combination with the Appraiser's Wrath and the sustain that you get from the Fredrin. This means that you have a tanky frontline now that can protect the carry. Now, when it comes to JP as well as Sanford, all they needed to do was to get into the backlines and penetrate the defenses of EVOS Legends. I gotta say though, it wasn't that easy for the side of Echo, especially in the early stages. But because of our MVP of the game, we know for sure that it was in the bag, you know, for the side of Echo. And it's definitely going to be Benny Cutie, our carry, with his positioning and the fact that he went in for the Purify on this carry. If you think about it, it's not that easy to execute the carry for the side of Echo against EVOS. But there are important heroes that he can be able to take out. That every frontliner from the side of EVOS Legends will be melting because of carry with the Purify. And like we said, there is a lot of protection through the Faramis, through the Fredrin, which if you combine the peel that you get from those two heroes and the cleanse that you get out of this Purify for Benny Cutie, that means that it is so much more difficult now for EVOS to get into the backlines and completely eliminate the win condition of Echo. Whereas for the side of Echo, all they needed to do was to wait for their battle spells, particularly this Petrify. And if you look back into this game, all of the Petrify usages coming out from Sanford was always hitting 2 or more people, and at the same time eventually leading into kills. Rarely do you see the Petrify used just to use it defensively. It's always Echo that's controlling the tempo in this game, and that is a proper usage of this Echo Express. There was a time where the Echo Express was nullified because of the sustain, but I guess because of some of the mastery that we saw from Echo, the way that they're initiating into the backlines, it's always a guaranteed kill. Now for EVOS Legends, they tried to win the skirmishes by kiting the members of Echo, and that's probably not the best case here. If we are looking into the highlights, we can see the real nature of what EVOS Legends should be doing with their composition. It's all in. They wanted to use this Guinevere, this Arlott, you have the Valentina, you have the Paquito. All of those heroes wants to go in, eliminate heroes as soon as possible. It's a kill kind of composition. And because of the fact that the Faramis was available into the opponents, as well as the Matilda and the Fredrin, all these 3 heroes are all about sustain. It means that if there's someone that gets gunned upon from the side of Echo, the idea from EVOS should be to eliminate that guy as soon as possible. But because of the Flask of the Oasis for JP, and Faramis Ultimate, that main win condition for EVOS did not happen at all. Very important, of course. Eliminating Taz for Lord number 3 is very important for Echo, and it actually is the reason why they eventually won this game. They took out Taz, they got the Lord, they have big minions going in 3 lanes. They managed it well, they pushed the mid lane as well as the bottom lane. Eventually, after taking down the members of EVOS or putting them very, very low, like what happened to Band Strong, they are eventually able to destroy the base of EVOS. So what is the summary that we saw from the highlights? It's all about the fact that EVOS weren't able to do the gameplay that they wanted to do. Looking at Veldora, going for the Hunter Strike Malefic Roar and only this Dominance Ice. Eventually he gets the Oracle as well as the Immortality, but if you think about it, it's a very squishy Pakiro. Surely you can sustain, surely you can dash out. You do have some shields, but by nature, this is a squishy Pakiro. And then you look at Krite, for example, also the Valentina. Obviously, you do not expect defensive items on a position 4, but that can also be said for Van Strong. The item spike wasn't there as well. So EVOS, they're quite flimsy. They do have some damage, but it will not be enough against the Netherrealm activation coming out from Echo. What I'm trying to say here is EVOS, because of the composition that they chose to go for, they don't have a choice but to eliminate the members of Echo as soon as possible. So it's going through Benicuti. But because of the Petrified, that's even more difficult now. And because of the Matilda that can additionally help out the members of Echo, it's almost a checkmate for EVOS. This is not an outdraft at all, but it's more like EVOS weren't able to utilize their composition to its full potential just because of Echo's nature and the battle spell that they chose eventually. Some of the other important factors that we have to talk about in this game is that Taz, even after having a decent early stage, did not convert into good impacts when it comes to the game. 0, 4, and 3, unfortunately, on the Guinevere is not enough. Even when you look at the Guinevere and it's a quote-unquote utility jungler, you still have to play it like an assassin. So this is where EVOS Legends kind of struggle because there is no legitimate frontline for them. Surely you can consider that for the Arlot, but there's no one to actually be in front of the fight so that the other divers will eventually find the opening onto the backlines. But for Echo, that's completely reversed. They have the Fredrin Faramis that can stay in the front line. Then this means that your Benedetta as well as your Faramis eventually can dish out the damage onto the backlines because they can dive. So it's like you need a way to kind of supplement the vision first before you're able to assassinate. If you're looking at the members of EVOS, Paquito, Guinevere, Valentina, as well as Arlot, there's really no frontliner. You can argue that Guinevere with tanky items might supplement the vision or might supplement the frontline, but all of these heroes are secondary initiators or quote-unquote divers. Somebody needs to get the vision onto Echo first before they're able to jump, and that is not available in the composition now for EVOS. And if you look at the mid-game part of this game, Echo looked very comfortable just holding onto the bush, keeping JP safe, having the Matilda open the bushes as well as the Fredrin. Echo were able to get a lot of information just because of this Fredrin signature pick from Cortese, supplemented by the sustain of both the Matilda as well as the Faramis. Echo just had more vision. That means that their judgment is much better than EVOS. Although all the while EVOS is struggling to find the opening just because of the fact that they are all divers. All of their heroes wants to go into the backlines. But that is it for my analysis of EVOS going up against Echo. Echo very comfortable with a 2-1 score. EVOS will have to depend on the other teams on whether or not they will get into the playoffs. That is what makes this indeed the group of death. Echo versus EVOS. It went 19 minutes, which makes it so that it looks like a very tight game. But in a macro level of things, it was always EVOS trying to look for Echo's mistake. And unfortunately, Echo did not give them that luxury. Echo played it perfectly well in the mid-game, in the late stages of the game, making sure that they're not fighting when they don't have the necessary battle spells. And Echo do have great initiations and great executions. They don't just mindlessly go into the backlines of EVOS and get punished. They wait for their timings all the time. And now, it's another zero-death performance from Cortese, another zero-death performance from JP. In fact, JP, as the Matilda, did not die in this game, and that's mainly because of the Purify as well as Benicuti. It's amazing performance from Echo, definitely recovering after their first loss of this tournament. Now we're gonna be throwing it over back to my boys. It's gonna be Sheffin as well as Gani. Do take it away. What do you think about that game?
Wolf asked, what do I think about that game? I think that's dominance in display for Echo. Man, I think over the course of the game, Echo forced EVOS to play their own game, forcing the Tiger to go into the sea to fight them. And every time, it just doesn't work. Like, what's the solution on this?
I mean, it's a perfect example how to dominate your opponent, right? Just control fully on map, team fight wise, and yes, you're right, they have a better execution. And with that, let's close out Group C with the final match. Indo v Indo, Red v Blue. It's Bigetron Alpha taking on the Bulls, Rebellion Zion.
There's some, there's another beef that's waiting to be cooked here in game number 3 of the second shift. Game number 9 of the day, Audi TZ versus Finn. We know, like, that's the elephant in the room, the battle of the God of Francos in Indonesia, but I think we have seen a lot of Francos performing international, right? We have seen Naomi in M4, we have seen in this MPLI, Maro sending Geek fam to the Shadow Realm, but we're gonna see what's gonna happen between Rebellion Zion versus Bigetron Alpha after this very needed break. So stay tuned and do not go anywhere.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
The Orcas are the first survivor in Group C, and they're looking for someone else to accompany them to the knockout stage. It's still a three-way tie between Rebellion Zion, Bigetron Alpha, and EVOS Legends. Let's see who's going to come out on top and claim another spot to the knockout stage of MPLI 2023.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, who will grab and secure that lost that one final spot? Will it be Bigetron Alpha or will it be Rebellion Zion, the Blue Bulls? And it's a classic again, Indo versus Indo. And what do you have in mind?
It's Indo versus Indo, and it's also a matchup that has a lot of history. Okay, Rebellion Zion, 2 times they qualified to the playoffs, I believe. And those 2 times they are eliminated with Bigetron Alpha with a same score of 3-0. So, you know, there's still a lot of bad blood between them, especially ODTZ and his idol Vin. A lot of trash talks, a lot of, you know, chirping between them. I think it's mostly ODTZ. Vin is still a bit of a low-key guy, but yeah, the fire in ODTZ needs to be, you know, used or utilized by Rebellion Zion. And of course, the robots will try to make sure that that fire will be shut down.
Such a young squad indeed. But ladies and gentlemen, before we dive deeper, check out Omni by FWD. Want to learn what it takes to play MLBB at the pro level, inspire communities through gaming content? Check out Omni by FWD. Download it exclusively on Google Play and as well as Apple App Stores. To watch Una, to watch Vin.
Those journeys through esports, and then you can also, you know, inspire you guys, because esports is not only about the players, the brand ambassadors, but also the one who's going in the background, like the event organizers or anything. But you know, we're a bit hungry right now, and we need something of a snack to kind of shut those down. This is the perfect snack for you guys. Hello Panda.
Hello Panda, check it out. Thank you Meiji, thank you Hello Panda, of course. No mess, no residuals whatsoever. Eat it. Perfect snack for gaming.
Yeah, excitement on your taste buds with no mess to keep your victories clean. Just like these 2 teams are looking to have a victory as clean as Echo just now. But we have also one esports app that you can download in Samsung Galaxy stores and also Google Play to, you know, dive deeper into the meta, plays, builds, rivalries of MPLI with one esports app. It's one-stop destination for breaking news and exclusive interviews that we have in one esports.
Download it on Google Play or Samsung Galaxy stores, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, if you want to stay relevant, please follow our social media. We have a plethora of options on our social media. Follow on esports to stay relevant, and of course, follow Sheffin to stay relevant as well.
Discord, TikTok, Instagram, X, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. All social media available for you to watch with one esports. And we're going into the very spicy game. As I said earlier, there is a beef that is waiting to be cooked. But you can also wait with naming that hero in your screen right now. Spoiler, it's Bauman to win 4,000 diamonds free from one esports and Wolf.
Okay, Wolf is certainly a sponsor. Yes, he is the richest caster, but yes, if suddenly, right, the Bauman is the wrong answer.
You can ask Wolf for more.
We can ask Wolf for more, or you can register to one esports, right? Very simple. One way to also stand a chance to grab 4,000 diamonds. Register for updates, and of course, if you want more info, scan the QR code below.
No hard work, no labor, just signing up.
Simple.
No money included as well. You can have a chance to get that 4,000 diamonds for free without any bread whatsoever.
Ooh. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, check it out indeed. And of course, with that being said, let's shift our focus to our next match, the last match for Group C indeed. It is Rebellion, Bigetron again. Who will play for Rebellion? Is it going to be Moai or Highs? Will Highs see the light of day today?
I mean, the main lineup in the playoffs was Highs some more, but they're still trying out that Moai lineup for more MPL experience. But we're going to see the lineup for the Red Robots in a second. Will it be the same? Will it be different?
Let's see.
And there you go, still with the same 5 of Vin, Superken, Saken, Sarito, and I believe Moreno, Michael Jackson, or LeBron James.
LeBron James. So, man, yeah, let's see here again. It seems like after that L that they got earlier, all smiles. But let's see the Blue Bulls. How will they perform? Who will they bring to the lineup? Let's see.
Bit of a shaky debut for Rebellion Zion, but they're looking to change that with Cars, Vincent, Audi, TZ, Suelo, and who is going to be in the gold lane? Let's see in a second. Dun 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 dun.
Drum roll.
It's going to be that's Audi TZ. It's going to be Hi Samor. So more adjustment for Rebellion Zion. No experimenting right now. The main goal is to get through the group stage for the knockout stage to get a chance for glory in MPLI 2023 Rise Above.
Yes, let's see here, ladies and gentlemen, what type of gameplay will Highs Amor bring to the table today? Again, going against Saken, we saw this matchup already in MPL regular season. So it's going to be very interesting who will win it this time.
Okay, I'm looking at the chat right now. Vincent is so handsome. Okay, I like what you're saying.
Sheffin is so handsome? Of course you are handsome.
Vincent. Okay, Vincent is Winston. Okay, but Vincent, I believe I saw him using Vanny earlier or like
yesterday,
the previous day. Yeah. I think, okay, in terms of like the micro plays that he has on the Fanny, I think it's still a bit lacking compared to the A1 jungler.
They won that match,
yeah. That compared to the A1 jungler, like Super Ken, A1 Fanny player again, not jungler. Super Ken, Kyrie. Maybe you put like I'm not really familiar with PH players, but I think a lot of them will play A1 Fanny as well. So maybe Bigetron Alpha is not really worried about the Fanny and looking for more bans towards Audi TZ with those pick-off composition that they have.
Okay, let's see. Bigetron, they open things up with an Arlet ban. Respond with a Joy ban here from the Blue side. Bigetron Alpha with the Edith Angela now from Rebellion. So what is left? Bigetron, will they go for the Fredrin, Valentina, potentially Mathilda if left open here from Rebellion? And Bigetron, after seeing Vince's performance on that Mathilda, will they go at it again?
To me,
there you go, a 1-1 ban, and that opens up a Guinevere or maybe other heroes with a high level CCs. Because 1-1 is such a nuisance in terms of team fight. Not so much for the damage. I think 1-1 can easily be countered with that crossbow fang with micro skill.
Okay.
Not the hero, but Winter Truncheon. A single Winter Truncheon on any hero available is pretty much a counter for 1-1.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Let's see here. Mathilda up for grabs. Guinevere, Sheffin mentioned earlier, is also on the table. But alongside that is Valentina. Bigetron can definitely give that Valentina to Moreno MJ, or if they want to have more range, they're looking for that type of composition. Novaria is also up for grabs.
A lot of option for Moreno. Do they want to go for those picks though? That is the question. I think Valentina is most likely going to... Oh, okay. Apparently Mathilda is going to be the option for possibly Vin. Can still be flexed towards the mid lane, but I don't think that's going to work. The wave clear is just not there. But Suelo and Heismore, what do you do with this? Some of the responses that we've seen before this was Fredrin, a really good standard pick in the jungling area. Can still be flexed towards the XPA lane too. And Vincent plays a main utility jungler, whether it's Boxia or a Fredrin.
Let's see. Rebellion with this. Will they take a page out of Echo's book? Right, earlier it was Novaria and Fredrin picked up by the side of Echo, but now Rebellion, they shake things up and instead they leave the Novaria and Fredrin for perhaps potentially Bigetron, and they pick up the Bruno and Paquito.
I'm wondering how conditional Benedetta is, because so far, Paquito against Benedetta, as we've seen earlier, in terms of like the far lane pressure, it is a bit of a Indonesia we call it a blast 12, 11 and 12, which means it's pretty similar. But in terms of team fight potential, with that Petrify, with that Electro final blow, that AoE stun, I think it does way more than a Paquito. And against a Bruno, it does well too. We've seen Sanford played against a Bruno. But the but the answer is going to be Fredrin and that Novaria.
As expected. Yep. Right. Those two heroes was the heroes that were picked up by Echo and defeated Bigetron earlier. And Bigetron, well, you know what? Let's take both, added it with the Mathilda, and now take a look at the lineup. It's so mobile, this type of composition here from Bigetron, right? They have the Novaria, they have the Mathilda. Very mobile, yet very... I don't want to say they lack DPS. They lack DPS, and there you go, Rebellion. Also, like yesterday, they pick up the Fanny third pick. And let's see here, Rebellion, can they pull it off again?
I mean, I think the objective here for Rebellion Zion is to unlock Vincent's potential. And one of the ways to do that is Brody ban. That is a bit obvious for a lot of people out there, or maybe Vincent is confident enough to evade those kisses from Brody to be able to deal damage towards the back line of BTR Alpha. Not necessarily always the back line. I believe I've seen Mathilda gets absolutely melted by Fanny in the previous games of MPLI 2023, especially when you build those items like Flash of the Oasis first items, because you don't have enough physical defense to weather the storm, the early game storm that Fanny brings to the table.
Okay. Rebellion, they did not ban the Brody out instantly. They opt for a Grok ban, which makes sense. Bigetron really likes to play around with the Grok as well. Giving it to Sorizo. And yeah, there you go. They understand that Sorizo Grok is a nuisance. They ban it out, but Bigetron, a very, very important ban as well. They picked up the Faramis yesterday with the Fanny comp as well from Rebellion side, and it seems like they did their research, right? They banned the Faramis out. Let's see here, will Bigetron ban another potential mid laner, or will they go for a roam ban for that last slot?
Interesting. Oh my god, there's no Brody ban whatsoever, so they're not worried at all. They're trusting Vincent with this micro-heavy hero. But as you said, Gani, earlier, Faramis already been banned. What is going to be the answer? The last answer that Coach Fala brings to the table. Because mid lane, I think Valentina is the usual pick, the most prio mid laner in the game. But when Faramis is all out of the table, the value drops.
Okay.
The only ultimate that is close to being like the highest value ultimate that BTR has is probably Novaria's ultimate, which limited to just potting people from afar. And it's not really synergized with built-in Valentina skill as well, because Novaria can hit you from afar, but Valentina cannot.
And there you go, they did not ban the Valentina out, they banned out the Kadira instead. Rebellion here, what approach will they go for here? Yeah, you're right, the Brody is an option, and yeah, they will still go for the Valentina here. A solid option for, of course, Sway Low. Now, Bigetron, they need DPS, and that's why I feel like Rebellion is not really they're not really concerned with the Brody pick, because what they lack is DPS. Brody is a burst type of marksman, and Bigetron, I believe they can pick up the Claude if they want to go crazy here.
Do they want to bait out the Brody and pick something along the lines of Franco and Kaja? Because Brody
it's a possibility.
Pretty bad against those pick-off heroes that has suppress ability.
I mean, Audi can rock the Cho as well. Oh, it's not going to be the Claude. It's going to be the Brody still. And they have, it's a burst-heavy composition here. Brody, Novaria, and as well as Dyroth. Peep and shout out the armor penetration here coming from Dyroth. So that's the combination that they're looking for here, perhaps with the Brody. Take a look at the win rate for Brody. 20%.
Definitely not looking good for Brody, but when you have an enabler like a Mathilda, like a
Dyroth as well,
Wilmer CC from Fredrin, and then what you said, Gani, that armor penetration, that shredding from Soritzo, I think you can pop off with this match. And Saken, I believe the only match that he won against AP Bren in ISF was when he used that Brody, so maybe he's more familiar with this hero. And it's going to be the Guinevere roam, presumably for Audi TZ. Interesting.
Okay, you're right. Audi will rock the Gwen roam here in this match. And let's see here, Gwen also a very low percentage. Win-wise, let's see here. Will Audi be able to increase the win rate for Gwen, or will it just plummet it more?
I think it's also a counter to Brody, right? As I said earlier, Brody, as a marksman that doesn't have a dash, unfortunately, he cannot take that Purify to counter that Guinevere. I would be very surprised if he actually picked that. But yeah, like, the only option that you have when you're against a Guinevere as a Brody is just to stay away until the Guinevere is spotted.
And will they be able to somehow close the gap here, right? With the Guinevere going up against the Brody. Brody cannot rock the Purify. So let's just jump into the Land of Dawn to witness the final match of Group C.
Okay, Vin, I like the spells here. Purify to just evade the potential from AudiTZ. He is not the prime target, but in terms of like taking what's available, Vin is definitely up there as the frontliner of Bigetron Alpha. Supercan and Vincent will try to just take the buffs early in the game. Will there be no crazy invades? Meanwhile, Vin might be going to use his flicker here.
We have poked here, right? I mean, Vin still has the shielding there. Luckily, so he does not need it to burn the spell. But yeah, opposite buffs there started by Supercan and as well as Vincent. And perhaps rotation-wise, they might clash. Bottom lane though, Saken here bullied by two members of Rebellion, forced to recall early perhaps. But no, Saken will force to clear the wave minion in the bottom side of the map. Oh, good jump there. But Vin will provide some sort of a cover.
I mean, that's a massive burn. I think Saken has to be a bit more careful next time, especially you're burning your flicker even when AudiTZ doesn't have the flicker just yet, as Vincent will try to take the crab to be able to enhance his EXP and damage even further. Meanwhile,
good knock-up on towards Vin. He will burn the Purify though, so no Purify for the first Newt take. Into the mid side, take a look at Suelo now, 2v1 situation, still holding on towards his spells, and good jukes there by Suelo. No first blood on the board just yet.
I mean, good patience as well. I think if Arashi was playing that, he would have flickered right away. AudiTZ going for that tough boots to evade the CCs coming in from Sarito, Supercan, Vin, and Saken. So I like the option here, especially Gwyn with her special migration has a bit of a long downtime compared to other CCs out there, as Suelo steals the circling eagle. Meanwhile,
Audi jumps on towards Chorizo here. Fanny is still not on the turtle vicinity, so that will be a free Newt for BTR here. Rebellion, no compensation there for that turtle take. And let's see though, will they go and commit the bottom side of the map here? Vin will provide cover top lane. Chorizo is just going crazy here mechanically. But yeah, no kills on the board just yet.
I mean, the plan on objective fights is already good for Rebellion Zion. They know that they're playing with a fighting against a utility jungler, Supercan with that Fredrin, so they have the advantage in terms of like objective takes. But when you're already giving up those objectives, you have to find something else on the table. You cannot just lollygag and wait for opportunity. You have to force this opportunity to come to you, especially when you're playing with a Fanny that can not scale to the late game.
And with that, we will have to see and witness a pause. Let's take this downtime to talk about the composition here, right? Bruno Brody. Man, Bruno, when he has his items mid-game and position himself well, it's going to be one nasty football player.
Okay, football player, yeah. I think in terms of mid-game potential, I'm more leaning towards the Brody. It does kill worse than Bruno in the late game, considering Bruno is more of a traditional marksman compared to the Brody. Brody, he relies more on that torn apart memory damage and those ultimate to kind of finish the job and execute all the members that are running away from him. So, I gotta say, late game, Fanny, in a way, is also a late game hero. Not the damage, okay? But in terms of like handling the lane, playing the far lane and getting into team fights much faster than your opponent, far laner, she's much more capable than anyone. The most mobile hero in the game.
Oh, okay, yeah, arguably. And 2 minutes here, yeah. Composition-wise, Bigetron. Do they have enough wave clear?
Wave clear. Let's see. Bigetron Alpha, they pick Fredrin, Tyroth.
Matilda,
Tyroth is
Novaria.
already good. Novaria, you can pretty much snipe the waves away, and you also have your first kill as well. That's an AoE damage, a DOT as well. I mean, wave clears, I don't think it's not a problem when you have a Brody and also Tyroth. Tyroth hits, his passive does hit multiple targets and also the first kill, or maybe on the worst case scenario when you have to spend your ultimate, you can also clear those with the Abyssal Strike. I believe that's the name of the ultimate.
Yes. Yeah, so wave clear, not much of a concern. Bigetron's side, though, on the other hand, I mean, Rebellion side, on the other hand, Valentina, Bruno. Okay, they're perhaps on the weaker side if you compare to, if you're talking about wave clear, as well as Fanny, right? Arguably only Paquito can really clear the wave. The fastest in their comp, but Bigetron now already making a move on towards the gold side here. Seems like no openings for a fight just yet, but Bren, peculiar angle here, very, very aggressive. But on the other side, a purple buff invade here from Super Ken. Vincent still not showing. There you go. He shows Super Ken now moving on towards cars here. The damage has not come through just yet. It seems like now, good knockup, and Super Ken now might be taken down, but Ani will fall first here. Super Ken will be the trade as cars in the front side. Not enough sustainability as Tyroth has that armor shred, and it will shred him down.
Sorry, I missed that. Who got the... Vincent got it. Meanwhile, Vincent, very aggressive with the multiple cables, will not be able to get anyone just yet. It's definitely a W for Bigetron Alpha, considering the kill department. They get 2 compared to the 1 from Rebellion, Zion, and Vincent. It's not looking good, man. You are a fan. You're gonna drop in the late game.
And even with that, Rebellion, they burned 2 spells earlier. Suelo and Cars pop their spells respectively. Meanwhile, Bigetron, they have all of the spells in the world to really contest this turtle rather. Let's see, Rebellion now waiting. Fanny is in a position to contest. Opening vision with the Novaria, spots one only. Now, Bigetron seems like they will take this comfortable forward. Vincent will say no to the neutral objective take. Audi will be able to escape, and that is a good hit and run on the neutral.
Swiper, Vincent, don't steal, and he stole the turtle away from a Super Ken. Even though he had the advantage, he is the utility jungler, but when you're level 8, the same level as Super Ken, I don't think it really matters. And Vincent, what a beautiful adjustment there, just going in, but right now he doesn't have that retribution just yet. It's going to be a 50-50 unless RDTC make a play here.
Yeah, Audi with a knock-up as well. Certainly Eagle pop though. Vincent jumps in, finds the kill on towards Ben. So Rizzo now flickers out of the way, but no, he will not be able to find the space, and he gets taken out as well. In the bottom side of the map, you can see Super Ken already low, but not enough range from Rebellion side. So that's a 2-man kill for Rebellion. And take a look at that. They step on the gas and finds another kill. Another turret now falls, and Super Ken will be taken out.
Oh.
Rebellion. Wow, what a sequence.
What a sequence! What a response from Rebellion Zion, just getting everyone, and also the most important turret in the game, in early game, the mid one. This is looking like Rebellion Zion's early game with the Fanny as expected.
Okay, 6 minutes in now. Rebellion want to force a fight, potentially top side, but no. With the fast clear that Brody has, he will be able to rotate elsewhere. Now, purple buff. Will Rebellion contest this one now?
Oh no, oh no. Ooh, Sarita read that perfectly. Still able to evade that special migration. Would have been a kill if he got knocked up in the air. Meanwhile, speaking of killing, Vincent, I think he can go for Vin at this point.
Okay. Let's see here. With the mid turret taken out, it's just more space here for Rebellion to play around with. Meanwhile, Bigetron, they will have lesser space. So, again, sure, they have range with the Novaria. Sure, they have range with the Brody. But with this limitation in that mid side, with that hole, will they have enough play room to play around with? Turtle, the last turtle here in the game has spawned. Rebellion, they should contest this.
They definitely should contest this, considering that Vincent has the advantage right now in terms of damage and also pressure towards Super King. That is still level 9 compared to 11 of Vincent. And right now, it all rests on ODTC's shoulder unless they want to go for this. Torito in trouble, Vincent!
Oh, good setup! They do not care here for the turtle. Super Ken will grab it comfortably, and it will be a turtle for a kill there. So Rizzo did not expect that one. And yeah, he will be taken out. Rebellion will be able to force and, well, defend the top lane. Here, it's a 3v3, practically. Let's see, Cars opening things up. Ooh. Naughty with a knock-up as well. Heisenmore, the backside will find the free hit. Vincent will not commit just yet here with the conceal, though. Oh, it's a futile conceal as Novaria will be able to spot all of the members from Rebellion out.
A bit of missed opportunity there. Meanwhile, ODTC with the special migration. Just trying to bait out some purifies from Vin. Good decision to not pop it. Meanwhile, Vincent, another purple buff for the taking as he's going to clear the lane. Meanwhile, in top lane, Heisamore just eating all the turrets away from Bigetron Alpha.
Vincent maintaining the 2-level gap.
Oh, wow.
In between him and Super Ken. Good flicker as well there. A little style there. Styling on that Astral Sphere. But yeah, Rebellion comfortable lead now. Almost 2,000 gold lead in hand.
Look at the those gold leads are all on Vincent. 4,200 against 6,100 from Vincent. This is a Fanny that you know, in terms of like farming potential, it's not really that good compared to utility jungler because Fanny excels at killing and he's trying to kill right now.
Yeah, good knock up onto Super Ken. Not enough damage to really threat him just yet. But yeah, that's funny, right? Rebellion, 2,000 gold lead, but the gold laner is actually winning for Saki. Now let's see the mid. It will fall for Bigetron. So Bigetron, they have chances here to perhaps neutralize or equalize in this match, surely.
Yeah, already showing some weakness here, Rebellion Zion, in terms of like high ground department. Yes, they have that threat from ODTC, but if it misses, meanwhile Vincent in trouble, trying to get away with the cables.
The cable management, man, very low, a little bit too close for comfort. But with that information, right, Bigetron might blitz this Lord. Let's see. Super Ken already on this Lord here. Fanny, oh, interestingly enough, you will rotate from the top side of the map instead. And let's see here, Bigetron, they will have not the window, they will not have the opportunity to blitz this at one out. Oh, Fanny, he steals the purple.
He steals the purple and he has a chance to steal this Lord as well. Super Ken already 8k HP.
Cars jumping in. Audi with a knock-up as well. Satken, now you see him, now you're down. The Lord will be taken by Vincent. Vincent wants more perhaps, but no, he will not be greedy as Rebellion. The other 4 members, though, will look for a fight as Bigetron will concede from the Lord.
Vincent means Vincent, but man, oh man, Rebellion Zion just steamrolling Bigetron Alpha in this mid-game. 11 minutes has elapsed and 5.5k gold lead, and they're looking to go for more turrets in the mid lane. More. One of the most interesting part about Rebellion Zion's Bruno is they always build demon shoes.
Oh my God. Rebellion, 1 point is what they need to secure and survive Group C. Ori with the 2-man knockup now. Heiser more free hitting to the backside. Super can he withstand the damage?
Oh my
The
God.
answer is yes. Heiser more with 1 HP, but Vincent comes in with the cutthroat as well to secure the kill.
I mean, it's still a W. It's the first Lord. You're supposed to take all the turrets except the inhibitor turrets. If you get one, it's a bonus point, a big bonus point. But look at that. The passives, it's gone. It's time for Rebellion Zion to siege, and they're looking probably to wait. They're looking to wait for the next Lord. Because right now they don't really have enough bodies to tank all the turret hits. Audi TZ, even though he is technically a frontliner, he's not really the kind of frontliner that you want him to be. He is the main engager. Kind of like a Kaja.
Oh my goodness, you're right. And I mean, Super can a 0-4-1 performance from this guy. Game is not over yet. So let's see here. Will Bigetron be able to bounce back? But things are not looking good here for the Red Robots. Rebellion here, they need to maintain pressure. They cannot leave Bigetron move too freely here.
And how do you handle this weak side lane in the bottom lane? Because you're up against Cars. Yes, you win on 1v1 with a Tyroth against a Paquito, but you have to consider Cars is very nimble with the skills, and also that pseudo threat of Fanny. You don't know where he's gonna come from. Vincent so far has been doing a pretty good job getting all the kills and staying alive at the same time. 6-0-1, almost a perfect KDA. I mean, it is a perfect KDA for a jungler and assassin.
Okay. Now, my guess is Rebellion, what they're waiting for is the spell from Heisemore to be up, right? It's still in the 15 seconds, but Vincent now, aggressive movements here with the cables. Chunking Sorizo. It will not take him down just yet. So yeah, Rebellion, they're playing it slow. Until Heisemore has his flicker, then perhaps they will find proactive moves here, led by Audi. Now, 10 seconds to the Enhanced Lord. And both teams, they're just baiting here for perhaps info and of course setups.
Gotta say though, there's a silver lining here, especially with the composition that Rebellion Zion has. This is Guinevere as the main engager of Rebellion Zion. It is a very prone to mistakes. Once you go in, it's hard to get out. Yes, you have that extra dash after the second skill, but it doesn't really get you enough anywhere. And you have that chase potential with Vin. It is probably an easy picking for Bigetron Alpha if Audi misses. Meanwhile, Vincent very aggressive.
Good taunt. Retribution still up for grabs from both junglers here. That purple has been taken for Super Ken. Now, seems like both teams now looking for info. Good knockup here from Audi as Vincent. It's just all a distraction. Rebellion will find the Lord comfortably.
Good one. You're not looking for kill, you're looking for safety for Vincent to take the Lord without any contest whatsoever, considering Super Ken is pretty good on his retribution. With Fredrin 2, combined with the first kill, it's going to be hard for you to contest that. Meanwhile, you have to know who it is. Is this a Balman? Or is this a Zilong? Or maybe it's the Farsa?
You know what? It is a Balman. So Rebellion now, 10,000 gold lead in hand with the Lord here. The second Lord as well. Is this too much of a gap? Let's see.
The wave are handled quite good, I would say. 3 waves crashing at the same times in a second. Meanwhile, Vincent is still taking that purple buff. Lord's gonna crash in the mid lane. And this is going to be a chance for Heisemore and Audi to make a play.
Okay, Cars here, soaking, taking damage. Vincent looking for an angle, did not get it. Lord, is it in the mid? Neglected though. Oh, Vincent almost caught there. Good thing that he still has enough energy to get out. Yes, we talked about the wave clear from Bigetron. They can handle it, it seems like, right? Just sacrificing that mid. Sure, the bottom side of the lane here very low, so it will fall soon. But again, Bigetron can just take it slow, even though there's a huge gap economy-wise.
I mean, it's pretty hard to crack open the base for Rebellion Zion, considering that you have that Brody and also Novaria in the backline. It's pretty much safe from any engage that you're trying to make. Cars cannot get there. Even Vincent, it is very dangerous for you to get there, especially with Brody. It's there to kiss you and stop you to get Novaria. Looking at the items though, it's going to be that enabler build for this Direct Sarita, only using that Fury Hammer to enhance a bit of a damage, and the rest of them is just tank items to make sure that he's durable enough in a team fight and enable this Brody from Sucken.
And also note that 3 Malefic Roars already in the comp of Rebellion. That's a lot of physical penetration here all. Bigetron will retreat. Has the space to do so as well. And in 30 seconds, we will definitely see more action from both teams here as, I don't know, firepower? Does Bigetron have enough firepower to contest the next Lord?
I don't know, man. I think they do, even though they're down 10k when you have a utility jungler. And also, as I said earlier, this composition is prone to big mistakes. When you're playing a Fanny, a pretty risky here, and also Guinevere, if you cannot land those special migrations towards the preferred target, it's going to be hard for you. But in this case though, Isamore bit in trouble, but looks like no threat just yet. Audi dizzy.
The knockup. Audi here will reposition. Take a look at the bottom side of the map here.
Man.
Vincent. Yeah, it was a lot. We talked about it as well, and he does not care. He will find another base turret here for Rebellion Zion. One left, one structure left standing, and that is the top base turret here for Bigetron.
So far, I haven't seen the usage of that Novaria ult from IMU to be able to be comboed with the special migration from ODTZ. Because I've seen the TheOhioBrothers play this, and Carlos, best player 1, has been doing a really good job. Meanwhile, Vincent getting a kill towards Turkmen, and that is the main guy that you want to get before the objective fight.
That is just a disconnect from Bigetron, right? Super Ken opening vision alone, no cover whatsoever. And Rebellion, they exploited that fact. Good setup there, a 3-man gank, and yeah, just before the Lord. 0-5-1 now for Super Ken. Things are looking bad to worse for the Red Robots.
Yeah, from 10k right now to 12k, Rebellion Zion keeps on rolling and rolling. Isamore, even though he has a pretty mild KDA for a Bruno, but it really doesn't matter whatsoever. As long as you can still deal those damage and let Vincent do the job, executing all the preferred targets, I think you're A-okay.
Okay, this might be the final push here for this match. Bigetron, I don't think they have enough firepower here to really take care of the Lord and 5 members. Full power from Rebellion. Let's see though, the defense. Rebellion sieging the top lane. Mid will be neglected for now. Cars though, hovering around. Vincent now taunted. Let's see here. Lord is still very much healthy. Audi from the backside, finding one, and Saken will be taken out. Bigetron now in trouble, but the base 2 exposed as Rebellion Zion will accompany Echo in the group of death.
Very cheeky concealed play there from ODTZ. I thought it was weird he's going for no one there, but I forgot that you can combo that with a flicker. Spatial migration towards a flicker towards a knockup from that Violet Requiem. Korega Requiem da. Rebellion Zion has a dream, and they're trying to make it true in MPL 2023.
What a performance. The Blue Bulls, they survive Group C, and Bigetron Alpha journey ends here.
And now we're going to hear from the man himself, Mr. Wolf, to break down the match even further on this analyst panel.
What was very clear to me is that Rebellion prepared against their opponents today, and at the same time, they controlled the tempo all throughout. They had several ways of controlling the tempo, be it with Vincent being very aggressive on this Fanny, be it them just splitting the map so that they will be the ones to force the reactions from BTR, and also the concealed plays that we saw all throughout this game. It was a well prepared Rebellion that we saw today, and there were so many plays that they did, and it's that that statement sounds very underwhelming, doesn't it? But what I'm trying to say here is that they have several type of plays so that they will use those techniques so that they'll be able to eventually take control of the tempo of the game. And what do I mean by taking control of the tempo of the game? It's pretty simple. They were the ones to be proactive. They were the ones to do the play first, and then it will be BTR to eventually react to them. And it is definitely clear that BTR were too late to the reactions, to a point where when they do react, it was already the formation that already was built by Rebellion, and then they get punished so easily. You can see that through the highlights many times in this game, and maybe that is the reason why they were able to secure. I mean, that's the reason why RBL was eventually able to secure their playoff spot. It was a well-put game. It looked to be a very long game. It's mainly because of the defenses in the draft we saw coming out from BTR. But overall, it was Rebellion was completely in control of the game. Let's look at the the team MVP of this particular game. So many good performances, but I think that it was definitely Vincent that controlled the tempo of the game at the start. The way that he utilizes his teammates for them to be able to poke first, and then he comes in. There were so many sweep kinds of initiations coming out from the Fanny. And he's more of a sweeper than he is a damage dealer in this case, which is, by the way, the perfect way to play the Fanny. And then he also controlled the side lanes in the mid game as well as in the latter portions of the game. So this game went long, but it was totally RBL that totally dominated this game. There wasn't any control whatsoever from BTR that you saw. They were always just reactive. That is what I say when I talk about tempo controlling. Right? So the entirety of this game, it was just Vincent making the plays, reaction from the opponents. Or if Vincent goes for the aggressive play, they back out and now they lose their side lanes. Now they lose their jungle. Everything that RBL did in this particular game is proactive, and that's the way that they manage to take care of the tempo. And that was the reason why the gold was overwhelmingly good for the side of Rebellion. Even in the 12-minute mark, you already see that it was probably 5,000 gold lead, inflating into 7,000 gold lead. The jungle coming out from BTR no longer being farmed by the jungler of the side of BTR come the 3 to the 5-minute mark. This is such a perfect play coming out from Rebellion. And we can say that it's perfect not because it's quick or that because it's one-sided, but the way that it is played, especially with the draft and especially the gravity of the situation, it being the battle for the playoff spot, all of those added together, now I know that you can say that Rebellion played this game perfectly. And let's look at the highlights of this particular game and see and look back and reminisce why it was indeed the perfect game. The start was pretty good. I mean, the idea was there coming out from BTR. It is actually a good idea. Have 4 heroes to invade the purple buff of the Fanny. However, they weren't able to completely dominate in this case, as Cars will eventually get into the fray. There are 5 dudes coming out from Rebellion at 5 minutes in, and they punished Vin, eventually Sorizo. This time, it's mainly because of the knockups that you saw coming out from ODTZ. Now there's a lead that is established for RBL, and now they take control of the tempo. They go to the backlines where Novaria is always frail. There's no protection. Once Vin is no longer around, they found Sorizo, punished him in the jungle, and then eventually, what was the play? Go for the Lord take afterwards. Control the Lord, and then they go in and out. Look at them. There was even a play where you can see that Suelo utilized the flicker even when he's not completely threatened. He knows that he will be using that flicker defensively, and afterwards, there could be a good turnaround for them. It went on and on and on, and there was a lot of poke, and then, of course, the last play, the conceal play that you saw coming out from RBL, giving them the straight beeline towards ending the game. In Rebellion Zion, when you look at the items that they have, it's pretty standard. But of course, some Fanny users might be surprised why there is an Kiras as well as Athena shield. He wants to be going in and out. And you have to take note here. The Diroth plus the Brody combo is actually a very strong combo, a very underrated one, because you kind of supplement each other with the armor penetration that Chorizo can bring to the table in combination with the torn apart memory. There's a lot of damage that can be done there. And by the way, the Brody is typically the choice for teams when they are going up against the Fanny, because it is a marksman that can kind of hold himself together, does have the stun for the quick punish, and you do have the torn apart memory that once you get into range, when it is activated, the attack animation will reach the Fanny anyway, so it's the natural response. But RBL kind of doubled it down with the defensive items onto Vincent. Now, one thing that you also have to take note is the runs that you saw from Suelo, typically not picked up on this Valentina. This also allowed them to nullify the sustained composition from BTR, because there is the Fredrin, there's the Diroth, there's the Matilda, 3 heroes that rely heavily on regen. Having the Durance very earlier on onto Suelo, knowing that he does not need to add more damage to the Valentina because they have the Bruno as well as the Fanny, and they are also snowballing, it's also important to take note. Rebellion actually adjusted accordingly in this matchup, at least in their itemization. Even the Paquito will have significant amount of defensive items, going for the Oracle eventually, so that he will be able to sustain himself. And even if they get hit by the second skill coming out from the Novaria, it's okay, because they have significant amount of magic defense across their players. And there were only 2 kills that BTR were able to get, and this was even the result of the invasion that they did in the early stages of the game. It was a good idea. Their invasion against RBL at 5 minutes, it's actually pretty good, and they might have had good results if that continued properly. Unfortunately, Rebellion just found an opening. All they needed was 1 item for each of their members. They call in cars from the top lane to the purple buff, outnumbering BTR and eventually punishing that invasion that they did. And we know for sure that if you shut down the Diroth, if you shut down the Brody, they aren't necessarily the heroes that you are looking for when it comes to recovery. They are a snowball kind of team, and it really showed how RBL just needed that purple buff, just needed 1 item on their important course, and the damage was already enough. There was one cute play that I saw coming out from RBL that I also need to take note, because it was Suelo eventually copying the Novaria ultimate for them to counter the Echo versus Echo kind of engagement. And we know for sure that having the Guinevere plus the ultimate plus the increased hitbox is actually pretty good if you think about it. Like, because you will have a better shot at knocking up your opponents with this Guinevere, and we saw that in the latter portions of the game. It did not net to 3 kills, it only got 1 kill afterwards, but it was a cute play that RBL did. And why did I mention that? Because I think that Rebellion in this particular game had so many plays or kinds of plays that BTR weren't ready to do so. They're not like a team that goes for 1 play and repeats it over and over and over. They have different ways to approach the skirmishes that BTR could not react accordingly. This is how I feel that Rebellion are actually prepared in this particular game. Maybe because it's an Indonesia versus Indonesia team, that's probably the reason why they know how to play against each other. That's why they know BTR, because BTR didn't change that much when it comes to their players. Rebellion read BTR like a book in this best of 1, and this is the reason why they now advance into the playoffs. Wonderful plays, wonderful adjustments, wonderful improvements that we saw from BTR, and you have to be careful about Vincent's Fanny in the future. This is why Rebellion is such a scary team to face, and even in fact the entirety of the Indonesian teams that you have in MPL Indonesia and now in MPLI, they're quite scary. But obviously it's Rebellion that will eventually move on, and BTR unfortunately will not be able to make it. And I don't know why I thought about Mirko when I said that statement. I don't know why. I honestly don't know why. I just thought about Mirko. I thought about his sad face. I thought about his disappointments, his sadness, his agony. I don't know why. It's just how it is. And Rebellion will again be the villains in nightmares that Mirko will be facing tonight and the nights thereafter. He's not here to defend himself, unfortunately, but here we are talking about it. And I guess that's my analysis of this Rebellion versus BTR matchup. I do want all of the fans of MLBB that's listening still right now to take note of this game, because this is a game where you can see that somebody actually did prepare for a team, somebody actually studied how a team operates and adjusted accordingly. The draft order was perfect, the tempo control was perfect, the recovery was perfect from RBL, and that's just about it. This is a game that you have to remember if you're a Rebellion fan, and that's my analysis. So I'm gonna be throwing it over to Shefin and Goni.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wolf, and thank you so much for that miracle speech, because I do want to talk about that in this particular time. But Wolf already said my share of words, so it's just like the Echo game, right? 19 minutes, it does look like a competitive game, but so far from what we've seen, it has been quite one-sided throughout the whole match. But Rebellion Zion just taking the safe route and taking the available lords to be able to get through the base quite more safely.
And Mirko will be sleeping early tonight. Not a good one, but yes, he will definitely go to bed early. But
Imagine
yes,
what I have to go through, bro. Imagine.
You too. Same. But yeah, we got Group C action done. Let's move on to the next group, and that is Group D, where we will see Indo v Singapore, RRQ, Flash.
I mean, Team Flash, they added more ammunition to their table. It's D7 Shima, all those Cambodian players. It's a 3-nationality team. It's pretty exciting, right? Because I think we have never seen this before, right?
This might be the perfect balance. The first time 3 nationalities in one team. But with that,
I mean, we gotta wait for the next match to happen, but we have to take a break too. You guys can also take a break, but do not go anywhere. We'll be back with RQ versus Team Flash in a flash.
Time to eat Hello Pandas.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
Back again with MPLI 2023 presented by One Esports with Chefin and Goni and Wolf as our analyst. But right now, 10th match of the day. We're looking for a 10 out of 10 entertainment as well. It's going to be RRQ versus Team Flash. RRQ obviously, new lineups, they're trying new stuff from their MDL teams. Some new names, Matsurugi, Eons, and Toy. Will they be able to toy with Team Flash? That is the question.
That is the big question. Based on their performance yesterday, they haven't really found their connection. So perhaps it's a new day, perhaps a new connection, perhaps a better one. Especially if you're a Kingdom, Arashi is sitting on the edge of his seat. But yes, going up against Team Flash. We talked about Team Flash, a team where they have 3 nationalities within their organization. Let's see. Also, a slight disconnect based on their performance yesterday. So let's see. 2 teams here. Both teams needing a lot of adjustments.
I mean, I believe Demon Kite got interviewed with RSGPH about like how do they feel going up against RRQ, the new look RRQ, and the response was pretty much as expected. He said that there's a lot of disconnection. And he got asked, like, is RRQ, the current RRQ, the roster that they bring right now, is internationally ready? And the answer was no. That's not my words. That is Demon Kites' words.
Yeah, a lot to prove. Such a young team. They're taking a huge risk here, sending young guns who lack experience. Perhaps with that first day, perhaps it's enough to readjust, to regroup. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we dive deeper, Chefin wants to talk about Omni.
Omni is one of the ways to go if you want to learn what it takes to play MLBB at the pro level and inspire communities through gaming content. So get inspired with some of the mini documentary that we have with Una, the brand ambassador of EVOS, and also Bigetron Vin, exclusively on Omni by FWD, free to download on the Google Play and Apple App Stores.
And while watching Una or Vin, you can grab a snack, right, from Meiji. Because, well, ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege here. Thank you so much, Meiji, of course. Hello, Panda. Now, it's so good.
I mean, I'm still eating it right now. It doesn't get boring.
It really
and there's
doesn't.
just a lot of variety of flavor, so you can try a lot of stuff and pretty much not get bored. You know what? This is for Monday. This is for Tuesday, Wednesday. It's always available on every day of the week.
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, One Esports have the app. So check it out, download exclusively where Google Play and Samsung Galaxy stores. It is exclusive to Samsung. Check it out to stay on top of trending news and exclusive, of course, with this app.
You can dive deeper into the meta, plays, builds, and rivalries of MPLI with the One Esports app. It's your one-stop destination to all the news of Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, and you can also follow the news on One Esports' socials in Discord, TikTok, Instagram, X, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Basically everything you need to know in the world of MLBB esports.
A lot of options here to stay relevant. Use it, and of course, One Esports has a lot of content, and again, you need to stay relevant. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want diamonds, Chefin has 4,000 diamonds to give away.
We're not giving it away for free, Gotti. We're giving it away for a challenge. A challenge to name that hero below here. Spoilers, again, it's always Bauman. If you answer anything else, I don't know what to tell you. But if you're wrong, you can still get diamonds from Wolf, or maybe through other measures as well. With signing up with One Esports, you can also get 4,000 diamonds.
Or
aside from that name, that hero challenge.
So we have a total of 8,000 diamonds to give away this time. You just have to register for updates and stand a chance to win diamonds just by signing up. Scan the QR code below, and there you go. You will have and grab that chance. Now, we got that out of the way. Let's talk about the next match. Group D action, finally.
RRQ versus Team Flash. I mean, in terms of experience as the organization itself, obviously RRQ has it in the bag. They've been in a international tournament multiple times. And we're going to see who is going to be playing for the King of Kings in this particular match.
Let's see.
Experience at the internationals is RRQ's advantage against Team Flash, and they are, in fact, the winner of the first ever MPLI 4 Nations ever held, and that is going to be also the only international tournament that they won so far as the in Mobile Legends department.
So let's see here again with the influence from Zaya. Let's see, will he be able to lead this young team, of course, and let's see their opponents. Team Flash.
We've talked about MPLI 4 Nations, but this time around, this team has 3 nations on their lineup. It's going to be D7, Chuma, Innocent, Jay, and also Adamir with a lot of experience since MPL SGMY Season 4, I believe.
Let's see what adjustments will they bring to the table this time, going up against a grand organization in RRQ. Of course, they will need to have changes.
By the way, if you guys didn't remember, Team Flash has one of the most dramatic grand finals in MPL history, to be honest.
True.
It's pretty much looking like SG was going to represent Singapore in M5 and MPLI, but Team Flash, in a flash, took the chance and get it done in Game 7 series against RSG. Very dramatic win, and they're looking to continue with that momentum.
They were one basic attack away
from
not sitting in this tournament. But yes, now let's talk about the drafts here. RRQ, Team Flash. Again, any last expectations here, Sheffin, before we really witness the draft for this game?
I gotta be honest with you, for RRQ, I don't really have a lot of expectations, and I think that's also the case for a lot of RRQ fans out there. I think they know that they are in a rebuilding process, and the fact that they're bringing their MDL talents means that they might be looking to upgrade them for MPL the next season, and they have all the time in the world to prepare for the next season of MPL.
Okay. RRQ will have the red side and Flash will have the blue. Joy Guinevere banned out here from the Singaporean rep. RRQ, they will offer an Arlet ban here instead. So what they're saying is they want to eliminate a hero that is so flexible in that roam or EXP, and with that, they will ban out the Angela.
I mean, it's still a pretty much a standard ban, especially on that Arlet. Has been buffed on that vengeance damage, but for a roamer, we have seen Van Strong going strong on this hero, but cannot replicate it against Echo. So it all depends on how you play it and how you execute it. It's definitely not a auto-win hero, but look at this, Valentina already gone, but it's going to be the Bruno for the first pick. KZP going in strong by the gold lane pick.
Yeah, not the 1-1. They will opt for the Bruno instead. Take a look at that. 15 times being picked up to 80% win rate. That's a very high number there. And RRQ, let's see what will they respond with here again. If you take a look at the board here, what is open? Okay, Novaria Fredrin is on the board. RQ can definitely play around those two heroes.
The Seahorse are one of the most standard picks available, but with Valentina already off the table, Varamis becomes much more valuable.
Always on the way.
It's going to be
Your team
that Varamis and Mathilda. So
Okay.
they're showing their cards in the mid lane. Both the roamer and the mid lane has been picked by RRQ. This is very, very aggressive. The fact that they're refilling those combo in the mid lane means that maybe Team Flash can cook up some counterplay.
A good balance of mobility and sustainability with the Netherrealm and again guiding wins from RRQ, but will it be enough to really close the gap for Bruno is going to be my question, right? Team Flash, they need to provide frontliners cover here for that Bruno to really free hit. Well, so I expect a Peredrin pickup and potentially a Terizla. I don't mind a Terizla here early for Team Flash.
Terizla seems like the most rational choice with the Baxia and Terizla. Two beefy frontliners. Do they want to go for early export pick here? Now, I gotta say, I'm not really a fan of an export pick, even though it is good against this kind of composition. You have two beefy frontliners, you want to slow them down, you want to poke them down a little bit, especially with that true damage, but it takes a while for export to be useful in a team fight. You have to have that Ice Queen 1, you have to have that damage item, and also some HP to work with that Viagra armor.
Okay, so let's see here. Will RRQ take the export route, or will they listen to Shepin and not take the export? Team Flash here, what will they limit? Will it be the gold laner? I expect the gold laner here for them to limit. Yes, it's gotta be the Ixia here, considering that they do have enough dive, but going up against an Ixia, the DPS potentially might be too much there for Bruno to handle. So last ban for RRQ, they might go for another roam ban here. But what will they go for here?
What is bad against Akai? Actually, don't know.
Good question.
So far, Team Flash has not picked the roamer and also the mid laner.
The falling
You might want to go
stars.
for there you go. Novaria already been banned. It's a bit of a nuisance, as we saw earlier in the day against a Faramis, against a Kai. It can poke them down before the objective fights, so that heavy spin will be baited out. There you go, it's going to be the export ban for KZP, respecting that banana pick.
Okay, so RRQ, they understand what they're lacking in their comp is range. So that's why they do not want to give more range for Flash, but potentially Dairoth is on the board here, leaving a marksman for that last slot. So yeah,
Carry is an option.
But is an option going up against the Baksha. Terizla is good hero, but again, for the second part of this stream, Benedetta is such a hot pick, and there you go, 4 times picked up. Still flawless, 100%.
I mean, you don't have to be stuck on just melting down the front line of Team Flash. The other way to do it is bypassing those frontliners and going for the back lines immediately with Benedetta from Banana. We know that this guy go hand in hand with Benedetta. Bennett, Banan. There you go, BNN.
A good one, Jeff, and I see you.
No, that's not a good one.
I see
But
you,
yeah,
I see
we've
you.
seen a lot of good plays from Banana with the Benedetta. I think he can play this hero to the maximum level, but it's going to be that Franco. Possibly.
Gaze the stars.
Another hero for the back line.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa, debut?
Okay.
Debut MPLI?
I believe Team Flash has used this in MPL SG Finals.
Okay.
So they are familiar with how to play Luo Yi. And I think, okay, me personally, as a caster, I think Luo Yi has some uses in pro plays that hasn't really been maximized by a lot of teams.
And it makes sense. Sure, it's a vulnerable unit against Benedetta, but apart from that, again, the range from RRQ, a lot of melee heroes, even Faramis and Mathilda, they're short range, and Luo Yi can definitely exploit that fact. RRQ, they need an answer, and that is going to be a hero. The 1-1.
Okay, so two easy targets for 1-1. But the thing is, 1-1 has been nerfed so much that you have to wait for the opponent to be really, really low, especially Baksha and Terizla, which has some damage reducing passive to be able to connect those crossbow tank towards the other enemy members. So it's a bit of a good and bad pros and cons. There's some pros and cons definitely, but looks like the prediction, we're going to go for Team Flash all the way.
Unanimous.
Yep. I'm sorry for all the Indonesian fans out there, but you know, it's MDL players, like we've seen how they play, but let's see if they can prove us wrong with this match. Chima, Adamir, D7, Innocent, and Jay, Toy, Matsurugi, Banana, Ians, and Clay.
Okay, the 10 heroes has been set. Let's see, with the additional of 1-1, will they have an answer for Bruno in the back side of the map? Again, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the Land of Dawn. Match 22, Game 1, Group D action. Who will get it?
Okay, so I think the biggest burden on RRQ's team is definitely Banana. Because he's the only one that can bypass a lot of CCs to be able to get to Woyu, to be able to get to Bruno from Team Flash. The rest of the members has to just follow up on the aggression from Banana, and hopefully he can win out the 1v1s and maybe put on some pressure towards Adamir with the turret slot.
Okay. Here in the first minute, we can see some rotations, standard rotations here from both teams. Lethal though, who will get it? It will be... Oh, good hook! Matsurugi now caught, forced to use the flicker early, but Chima will not commit on towards a crash there just yet here. Ooh, intense opening game.
I mean, you gotta check on his phone, man. Looks like the hook has some magnets on him. Even though he dashes away, Matsurugi still gets hooked up by the hooks from D7. Remember, this guy is also pretty much very famous for his Franco in Cambodia. A lot of good Franco players in MPLI 2023 counting.
Of course, a lot of good Franco players indeed. And let's see here, will D7 show us another display of a good Franco?
And this is one of the problems of RRQ right now. Toy can somehow... It can win the lane, especially when you get a good first kill towards the Bruno. Combined with that Inspire, you have a bit more early game pressure and laning phase pressure to be able to win the lane. But overall, I think in a normal trading blow, Innocent will win the match against Toy, and also can also get that gold grab quite easily.
Okay. Remember, Matsurugi has no flicker in this first turtle contention. Flash, though, seems like they will somehow hover around the turtle, but RRQ now looking for an engage, looking forward to by time the heavy spin connect onto it too. Oh, take a look at the AoE damage from Loy. Oh my goodness! Yaz misses the retribution. Netherrealm will not save Jan's life now as Chima looks for an engage. Banana manages to retreat, but RRQ, they lost two trades, the turtle and they lost Jan's.
Okay, some things to note on that team fight. I think the heavy spin is a bit too early. Yes, you are trying to respond to that penalty zone, but in terms of like securing the objectives, I think the timing was a bit off, just a bit off, but they had the chance. Unfortunately, it's just a missed time from Eons on that retribution. So it's a bit of a good play from RRQ, but the execution was just a bit off.
Okay, already 1,000 goal lead earlier established from the Singaporean rep. Oh, Innocent already in the first 3 minutes has claws. So you can feel Toy here. Take a look at the EXP as well. There's a distinction, slight distinction. And RRQ now, they're looking to rotate on towards the bottom side of the map.
Okay, I think D7 is looking for those flicker Bloody Hunt combo right away towards Toy. Now, in early game, when no one else is in the vicinity, that's alright to do. But in the late game, when you have a lot of people backing you down, oh, meanwhile, Jay.
Oh, good teleportation there. RRQ, though, will... Okay, good deny. Team Flash, even though they've wasted a Poissons from Chima there, but RRQ now already very cheeky here with the setup. Innocent, though, it seems like he sniffs this one out.
Okay, back to my point earlier. Toy can definitely get taken down with a Bloody Hunt Flicker combo, but you have to realize this is an Akai. This is also a Banana with a Petrify, which can cancel out that Bloody Hunt quite easily. You have to make sure that everyone is safe, like no one else is in the vicinity, or Eons can get there in time until Toy gets taken down, gets bursted down by Team Flash's members.
And that setup was all for nothing, as again, the neutral objective is up. 5 members now in the pit. Chama now pinned down. Again, too early perhaps, but Chama taking a lot of damage and will be taken out. Crossbow of Tang is there. NetherRealm also pops like Jay. Out of nowhere, this Luo Yi finds the newts. Now Matsurugi in trouble, looking for an escape route. Gets it. The hook misses, but Clay will be taken out here. Surely 1 HP. Oh my goodness! Clay survives, and RRQ finally, they won a trade.
Did you see that tiny bit of healing from Clay, from the hill itself? What a clutch play, what a micro adjustment from Clay himself. But my oh my, who needs retribution when you have Jay on this Luo Yi? Meanwhile, Innocent is probably trying to bait Toy out of that, knowing that T7 is there to back him up. Meanwhile, Jay...
Careful here.
Okay.
Jay is
playing
okay.
with fire.
And let's see here for Man rotating towards the bottom side of the map. Retribution pops as well. Chama is there with the shield unity and the hook as well. Matsurugi will be taken on, not just yet. NetherRealm saves about enough time there as Soy claims the structure here in the bottom side of the map. Turret 4 kill.
I think that's quite advantageous to RRQ. I think I prefer
in the long
a
run,
turret.
yes.
Especially when the only one that dies is the roamer, Matsurugi. The only death in the game so far for RRQ, and they're looking to make that permanent.
Heavy spin, pinning one member down, and that is Jay. He will fall in the hands of Toy, and RRQ wins another trade on the bottom side of the map.
Very vulnerable. Luo Yi with a flicker, no dashes whatsoever. It's not the most meta mid laner in the game too. You have to be very, very creative on your approach. You can really just stand there just waiting to get CC'd by both D7 and Adamir and Chuma too. I mean, by RQ members. I'm sorry, I mixed that up.
Okay, 6 minutes in, Innocent now. Vulnerable position, low mana, good pull by Mr. Clay, and he will fall as well as RRQ now looks to step on the gas here. Turtle is up, and without Innocent, I feel like Flash will concede the last turtle in this game.
Clay just laying the plate for Toy to take the kill. And that is the perfect target so far for RRQ. No Innocent. I don't think there's enough DPS to in a team fight.
And RRQ now slowing down tempo. Top lane should be their next agenda perhaps from RRQ, or if they're ambitious and they see an opening, perhaps the mid structure can be the next target here from RRQ. Flash, they need to regroup here. They are in a disadvantaged spot, but economy-wise, not that far behind.
Oh, an intelligent play by RRQ. They know that they cannot take care of this bottom lane. They want to go for it. Meanwhile, in the top lane though, retaliation. But I think that is still a W for RRQ, as it's the inner turret compared to the outer turret.
Innocent's not that innocent, so he finds a kill, grabs it first time, and there you go. Team Flash still looking to defend this mid. Heavy spin from the backside. Adamir caught here. Take a look at the damage. It's 3 members of RRQ. Free-hitting crossbow attack pops as well. Finds Adamir, but they manage to save the turret in the mid. Though, RRQ now still holding on and maintaining pressure.
This is why Franco is such a risky hero to play, man. You have to rely on, is it your day? Is it not your day? Is the hook gonna land? If it's not, like, what are you gonna do about it? Franco is pretty much a walking HP bar.
Okay. Let's see here again, RRQ rotating top. They will grab the structure top side as well. Flash has no play to counter it. And yeah, Team Flash will sacrifice another turret here in the map.
What RQ has been doing really great so far is taking the initiative on the siege. They know they have the resources, they know they have Clay that can bypass through walls, and getting some good pulls for Toy to pop off with the crossbow attack. They also have Eons, which has a lot of uses in a siege situation because of the heavy spin. You can get people to your vicinity. You can also zone people out of the turret. A lot of uses from this guy, and RQ has been using that to the maximum potential.
Okay, the Lord is up. I'm sure Team Flash will play around Loi's ult. Now, as they're clumping up already in the top side of the map here. No, they will walk instead. So now, RRQ, they have time here to perhaps... Oh, there you go. The ultimate use just for Loi to reposition. Young
Watch
now,
out, Banana.
looking at this. Oh, Banana misses at the final blow, but the Lord will fall to another non-jungler player. Now RRQ finds the collapse. D7 taken down. RRQ perhaps looks for another kill and they get it. Adamir falls, and that is 3-4-1 plus the Lord for Flash.
How? 2 times is enough, Eons. I think he got CC'd at that time, but what are the chances? That's the damage from the penalty zone, right? That is minuscule amount of damage compared to the retribution and all the stuff that RQ has.
Man, this match is very entertaining, as sure, it's still the first Lord, so it can...
Oh, Jay!
They're going to trap it. They're going to use this as a trap. Chimana with Shield Unity crashing on towards Jans. RRQ, though, they're ready with 4 members. Benedetta is rotating towards them as well.
Wow.
But yeah, Flash, good instinct. They will not really commit. They will now pull back, and RRQ will also regroup here in the 10th, 11th minute of the game.
I like that discipline from Toy. He knows that he's not going to be able to kill Chima, and he's not forcing the situation. If that was Miracle, he would have gone for sure.
Okay. Again, this is the first Lord, ladies and gentlemen. It is still very low. Okay. Now RRQ, will they be able to find the counterplay here? Again, Team Flash, with that first Lord, wasn't able to come up with anything. Perhaps the mid can be the saving grace. Good hook and the hunt as well. Clay will be taken out. He has the passive, but it seems like a Toy will find it unstoppable as well. RRQ now will look to defend. Adamir, Flicker PC, good. Cancel out Banana in the backside, finds the Petre. Looks to shift his focus on towards Adamir and gets it.
Man, I think I remember that play. I believe Banana does that MPL ID as well. 3-man Electro final blow with the Petrify onto the perfect targets, just isolating them 1v3. Doesn't care, just going in with the damage. And that is the opportunity that RQ needs to be able to withstand all the damage coming in from Team Flash. But RQ just now, that was so unfortunate. Toy was prevented by the wall to chain the crossbow tank to other members of Team Flash. The God of Fortuna is definitely on Team Flash's side.
And seeing the items now, okay, nothing too out of the ordinary though. Benedetta, okay. Blade armor, going for the hybrid build that perhaps will go to Athena next to somehow have some magic resist here against Jay, especially. And again, economy very balanced.
This 10th game is so far 10 out of 10. There's some steals, there's some misplay, there's also some really good play, especially from Banana earlier. Now, Eons, you have one job, okay? You have one job. Just fade all the CCs away, save that heavy spin for the perfect time, and try to get the Lord for your team, not just for yourself.
And looking at the setup here, okay, Flash will go and contest 20,000 HP on the Lord now. Oh, take a look at Loi J. Very sneaky. Remembers, now suppressed, and good night, Panda. And take a look at the fight, the collapse. Matsurugi the front side, but the damage will not be enough. Petrify connects Netherrealm to save the day. Toy finding the important crossbow attack, and that is the equalizer. Adamir taken out, and Clay with the balls innocent finding a kill.
Oh my goodness, Innocent is kicking more boss than Draymond Green with the flicker as well towards the front. But my oh my Jay, what a play though. That was very risky and he took the chance. Perfect target in Eons, the one who has the retribution to be able to secure the Lord.
Okay, Lord toyed around by Toy. RRQ, they have regrouped. The Panda is now on the board as well. Let's see, Team Flash, they want to find another cheeky contest, but the Turtle and the Lord for Toy! What the heck is going on in this game?
What?
It was Jay, Adamir, now Toy.
I don't know what's happening with Nogani.
Another round popped now. Innocent finding a kill, unstoppable on the board. It's a 2-for-1 for Flash. And RRQ, they cannot push with this Lord. Flash now finding a structure in the mid, important mid as well, and RRQ, their lead is diminished.
I don't get it, Connie. Like, it's just blink and you'll miss it. And right now, Team Flash has the advantage. Even though Toy somehow as the 1-1, okay? This is probably one of the weakest marksmen in terms of like the single basic attack damage. How are you stealing the Lord from all those AoE damage and any retributions that Team Flash and RQ has?
No idea. 15 minutes in, it's still anybody's game. RQ and Flash, they shared a Lord, but again, their base turret is rather healthy. Now, Team Flash, though, has the economy. Can they play this around with that fact? RQ looking for a setup in the top side turret. Flash can play around with Jay's ult.
They definitely can play around with Jay's
And
ult.
they will.
But, okay, there's a big but here, Connie. You have to realize that RQ right now knows what Jay is up to. Like, they know he cooked, and they're not gonna let him cook again.
They're already clumping up S4 though. Standing by here, and it seems like in response, RQ is also clumping up, just looking for that surprise attack, right? Sneaky play. But no, they will slow down the tempo here, and again, they will reset.
At this point, I'm expecting anything at this point. Who's gonna steal the Lord, guys? Like,
it was okay. Jay did it. Adamir, Toy. So
it's the least, the least expected member. So I'm gonna predict that D7 is going to take the Lord next time with the hook.
At this point, Matsurugi might even get a nude now. Okay, let's see. Item check.
You can
Rose Gold for 1-1 on his way here for Toy.
I like the decision here to go for that Deadly Blade. Oh no, what's the...
Halberd.
Halberd for Bruno, enhancing the damage especially towards Benedetta from Banana and also Eons with the Franco. I mean, the Akai, because this is one of... Oh, okay!
Final blow, Petrify committed. D7 has the immortality, but Matsurugi with the 3-man knockup now. Crossbow attack was huge, but it's not enough to take anyone down. Another round to save his life now. The front side though, Adamir and Chama soaking all the damage with the heavy spin, almost connecting on towards a member there from Flash. No casualties from that fight.
Wait, no casualties? Oh wow! There really is no casualty. Like how? How in the hell? But Banana though, that was an Uno reverse card.
Wow.
Like he's trying to get hooked, but he responds with the Electro Final Blow and the Petrify. But Innocent, really good job on staying alive on that team fight, even though Eons gets a good engage onto him. With the flicker, he can still get away, and he's still 5-0-3, 5-1-3. Pretty good KDA for a gold laner at this point. D7 will try to make a play.
All the spells burns except the red tree. Now, Crossbow tank at the backside. D7 will fall first. Now, look at Banana placement. Suppress Winter Trenchant and as well as ult will be popped, but the Lord will be the main focus as Chama falls. And this is a Lord for RRQ as they also claim the triple.
Okay, finally a team fight where someone wins. RRQ 1.6k gold lead as they get the Lord. Now, they have Jay, they have Adamir, they have some place to work with, but there's some bad things here for Team Flash. It's a Franco, it doesn't really offer you much high ground potential, but it does give you some, threat. Especially for the DPS of RRQ. Will they be able to play this perfectly? Team Flash on the defense. Oh my god!
The damage there and the Rose Gold triggered instantly. Base turret though will be the target. RRQ gets the first one. They will look for the second in the top side of the map as Toy will move on towards the bot. They will get all base turrets as Flash now will take care of the Lord. A heavy spin. Connecting on towards Adamir, but the damage will not come through just yet. Oh, in the backside, Banana looking for a cheeky kill. Jay taking out the base. Too open, too exposed, and RRQ should get this one. Bloody hunt, but take a look at that. The Kings of Kings prevail, and RRQ claims a win.
Finally a win for RRQ with their newfound lineup. A lot of MPL players. Matsurugi, Eons and Toy combined with the power of the veterans from Banana and Clay, they'll be able to get the W against Team Flash. RRQ found a glimmer of hope in this MPLI 2023 group stage.
A very, very absurd match. But the Indo rep this time will find the game. I want to hear it from Wolf.
Yeah, that was fun. That was really fun. I want to hear from Wolf, like how like what's the plan on the Lord takes, like how the hell did it happen? You know what? Let's just take it to Mr. Wolf himself. Take it away.
Thanks so much, casters. Well, that was a fun game. We saw that the Louis was finally picked, and there's the Franco. And interestingly, Team Flash, they just want to win with difficult heroes. They got the Franco, they got the Louis, the G-Strat that is so difficult to pull off in the metagame that we have right now. It looked like they were able to do it. They almost got it, but in the end, it wasn't enough. Let's look at some of the important details in this game. And I think that I'm going to fast forward to the last one, the winning play coming out from RQ. And this is something that you will definitely see in the highlights. There was a fight before the last Lord where nobody died, right? And even the caster said that, wow, that's surprising. Nobody died in that case. Well, unfortunately, it was the most unfavorable trade in the late game because literally all of the battle spells that are important for the side of Team Flash were out. They don't have the Flicker in the Bruno. They burned the Flicker in the Terizda. Even the Franco Immortality as well as the Flicker was also burned out. And well, literally, they didn't have any spells to fight with in the upcoming clash, which was more important because even after nobody died, when the fight broke out, when the fight is over, the Lord was spawning in 2 seconds. And you saw how easy it was for the entirety of RRQ to destroy Team Flash's formation just because of the lack of battle spells. Surely they didn't die in the clash prior to that, but they lost subsequent fights. They lost 2 fights consecutively just because of the fact that they didn't have any battle spells. Not having the Flicker, not having the Immortality, or even the Winter Truncheon means that you don't have an answer to the 1-1. And it was very clear in that last Lord dance that the battle spells were much needed by the side of Team Flash, and they couldn't find any kind of opening just because of that factor. But then again, that's just the last clash. There are so many important factors that we have to take note here, and the most important one that I also want to talk about is, man, 1-1 is such an OP hero right now. It's easy to activate the crossbow attack again. And if you do not know, there was an indirect buff onto 1-1 that actually allowed 1-1 to be back in the meta game again. It's particularly very easy. It's just the weakness finder that got buffed. And the cooldown can now go down to at least, I think, 3 seconds every time you get a hit, and you have increased attack speed and you slow your opponents so many times. And that means that you easily land your first kill, right? So it's a combination. You immediately activate your Swallow's Path and you can stun your opponents much easier compared before because of how often and how strong the slows will be coming out from the weakness finder. This is mainly the reason why 1-1 is back. Of course, there are some modifications back to the Tiger Pace, which is also very important. But if you combine them together, again, 1-1 is an OP hero. And all you need to do is to make sure that the post-laning stage, during the post-laning stage, you guard the 1-1. So look back at the most successful 1-1 games. It was even the BTR series. It was seen in other of the matches that we've seen. What you need to do is to make sure that after the 5-minute mark heading into the 8 to 12-minute mark, make sure that the 1-1 is farmed, get 3 attack speed items, and now profit. Literally, all of the fights that didn't have the flicker or didn't have a good initiation coming out from the side of Team Flash, the 1-1 is able to activate the crossbow attack. And in the late game, you're gonna see it through the highlights. 3 important crossbow attack activations coming out from the 1-1 meant that Team Flash didn't have the team fight. But then again, that's just the last flash. Surely Team Flash made it so difficult for Team RRQ to eventually take this game. And by the way, just like to take note, the teamfight participation for Toy is 100%, 11-1-6, only dying once, and the only death actually for the 1-1 was the cheeky play that they did with the ultimate coming out from Jay. Ultimate coming out from Louis, the teleportation. Big props to Innocent being very aggressive in this particular game and taking advantage of the strength of the Bruno, but this was one clash that the 1-1 was able to get that Lord and then fly afterwards. Eventually will be taken out because of the teleportation play that we saw. Pretty nice to see. However, it will not be enough. So the fight afterwards, 17 minutes in, they didn't have any battle spell. Look at that. Only the Retribution available. And what does that mean? There's no way for you to guard yourself from the 1-1. Only one stun was needed. They don't even have Petrify at this point. But yeah, one heavy spin means that you will get the shot already. And of course, you have the Matilda to set up a Circling Eagle that will give the knockout, which eventually will be comboed with the Swallow's Path. And that's already trouble for you. I think this was a big showcase on how good the 1-1 is in the meta game right now. You only need 1 or 2 stunts and you're already okay. And the fact that he went for the Rose Gold Meteor made sure that even after the initiation coming out of Team Flash, it will not be enough. The Louis damage is not going to be enough afterwards. The fact that you only need 3 procs on your weakness points on your 1-1 to make sure that you activate your ultimate, that's actually pretty strong. And the fact that also the slows coming out from the weakness finder is super duper good nowadays. It means that you win almost all of your duels. And even Chima on this backshot did not last long against the damage output of the 1-1 in combination with RRQ's backliners coming out from Banana, a signature Benedetta, and of course the double sustain. So with the 1-1 as well as the Faramis being available for this 1-1, it kind of makes it so that you are guaranteed to activate your ultimate. Like we mentioned, the only time that Toy died in this game was because of when there was an initiation coming out from the Louis. And it's crazy to think that this was a last picked 1-1 from RRQ. The fact that there are so many good peel and so many good sustain from their side, it kind of makes you question what the Team Flash was thinking in this case. Surely they had their idea. They have the Louis, they have the Franco. If it becomes successful, it looks nice on paper. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, and there was no legitimate way for them to stop the 1-1 in this case, because they picked up the Louis instead of something like a Farsa that can immediately take out the 1-1, and RRQ just had a field day in the late game. Like I said, the first 17 minutes of the game, their first 15 minutes of the game, it was a tug of war. But around the 18-minute mark, where the battle spells were forced out against RRQ, that was when you can smell trouble already. One thing that I also wanted to add for RRQ is the fact that they utilized this Matilda so very well. That's the vision that he was able to provide. Matsurugi also stopped so many initiations, so many combos with the second activation of the Circling Eagle. And then eventually you see Banana not tilting. There was a time where you would have thought that he might not have enough in the tank, especially because he whiffed the ultimate plus the Petri combination, but he didn't tilt. He managed to regain his composure and eventually won the team fights for RQ just because of that additional sustain. Also, big props to the fact that he utilized his Petrify even on just one hero, the Franco. They know that the only reason why the 1-1 will die in a team fight is when there will be a Flicker plus the ultimate coming out from the Franco, the Flicker Bloody Hunt. They don't have a way to cancel it, so the fact that RQ identified that and Banana committed that Petrify just for one hero to be able to win the team fights, that's actually very much commendable from Banana. So RQ just really much on point in this one, and they have recovered. It will be a long road for them still in the MPLI, but that's it for the RRQ versus Team Flash match. The mixed culture coming out from Team Flash looks to be really interesting and looks to be really cool with all of the subs and all of the lone tier players that they have, but unfortunately it will not be enough against RQ. That's it for my analysis. Gonna be throwing it over to Shefin and Goni once again.
I mean, it is very entertaining, right? Especially Team Flash. I think the right word to describe what they're doing right now is ambitious. They have 3 countries participating in a team. They also pick Aloy, a hero that we've never seen in a while in pro scene. And I think that is ambitious, right?
That is a very, very ambitious one. And unfortunately, with that loss, I believe Team Flash will not participate in the playoffs. Now, let's move on and focus to see you soon and RRQ, who will grab the top spot. Perhaps See You Soon has a better chance, but RRQ has also a chance to equalize to make the 2 points.
We have to prepare for the next match to come, so do not go anywhere. Stay tuned with One Esports and still watch MPLI 2023 after this very well-deserved break.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua
sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
Terlihat bendera.
Entering 11th match of the day with See You Soon versus RRQ back-to-back games. Let's see, will they be able to extend the win streak to 2 and maybe secure a place onto the knockout phase? But, of course, the opponent is not easy to face. It's See You Soon.
It is not going to be easy considering their previous performance, which was yesterday. See You Soon displayed an excellent performance of teamwork and also execution. So expect intensity, high level intensity of a match against RRQ, who will bring that momentum from that previous match. We finally see a connection between the young guns, the newbies, and also coming from the veterans, Banana and Clay.
Okay, Goni, I've talked about some of the Franco players that we have here in MPLI 2023. We have some veterans in Vin, some of the young guns coming in, Audi, TZ, and also Maro displayed a really good Franco. But other than that, we also, apparently, I watched some, mini documentaries on Panda. They suck at being alive, let's just put it that.
Whoa.
But they're good at being mascots though. They're one of the cutest animal on the planet. That is why a lot of pandas are used as mascots. But also, we gotta shout out the One Esports app, man. If you want to dive deeper into the meta, plays, builds, and rivalries of MPLI with the One Esports app, you can download it on the Google Play and also Samsung Galaxy stores exclusive to Samsung.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, stay relevant and also follow us on social media. Discord, TikTok, Threads, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, everything you got in store, follow it. Stay relevant with Chefin and One Esports.
And also Wolf, because he is like one of the major owners of One Esports apparently. I don't know if that's fake news or not. Oh, is it? Maybe I gotta beg some money to Wolf.
What? Yes. And of course, let's now focus on the diamonds, right? We got 8,000 diamonds to give away. Not just give away, but we can give it a challenge.
Okay, there's 2 ways you do that. If you want to prove that your eyesight is as good as Farsa's, because she's blindfolded, but she can still see through the blindfold and somehow still land those feathered airstrike. You can challenge it with this challenge. Name that hero to win 4,000 diamonds. Let's see. Look at the long hair. Look at the legs. You know. Just try to guess who that hero is. I actually don't have a clue.
It's Balman. Win 4,000 diamonds. It's very, very easy. And in case that was wrong, we also have the second way. Tell them.
You have to sign up for One Esports. It's easy. There's no labor. There's no money involved. You just can register for updates and also register for diamonds. 4,000 diamonds. Just check that QR code here on the bottom of Connie to check out the chance of yours to win 4,000 diamonds for free.
Again,
for the low price of 0.
0, very simple, yet impactful. Right? Again, with that, let's see which team is more impactful in this coming match. Both teams here, I believe, shared a point, and they need a point as well to secure the second position, I believe. So let's see here. Will it be See You Soon, or will it be RRQ that accompanies RSGPH?
So will they say See You Soon to RRQ, or will they See You Soon to themselves? That's the question for See You Soon right now. But
Big
RRQ,
question mark.
A lot of young guns, and what I see from young guns and a lot of young players is they tend to be hot-blooded. And if they're hot right now, they're just going to continue to be hot. The blood, not the,
Okay, I see where you're going. They're very impulsive in a way, very aggressive as well. And let's see here, will they manage to stay composed is the question, right? Especially coming from a big win. They need to stay composed, but also bring some sort of a momentum from that match. Again, See You Soon is a very tough opponent, very dominant in their region, very strong. And I feel like, on paper, See You Soon is a more robust team if you compare it to RRQ.
I mean, they have a lot of experience in internationals too. Yes, RRQ does have a lot of experience in international tournaments, but it's
With this
not
lineup?
It's only limited to Clay and Banana. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, even Banana, like I don't think he plays that much in international. It's only Clay, but the other guys are in MDL. But See You Soon, on the other hand, though, they played a lot of international games in MSC. I believe did they qualify for any import series?
I believe they qualified for M5.
And I think like you gotta bet on that Franco ban for Boxy, and we are going to see who is going to play for See You Soon to take on RRQ in a second.
Let's see. Who?
MP.
Kemarin MP.
And there you go, See You Soon with the usual 5. A very nice looking jacket. I like the color though. That blue is very crisp. Oh, look at the jerseys. Look at the pattern. And look at the other jackets that they have. Oh wow, how many jackets do they have? They have varsity, they have the red ones, they have the blue ones.
They have a
Oh
lot.
man, the merch game is strong with See You Soon.
They have a lot of variety, and of course, they will bring a lot of variety in this match as well. And yeah, let's see here. See You Soon. The highlight from yesterday was Boxy on that Franco. Today it was Maro, I believe. And let's see here what RRQ will bring to the table.
Rex Regum Keon, the King of Kings, is in the fray. It's in MPLI 2023. Will they make a change on the lineup? I do not think so, considering they have the momentum already. And Toy playing a really good game on that 1-1. Almost perfect KDA, 100% kill participation. And I gotta say, he's been proving the doubters wrong, because a lot of people has been giving a side eye to the pick on Toy.
I mean, 1-1 is a very, very annoying hero in that gold lane. Especially if he has already the 3 items that he needs. Corrosive, DHS, and of course, Wind of Nature at the end. It's a deadly, deadly item, a power spike. It's so hard to catch 1-1.
And apparently you built Golden Staff as well.
Golden Staff as well.
Yeah, in that match earlier, Toy actually built that item. So the Trinity built the usual 3 attack speed items. Corrosive, DHS, and Golden Staff has been used. And still with Coach Azaya and I believe the analyst Rave. Is actually an ex-player of RRQ. That is an interesting placement of a hot patch.
Very
On your
specific.
nose.
Very specific, perhaps.
Maybe he had a nosebleed or something.
Maybe.
That's part of being a pro player that's a lot of people don't understand. It takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of grind, and you have to sacrifice a lot of time to be able to get to the level of other players in the game. And they try to catch up with the top of the Predator. Maybe Onyx, maybe AP Bren.
Maybe.
I think that's the only S tier teams that I have in the world right now.
Ooh,
They might be a hot take, but I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's a
Reasonable take?
Yeah, reasonable take. I think a lot of people agree with that, but enough of that. We're going to cast RRQ versus See You Soon in this match.
Again, Zaya in the house for RRQ here. What will he cook this time? Meanwhile, See You Soon. After seeing RRQ's performance earlier, will they ban the 1-1 early, or will they deny it and pick it up for themselves is going to be the question here, ladies and gentlemen. I think the Mathilda can also be an expensive pick here for RQ. So they also need to somehow take care of that.
It's always a pick and ban on Mathilda, right? So far in this second shift, I believe. So a lot of utility, you can heal, you can give shields. Those two is already very, very annoying to deal with. Also with the addition of the Flash of the Oasis, one of the most annoying item in the game. Me as a Kadira user hate that item with passion, man. Like I really hate that item. Every time I'm trying to burst someone in the backline, I thought I had the damage. And somehow, look, those HPs, it's going back again. Oh,
okay,
man.
Okay. But real talk, since when are you a Kadira user?
A lot of time. A long time. Okay, we haven't played that much probably
together, yeah?
I have like 80-something% win rate on Kadira. I'm allowed to brag.
Okay. From 10 games. But yes,
no!
RRQ with the blue side pick here. They will ban out the Arlet, Angela, and Mathilda. See you soon, though. They will ban the Guinevere, Fanny, and 1-1. There you go. That's the answer. And it seems like Boxy has a chance to pick up the Franco. Will they pick it up this early, though, is my question.
Nah, I don't think Franco is that prio. Yes, it is a prio hero when you have a really capable user on your team, but it is a very prone to counterplay, especially we know that Franco is very weak to those very point and click engage. For example, like a Chao, like a Kajo, for example, an Atlas. We have seen a lot of times Franco gets absolutely wrecked by an Atlas, but that is a Joy and a Bruno for See You Soon. This might be an opening to pick something along the lines of Kaja and Franco too, because that suppress will do you a lot against a Joy.
But again, RRQ, if Matsurugi is a Kufra player, I think Kufra can be given to Matsurugi this time. Let's see though, Terizla is also open, which I feel like can be given to Banana here in the first phase.
Nolan is open. What?
Nolan is also open, you're right.
But if RQ picks Nolan, that's an easy Phoveus pick, I think, for See You Soon. And also denies a counter for that Joy, because Joy really loves her dashes. And maybe it's also, a bit of an annoying pick to deal with when you're playing Bruno, but it's going to be that Fredrin and Benedetta. I think, okay, Phoveus is still kinda good in this kind of situation, but I don't think it's going to be picked. It's a bit more situational.
I believe if See You Soon wants to really go for a solid comp, they should pick up an EXP here. Going against Benedetta, I believe Terizla can withstand with his clear power, but let's see here, See You Soon, will they go and grab the Terizla, or will they instead prioritizes the Franco more? Right, it's sort of a deny pick, and also within their composition, which is somehow pick-off-ish as well, the front to back, with a hint of front to back. Perhaps yes, but no, they will go not for the Franco pick-off, but they will go for the Kadira pick-off.
So there's some plays that
100%.
Oh my god. Oh, okay. I thought it was 7 pick 100%. It turns out it's 7 bans 100%. Still, 100% is 100%. So it means the hero is still pretty much in the meta. And Kadira, even though, Clock of Destiny has been nerfed, I think Kadira is still pretty much a decent hero to play. There is some flex potential, but I think in pro play, Kadira is much more usable in the mid lane, because when you're trying to roam on your own, it is dangerous. And even though you have that healing from the breath of the ocean, I believe it is still a squishy hero, easy for the picking if you have a good CC on the other end. And See You Soon bans another gold laner in that Brody.
And as it stands, no big ultimates can be really taken here from that IMU, right? We have the Worldy, Freedom of Beats, and of course that Kadira. But then again, without the rotations or the mobility that Valentina has, can he pull off this? Let's see though. RQOK Kanja, perhaps Franco can be the next man here. See You Soon might go for another gold laner ban.
Claude? I think Claude is a decent ban, considering you have Kadira and Claude is as a Kadira user, probably
Hard to catch.
one of the least marksmen that I want to deal with because.
Fight for the ultimate and
Oh, okay, so it's confirmed it's going to be the Joy jungle. Yeah, I mean, it is to be expected, but we have seen how hard you play as an assassin against a Hilda, so this makes sense. I mean, even Onyx, one of the main heroes that they usually ban if Kyrie plays that assassin is that Hilda. And we know Kyrie had the worst game of his career against Key Hilda versus Bigetron. 5-level difference, I believe, at that time. And even though like he is, I think, the best player in the world, but against a Hilda and against a very big counter pick, you can't really do anything.
Yeah, so a very good spot there. They were able to locate that Hilda ban and RQ. Yeah, the Franco ban, it's
Very
just natural.
straightforward.
Yeah, just natural here, limiting. Take a look at the bans from RQ. 4 heroes are focused on the roamer position, though this Kadira can be in the roamer position as well, so that's a flex.
So the one that's going to set for Kadira is gone. Maybe something along the lines, I want to say Atlas or Tigreal, but that's hoping too much. I'm just hoping for a potential wombo combo with the knockout from Kadira and also a big CC that they have, or it's going to be a Tyreth to counter the aggression in the XP lane. In terms of like lane cutting, I think he's a bit late compared to Banana on the Benedetta, but in terms of 1v1, I think it's pretty much winnable. Now, what is the final? Like, what's the tortilla to this already good feelings for the burrito that Yusun has?
Feel like Claude is an option here for RQ. It's a good option. Sure, laning phase perhaps struggles in that early game against Bruno, but coming to the mid game, late game, he will have an impact.
Clint! The sheriff is in town! No, I don't know. Like, I think Clint is much more prone to getting picked off by a Kadira and also an easy picking target for a Joy. But maybe as a Joy jungler, you can't really outdamage the burst damage that Clint has, and combined with a Kufra on the other side, that might be an answer that RQ is looking for, but it's going to be the Chow. It's much harder hero to play with, especially against a Fredrin, against a Valentina, which has a lot of dashes as well. It's a bit harder to set compared to when you have a Kaja or Franco, but prediction, RRQM, the lone wolf here.
He's the wolf.
Or maybe lone Chefin, yeah.
He's wolf and you're a lone wolf, gotcha. And yeah, 2 See You Soons and 1 RRQ here. I decided with See You Soon based on their performance yesterday. And let's see here, the 10 heroes that will be going to the Land of Dawn. I really like the Kufra pick because now with the bouncing ball, it can hinder the movement from Joy. And I think that can be the game changer here from Matsurugi.
But I'm always biased to Kadira pick, man. Like, Kadira is like, oh, the love of my life. My favorite hero in the game. But we're going to see whether it's going to perform or not in this game for RRQ versus See You Soon for match 23 of MPLI 2023.
Okay, spell check. Clay is going for the safety route and went for the Purify. And Boxy, okay. You can see Matsurugi already looking to, again, just hinder the movement from Chow. And again, an opposite start. No, never mind. Going for the purple, but MP, man, clears way faster.
Meanwhile, Boxy is still trading blows with Matsurugi. Of course, Matsurugi probably has the advantage right now, considering he has some healing with that passive, with that basic attack that he has. Boxy, meanwhile, doesn't have that second skill that just yet, so no CC of Fate from him. Who's gonna get it? It's going to be Ron. No, it's actually Clay who got it. Interestingly enough, good timing from Clay.
Yeah, precise timing there. And looking at the top lane of the map, it's actually Clip here struggling. He is just under the turret here. And take a look at MP. Has ult. After this camp clear, perhaps he will rotate top side, but Matsurugi is there to somehow provide info that Toy needs to be careful.
Now, in terms of objective fights, there's some pros, there's some cons from RRQ and See You Soon. Yes, they do have that Fredrin on their side, but in terms of like setting for objectives, I think their mid laner has an advantage in Ra with the Petrify, Like if he can lock down Eons with that Petrify and also combo it with the ultimate, I think it's going to be trouble for Eons. Now, will they be able to execute it? Let's just wait for the first turtle fight.
Felix able to sniff the presence of a member from RRQ. Perhaps he plays more safely. Now, Fredrin and Joy already in the vicinity of the turtle, but it seems like MP will clear the purple. First, Banana is there to somehow provide cover and also buying time there. Good Petrify, but Banana stuck. Good stun from the side of RRQ. Felix though, jumping towards Banana, and the Abysmal Strike will claim first blood. Take a look at the turtle, secured by RRQ. See you soon. Will trade that turtle for a kill.
I think it's a bit of an equal trade, even though See You Soon does have the advantage in the economy, but we're going to have a pause just for a second to fix the problem that we have currently so far. In terms of setting up for the turtle, I think Ra missed a big opportunity earlier. I think he had the level 4 a bit late, so he's kind of forced to, I don't know, maybe just forced to use the ultimate when it's kinda useful in a way, but it doesn't really get a lot of HP bars from Eons and other members of RRQ, so that's a missed opportunity. Thankfully though, they have the first blood and some extra gold for the first blood, obviously. We are still troubleshooting the problem.
We are going to need to wait here, ladies and gentlemen, and please be patient. But yes, see you soon here. Such a long way. They desperately need to win here, Chef, and they desperately need to win to represent their country here. Man, what does it feel like?
It's both a very proud moment to have. Obviously, you are the representation of your country, and also a big burden on your shoulder, man. Like I think, especially a lot of members of RRQ probably in this building, Clay knows it the most. Like how it feels like to just carry a name of your country on your shoulder. And gotta say, there's some up and downs in Clay's career. Some of the response from a lot of people has not been very uplifting, let's just say that.
Okay, interesting, but looking at the players here, they're already on their phones, perhaps signifying that they are in
a lot of hot patches.
Never mind. A lot of hot patches.
Yeah.
They need to be fit. They need to stay warm.
Yeah, especially the hand. Like one of the, a lot of people don't really realize that your hand is, obviously it's important for a pro player of mobile pro player to be able to have a well-functioning hand. Like if you didn't know, like a lot of pro players that's already getting to their 30s, for example, Donkey is one of the prime examples that we have. He retired because one of the problems that he has is some injuries that he has with his thumb, I believe. Also the case for R7. So yeah, I think there has to be some improvement on how to take care of players, and I think there has been some improvement. A lot of teams started to have like physiotherapists, some massage daily for their players. So I'm liking the improvement on this team.
Yeah, very good one. And take a look at the improvement that RRQ is trying to build now. Poxy almost being the casualty there. Half HP. Matsurugi, though, burns a flicker in that process. So now 3 minutes in. It's just a kill. Arguably a low kill game here. But, okay, they will not go for a high tempo, but MP looking for a chunk. Top side, Jan's quite low. Good knockup though. Matsurugi now, half HP. Jan's still fairly low and will be taken out by Kusei.
I mean, there's nothing Jans can do at the time. He just deal more damage. Probably the best way to approach that situation. He's already dead, so might as well just deal some damage to give more pressure towards your opposing team. But Matsurugi and Clay, I believe they both take that movement speed boost and also Wilderness Blessing, so we can expect a lot of more faster ganks on the top lane and the bottom lane for these two heroes for RRQ.
Let's see here. Will that tempo be increased? Let's see here. Already Felix cleared bot. Meanwhile, Banana will ignore the wave. Will that be the decision? Oh, good catch by Matsurugi. Now Boxy very low. Ian will secure the kill, but Banana will be taken down by Felix. It's a 1-for-1 now as RRQ looks to engage more, but See You Soon does not want business. Take a look at Joy. Does not care for the turtle. He will, though, secure the orange.
A good response from Clay. He knows what's going on, and MP will still be able to secure that without Clay getting his life as he secures that not Calamity Reaper, Starlium Sight. And what I've seen in that team fight, Connie, those two marksmen actually was present on a mid lane team fight. That's something that you don't see very often. Meanwhile, Ians,
good
are you getting something here?
No, good catch here. MP, though, will be able to find some
Good
space.
cover.
Oh, in the top side of the map, Boxy fairly low. And RRQ, will they engage more? Ian's jumping in. MP will not engage more as Boxy. He succeeds in recalling Ian's, catching Felix in the act. But no damage will come through just yet.
Good pressure from RRQ getting that top lane though. But on the other side, See You Soon will not just lollygagging. They're just gonna take the bottom lane turret without any pressure whatsoever. It's actually solo turret take from Kusei.
Okay, have to seize for Banana. Even though he's down 0-0, he still wants to deal damage here in this game. You can see here that they're so aggressive. No commitments on towards the fight just yet here. RRQ, they want to regroup and just clear the jungles, but man, MP is so active. But he is at level 10, Ian's at level 8.
I mean, being active is what a Joy jungler should do. We've seen Call TZ being an absolute menace on this hero, but what I've seen though earlier, Connie, Felix actually, I believe, built Anti-Cuirass as his first item, so this is once again a utility Zeroth to be able to enable Kusei, because Kusei does have a damage that's relying so much on the pure physical stats that he has, and also some critical damage.
And he'll play a 3-man gank, perhaps. Toy, good call there, as Matsurugi also actually pops his own conceal. But with the turtle spawning, of course, both teams will shift their focus, though MP will move towards the mid instead of the turtle, realizing that their team is nowhere near, so they will trade the turret for the turtle. Good petrify from Banana, but MP will escape, and yes, they will sacrifice this turtle.
Yeah, I think I prefer the turret rather than a turtle, and it really, wow, Roxy.
Catch Matsurugi though will be bursted down by Felix and Ra. Now See You Soon will hover around, perhaps looking for another angle. Boxy misses the way of Dragon, and Jans though will be the one soaking the damage from Kusei and will be taken down. And See You Soon now stepping on the gas battle, but there's a pause. Goodness, that was See You Soon controlling the tempo.
Ooh, Matsurugi, that was a bit of a misplay, I gotta say. Going for the... I believe it's the third time or second time he's going for Boxy. Yes, it is a target, but you have to realize where the other members are. If you get counterplayed, then it really doesn't mean anything. Those engages will be useless, as Boxy will be the one who escapes with the W. And so far, See You Soon, I believe, racking up about 2k gold lead. And they're looking to see RRQ soon. No, that's not right. I was gonna say something along the line of like, I'm making a sentence about See You Soon, but I cannot do that.
Okay. Now let's see. Hopefully this technical pause will be resolved soon, ladies and gentlemen. Please be patient with us. But yes, See You Soon now is having a more control, entering mid-game, and I think mid-game is where RRQ needs to show more of their firepower, meaning they need to have a sense of control in going for team fights or letting it go, conceding it. And I think they need to be wiser here in the mid-game.
It's mostly just trades, right? In the early game to mid-game just now. And the trades has been won by See You Soon. They trade some turrets for a turtle. I think that's a W any day of the week. You get some gold for a gold for your opponent, also a gold for yourself, and some map pressure
in the process too. So I think that's some really good traits from CU Soon. They know what they can take. They know when to concede. Even back then when I believe MP didn't have a chance to get the turtle, he went to go for the orange buff in the bottom lane, even though Clay responded beautifully, but still a really good play, a very intelligent play from MP.
I feel like rotation-wise, CU Soon has that advantage. It seems like they have researched RRQ's rotation, and they read RRQ like a book for the 6 minutes of game time, I believe. So let's see. Let's jump back to the Land of Dawn. 8 minutes rather of game time.
2.5k gold lead currently for CU Soon. Felix, look at those HP bars, man. You can tell that this Tyrant is very much durable in a team fight, as the Retribution will secure Eon's the purple buff, but now will try to take that bottom lane turret without contest, but he's choosing to recall. Interesting.
CU Soon looking to siege the top inner. RRQ, are they late to the party? You know, CU Soon will not commit on towards that siege, and instead they will back away. And it's because of the lack of information of the whereabouts of RRQ. They do not want to risk it. It's a wise approach. And now, it's a reset. 9 minutes in. Boxy looking for an engage. Wave Dragon has not been committed. Oh, take a look at the all-in. Toy will secure a kill. In the front side, though, Matsurugi flickers out of the way. Now, Felix also uses his flicker, but Banana finding an angle, looking for a kill, does not get it. But MP, out of nowhere, there almost claims a kill. It's a fight that ends with Boxy taken out.
That was almost a counterplay from MP. Unfortunately, he misread the movement from Eons as he's able to dodge the beats from MP. Still though, not much of a W, I would say. It is a W for RRQ, but it's not that huge. They're staving off about 200 gold lead from CU Soon, but now this is the time where they shine. They have Eons as the utility jungler. Meanwhile, Boxy, conceal play with the flicker as well, and Way of Dragon will connect on towards Eons. Matsurugi looking for damage control, but it seems like Felix will escape with 1 HP, and actually it will be Matsurugi taken out as well. CU Soon claims 2 people and the Lord. Beautiful play from Boxy. That pause just now might be, you know, an error from Boxy that flicker play didn't connect because there's some problems. But when those problems are gone, he's gonna do those flicker TikTok plays.
Out of nowhere as well. Hussein now with a Malefic Roar, so expect a lot of damage here. Boxy though, little too ambitious there. But then again, they have a turret as a trade. Sure, that's a win, but that's just a roamer.
It is just a roamer, and they're looking to convert more in the top lane. RRQ though, will they be able to defend this inner turret? Still hitting the turret is the Lord doing. It looks like MP will get the bottom one, but the top one still alive.
But very
much W for CU Soon.
Yeah, 10% HP I believe on that turret as well. So yes, now CU Soon will wait for their main engage tool to go back up and join the fray, but Felix, feeling himself there in front of the enemy's lines, but no, RRQ, they will not commit onto Felix just yet. CU Soon rotating with the conceal as well. Felix jumps in, Boxy finds Clay, but the damage will come through. Clay 1 HP as Felix will secure that kill. Eons, the lead next. Toy in the backside will not be able to survive as well, and Matsurugi will fall as Banana is the sole live member for RRQ.
I mean, look at that, man. Toy, he was in the back. Okay, there is no CCs coming at him, and somehow he still goes down. This is one of the worst part about being a clipped. You don't really have a lot of escapability, and when you have a Chow coming at you with a flicker, you can't really do anything.
No.
You have to rely on some of the covers that your team provides you. Meanwhile, CU Soon just taking all the towers available. Only one left for RRQ to defend. 9k gold lead in 12 minutes for CU Soon.
Without the Lord as well, that was just a...
Oh my god. Wait, Gani. Look at the jungler right now.
Okay.
5k difference.
5,000 gold gap.
out of 8.7k, 5k of them is MP on this Joy. He's almost full item by now.
That is one nasty Joy. And remember, it was actually... man, the Joy was available for RQ to pick up. They instead used the Valentina, opt for the Matilda pick. Let's see. See you soon. Man, MP is just unstoppable at this point here, Boxy. With the flicker, Way of Dragon, and Banana will fall.
Boxy being fancy in this game, a lot of TikTok plays, and also a lot of content to be made on his social media, getting all the followers.
Again, see you soon. Very, very disciplined, very organized, and RRQ, they look lost.
They really do. They really do. I mean, look at the KDA. This is kind of weird, right? Ra as the Kadira. You thought he was the executioner? No, he's there just to enable his team. Felix, you thought he's like the enabler for Kusei. No, he's racking up all the kills, but really doesn't matter. As the only member from See You Soon who goes down currently in this game is Boxy 039. Even though he died 3 times, but his impact has been present in this game. Very much so. The only member who dies is the roamer. This is the perfect target, or like the least perfect target for RQ.
Okay, See You Soon. We'll look to end the game with this Lord. Can RRQ withstand the pressure from See You Soon? Let's see, bottom base turret will be taken out. MP looking for the backside. Banana now will be the target, but ooh, take a look at that. Rock taken out. Jans loses immortality. The damage will come through, and there you go. See You Soon somehow crumbles. RRQ looking for a reset, and See You Soon will not engage. More MP finding an angle, but a little too ambitious there, and RRQ, they were able to equalize.
Oh, Banana, the saving grace. You can say See You Soon slip on a banana peel at that time. Beautiful, beautiful electro final blow, and also the petrify onto the perfect targets. And those are the first deaths for MP and Ra in this game. Still a lot of thing to, bypass for RQ. A big mountain to climb. There's still a lot of turrets to be taken down. Meanwhile, Kusei, this is the big item. Wind of Nature, secured.
Okay, mid turret now will not be defended by See You Soon members here, as they will definitely have a hard reset. There was a 10,000 gold gap now down to 7. It's still a huge or a massive gap, but it means that See You Soon will definitely be more calculative in the next or a few minutes, in the coming minutes.
I mean, for sure. And I think right now, Ra, in terms of objective taking, that's interesting sounds right there. Goni is like the soundboard of MPLI, if you guys don't know. But yeah, in terms of objective taking situation, okay, I think Ra doesn't really have to pick the right target at this point. You can go for Matsurugi because that eliminates the potential engage for RRQ. You can go for Eons to eliminate the potential objective taking, that retribution from RQ, or even better, take the DPS away and go for a team fight, a full-on 5v5, and that way you can get a lot more than a Lord, to be honest.
Well, it seems like it's a do or die. RRQ, surely firepower-wise, they have a lot less if you compare it to... Oh, See You Soon, Boxy now. Good catch there. Matsurugi in the front side will not be able to survive. MP in the backside, toying, but Toy will not survive from MP. MP climbs at the double. Eons falls next as Clay might be the next victim. The damage surely is enough as Kusei eyeing,
one more dash.
Punching as Clay is now trying to escape, looking for an escape route. Take a look at the mid side of the map as well. It's a 1 kill. It's a solo kill from MP as well as Clay looking for a desperate play.
It's over.
It's a solo, Boxy.
It's over.
With a Trinchen and the mid open expo. See You Soon will claim the win.
See You Soon, RRQ on MPL Indonesia Season 13. Wait, is it 12 or 13? I forgot. But yeah, See You Soon claimed the victory very, very convincingly. But Boxy though on this, Chow, oh my god. Doesn't really matter if the Franco is banned, if the Kaja is banned. I have another method to take you down, to pick you off with the way of the Boxy. And now, we're going to hear from the man, the myth, the legend himself. Wolf, lurking in the shadow, will break the game down for us. See you soon versus RQ. What happened at that game, Wolf?
I believe that the term that happened, I learned this in Indonesia, it's adu mekanik. Is that a correct term? Because the mechanical duels that we saw from both teams are so good. Unfortunately, RQ is on the losing end. Well, I do say that it's mainly because of the fact that Season always tempted RQ to be in their spots. Kind of like they're always attracting RQ to fight alongside them. When in fact their composition or RQ's composition should be built to, they have to build a box around it. The box kind of approach is something that I've been talking about since yesterday. It's mainly just establishing your formation with your marksman in the middle so that whoever comes in, you will punish them, right? But they weren't able to establish that box. They weren't able to establish their position, mainly because of them losing those mechanical duels. So if you think about that game, it's just the entirety of See You Soon utilizing their dashes, going in and out. It's more Echo-esque kind of gameplay wherein they utilize their marksman in the middle, the Bruno going in there to be like more of a trap for them to set up the stuff, set up stuff. They have the Kadita, they have the Joy, they have so many jumps into the backlines, and I gotta say, Boxy was phenomenal in this game, just like he was when they first played yesterday, and that allowed them to get so many wins. It's going to be Kusei with the Bruno. There will always be the flicker confidence play coming out from Kusei when he plays the Bruno, just because of the fact that he knows that it's already over. It looks very aggressive when he goes for the flicker onto a Valentina, but in the late game where the Valentina is the only hero alive with, the Benedetta being cross map, he knows that he can flicker in. And the fact that he forced out the flicker means that the Valentina will not be able to get back into the base. There's an additional benefit out of it, and they literally just steamrolled over RRQ. So the mechanical duels, it happens so many times in this game. It's very non-systematic for RRQ to fight in that kind of zone where they haven't set up their box yet. They haven't set up their own frontliners in the front line where somebody can reach whoever goes into the Fredrin, and then they cannot defend Toy on their Clint. So many times in this particular match that Clint was compromised when it comes to his positioning because of the dives that you saw coming out from side of See You Soon. And there is always a way for you to punish the dive kind of composition. And like I said, you need to establish your box first. Unfortunately, RRQ weren't able to do so because they tried to go for the mechanical duels instead of going for the systematic gameplay. We do know that RRQ, they aren't just the pushovers. Even when you look at the Banana, the way he plays the Benedetta, he's not as effective in this particular match compared to other matches, which is weird to say because Benedetta is like his signature hero pick, but you can see so many times that he will kind of whiff his electro final blow or at least being dodged by opponents, which means that a massive combo is already gone. And look at this, one isolation, Ian's on the front line, no more box. Eventually, this is chaos. They will try to go and fight under See You Soon's area of influence, and that means that they will not win the team fights once again. In this case, Banana is not here. They still fought against the brunt of Team See You Soon, and See You Soon just went in, out with the amount of dashes that they have and punish RRQ for not having that good zone. This is a good box. This particular play is what you're looking for if you're RRQ, but then again, it's a little too late. They will eventually defend, but it will not be enough. And then Boxy with another play. They take out one hero and then another afterwards. It's just one after the other. Banana far too late with the Petri Electo final blow. Already they have compromised the positioning of their gold laner, which meant that they didn't have enough afterwards. So the lack of peel and lack of protection coming out from RQ betrayed them in this case, going up against Team See You Soon. And don't get me wrong, I like Ado Mechanic, dude. I want to see more of those. But then again, in the grand scheme of things, if you want to win a championship, if you want to win a tournament, you have to be systematic. Unfortunately, that is the case for the meta game that we have right now. But See You Soon, they definitely thrive in that case. I think that the aggression that you get from both Felix as well as MP, you know how they are now synced together. This is a squad that has been playing for an entire season, actually won the championship and went through all of the gauntlet just to get out and win the championship, and now get into MPLI, showcase their skills. Not the perfect, not the most perfect when it comes to execution, but you saw in that particular game that they do rely on their mechanics. Boxy with the initiation plays, it wasn't the first time that he's being very flashy like this. It's even Ra with his Kadita, very much on point when it comes to eliminating the members of RQ or being a threat in the front lines. And then of course Kusei with the timed flicker once again. He knows how to play all of these heroes that rely heavily on the flicker and can farm so well, and See You Soon are just very comfortable in this 17-minute game. Stats-wise, this looks very, very close. But if you think about it, See You Soon just always won the matches, and RQ just tried to defend and prevent the storm and try to just prolong the game as long as possible. But it wasn't enough because See You Soon have already amassed enough gold that if you're looking at the gold-to-gold matchup, it will now not be enough. Only 4 main items for Toy, while Kusei already essentially locked item in this particular game, and then he has to still think about MP the king, or M, with what, 4 Ps this time with the Blood Wings, knowing full well that a Joy at the late game is one of the strongest assassin junglers out there. Because of the continuous nerfs on the Joy, you can now categorize Joy as a very scaling hero or a late game hero, where in the early stages he will struggle, but come the late game with Blood Wings and enough magic damage, does already enough damage. However, in this particular game, because of the fact that they have a combo, they have the Dearth to kind of go in, just diminish the HP of the members of RQ, then he comes in to finish up. And then of course you have the Kadita also. There's so much dashes, so much initiations that you can get in and out of the fights, and the early game weakness of the Joy didn't matter as much. Team See You Soon, this is probably one of their signature pickups, and then you can expect that coming into the playoffs, if they do eventually get in, and I believe that they have a strong case for it because of the wins that they were able to get. What I'm trying to say is, this is something that you can expect from See You Soon. This is their comfort. If they want to try and duel with their mechanics time and time again and just go in and out of the fight, just utilize the strength that they have when it comes to their mechanics, this is something that you could expect from See You Soon. RQ, unfortunately, will not be able to win this match despite them going for the niche pick on this Clint. It made a lot of sense in the end, but the fact that there's only the Fredrin as well as the Kurfat to protect the Clint, it will never be enough. They would rather have someone to also go into the backlines to match the damage output of Team See You Soon, but it wasn't enough. Of course, Banana on the Benedetta, it's still phenomenal. I mean, although his record is really bad and he whips out the Electro final blows, you can see that he does know how to manage the lanes, but it will not be enough. They were demanded more inside of RQ, and fortunately, it just didn't work out. That's gonna be See You Soon going winning against RQ 7-5 when it comes to kill score. That's my thoughts on the game, and maybe the gentlemen out here have a lot more to say, so I'm gonna be throwing it over to the casters.
And another one bites the dust for Indonesian representatives. Now, you know, it was me first, then Mirko joins, then now Arashi joins. Maybe, Kane, you have a better chance to win tournaments if you don't qualify for the playoffs. Because so far, wow. Yep.
Wow, it is very brutal. This year, MPLI in 2023 is very brutal here. And again, See You Soon displaying a very convincing performance. I think they can go all the way. I think they can make it. Perhaps they can be champions.
It's just a game.
It's just a game, but this is gonna be the last match of the group stage, rather. Officially, Group D. Flash RCBH. Who do you got?
If you're wondering why, maybe Team Flash is saving Hades for this matchup because they know they're a Filipino brothers more than anyone else in the game, but will have a break to prepare for the next match, a big match between Team Flash and RCPH. So stay tuned and do not go anywhere for more MPLI 2023 action.
See you soon. Literally.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya.
sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Flying Swallow is here to clean up Marshall City.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
The last match of the group stages, match number 24 in MPLI 23 between RSGPH versus Team Flash. There's some Filipino battles going on here. Hades, Innocent, and Team Flash, and also RSGPH. I mean, the whole team is Philippine, so I don't really have to say that, but yeah. It's going to be an interesting match indeed. Let's see what's in the table for both of these teams.
Let's see indeed again which team will rise above. Right, RSGPH, they're practically safe. They need to beat Team Flash to have a spotless record in Group D. So let's see, will they be able to find that, or will that spotless record be
There's a bit of a ink in the milk there.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think you have to go for it, man. Like for style points, for like assert dominance, just 3-0, it sounds better than 2-1. It's always like that.
It is. So again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPLI. This is officially going to be the last match of the group stage. We'll have more tomorrow.
I mean, this is where the caffeine starts to hit. The pre-workout, the coffee that you take earlier, this is what it's for. It's already about 12 p.m. here in Indonesia. Is it 12 a.m. or 12 p.m.? 12 p.m., right?
12 a.m.
No, wait, what?
We say 12 a.m.
Okay. Yes, 12 in the night for us in Indonesia, but we're still in high spirits, and that is also because of Omni by FW. If you want to learn what it takes to play MLBB at the pro level and inspire communities through gaming content, get inspired by the process, and you can watch some of the mini documentary that we have with EVOS Esports Ambassador Una and also Bigetron's own Vin.
Exactly, check it out. Free to download on the Google Play and Apple App Stores. And while you're watching MPLI 2023, I have a recommendation regarding the snacks. Meiji, of course, Chef Vin, please do the honors.
You want to see a trick shot?
Go. Oh, that was a bad one, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, Hello Panda is here for you. Meiji, thank you so much. We love it. And of course, it leaves no mess, except if you're a chefin. But again, let's focus on this coming match later, as perhaps we will look for the app. Ta-da! One Esports app is also up and available at the Google Play and Samsung Galaxy stores. Check it out to stay on top of the trending news and exclusive with this app. Just stay relevant with this app and also stay relevant with our social medias, because we have TikTok, we have Instagram, we have Threads, YouTube, Twitch, everything on the board. Check it out. Follow us to just be and stay relevant.
If you follow One Esports, if you follow Wolf, you have to follow One Esports, because he is one of the biggest part owner of One Esports. He is our boss and he pays us here. Please don't fire us, Wolf. Yeah, One Esports is a way to stay updated with all things in MLBB, MLBB Esports, or even updates, builds, or any patches that's available in the game, to be able to know like what's going on in my favorite game right now. How do I play better?
And if you follow One Esports, you definitely know about the challenges that is in store for you. 4,000 diamonds, if you can name that hero, and that is Valman.
I think it's a bit, I think the joke is a bit old by now.
That's a cheat code. Yeah.
But yeah.
Change the hero, I'll change my answer.
Long hair, there's a bow there. Let's just try to take this seriously. Long hair, bow. I think it can only be Hanzo.
Yes, 4,000 diamonds, and if you get that wrong, don't worry, we got it covered. Just register and sign up. Win! Stand a chance to win also 4,000 diamonds. Scan the QR code below if you want more information. And again, ladies and gentlemen, now we can definitely shift our focus to the last match of group stage, being Flash, Team Flash, going up against RSGPH. You mentioned it earlier about it. Perhaps Hades now will join the fray against his brethrens.
I mean, I think we gotta admit at this point, man, those Filipinos are built different. And then they've been on top of the game for so long, and a lot of people has been saying, oh, PHR is over. No, man, like, you have to realize, in terms of like the average, I believe the average skill, or like if you can, you know what, let's just let's just see what's in store for Team Flash before we discuss it even further. For Team Flash's lineup in a second. Team Flash still in the building for the last match of MPLI 2023 group stages. Still with Adamir, J, D7, Choma, and Innocent. There's still one Filipinos, guys, so, you know, it is still a Filipino, even though Hades is not playing.
Nope.
But they're still going to go for that W.
Yeah, no Hades here, even though it will be up against the Giants, the champions of MSC 2022, and that is RSG Philippines. Now, speaking of, let's see the VT.
The MSC champion of 2022, the King of Southeast Asia of 2022, back again with Demonkind on the jungler.
Yes, it will be the same roster that won MSC 2022. The grand final was against RRQ. Now, they will have to meet Flash. Who will take it? Well, again, RSG have a spotless record in Group D. Or will Team Flash break the party?
It's the battle between the light and the flash. Okay, that's pretty bad, but yeah.
That's a good one.
No, it's pretty bad. I'm gonna own that. But we're gonna see the draft take in about 40 seconds. What are your expectations, Connie?
You know what?
Do you think there's gonna be some experimental picks?
Why not from Team Flash? But RSG, I feel like they want to end their series here group stage
Really?
wise. I think they will have a clean, organized game.
I mean, if there's a time to experiment something, I think this is the perfect time for RSG.
Sure, but they will surely still maintain that discipline structure that they have.
Okay, discipline is definitely something that most players should have. I mean, not discipline means like even a fraction of a second can get you from number 1 to number 2. But we're going to see the draft in a second. We've seen some pretty surprising picks from Team Flash earlier, especially from Jay. He has been using some weird heroes in mid lane. Even MPL SG in general. Some of them has been using Nana.
Ooh.
Cyclops.
Ooh.
What's your command?
And now, Luoyi for Jay. It does work on certain occasions, but on a lot of times against a Benedetta, I think you're just asking for it.
It is very hard, right? You need to definitely build the winner's truncheon rather early. But yes, let's focus now on this draft. Joy, Fanny, banned out. They're really respecting Demonkite's potential here, limiting his options early. RSGBH responds with also a jungler ban towards that Nolan and Guinevere.
I mean, it's still a pretty standard ban, but interesting enough, all of them are junglers, as you said, Gani. And also, some of them are very micro-heavy junglers, Fanny, Joy, and Nolan. These 3 heroes can deal a lot of damage. The difference is Joy, as Wolf said earlier, is a bit more of a scaly type of heroes at this point after numerous nerfs on her. Meanwhile, Nolan and Fanny can carry you pretty much in the early game. It's lethal.
It's very lethal now. The ball's on Flash's court.
By Hunt.
There you go. Either support bans or the mages, right? And it seems like Flash will go for the Valentina ban. Signifies perhaps they want the Angela or the Matilda here for their first pick.
It's going to be the Angela again. Constantly banned in every matches for today. I don't think we've seen an Angela pick so far, right? In the second shift at least. But we have seen this guy though. Arlott can still be flexed towards the EXP lane or roaming area. Or if you're, some teams in MPLI, you want to play him in the mid lane. Doesn't really have a good record, but that is something that Jay could try because this guy is quite adventurous.
Very much so. RSGPH, what will they respond with here? Fredrin seems like a sensible pick. And alongside with that, they will pick up the Novaria as well. A hero that is just so good. Providing burst, providing cover, and also it adds more range in their comp. So yeah, we saw what Aqua can do on this Novaria yesterday. So I expect the same today.
It's a really good pick against an Arlott, can poke you down from afar, and also pretty much not in range of Arlott's threat. Okay, even with the flicker, I don't think it's easy to catch Aqua with the Novaria that's gonna just stay in the back, spotting up people, and sniping them one by one. Now, what is going to be the answer for Team Flash? If this is a ranked game, I'm pretty much, seeing Link getting picked, but no, it's going to be that Martis. Interesting. So, I think Martis, so far we have seen some success. It's either good or bust, I think.
Okay.
A lot of times it can carry you in early game with those decimation. Getting some good ganks in early game can get you far in the late game, but as a lot of people said, Martis is one of the hardest falling jungler in the game.
Fair argument. So let's see here, how will Flash balance their composition out? They have the Matilda who can definitely provide mobility. To close out the first phase is RSGPH sticking with their comforts here. Again, Nats can definitely pop off on that Yuzong. Sure, no clear backliner from Flash just yet, but with that Yuzong pick, it negates or eliminates the possibility of a Beatrix pick, of a Farsa pick, and perhaps a marksman that is also very, very has low mobility, perhaps an Ixia pick as well. So there you go, RGPH. They opt for a 1-1 ban, a marksman that is so mobile.
Speaking of mobility, another marksman that has a lot of mobility is the Airthel. The question is, do they want to play against an Airthel? I don't think it's much of a trouble compared to the 1-1 itself, because 1-1, if you're chasing 1-1 with a Yuzhong, man, you're just asking for that crossbow tank, man. Because you have that, built-in purifier with the second skill. But on the other side, though, Team Flash banning this Edith can still be flex? No. I think, yeah. EXP lane already for Yuzhong, yeah. So it's more of a roam ban for Light. They know that Light can play those pick-off heroes quite well. No, really well. Some of the matches that he played in MSC was quite phenomenal as well. Especially on the Kufra. This guy plays a mean Kufra. Much better than you, Gani.
I was about to say thank you for the compliment, but RSGPH here. Will they ban the Earthel out or the Claude? Potentially, it's going to be the Claude here. Another hero or another marksman that is mobile. And RSGPH understands that with the Yuzong already committed, they need to ensure that backliners are weak, or in a sense are very immobile. And let's see here, Flash, they can definitely ban the Kufra, or remember yesterday Light rocked a Florin, right?
Ooh.
It's something new from Light, but it's a possibility considering that RSGPH has that last pick.
Gotta say, Florin, I think is a bit of a bad pick here, Gone, especially in the hands or like in front of Arlott. We've seen how Fanstrong can do with this hero, and if you're a Florin in the front line, you're just asking for it, man. In terms of early game too, Florin has to be a bit more, I'd say, adventurous. She has to open some maps. She has to kind of spearhead the fight at times. And in the late game, you can play a bit more passively, but I don't think you want to wait for that. As RSGPH picks that Bruno, 16 picks, 75% win rate. That is crazy.
Bruno, one of the marksmen that is so annoying yet so reliable in the gold lane. Alongside with 1-1, in my perspective, and in Flash, here they can go for DP. Oh, okay, they need DPS. So, what will they go for here? Against the Yuzong, Irithel is the only viable option, I believe.
I think so too, but you know, if there's a time to be adventurous, this is the time. Innocent, he's a PH jump. Oh, okay, it's PH. No, Ixia. Oh my god.
I mentioned earlier that with the Yuzong pick, it's somehow negates the possibility of an Ixia pick, but no. Flash like, I don't call your bluff.
I gotta say, I'm really not liking this. This is just, again, asking for it, man. Like, you already have Yuzhong on the opposing side, as you said, Gani, and these two heroes are prone to get sniped by Aqua. Like, there is some plays that I can see going on, especially with the synergy of that guiding wind, also full barrage. But you have to be very conditional about it. When you have a lot of CCs on the opposing side, this is probably going to be another CC heavy roamer in that Chao, and that is a trouble for both Ixia from Innocent and also Jay with the Lui, which doesn't have any mobility skills whatsoever. Do they want to pick the Purify for Lui or
Lui
Flicker?
possible,
but Ixia no way.
Ixia no way. Without a Flicker, she's just a turret practically, right? And this is going to be the talent prediction. Unanimous on the caster stands here. English broadcast. RSGPH will win. Let's see, it's Flash RSG. Who do you got?
Damir D7 Chuma, Innocent J versus Aqua, Nuts, Amon, Light, and Demon Kite.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is match 24. Last match.
Oh, I just realized
this is a group stage.
This is a Light Chow.
It's a Light Chow, yes.
Oh, this is, oh man. Okay, so the Martis does well, but we're gonna see how the other heroes will fare against a Light on this Chow in the last match of the group stage of MPLI 2023 Team Flash versus RSG PH.
Let's say RSG looking to have a undefeated record in Group D. Flash again looking to, let's say, try to break that possibility. D7 here opted for a Purify. Well, makes sense going up against Lights here on the Chol, who is very, very aggressive already. And there you go. Even with the spell burnt, he will fall. That's first blood for RSG.
Okay, like this is a bit too much aggression in the early game, but I just want to clarify, guys. I'm saying Demon Kite as a joke is 2Es instead of 1, the usual 1 of Demon Kite. I know it's Demon Kite, okay?
Okay, let's see here again. The first minute here, already got a kill for RSG. Will that set the tempo? Aggressive tempo. And again, Amon and Innocent in the bottom side of the map there. You can see here, Adu Mechanic.
As Wolf would say, as a Filipino instead of Indonesian. But yeah, Amon has been playing that laning phase quite well, I would say. Those two, like if you're a Bruno player, you know what I mean? Those two balls that can be popped consecutively has been used by Amon to be able to trade blows with Innocent. He has been having some, he's baiting the skills and dodging it away. Meanwhile, Light being that nuisance in the jungle.
Yep, indeed. Demon Kite taking some heat will be able to escape this time, but RSG looking for a re-engage potential here. Chima jumping in, but does not find the connection. So the turtle will be up, and of course both junglers and teams will shift their focus towards that turtle pit.
I think the advantage is still towards Team Flash side, even though Nuts is there with the Black Dragon form. But you have to realize this is Chima with anti-CC. Oh, Light is already level 1, never mind.
Yep, Wave Dragon is already in his arsenal. Not yet committed yet though. Nats will try to petrify Chima without Mortal Coil in hand. He will fall, and that will be the turtle for RSG. Appraisal's Wrath on towards Adamir. Here in trouble as Light and Naz will reinforce Demon Kite, and Adamir will flicker away. No petrify, so Adamir will have space. And also Peep, that Bruno earlier, Amon, actually recalled once before the turtle.
I mean, doesn't really matter. But Adamir, though, that was a really good dodge. But so far, RSGPH with 3 minutes game time. Oh, there you go, Eman, once again with the micro plays. 3 minutes in a game, 1.2k gold lead, and Light is looking to extend that with a Way of the Dragon after this.
Has claws already secured here for Eman in the 3rd minute of the game. Okay, very slow tempo here, but already a significant gold lead for RSG. 3 minutes, 1,500 gold lead.
I mean, they're just stealing everything, stealing the kills, stealing the camps from Chama, and this is a Martis. He has that early game to be able to pop off in the mid game. If you're not there in the early game, it's gonna be hard for you to stack up some damage and to be that utility jungler that Team Flash needs. All you have is waiting for your teammates for you to be able to use that decimation. You have to be a bit more independent, I would say. Eman in trouble, maybe.
Oh, let's see. Eman now looking for a cover, but no, Innocent will secure that kill here. Great setup by Flash there with the ult from Jay.
I mean, the team name doesn't lie, man. Team Flash in a flash. 5 people in the bottom lane. Even though in the top lane, it looks like there's going to be some gold plating from both Demon Kite and also Nuts.
Here, Flash looking to gain more from that kill, but seems like RSG will have enough wave clear to, again, just save the bottom lane. Adamir, though, in a 2v1 situation. Oh, not too fancy with his situation right now, and Adamir surely will fall. Sustaining a bit, but there you go. Nat securing the kill with the help of that taunt from Demon Kite.
And the top outer turret will go down for sure in the hands of Nat. Eman can still stay. Oh my goodness, here we go. Jay coming in again.
Yeah, Jay looking for a flank, and that might be just it. Eman now very
what a
low.
dodge.
Full barrage will find the kill. Extra 180 gold at that to Innocent's pocket. Now, top lane, Chama here, quite low in a 2v2, but man, the damage is more than enough to take him down. Nats, again, such a menace.
I mean, we thought that Aqua, maybe Light will be the star of the show in the early game, but so far, Demon Kite and Nuts is the combo who's taking down people from Team Flash. That is a bit unexpected, but so far, look at Jay, man. 2 assists. This Loi has been utilized much better in this game compared to the RQ. Was it RQ? Which team did they play when they used Loi? I forgot.
It was RQ. It was
already been utilized better in this game. That's my point.
Yeah, the diversion play here very active, right? Not wasting it seems like. And RSG though, man, they are so invasive, right? 5 minutes, 6 minutes in, 3,000 gold lead already established. And things are not looking good already here for the Singaporean rep. Now they look for the mid. Take a look at the pin down here. Jay and Adamir isolated in the mid, and Jay will be the sole casualty. Perhaps Light might be caught here. Circling Eagle, full barrage as well as Chima secures the kill. Not now with the Black Dragon form looking for the kill. Demon Kite now will have enough resources to provide support as well. As not under the turret will fall, but Innocent for now will survive.
I mean, a bit of an overextension from Nuts, but still a W for RSG any day of the week. It's a 3-2, and that is another kill to Choma, which is now at 1-3-0 as a Martis in the early game.
Okay, Team Flash, they need to farm, they need to take things slow now. They need to be careful of the control from RSG, not to be fully driven by their structured gameplay.
7-4 is the kill count for both of these teams. Looks pretty competitive, but if you look at the economy, 3.2k gold lead, and the fight will be going on with Light.
Good final flash onto it still. Demon Kite will secure the retry. He is though level 11, while Chima is level 8 and Innocent. Goodness, he even popped and burned his flicker, but will be taken out. Now RSG again being so invasive in the jungles of Flash, looking for a potential play. Good delay, but Nats looking for an opponent perhaps, but no, he will not commit it.
Big Black Dragon coming in from Nuts. Didn't really get anyone, but you know, it is a style points and also some serangan mental, as we would say in Indonesian, a mental attack But in the bottom lane though, Innocent losing 1v1 against Aemon. That is... Oh, that is very unfortunate, especially when Innocent is 3-0-1 before that, and Aemon getting taken down twice with the help of Jay earlier.
Well, they need to assess the situation here from Flash here. Again, they don't need to take unnecessary fights, but again, the invasive movement from RSG somehow just forces Flash to again oblige the fight. Let's see, RSG already entering the top lane of the map. And Flash, they want to slow things down, but they can't.
4-1-2 for Nats as an EXP laner. He's been the killer for RSGPH right now. 6k gold lead, a bit too much to handle in this early game. Only 8.5 minutes elapsed, and that is humongous. Meanwhile, Light getting one again.
Innocent being the victim as well. That is a huge blow for Flash and RSG. They are asserting their dominance.
I mean, Light just being there is already scary, especially with that KOF Yoriyagami. Is it Yoriyagami? I think so. Skin. One of the most intimidating skin in the whole game.
Yeah, indeed. Flash now struggling to find his orange, their own orange buff. Who will grab it here? No.
4 level difference for Chama and Demon Kite. This is not looking good is an understatement. And they're looking forward to snowball again with this next Lord. I don't think Chama will contest this. He doesn't even get the chance to contest this. Meanwhile, Demon Kite will try to force the issue.
Yeah, let's see. Nats now. Drawing and finding the Petrify. Purify now triggered from D7. RSG will wait things out. The window to potentially open a fight there closed. And they will, again, calm their control.
Didn't really get anything, but that is a W trade. Flicker, Purify for a Petrify from Not. I think that I'll take that any day of the week, especially when the Royi doesn't have an escape skill. And that is trouble for Jay in the future.
Let's see, they look to end the game fast. Chama, very low, taken down. Demon Kai securing that kill. And RSG, they will look for more. Flash, though, will not go for business. They will reset HP first, as this Lord will definitely trigger the passive from this base turret here. Flash still holding on though, will try to defend the top lane base turret. They did. Now focus on the mid, but take a look at our RSG. They will not force anything just yet.
And that is the right decision to make if you are RSGPH, considering that in terms of high ground defense, they are pretty much very strong. Even Jay on its own is already trouble for RSGPH, even though he's pretty much down a lot of gold. But Innocent is also, he has some maneuverability to be able to defend some of the inhibitor turrets that he has. But unfortunately though, if you already exhaust the full barrage onto one turret, you have to defend the other. And then at that point, it's kind of useless for Ixia. He's kind of like Claude. You have to wait for the ult to be able to be, you know,
impactful.
Yeah. Valuable in a team fight.
Nats! Oh no! With Nats as well. Innocent, out of position, and Erman secures that kill. Good diversion play as a defensive maneuver, but now Demon got caught in under the turret, but now he will have available resources in hand to escape. That was a very fast kill on towards Innocent, but now RSG maintaining pressure with the flicker play. Adamir survives with that guiding win, but RSG, goodness. What?
I mean, you can check
formation, man.
Yeah, you have to wait for the information too, Gani. When you try to go into that bush, you have to wait for you to open that bush. This one, Aqua nearest to. Meanwhile, this is a Hail Mary play, look like.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, oh no, oh no.
Amon has enough space to escape. Demon Kai now looking for a play. Innocent quite low, needs to retreat, but not. Take a look at Nats, looking for another angle, gets stunned, luckily for Flash, but Adamir in the front side of the map will be the sacrificial lamb as RSG claims another life pre-Lord.
Again, a bit too ambitious with the plays, but at this point you have to be ambitious to be able to climb this 11k gold lead. You have to take the risk, because if you're just gonna wait for it, Aqua will snap you down with some of the items that he already has, which at this point, I think one hit from Aqua can pretty much, you know, put Jay into like 25% HP? I don't know.
Well, I mean, let's see here, right? They have a wave clear here from Flash. I'm not saying it's great, but they have a wave clear.
Wings.
With Jay and Innocence here, we need to get at least a delay, perhaps, here with this Lord push. 12,000 gold lead, though.
I mean, that's
Deficit
almost
is just too much.
Yeah, just like Onyx and MPLI did, they just wanna race with the 1k gold per minute timer.
13 minutes in. 13,
And they catch up, yeah.
Yeah, 13,000 gold already in hand of RSG. Now, RSG playing this rather slowly. They want to end this cleanly as possible.
Yep, surgical is the name of the game for RSGPH, and one of the most surgical roamer in the game, Light, is looking to make a play, getting someone in the backline in Walnuts, Black Dragon 4.
Potentially the final push of this stage. Let's see, RSG. They will secure the bottom lane turret here. No base turret for Flash. That's being a nuisance in the bottom side of the map, but oh my goodness, good catch there by Luoyi. Light and Demon Guy repositions as Iman is low-key free hitting in the backside, but no damage here. Adamant flickers out of the way, but Iman with his balls will be able to take him down. Good full barrage placement, but not enough to take any members of RSG. Nats now, good petrify as well as Innocent will be taken down. Naz will be the trade, but it will be a 4-4-3. Now let's see, Chama looking to survive, but Iman, his balls is too much as RSGPH will win and have a flawless record.
Oh man, I think RSG's Nats is too much to handle for Chema and crew, and Team Flash concede to the mighty RSGPH. Topping the group without any losses whatsoever, a 3-0, a spotless record for the King of Southeast Asia in 2022. And we're going to hear how the game was going on with our beloved analyst, Mr. Wolf.
The dominance of RSG Philippines is unmatched in their group. At least we saw in that game when Team Flash tried to go for the cheeky Louis pick. And the Matilda Iksha, which I think is a very strong combination, but it didn't work this time. And there are many things that we can consider. And after all of the things that I thought about, I just came up with the idea that maybe the reason why RSG Philippines won this game is that they stuck through the strongest heroes in the metagame. That's just how simple it is. And the fact that this is actually their comfort. If you're looking at the Matilda Iksha, this is a hero composition that RSGPH also wants to utilize because they know that they can utilize Amon in this way. You go to the back lines, if you get dove by the Yuzhong, there's the Matilda to save you. Unfortunately, that didn't happen because it was Team Flash with this Louis. So overall, the general formation that Team Flash wants to do is they want to go in, and they tried so many times to get into the backlines with their teleportation play so that they'll land the good ultimate so that they can be able to utilize their Iksha in the front lines, which is weird because they're playing up against both Fredrin as well as the Yuzhong. And it was pretty evident that it was a problem. You can see all throughout the game that there was that mission that Demon Kite was able to do, particularly in the mid game where he wants to find Innocent. He does not rely only onto the Yuzhong. He actually gets into the front, onto the back lines, gets into the face of that Iksha, and when the Iksha tries to escape with the flicker, with of course the Matilda helping him out, he has to now think about the Yuzhong. So that's the idea for RSG Philippines. Overload the members of Team Flash. Now, they just have good metagame heroes, if you think about it. And then when we transfer now to Team Flash, surely they have the Matilda and the Iksha, very strong combo, but this Louis just stay in it. It does not give them enough long range reach. It has a lot of damage on its own, but you kind of have to get up close and personal. And many times, Nats just feasts on these heroes, on their static heroes into the backlines, including the Louis. Like, after the ultimate, there's really not much when it comes to the sustain now for the Louis. And when Nats Yuzhong goes for the Dragon Form and goes for those static heroes, for example, the Louis as well as the Iksha, now there's a lot of problem for the Matilda. Who is he going to save? Imagine if they chose to go for something like a Farsa or something like a Lilia, two heroes that are quite contested by the Yushang, but at the same time not so much as a Lu Yi would, because at least they have the reach and the long range damage output. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough. And also, Hunter Strike very early taken by Nats. I think this is also one of the games where I can say that Nats really mastered this hero. The combo was there. He gets the Hunter Strike very earlier on. And he went for the Oracle, knowing that there's significant amount of magic damage from the side of Team Flash. But at the same time, it is used to also sustain himself afterwards. You can see that the combination was there. Blade Armor obviously is great versus the composition overall of the side of Team CU soon. Oh, so Team Flash, as he's able to just get into the face of that Ixia. Even when the Ixia tries to go for the play where he's trying to sustain, the Blade Armor also supplements that. And obviously, because of the quantum charge that he has, there's a lot of chasing potential coming out from the entirety of RSG Philippines. Or if we're talking about like literally just how the game that was played out, it's easy to really bank on RSG Philippines' draft because it's really straightforward. It's RSG-esque, as you would say. You have the Bruno for Eman, for example, very signature hero. You have Natsus Yuzong, he's particularly good at this hero. You have Demon Kite with utility jungler, and all of these all together, you know already that they are very strong when it comes to this kind of composition. Whereas if you're looking at their opponents, it's Matilda, Ixia, it looks easy to execute, but it's not that easy to execute because you need to get into the late game first. Surely you can save the Ixia, but in the early to the mid stages of the game, the Ixia will not have enough damage to be a problem to the backliners of RSG Philippines. Let's look into the highlights and understand more what happened in that game. And we will see that in the early stages, Chima was left alone by his teammates. Well, you can see that RSG Philippines, they love the box and they have established it once again. We'll go back to taking out the important heroes, like always punishing Chima when he is trying to go for those objective team fights. And -1 onto Adamir, more than enough. You can see the juggling you see from Nats as well as Demon Kite for them to be able to take the kills once again. Novaria obviously coming out from Aqua, another signature hero. And of course, Light with the setup plays, the vision that you can provide. You can see the Ixia still doesn't deal out the damage that you might need, and he doesn't have the ultimate anymore. And the fact that Chima overstayed into the front lines, he got poked by both Aqua as well as Eman, and then it was Demon Kite as well as Nats to finish it off. Nats with the ultimate once again finds Innocent, and this is a big problem. You can see that even after he attempted to be saved by the Matilda as well as the Lugie, it wasn't enough. The damage output coming out from RSG Philippines were just too good. This is the Bruno, this is Novaria. So much damage in the early stages of the game, and so much dive that you can get out of the Yushong as well as the Cho. You know, I'm saying a lot of stuff here, but I think it's pretty evident that the simplest explanation on why RSG Philippines won this game is that they utilize the heroes that are very strong in the metagame. It's just as simple as that. And they know how to play it. It's their signature picks. It's a very RSG-esque kind of lineup, and they were able to win it so easily because of that. Aqua going early for the Blood Wings, it wouldn't matter as much, but he kind of understand why he did this. He doesn't want to be taken out easily. He wants to survive a little bit and just provide the ultimate, the slow, and of course the constant threat of that Astral Sphere. And then, like going in for the Athena Shield after the Atik-Ras is also very important because it is what allowed him to get into the front lines, because we know that the damage from the Louis is outright strong, but if you survive that, you're already A-okay. And then Demon Guy also going for Athena Shield and the typical defense items that he needs. You can see Eman with just 14 minutes already gets all of the items that he's needed, including the Blade of Despair in this game to really just output a lot of damage against Team Flash. Because if you're looking at Team Flash, there's not a lot of armor from their side. Like even Matilda, surely there's the Twilight armor, but there's no actual armor that can stop Eman from dealing the damage. And if you're looking at Innocent, if you're looking at the Ixia together with Arlot as well as the Martis, innately these heroes, they don't have much HP. That's why the Blade of Despair worked so well in this particular game, despite BOD being list of priority when it comes to playing the Bruno in the metagame that we have right now. 3-0-8 and 3-0-9 for both Demon Kite and Aqua respectively, and we know that they played perfectly all throughout. This wasn't the zero death game coming out from RSG. This isn't the only zero death game for Demon Kite. He plays it so well. I think that this is the MPLI meta has shaped to be one of RSG's specials, and I would expect RSG to go deeper into the playoffs as they head into the upper bracket. Our Team Flash, unfortunately, they will not be moving on. It's very difficult to pull off what they tried with all of their lone players, but it is what it is. They will be bowing down and bowing out of the tournament. RSG Philippines staying one of the favorites for sure. With the way that they showed us their three games, is it's just pretty standard if you think about it. All of the heroes they picked up, they're not that niche, they're not that creative. All they focused on was their own gameplay. All of the heroes that you saw from RSG Philippines are very RSG Philippines kind of heroes, especially when you correlate the metagame that we have right now and their MSC run. You have Demon Kite with aggressive utility junglers. You have Aqua with long-range nuke mages. You have lightweight setups. Eman with now faster scaling kind of heroes. And of course, Nats going for the backline plays, go set up heroes. And we know that it is a very strong lineup coming out from RSG Philippines. That's it for us for the group stages, and we've had a lot of fun. We already know the 8 teams that will be playing. I'm sure that the casters, the gentlemen that we have right here, will be showing us which teams will be there for our top 8 for MPLI 2023. That's it for our analysis. I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope you do watch out for our next analysis. That's going to be tomorrow and until the Sunday. It is now Wolf now signing off, and I think that I'm going to be passing it over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Uncle Wolf, for breaking down the game for us. And that is the last game of the group stages. We have our final 8 in the knockout phase. And to be honest with you, that game just now was strictly for vibes.
Come again?
Was strictly for vibes.
Well, I mean, again, RSG, they have an opportunity to have a spotless record, which they displayed their qualities. 3-0 in the Group D, so there you go. Team Flash, unfortunately, yes, with the cheese pick, does not work. But ladies and gentlemen, in a bit, we will show you the official standings of MPLI 2023. 2 teams who will enter the upper or lower, right? So let's see here.
Dun, 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 dun.
Drum roll.
Who is going to be in the knockout phase? It is going to be...
There you go.
AP Bren topping Group A with the TheOhioBrothers in second place. Homebois and a Blacklist in Group B. Group C, Echo and Rebellion Zion. Same score, but I believe this is head-to-head matchup advantage for Echo. So they are the first placer of Group C. And also Group D, RSGPH and a See You Soon. And for all the Indonesians out there, Rebellion is your only hope.
All in Rebellion. We have to say goodbye to Dewa, Nova, Falcons, Geek, EVOS, Bigetron, RRQ, and Flash. And it's been a ride. It's been a short ride, but man, I can't wait for tomorrow, the knockouts, man.
Obviously, getting knocked out in MPLI doesn't really mean the end of your career in Mobile Legends. There's still a lot of tournaments out there to be participated, especially China. This is their debut, Nova Esports, taking the first taste of international tournaments in Mobile Legends, and they're definitely making use out of it. It's kind of like watching Victor Wembanyama gets drafted. You know that he's gonna be good. The question is
when.
I mean, sky's the limit. Like literally, the guy's like 15 feet tall.
But ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be the official player of the bracket and the head-to-head. We kick off with AP Bren, RSG, and PHVPH. And again, the upper brackets, if they lost that match, will go down. Of course, match number 2, Echo Homebois. Match 3, TOB, SYS. Match 4, RBL, BLCK.
Are you trying to rap, Connie?
I'm just reading the abbreviations, bro.
But yeah, oh my god, 3 Philippines team on the upper bracket. Oh, this is a statement, alright. So yeah,
for sure,
it's definitely not the end of their era, as a lot of people might say. I certainly don't think so. Obviously, as I said earlier, in terms of like the overall skill of the league, Philippines is still on the top. Now, I would argue, in terms of like the cream of the crop, Onyx is there with AP Bren.
Yes, again,
no, I'm just salty.
For match 3 and 4, though, we have to say goodbye to 2 teams in that lower bracket. If they lose, they will not continue their journey in MPLI 2023.
But there's been a lot of surprises.
A lot.
In this MPLI 2023, especially Homebois too. A lot of people are not counting the Malaysian champion too much, man. Like they have a good team. They have a solid team. Like we can talk all the Filipino teams all we want, because there's just too much Filipino teams on the table. So we can't really pick one. Like I'm just gonna say, like, you guys. Oh my god. Like as I said, build different.
Build different, and again, maintaining that level.
Consistency.
Is also, yeah, maintaining that consistency is also another quality that I feel like a lot of regions need to look towards the Philippines region, right? I mean, man, hats off to them, but let's see here, MPLI, job is not done for all the 8 teams that survived the group stage. They still have the same odds. Low-key to win MPLI.
And lower bracket, it does matter, but it really doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter that much, I think, okay? Because in the past, M3, M4, a lot of